Chapter 1. Many years later, as the naval King Moro approached the execution platform alone, he could not help but recall the noontime of his youth when he perished from starvation in the vast sea. Countless memories flickered before his eyes like a revolving lantern. In an instant of excruciating headache, Moro suddenly awakened, his mind still lingering on the moment he was engrossed in a comic. He had traversed dimensions. In an absurd twist of fate, while he was at the first-floor comic shop engrossed in reading, two individuals nearby had been quarreling, inadvertently pushing him out the door, where he happened to slip on a banana peel just as a large truck passed by. Thus, by sheer coincidence, Moro found himself transported into another realm. "I'm alive. Vice Admiral Karp, this vagabond has not perished," the aide exclaimed in astonishment to the elderly man behind him. "Is that so? Once he's had his fill, let him be gone. I still have rounds to make in the East Blue." Karp turned to regard the bewildered Moro. Moro swallowed hard, surveying his surroundings. Indeed, he appeared to be in a ship's cabin, and fragmented memories of the boat's former owner began to resurface in his mind. It seemed that in his former life, he had wandered aimlessly, starving for many days until he drifted to a deserted island, where he barely found a strange fruit on the shore, only to die of hunger before he could even taste it. Now, upon awakening, he had swapped souls. Starved to death, was he? Such is the absurdity of venturing out to sea. Kobe encountered Alrita. Luffy began his journey with a barrel, and Ace nearly starved before discovering the flame fruit. Yet Moro's body had merely encountered an edible fruit and perished. Gurgle. The rumbling of his empty stomach compelled Moro to consume the peculiar fruit in his arms without a second thought. He cared little whether it was a devil fruit or merely some odd fruit. Having been thrust into this new existence, his foremost objective was to survive. Delicious. Starving as he was, Moro found the devil fruit surprisingly palatable, even slightly sweet. "I've never heard of a devil fruit being tasty." The aide adjusted his glasses, while Marine rushed over with a bowl of seafood fried rice. At that moment, Moro had finished a devil fruit, yet his stomach continued to grumble. Upon seeing the plate of seafood fried rice, he eagerly dug in. "Thank you." With no time for explanations, he devoured a large plate of fried rice, followed by a hefty chunk of roasted meat and a generous glass of iced lemonade. Only then did Moro feel the assurance of being alive. If given a choice, he vowed to cherish every grain of rice and would certainly choose a safe spot when reading comics. Burp. After a satisfying meal, Moro nodded contentedly. Gradually, he began to recall the basic memories of this other Moro. It was likely the most fundamental inheritance of memory. His family had once been an ordinary, albeit weak, royal lineage in the East Blue, but due to their lack of belly and gold, offering heavenly gold to the celestial dragons, they lost the protection of the world government. Consequently, the soldiers they had barely assembled were swiftly overrun by marauding pirates. Thus, this prince, who was supposed to inherit a kingdom, began a life of wandering. Ultimately, starting out in a solitary boat, he had starved to death. "Hey, brat, that's your little boat. Once you're full, hurry up and scram. Don't mooch off me." Karp stood at the edge of the deck, digging his nose, seemingly lost in thought. "All right, thank you, old man. Moro, always repay kindness, and I shall save your grandson's life in the future." Moro mused. Having traversed realms and consumed what seemed to be a devil fruit, he was determined to make something of himself in this life. He would surely attain fame and dominance in the new world. "Watch me leap into action." Moro stepped onto the railing and leaped. Splash. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Moro only remembered that he had just eaten and lacked strength. His legs weakened, and he sank. The next moment, he found himself gracefully bubbling beneath the sea. Awakening once more, Moro awkwardly glanced at the aide beside him. "I'm alive. Vice Admiral Karp, this landlubber has not perished." Again, the same lines. Moro smiled sheepishly. He turned to Karp, who was still picking his nose, and remarked, "He consumed the human fruit, said to possess infinite vitality, known as the phoenix of the paramecia type." Having said that, Karp waved his hand. Two seemingly foolish young men entered from outside. One had pink hair and wore glasses. The other sported a scruffy hairstyle. Upon seeing them, Moro instantly recognized their identities, Kobe and Barumabur. "Hello, We joined while you were unconscious. Kobe, and this is Barumabur. They stood beside Moro, looking rather daft. Moro hesitantly inquired, "My original ship?" "Shattered, sunk," the aide replied helplessly. "I see." Moro understood it appeared that his piratical career had ended before it even began. He took a deep breath and accepted a steaming plate of seafood fried rice. Moro, an ordinary marine who has returned from the dead. Truly remarkable. The key was that he would not starve, as his meals were assured. What pirate king? The naval king I am determined to become. Having eaten and rested throughout the afternoon, Moro finally awoke. Choosing not to repeat his previous reckless behavior, he got off the bed and gazed into a mirror fixed to the wooden wall. In a reflection, he saw a disheveled head of jet black hair, dark pupils, and a gaunt face. While remnants of his former handsome appearance were discernible, it was overshadowed by an overall disheveled look. To grow strong in such a state, I truly am the weakest transmigrator in history. Moro recalled Karp's words. Paramecia type, human fruit, possessing infinite vitality. But what else? The strength of a devil fruit depends on the extent of its wielder's development. Infinite life force? What else? Moro gazed at his reflection, clenched his fists, and delivered a punch to himself. Bang! It hurt a bit, confirming his reality. Yet, a surge of power coursed through him. He indeed felt pain, but before his face could redden, it healed rapidly. Gradually, the youthful glow began to return to his cheeks. Bang! Bang! Moro punched himself twice more. The vitality in his cheeks intensified, and he even regained some health. Not only do I possess boundless life force, but I can also absorb all incoming energy. Those who kill me shall see me resurrected, and those who cannot will only make me stronger. How utterly unscientific, yet this is the wondrous nature of devil fruits. Elated, Moro burst out of the cabin. Laughing towards the sky, he declared, "I am invincible. I am invincible." Bang! A punch came crashing towards his head. Moro felt a pain that nearly brought him to tears. Yet, in the next moment, the swelling on his head vanished, swiftly transforming into energy, making him feel remarkably lighter on his feet. "Fool! Don't make such a ruckus. I still wish to enjoy my afternoon tea." Karp glanced at Moro's now vanished bump, unimpressed. "Old man, if I must be loud, can you hit me a few more times?" "What old man? Call me Vice Admiral Karp, you insolent brat." Bang! Another punch. Yet Moro felt invigorated, and even his previously gaunt body showed signs of improvement. Once more, he gazed at the sea, and he felt capable. He couldn't help but place his hands on his hips and take a deep breath of fresh air. Scram, don't block my sunlight. Another punch. Yet Moro felt a sense of joy in the air. How wonderful. This ship was indeed the right choice. He vowed that in the future, he would read comics wherever he pleased. The following day, Moro, with a growling stomach, followed Kobe and Barumabur to enjoy a hearty meal before entering training mode. Moro and Kobe were of similar age and both joined the ranks of laborers. Unfortunately, not only did they have to engage in strenuous physical labor during the day, but they also had to strive relentlessly in their training at night. Swordsmanship, martial arts, marksmanship none were neglected. Knowledge of navigation and marine skills were equally essential. However, in Kobe and Barumbur's eyes, this was merely a form of torment, a painful journey on the road to strength that, in the eyes of Moro, this was nothing short of a delight. Pain was indeed present. Yet regardless of the torment he endured, it would invariably transform into a portion of his own strength. Despite its insignificance, Moro could genuinely perceive the exquisite nature of his cultivation. The powers of the life fruit would transmute all corporeal suffering and injury into energy, allowing him to grow stronger unbeknownst to him. One fateful night, a bounty notice featuring Straw Hat Luffy astounded Kobe and Helmeppo. What? Luffy's first bounty is an astounding 30 million berries. Kobe found it hard to believe that Luffy's rise to fame could occur so swiftly. Amidst his astonishment, his desire to become stronger intensified. However, after discarding the bounty notice, Kobe appeared utterly feeble. Under the high-hanging moon, their strength had long since waned. Helmeppo fainted after merely glancing at the notice. Iron block, iron block, iron block. Upon the sandy shore, Moro continued to assume the stance of the iron block, vocally proclaiming it with fervor. The 6 forms of the Navy are formidable techniques that the average Marine finds exceedingly difficult to master, as each represents a transcendence of human limitations. Nevertheless, Moro labored tirelessly, practicing diligently each night until dawn. The agony of his sleepless nights seemed to metamorphose into strength for him. Kobe noticed that the more exhausted he became, the more invigorated Moro appeared. Though the transformation was subtle, over time, Moro had accumulated enough perseverance to reach a remarkable threshold. His physique had evolved from frail and weak to robust and powerful. His muscular build was a testament to the relentless training he had endured during this period. Iron block is invincible. Invincible iron block. Strength, impact resistance, defense, endurance, vitality. These 5 attributes could only be realized through the continual exploration of human potential, thus grasping the essence of the iron block. Moro dedicated himself to practicing and acquiring various marine skills and knowledge. Enduring sleepless nights, he faced excruciating pain if he neglected to rest, particularly during the early morning when fatigue struck hardest. Yet the life fruit would transform this pain and weariness into energy. As his exhaustion dissipated, he grew ever stronger. Not only could he enhance his physical condition, skills, and reflexes through training, but the suffering that would overwhelm an ordinary person became his source of energy. This enabled him to continually surpass his limits. I must master the iron block, the strongest iron block, the invincible iron block. Moro gritted his teeth, persisting through the challenges. Yet in an instant, the agony of training and physical limits transformed into energy, making his body even more formidable. Of course, while the life fruit brought remarkable advantages, it also led to an ever-increasing demand for sustenance. Initially, he consumed less than Kobe, but now he could devour food equivalent to that required by 5 adult Marines. As a mere deckhand, he exerted himself immensely. Whatever task he undertook, he endeavored to excel, and the same applied to his training. After all, everything would convert into tangible energy. Time and again, Moro pushed his limits, striving to bring his physical strength and endurance to the brink. To truly master the iron block, it was imperative. The iron block allows me to endure more blows and serves as a prerequisite skill for awakening the armament Haki. I must learn it. As Moro clung to his training, his stomach rumbled with hunger. He felt weak from starvation. Strangely, the sensation of hunger and pain could also be transformed into energy. Yet, regrettably, as he grew stronger, his appetite increased significantly. Damn it, I can endure any hardship, but I must not go hungry, Moro silently vowed. In truth, he had made countless silent oaths, promises not to suffer hunger, to pursue his dreams of reading manga openly, to surpass Karp, and so forth had likely lost track of them all. Bang! A muffled grunt escaped his lips. After repeatedly surpassing his own limits, Moro felt an overwhelming sense of physical oppression. After incessant training, his stamina, endurance, and defense seemed to have reached a critical juncture. Finally, as he stabilized his body, it felt as though he had unlocked some form of physical restraint. Bang! A peculiar sound resonated within him once more. The youth stood still beneath the moonlight. A slight smile graced his lips, blossoming into a visage of confidence. Sweat glistened on his forehead, and his long hair, brushing past his ears, emitted wisps of steam. His deep black pupils and pristine whites appeared as the embodiment of night and day coexisting. Clad in the most ordinary marine attire, he resembled a clumsy child mimicking an adult. "Iron block," he shouted with vigor, a faint yet unmistakable aura manifesting at the surface of his being. Moro was certain this was the power attained through human transcendence. It not only indicated a further evolution of his physique, but also bestowed upon him greater strength, defense, and endurance. In a moment fraught with tension, the ability to activate the iron block unveils an unimaginable level of defense. Strangely, is it only during the activation of the iron block that one can sense that exceedingly faint aura? Moro realizes that it is precisely this subtle essence that harbors the true mystery of the iron block. Regrettably, aside from wielding the iron block, he remains unable to command this aura, needing to maintain a stationary position to sustain it. Could it be that this inaccessible aura is the armament Haki? Moro muses. Alas, he is far from truly mastering it at his current stage, and no wonder it is said that the Navy's 6 styles serve as an entry point to comprehend the armament and observation Haki. It seems that Haki may also possess an exceedingly weak potential. Nevertheless, cultivating Haki through such a gradual approach is not without merit. That pioneering figure who developed the Navy's 6 styles is undoubtedly a once-in-a-century genius. Exhausted, Moro lets out a sigh and collapses onto the ground. His stomach grumbles. Moro, you have actually mastered one of the Navy's 6 styles, the iron block. Kobe, carrying Burumub, approaches with a spare portion of food in hand. Presumably a wafer biscuit, but of course, I am your senior brother, Moro replies, receiving the wafer biscuit and devouring it voraciously. Kobe, however, gazes blankly at something behind Moro. It is only then that Moro stands up, turning to gaze at the vast sea. The moonlight seems to transform into a flurry of silver snowflakes, blanketing the ocean in a shimmering glow, illuminating both heaven and earth, and reflecting in the heart of the young man. I say, Moro, one day we will make a name for ourselves like Luffy. Kobe's eyes glimmer with hope, while Burumub snores soundly on his back. Indeed, I aspire to become a man worthy of the title of King of the Navy. Moro beams at the ocean, a foolish smile adorning his face. A week later, regarding Monkey D. Luffy's emergence as the year's foremost newcomer to the seas, Moro, Kobe, and Burumub have undergone a period of grueling training. This particular morning, on an unremarkable island, a pirate ship docks at the port, and the village is shrouded in thick smoke. A likely sign of a pirate encountered. We must wait for someone here. You brats go deal with those pesky pirates. The lieutenant instructs a squad of sailors. Notably, among this group are 3 trainee assistants. As soon as he finishes speaking, Captain Karp, standing on the deck, casts his gaze out to sea, seemingly awaiting something, his justice cloak billowing in the wind. Moro, do we really have to go? I heard this band of pirates has over 20 men, and our team only numbers 10. Kobe and Burumub grip Moro's shoulders tightly, anxiously surveying the village. The sailors are well trained, with ample provisions and superior equipment. These minor ruffians are hardly worth mentioning. Moro calmly assesses. He had not anticipated encountering pirates so soon, especially aboard Garp's warship. The audacity of those who dare linger here is truly that of a naive calf unafraid of the tiger. However, it seems their captain has a bounty of 8 million berries, indicating considerable strength. In the East Blue, a bounty of 7 million signifies a significant figure. Moro, Kobe, Burumub, you will remain behind us, always on guard. Keep your guns and knives ready. If any unexpected incidents arise, ensure you protect yourselves. The experienced sailors appear quite reliable. Understood. Kobe and Burumub seem to find reassurance in this directive, while Moro remains undaunted, bringing up the rear. As they proceed, not a single pirate can be found peculiar in such a small village. With the pirate ship still docked and smoke still billowing, where have the villagers and pirates vanished? The surrounding buildings appear desolate and empty. Strange, Moro ponders, surveying his surroundings. He is equipped with a gun and a long sword strapped to his back. Holding the sword in one hand and the gun in the other, eyeing a uniquely angled second-floor balcony, that if there are no ambushes here, it would be quite extraordinary. Moro halts in place, stealthily infiltrating the residence. He is unaware of Garp's reasons for not taking action himself or who he might be awaiting. However, for Moro, the priority is to eliminate all pirates present. Cautiously entering the house, he is met with the sight of 2 corpses lying in pools of blood. Anger surges within him. These are 2 elderly men with graying hair. Ascending to the second floor, he notices a half-open wooden door, and peering in, he sees 3 men with firearms hiding around the corner. It seems Kobe and the others have already entered the pirates' line of sight. Fortunately, Moro departed early. Otherwise, he too would have found himself in their vulnerable zone of attack, with a swift step forward. Moro quickens his pace. This period of training has significantly enhanced his strength. He has not only mastered the iron block, but has also experienced rapid improvements in speed and power, reaching an extraordinary level. With a resounding thud, his fist lands squarely on the abdomen of an enemy, causing intense pain that nearly makes the once smirking bearded pirate retch. The Navy, The two men beside him quickly realized their cover has been blown. They had intended to attack Moro from a distance. Armed with firearms, they aimed to strike first. Otherwise, using knives would surely spell trouble for Moro. The proximity is too close, and as Moro attacks the second pirate, the third one opens fire directly at him. Iron block. In that critical moment, Moro stands firm, the latent energy within him manifesting upon his skin and flesh, his muscles reaching their utmost potential. The gunfire erupts. At that instant, Moro witnesses flames and smoke for the first time in his life. The speed is astonishing. He begins to doubt whether the iron block can truly withstand a bullet. A bullet flies from the firearm, striking him squarely in the forehead. The force is so tremendous that it reverberates in his brain. Yet, Moro keenly perceives that his body is exerting every ounce of strength to block the blow. Sure enough, the toothless pirate appears utterly befuddled, his marksmanship surprisingly competent. The bullet strikes his forehead, but the formidable defense of the iron block halts its advance, causing it to crumple slightly before falling away from his brow. A dark powdery mark appears on the young man's forehead, accompanied by a faint sting. Since mastering the iron block, it has been less than a week, so the purity is still far from sufficient. Nevertheless, he has successfully withstood that fleeting moment. The toothless pirate's eyes widen in shock. Damn, you can block a bullet at such close range. Are you a monster? He barely has time to complain before Moro's fist comes crashing down. The overwhelming pain causes him to drop to his knees, unable to rise again. You lot are quite ruthless. Without needing to say more, Moro can already envision two likely fates for the villagers. Either they have been captured by their captain for ransom or have all met a tragic end. Should it truly be the latter, Moro would not hesitate to eradicate every last one of them. Bang, bang, bang. After the sound of 3 gunshots, the glass of a window on a 2-story building shattered in response. 3 lifeless bodies were unceremoniously thrown down. Immediately following, a young boy leaped down. It was his first time killing someone that very moment. Perhaps due to having taken a bullet, his mind was somewhat hazy. The thought that innocent villagers might have met a fate even worse filled him with indignation. As the gunfire continued to erupt, Moro felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. The sounds of the battle had already alerted the pirates in the area, forcing them into a disorganized retreat. The marine soldiers had long since taken refuge under the cover of the house alongside Kabi and Barumober. Seeing Moro standing alone in the street, they hurriedly called for him to take cover. Moro, quickly find some shelter. This place is dangerous. We must be ambushed. Just as the marine with the small mustache finished speaking, they noticed the boy standing atop the 3 corpses. This fellow had already taken care of 3. Everything had transpired so swiftly that they barely comprehended what Moro had done. Kabi swallowed hard, trembling slightly. After all, when Luffy fought, he merely sent his opponents flying, and during his time aboard the pirate ship, he had only been a deckhand, now merely an intern. Someone like Moro, who directly killed his foes, undoubtedly evoked a profound shock. It seemed that the pain was not so severe anymore. Moro felt the impact of the bullet he had taken earlier dissipate, as the power of the life-lift fruit absorbed the pain and converted it into energy. Attack? I have no intention of dodging. Instantly invigorated, Moro raised his gaze to the heads peering from the surrounding houses. Meanwhile, bullets rained down upon him. And I say if, those villagers truly perished, then I shall annihilate everyone. After muttering to himself, he lifted his head once more and shouted, Iron block. Bang, bang. The bullets struck him, but they bore far less pain than before, likely because the energy absorbed by the life-lift fruit had already transformed his body, enabling him to adapt to such levels of assault. Moro sensed his physical form strengthening considerably. After a one-sided exchange of gunfire, as the smoke cleared, the boy stood unharmed in place, defiantly staring ahead. Each bullet's attack had been converted into energy by the life-lift fruit, enhancing his speed and strength. The thought of the 2 elderly corpses in the house made Moro shudder, as he imagined that every home here could potentially harbor more lifeless bodies. Perhaps there were newlywed couples, infants just learning to speak, hopeful youths, and beautiful maidens. These frenzied pirates, their lives were merely tools, mere wallets. With this in mind, Moro, now significantly empowered, took a step forward. He attempted to activate iron blocks seamlessly with each stride. Bang! More bullets flew, and Moro had developed a strong intuition. The true enemy lay directly ahead, within that grain shed. This group of fiends, who ambushed and slaughtered defenseless lives, lurked in the shadows, chuckling to themselves. Bang! Another few steps forward, and Moro was increasingly mastering the iron block technique. Open fire. Indeed, a deep roar erupted from within the grain shed, and the pirates went wild, firing rapidly. This time, the assault was even more intense than before. However, Moro's pace quickened. He understood that the enemy would surely attempt to escape. He had to simultaneously activate iron block while rushing forward. Find that guy. Bang! At last, after a cloud of smoke dispersed, the boy stood at the entrance of the grain shed. Denying that last shot to his FOE.AT last, he had succeeded. Moro, KB exclaimed in astonishment. He could hardly believe that Moro had dared to advance through a hail of bullets. Even more astonishing was that he had emerged almost unscathed. Is iron block truly this formidable? Yes. Almost unscathed did not mean untouched. The rapid enhancement and the narrow margin of survival ultimately brought about a slight error from the perspective of the Marines and the pirates above. Moro's back bore a gunshot wound, black blood seeping steadily from it. Yet the boy wore a smile. He left only a silhouette behind for all to see, giving KB and the others a thumbs up. Damn it! Does this guy feel no pain? Barumaber gasped. What had he done and seen moments ago? KB felt certain it was related to Moro's brief disappearance. Huh, this is hilarious, head. This guy is injured, and he's telling his companions that he's fine. That bullet should have been enough to kill him. The pirates erupted into laughter. In their eyes, Moro was undoubtedly doomed. That bullet had struck him squarely in the spine, even if he didn't die. The pain would render him powerless, destined to spend the rest of his life bedridden. Creak. The wooden door swung open. A bearded man with a single eye stood there, one hand replaced by an iron hook. Both hands pointing guns at Moro's head. Iron block. It seems you've mastered the legendary Marine 6 styles, a technique known only to elite pirates. I never expected to encounter it here. However, you don't seem that strong. That bullet should have sapped your strength. The man, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth, made Moro want to slap him. But alas, he was right. A bullet striking the spine was sufficient to incapacitate Moro, rendering him as helpless as a broken doll. The boy could no longer endure the excruciating pain and the agony of a shattered spine. As he fell to the ground, he chose to roll against the wall. Leaning there, cold sweat poured from him. The life-lift fruit was powerful, capable of converting pain and injury into energy, and possessed an unyielding vitality. Yet the unimaginable pain prevented him from maintaining iron block in such a state. Gasping for breath, he felt droplets of cold sweat rolling down from his forehead to his cheeks, soaking his shirt and pants. Am I going to die? Moro pondered, out of the corner of his eye. He caught sight of piles of gold within the grain shed, alongside more corpses. Not a single living soul remained. No one knew what they had endured in life. They lay sprawled in pools of blood. Never to laugh again. This place should have been a paradise, if only those wretched pirates had never existed. Ah, Moro roared in despair. Why did his first battle in this world have to be so brutal? No wonder Karp looked so strangely at the sea. This guy's observation Haki must have detected the plight of the entire island long ago. Even before arriving, there hadn't been a single survivor. Moro clenched his fists, furiously pounding against the wall, but the nefarious pirate captain had no intention of killing him. The man aimed his gun at Moro's forehead. With a smirk, his eyes wide, he laughed maniacally, feeling hopeless. Are you? I am the infamous Blood Hook, a coward with an 800,000 belly bounty. Wherever I go, nothing survives. Ha ha. I relish seeing that desperate look on your faces, thinking you're saviors who can rescue anyone. Impossible. This is the East Blue. You'll never escape from Logue Town, where the devilish smoker lurks, and occasionally, even Vice Admiral Karp returns. If you don't strike it rich soon, you'll never gain fame or fortune, let alone become the Pirate King. In the end, you are merely my hostage for escaping. A firearm was raised to threaten Moro, the muzzle aimed precariously near the temple of the young boy. He seemed to revel in his own cleverness. The Admiral's ship certainly flaunted its presence. My lookout had spotted it long ago. There was no other way to escape. Boss, you truly are formidable. Ha, those foolish scoundrels. We have triumphed once again. The pirates were under the delusion that they had achieved a resounding victory. They had acquired wealth and captured hostages, believing themselves to be untouchable. Ding. The coward with the bloodied hand glanced down in confusion. A bullet. The boy he held hostage was now glaring back with fierce intensity. Impossible. The coward appeared to have an epiphany. The expulsion of the bullet signified the healing of a wound. How could that be? Such a monstrous regenerative ability. Nothing is impossible, Moro replied coldly. Die. Bang. The coward, resolved to abandon all restraint, fired a bullet from his firearm, aiming directly at the boy's most vulnerable point, his temple. This time, the boy showed no sign of fear. Iron block. The gunman fell. With a single punch, the damage inflicted by the bullets was transformed by the power of the fruit of life into energy. This moment, his physical prowess had surpassed nearly tenfold that of what it had been before the battle. With all his might, he unleashed a devastating punch, akin to a black tiger's heart extraction. No, it's impossible. The coward could utter no more. Moro retracted his bloodied hand, his gaze icy as he stepped over the corpse. The gunshot rang out once more as he unwaveringly strode toward the granary. There lay 5 more pirates in ambush, relentlessly firing their weapons. Yet this time, the boy advanced with deliberate steps, unscathed. Bang, bang. Each attack he endured was converted into energy by the fruit of life. Augmenting Moro's strength, these wretched pirates were no match for their captain, falling to his blows one after another. After a flurry of punches, the wounds on his back had long since healed. The previous fatal injuries signified a pivotal transformation for Moro. Are they dead? The lifeless bodies, devoid of breath and laughter, are truly grotesque in this world teeming with pirates. Let me purge it all. Moro exited the granary with his head bowed, casting a final glance at the corpse in the corner. It was a blossoming young girl, her head bearing a fatal wound. Her chest shot through to it. Was evident that she had fought valiantly to preserve her dignity, ultimately losing her life. Her large eyes stared vacantly, pupils dilating. She could not rest in peace. A surge of unnameable fury welled up within Moro. He felt powerless. If only he were strong enough, stronger than Karp. If he possessed the foresight to perceive the tragedies of this island. Perhaps these lives could be saved. Moro clenched his teeth, refusing to close the girl's eyes. The boy would avenge her, but should she die harboring hatred, then let her gaze furiously upon this world. Witness my departure. Evil must be eradicated. As bullets rained upon him, Moro turned, undaunted, lifting his gaze to the surroundings. With a swift leap, he ascended to the second floor of a residence, delivering a fatal blow with a single punch. Subsequently, he leapt from one building to another, vanquishing every foe with a single strike, regardless of their blades or firearms. Monster, why won't you die? Help, you can't even break my skin with your blade. Die, you monster. Soon, the gunfire ceased. There were no more distasteful cries from the pirates. The buildings were riddled with bullet holes. In the street, Moro stood alone, surrounded by blood, the scars on his back fully healed and transformed. From this day forth, he vowed deep within his heart to never again allow his back to be injured, not even once. Moro. Karp stared in astonishment. Is he even human? Alone, he had slain over 20 pirates. It must be noted that these were notorious figures with bounties as high as 8 million berries in this region of the East Sea. Yet Moro was merely a deckhand who boarded the ship slightly earlier. The Navy differs from pirates. They possess a clear hierarchy. Above the deckhands, there are 3 ranks of sailors, followed by the officers, who are also divided into 3 tiers, and the sergeants, known as corporals. Only by growing stronger and being promoted to warrant officer does one gain the potential for transformation. Officers also have low, medium, and high ranks. Above them are the captains, like Smoker, who is currently stationed at Logtown.as. For the truly powerful, they are exceedingly rare. The vice admirals at Marine headquarters and Marineford are merely a handful. Though numerous vice admirals exist in various branches, the pinnacle of the Navy, the highest combat power, consists of only 3 admirals. With such strength, could Moro leap directly to a higher rank? Barumabur swallowed hard. The old sailor beside him, a petty officer, remarked seriously, at the very least, he should be a warrant officer. That guy's bounty is nearing 10 million berries, though Moro is still just a deckhand. So it might be slightly lowered this moment. Everyone understood that Moro's battle had been sufficient to reverse his status. Yet Moro merely collected the corpses of all the pirates and cast them into the sea to feed the fish. In his eyes, these scoundrels were unworthy of a burial on this small island. Just as Moro intended to return to the village to bury the villagers, Karp leapt down from the ship. Behind him, rows of sailors followed suit, prepared to bury the villagers. With a swoosh, all the sailors saluted simultaneously, swiftly commencing their tasks. Moro wished to join in, but was effortlessly lifted by Karp. You little brat. What do you expect me to say after you fed this trash to the fish? Be more careful next time. Karp glanced at the spot on Moro's back where he had been injured. Having observed everything, old man, You knew all along, didn't you? You were aware from afar that these villagers had perished, and then, how strong must I become, or how much stronger must I be, to perceive the atmosphere and future beyond your reach? Surpass me, kid. First replaced Sengoku as the Fleet Admiral of the Navy. Karp tossed Moro aside, yet as he turned, he inadvertently smiled. Truly, it has been many years since I've encountered someone with such indomitable will and overflowing sense of justice. I will surpass everyone, regardless of whether they are admirals or fleet admirals, until I surpass you. Moro stubbornly stood, momentarily feeling rather childish. Despite living a second life, he still lacked the necessary composure. He was still young before his reincarnation. So it was nothing to fret about. Moro, Vice Admiral Karp is concerned that you might lose your chance for direct promotion to warrant officer since you fed the corpses to the fish. The aide awkwardly patted Moro's head. This scene was entirely unbecoming of his usual demeanor. Yet after witnessing Moro's battle in its entirety, he could deeply sense the fury that resided within Moro's heart. Once upon a time, he too had been a mere soldier, fervently passionate. Hating evil with a vengeance, I care not for rank. Moro clenched his fists. Perhaps he had been away from battle for too long. Finally catching a whiff of that sanguine scent, for the first time after a fight, he comprehended the brutality of the pirate world as evening fell. After washing away the blood and donning a clean Navy uniform, he heard Karp's booming voice cursing. Corporal, why not dive into the depths and retrieve the bones of that trash instead? After venting his frustrations, Karp calmly settled into a lounge chair, soon succumbing to slumber. Snoring softly, such a carefree spirit. Moro, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but marvel at how one moment Karp had been seething with anger, only to completely cast it aside and drift into a deep sleep. Yet, around him, a throng of people had already gathered. Tonight, they would feast. Congratulations to Moro on his promotion to sergeant, now a corporal. However, it was quite unexpected, and as such, his ranks currently consisted solely of KB and Barumaber. Have you truly surpassed me in one fell swoop? Yet, if Moro had maintained control at that moment, he undoubtedly could have ascended to ensign. Oh, how I crave lobster! KB and Barumaber, one on each side, embraced Moro's shoulders, cheering and whistling. Unable to contain himself, Moro began to sway with delight. The trio sipped orange juice while Moro indulged in copious amounts of lobster fried rice. His appetite had grown astonishingly vast, capable of consuming 5 large plates of fried rice, along with vegetables and roasted meat. Of course, surviving at sea necessitated fruit and fresh water as well. Under the night sky, Karp commanded the crew to rest for the night on the shore of the small island before setting sail again. No one felt trepidation. Moro, in the wake of the celebrations, resumed his martial training as usual. Iron block. He repeated the exercise time and again, once more reaching his limits. Moro discerned that the damage endured in the recent battle had propelled his strength to new heights. He could effortlessly defeat 10 versions of his former self that on the beach, KB and Barumaber had reached their own limits, drenched in sweat, as the moonlight cast its gaze upon Moro's training. Moro, do you not feel that the sea breeze tonight is rather excessive? KB glanced around, sensing something amiss. Indeed, it is quite chilly. Do you think the villagers are lurking about in fear? How could that be? Their foes lie beneath the ocean's depths. Even if there were ghosts, they would pose no threat to us. Moro continued to practice his punches. His iron block technique had evolved to a point where he could activate and deactivate it in an instant. Yet today, a more astonishing revelation awaited him. His punches, with each forceful strike that felled an enemy, his proficiency in delivering punches grew. The instantaneous activation and deactivation of iron block allowed him not only to unleash tremendous power, but also to keenly sense the faint energy within him gradually strengthening, enhancing his attacks as he unleashed his fists. Speed, or perhaps that subtle energy. Swish, Moro swiftly threw a punch. Feeling that something was slightly off, he then attempted to move even faster, delivering a strike at the moment of stillness. This also allowed the peculiar energy sustaining his iron block to burst forth, just a trace. However, unlike the previous energy that suffused his body while maintaining iron block, this momentary attack signified that, albeit passive, it could also serve as an offensive maneuver. Whoosh! Once more, he swiftly dodged and struck. Moro could feel the wind generated by his fists and the gusts at his feet. The speed of this attack had yet to reach the level of a shave. If iron blocks signified an acceleration of blood flow and muscle movement, unveiling the latent energy within him to provide formidable defense. Then this high-speed movement could conjure a momentary subtle space, allowing for an attack akin to a slash, termed Gale Foot. Whoosh, this time, with a punch and a kick. Under the onslaught of high-speed attacks, he effortlessly severed a large tree by the seaside. If the high-speed punch enveloped in his fist could unleash such tremendous might, it was evident that most individuals first mastered the shave, and with heightened mobility, then developed the Gale Foot. Moro, however, adapted to the explosive power of his punches while significantly enhancing the speed of his legs. Only through the synergy of both could he unlock his own Gale Foot. No, more accurately, it should be referred to as Gale Fist. To truly wield the Gale Foot, one must first push the human body to its limits and attain the shave. Taking a deep breath, Moro practiced his breathing techniques. With the defensive iron block mastered, he inadvertently grasped a rudimentary form of the offensive Gale Foot. Yet, a shortcoming remained: speed. He must accelerate his training and swiftly comprehend the shave. With this thought, he fervently resumed his practice. Good heavens, just how much stamina does Moro possess? Is he truly impervious to fatigue? Barumabur felt despair creeping in. Just as he leaned against KB for support, he discovered that the latter was also training. KB, have you gone mad as well? Have you not noticed? Barumabur, during the day, Moro's astonishing defense and that earlier power that shattered the tree, he is continuously growing stronger, transcending the limits of human capability with the Navy's 6 forms. As KB spoke, he persistently trained with added weights. Damn it, what am I to do with you two monsters? Barumabur gritted his teeth. Ultimately joining in the training. This is utterly relentless. Moro had intentionally burdened himself with numerous weights to intensify his training. Such arduous efforts would enable him to become even stronger, possessing terrifying explosive power and speed. The moonlight was radiant and cool, with the sea breeze drying the sweat of the young men. On board the warship, under the cloak of night, Karp was munching on roasted rice crackers, his gaze fixed on the 3 fools training on the beach. Observing them brought back memories of the days when he, Sengoku, and Zephyr trained together, all aspiring to grow stronger amidst the relentless emergence of young, powerful pirates upon the sea. Whoosh, a gust of sea wind swept in. Just as he was about to set down the latest intelligence in his hand, a shadow cloaked in a cape appeared at his side. I saw Luffy off in Robetown. Heading to the Grand Line. Are we? Karp, still munching on the rice crackers, appeared far more jovial than the serious-looking middle-aged man beside him. The tumultuous sea, with Mihawk once having appeared in the East Blue, was the backdrop for their conversation. The cloaked man spoke a few more words. Throughout, Karp continued snacking, showing no signs of concern. Finally, he remarked, "We shall pass through the doldrums tomorrow. Care to join us?" This statement left the newcomer momentarily speechless. "I am from the GM Army. How could I board your ship to the Grand Line?" "What? Are you not currently standing on a Navy warship? You miserable brat. Why don't you learn to enjoy life a little more?" "Old man, the world awaits my answer." Whoosh, another gust of sea wind. Dragon, the leader of the GM Army, known as the most notorious villain in the world, departed from the warship of Navy hero Karp. Regarding his escort of Luffy and his crew, it wasn't until they reached Water 7 that Karp mentioned it, marking Luffy's first revelation that his father was named Dragon and had saved him in Robetown. Quite shrouded in mystery, after watching Dragon leave, Karp couldn't help but quip once more. As dawn broke, KB and Barumabur, utterly exhausted from a night of training, dozed beside Moro, who appeared invigorated, the powers of the gum-gum fruit transforming all fatigue and pain into energy. Brimming with vitality, today, they would embark on the Navy warship to traverse the doldrums. The colossal sea kings, undisturbed by wind or waves, render navigation in such regions a certain death sentence. Only vessels equipped with sea stone beneath their hulls, akin to naval warships, can navigate these windless zones without provoking the aggressive instincts of the enormous sea kings. Furthermore, possessing a powerful propulsion system that allows travel without reliance on wind is a luxury beyond the means of ordinary pirates, most of whom are confined to sailing ships. Even the sea stone, which offers a safeguard against the assaults of sea kings, is exorbitantly priced, although the pursuit of wealth is swift for common pirates. Their expenses often outweigh their gains, making such extravagance unattainable. Hence, advancements in technology have rendered it so that only the Navy can traverse the calm belts on a grand scale. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. prompting Barumabur to remark that the absence of sea breezes was indeed uncomfortable. Below, the Sea Kings lurked, instilling a sense of danger in Kabi. However, Molo felt exhilarated, clenching his fists at the thought of swiftly targeting those pirates. "The Grand Line, here I come," he declared in the windless zone. Naval warships glided effortlessly. Molo continued his training as usual, acutely aware that an era of chaos awaited him if he did not strengthen himself. He would be destined for nothingness. After being promoted to sergeant, he moved out of his original dormitory. Yet, this small cabin was even more cramped than before, containing only a fixed small bed and a bathtub filled with seawater. While prolonged exposure to seawater typically leads to dehydration, Molo intentionally soaked himself. Each morning, he trained with Kabi and Barumabur, engaging in various naval studies, including navigation, repairs, basic survival skills, and cooking. The sole exception was swimming, an essential skill for a justice-defending marine. Yet, as a devil fruit user, he was fated to remain estranged from the ocean. In the afternoons, he learned to coordinate and command the marine soldiers under his charge. Simultaneously, he endured the iron fists of Karp, who euphemistically termed them the iron fists of love that by nightfall. Still ensnared in the windless zone, Molo found himself unable to conduct his usual training. Reluctantly, he retreated to his small cabin, contemplating whether his additional practice would yield results. Glancing at the seawater in the bathtub, he felt an instinctual revulsion. The ocean detests demons, and demons reciprocate that disdain. Cautiously entering the bathtub, he was immediately overwhelmed by a primal fear emanating from his bloodline. His strength dissipated entirely. In such a state, submersion in the seawater could lead to drowning. Molo had preemptively tied 2 ropes around his waist and secured them to the door, allowing him to sit in the tub while feeling his breaths grow increasingly feeble. He realized that this was the sensation experienced by devil fruit users when immersed in seawater. Molo was on the verge of cursing, but lacked the energy to do so. If only the powers of the life fruit could withstand the pain of seawater and provide him with a boost. But that was akin to dreaming. Leaning against the edge of the bathtub, he relied on the ropes tied to his waist to prevent drowning. However, this also meant he lacked the strength to climb out. Gradually, Molo sensed his breaths becoming weaker, yet a faint warmth began to emanate from within him. It is worth noting that even when Luffy faced Arlong, submerged in seawater due to cement, his neck was still pulled ashore by Zoro, retaining its rubbery properties and ability to extend. While devil fruit users swiftly weaken in seawater, this does not equate to the complete loss of their powers. 2 years later, when Luffy ventured to Fishman Island, he was already able to attack a giant octopus from the seabed while in Gear 3 and enveloped in Haki. Coincidentally, Molo's life fruit ability lay in receiving greater pain and damage, which could be transformed into his own strength. Immersed in the seawater of the bathtub, his powers were restricted, rendering him extremely weak. Yet, this characteristic persisted even in his weakened state, allowing the warmth within him to grow stronger as he gradually adapted to the ocean's debilitating effects. Though minimal, it provided Molo with a slight improvement in his condition. As night fell, moonlight filtered through the small window. Molo lifted his gaze to the outside, feeling as though he could finally breathe fresh air. A night passed, and on the following day, he still felt weak and powerless. Although his adaptability had increased significantly, the effects of the seawater's weakening on his fruit abilities could only be gradually reversed. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Molo found himself still lacking the strength to climb out of the seawater bathtub. With a creak, the door swung open, causing the ropes to slacken. He sank back into the bathtub. Gulping seawater, Molo, Kabi, with his pink hair, swiftly reached in to pull him out. "Next time, I'll tie the rope to the corner of the bed. I made a mistake this time." Molo collapsed on the ground, weakly exclaiming, "This is seawater." Barumabur was taken aback, exclaiming in shock, "You told us to come find you in the morning. It turns out it was to rescue you." Kabi finally understood the situation. Previously, before embarking on this unique training, Molo had instructed Kabi and Barumabur to ensure they came to find him in the morning. Initially, they assumed he had something important to discuss, only to discover it was this extreme training method. Everyone knew that devil fruit users should avoid contact with seawater and sea stone, maintaining a respectful distance. Yet, Molo insisted on soaking in seawater, truly a reckless individual. "It's fine. I'll do this once a week. It won't be too much trouble for you, and I believe that one day, I will be able to climb out on my own." Molo's body had already become quite bloated. At this moment, He took a deep breath as the life fruit began to heal him after losing the restrictions of seawater. As the bloating subsided, Molo felt a surge of power flowing into his body. Indeed, this was the benefit of the life fruit. Regardless of whether pain and harm accumulated, they would ultimately be transformed into energy. Before long, Molo stood up, as if nothing had happened, and made his way toward the mess hall. He feasted on fried eggs, seafood, fried rice, oranges, and a large glass of milk. After indulging, Kabi and Barumaba remained in shock, unable to shake off their astonishment. They were undoubtedly training harder than anyone else aboard the ship. And aside from Molo, they were the most dedicated. However, it is human nature to fear being outdone by others. Molo's relentless training resembled that of a madman, leaving everyone else feeling inadequate, especially as a devil fruit user. Soaking in seawater was tantamount to courting death. Nonetheless, Kabi and Barumaba kept this matter to themselves, viewing Molo, no matter how monstrous, as their senior brother who shared their journey. Now, he was responsible for their training. And the three of them were bound by life and death. A day later, the warship finally departed the calm belt, and the trio relished the fresh sea breeze on the deck. Molo's monstrous growth also spurred Kabi and Barumaba to continue their training. Their gazes towards Molo grew increasingly filled with admiration. All of this did not escape Karp's notice. He had an instinctive feeling that his three new disciples, particularly Molo, would one day bear significant responsibilities. A week later, after Molo once again endured the ordeal of soaking in seawater, he discovered that he could now move his fingers in the seawater bathtub. It is nothing short of a transformation. Albeit at the cost of nearly losing his life. At this moment, Moro was accompanied by Kabi and Barumaba. The three of them cautiously approached the entrance of the cabin on Karp's ship. Awaiting further instructions, just moments ago, the lieutenant had informed Moro that they were to undertake a special mission. It was rumored that there existed an island nearby, known as Summer Island, where a pirate with a bounty exceeding 50 million berries was suspected to be hiding. Their task was to infiltrate the small island under the cover of night. "Why can't you handle it alone?" Moro questioned, perplexed. Yet Karp's gaze conveyed that the matter was far from straightforward. The adversary had commandeered a passenger ship. While the wealthy were of little concern, there were over 100 ordinary passengers aboard. "Do you understand?" Nevertheless, Karp had already employed his Haki to ascertain the details of the situation. Wait, Moro realized. Karp had already seen through everything concerning the island. He had assigned this reconnaissance mission as a trial for Moro, Kabi, and Barumaba. But what I am more concerned about is whether the hostages are alive or dead. Old man, how many of them are still breathing? Their survival depends on the wealth at stake. How many will live is up to you, Karp replied, seemingly indifferent. But in truth, he had already taken everything into account. Understanding this, Moro felt his worries dissipate. As long as even one person lived, he would exert every effort to rescue them. The trio formed an intelligence team, moving stealthily toward a forest where no pirates were stationed. Beyond the forest lay a nearly vertical rock cliff. Scaling such a precipice from the sea was akin to chasing a mirage. Yet, Moro was no ordinary individual. Although he could not perform the moonwalk, he was alive that a small boat docked cautiously at the location. Moro spun the iron claw chain in his hands vigorously several times before casting it into the as the claw rotated around a large tree. The inertia elicited a confident smile from Moro. It seemed stable, truly a monster. Can a normal person possess such strength? Barumaba remarked, hastily following suit. This island, known as Flame Summer Island, was said to be at its hottest at midnight when the central volcano erupted regularly. Kabi recounted the information, and the small transponder snail in his hand occasionally gurgled. If the volcano erupts every night, how have these trees not perished? Moro deemed this intelligence flawed, lacking scientific validity. I misspoke. More accurately, the volcano's activity occurs at midnight, but it does not reach the level of eruption. Only a portion of molten lava seeps out, flowing down the mountainside to form a vast lava pool. Reports indicated that around this lava pool lay numerous cooled rare minerals, suggesting that the pirates stationed here were likely engaged in clandestine dealings. Meanwhile, the magma beneath the island was continually spreading, silently increasing the island's area. Before Kabi could finish speaking, his pupils dilated as he gazed ahead. The immense lava pool occasionally emitted an unpleasant odor, which was toxic. It is rather strange, despite having so much information. We remain oblivious to many matters. As a Marine, Moro knew well that the Navy possessed a formidable intelligence network, aware of both minor and major events, yet they still refrained from launching a full-scale assault across the seas in the Grand Line. Why? Pirates and formidable foes were as abundant as fish in a river, appearing endlessly. All they could do was act when necessary, unless they could wait 2 years for Vegapunk's Pacifist and Seraphim to emerge. Effectively replacing the warlords of the sea and suppressing ordinary pirates, they would remain powerless. Moro understood this principle thoroughly. Many matters, including those concerning Sengoku and Karp, were well within their sight, as the embodiment of justice. Sengoku could only turn a blind eye at times. Karp frequently appeared in the East Blue, combating those pirates and villains lurking in the shadows, which was the extent of his capabilities. One person alone had its limits. No matter how strong Karp was, could he challenge all 4 emperors of the sea? Only by recognizing this could one truly understand what it meant to be a marine. After departing the lava pool, Moro led Kobe and Barumabur into a coastal town. This place resembled a miniature pirate paradise, with taverns scattered about, where drunken pirates often collapsed on the roadside. At the coast lay a pirate ship, reportedly belonging to the Flame Wind Pirates, who had long established their base here, plundering passing merchant ships and vessels. The captain himself boasted a bounty of 50 million berries. Eliminate those 3, Moro signaled to Kobe and Barumabur, both of whom appeared anxious. Do we really have to do this? 3 inebriated pirates were indeed sprawled by the roadside. Would they risk being discovered if they acted rashly? Without time for further contemplation, Moro unleashed 3 precise punches, skillfully avoiding any damage to his clothing. He swiftly dispatched the trio and dragged their bodies into a nearby alley to strip them of their garments. Be decisive. If you're going to hesitate, don't waste my time. Just return to the old man's ship. Moro glared at Kobe and Barumabur. After the encounter in the East Blue town, he resolved that in the face of villains, one must eradicate the root of the problem. That if Kobe and Barumabur's so-called kindness were to squander his time, it would be utterly intolerable. After all, even the 3 admirals had differing interpretations of justice. Moro and Kobe harbored starkly contrasting views on what constituted evil. To Moro, it was those pirates who harmed the innocent, and his strength could only serve as punishment, should he ever confront the world nobles. The so-called celestial dragons, they would lose their capacity for malice. This path was destined to be one of all-or-nothing resolve. Within the most vibrant tavern, the 3 stealthily infiltrated, donning the attire of pirates and equipping themselves with firearms and long knives. Moro intentionally adopted a fierce demeanor. Prior to this, they had circumnavigated the town, gaining a rough understanding of the terrain, yet found no location that could potentially house hostages. If this structure were not above ground, and these individuals were habitual offenders, then Flame Summer Island must possess an underground chamber for the imprisonment of hostages. Infiltrating the tavern and masquerading as pirates was their means of gathering intelligence about the underground chamber. By rights, Karp's lieutenant's Haki should have sufficed to detect the chamber's location. However, this task had been entrusted to Moro, and he was determined to execute it flawlessly. A small round table in the corner. Moro carelessly tossed the berries and gold obtained from the slain pirates, exchanging them for roasted meats and large bottles of strong liquor. Everyone engaged in raucous revelry, drinking to the point of oblivion. Kobe and Barumabur sat to the side, visibly tense. I know Kobe is always like this, but Barumabur, weren't you once a reckless youth? Why do you seem so afraid? Moro feigned ease, lifting a drink like the other pirates. But in reality, he merely splashed it on his face and clothing. I used to have protection, and back on the islands in the East Blue, it was all marines. Now we are on an island filled with pirates. Barumabur surveyed the surroundings, feeling an overwhelming sense of danger. This method of infiltrating enemy territory to gather intelligence was audacious beyond measure. Come drink. Hey, why do you seem a bit unfamiliar? No matter, it is imperative for fledgling rascals like you to maintain vigilance. Otherwise, allowing those hostages to escape would be quite unfortunate. Burp as I spoke, an unsteady individual staggered toward me. His nose was somewhat flushed, and at his waist he bore 2 flintlock pistols. Prior to our departure, Moro had perused the intelligence and bounty notice concerning this man. With a bounty of 25 million berries, he was known as the Deadly Flame Gun Jello. His distinguishing features included his red nose and an excessively harsh, irritable demeanor towards his subordinates. As this man approached, Moro merely swirled the frosty glass of beer in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips, and remarked to his companions, KB and Barumab, stay alert. A dog is about to bite. The bottle fell to the ground as Jello's massive hand lunged toward Moro's head, aiming to slam him onto the table. while his other hand swiftly drew a flintlock pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted, and the gunpowder ignited. Jello let out a mocking laugh before vanishing in an instant. Boom! Just as the situation had yet to settle, the sound of cannon fire echoed along the coast. Moro beheld a tall figure clad in a suit and a cloak of justice leaping from a ship to stand upon the shoreline. Behind him trailed his aide and a cadre of formidable warriors aboard the battleship. They had successfully subdued the pirate vessel, securing the coast and preventing any pirate from fleeing. Had the old man manipulated me? He must have known the hostages were aboard the pirate ship, deliberately luring me into the enemy camp to draw fire. Moro cursed vehemently. That old coot Karp would resort to such cunning schemes again. How despicable. Most likely, it was to hone the skills of the three of us. Once more, he wielded an iron block, barely shielding KB. Yanfeng halted his knife mid-swing and seethed. Your speed is indeed impressive, but it could never match my full throttle, since your companions believe you can draw our fire. You must prepare for your demise that I end this scenario. He naturally discerned the situation with clarity that it was evident that Moro was intended to attract the primary fire while the others aimed to seize the pirate ship. Infuriated by the revelation of the conspiracy, he drew his blade with increasing swiftness. This time, he was no longer pursuing KB or Baramabi as the battle erupted. The two were surrounded by a throng of pirates. Embroiled in fierce combat in such circumstances, what Yanfeng had to do was not to continue fighting, but to escape. With the hostages gone, he could not allow the Navy to be left with nothing. Thus, he would leave the crew behind to draw fire. Whoosh! For the third time, he vanished at high speed, heading directly toward the rocky cliff. Simultaneously, a number of pirates stationed nearby also fled toward that direction with uncanny synchronization. Could it be that there existed an escape route for the pirates within that forest? Boom! Another cannon fired. Some pirates opened fire, not at Karp or Moro, but at the lava pool. Boom! The explosion rang out, and the lava was unleashed, cascading forth from the soul breach. Ha! We have buried an immense quantity of gunpowder on this island, and soon it will detonate in succession, ultimately reducing even the pirate ship on the coast to mere dust. No matter how powerful you Navy men are, can you withstand the molten lava and enough gunpowder to obliterate half an island? Yanfeng's laughter was chilling that if he were to lose everything, he intended to take his enemies down with him. Damn it! You lunatic! This island is home to molten lava, and you dare to bury so much gunpowder, Moro exclaimed in frustration while pursuing to AT that moment. He spoke into the small transponder snail in his hand. Old man, this fellow has buried an immeasurable amount of gunpowder. Soon this place will be blown to the sky. Quickly take KB and the others and set sail with that pirate ship. What flames you mean this? On the other end of the transponder snail, Karp replied lazily. The next instant, as Moro raced after Yanfeng, he noticed a massive bundle of gunpowder soaring over his head, crashing directly into the lava pool that if he was not mistaken, this would be the concealed gunpowder from the pirate ship. Boom! The lava pool exploded. Even Yanfeng, who was moving rapidly, was startled. He was still unaware of the formidable enemy he faced. Yet he was certain that the path to his escape was reduced to the final step. Rumble! Rumble! On Flame's summer island. One half was engulfed in continuous explosions, the lava flowing and leveling everything in its path. The other half was a forest ablaze, ignited by the gunpowder Karp had just thrown, which had propelled a portion of the lava here, spreading the inferno, leaving only a final foothold at the edge of the cliff. Amidst the flames, a small boat was pushed into the sea by over a dozen pirates. Their swift escape to this location was likely for this very purpose. Soon, Yanfeng's figure emerged alongside them. Damn Navy, let's see how you swagger now. He chuckled, poised to leap down that a youthful figure materialized before him. Indeed, the forest was vast. There was no way you would not have a backup plan. However, I did not anticipate that you would resort to such a desperate gamble in the end. Sweat drenched Moro's forehead in his pursuit of the extraordinarily swift Yanfeng. He had exerted every ounce of his strength. You infiltrated from here. It seems I was negligent, thinking it a natural fortress. Yanfeng wasted no time, opting against combat. He leapt off the cliff toward the pirate ship at such a moment. Engaging in battle was decidedly unwise. Furthermore, he was not the type to recklessly throw away his life. A fiery temper did not equate to a willingness to perish foolishly. Without absolute power, what basis was there for fury? Damn it! Moro leapt down. Thinking of escaping. Dream on, stand still, creak. The bow of the boat nearly lifted off the water. This small vessel, already limited in size, now accommodated over 10 people. However, it was clear that the last person they wished to see was Moro. Fire. Yanfeng waved his hand and made his way to the stern. The small boat, overcrowded, would undoubtedly slow their speed, rendering it impossible to outrun the pursuing Navy warship. His gaze quickly fixed upon another small boat in the distance, the very one that Moro and the others had arrived on. Die, you Navy supernova. Yanfeng was unaware of Moro's precise strength, yet based on his endurance and previous encounters with the iron block, it was evident that he was not to be underestimated. Splash. At the moment he jumped into the sea, a windproof lighter was tossed into the corner of the small boat. Boom! The gunpowder, carefully stored in the corner, detonated with a resounding explosion. This fellow had long since concocted a plan for all his crew to perish. Initially, only a handful were aware of the hidden small boat. They had been stationed in various corners, believing themselves to be Yanfeng's trusted allies. That it was only at this moment, consumed by flames, that they realized they were merely pawns easily discarded. That on the sea, flames raged. As Yanfeng swam through the water, he was confident that Moro was doomed. He had no other foothold unless he leapt into the sea. And the solitary small boat was on the verge of falling into his grasp. You are finished. Moro's roar echoed. In the water, Jello glanced over, realizing that the young man, though burned, was clinging desperately to the rocky cliff. One was climbing, the other swimming. In that fleeting moment, Jello leaped from the water's edge, convinced he would reach the small boat first. By maintaining a certain distance, Moro would be unable to board, and he would thus reclaim his life. Unless one utilized the shave technique, this distance was insurmountable. Previously, he had verified that Moro's speed was indeed commendable, yet insufficient to compare with the shave technique. Just as Yanfeng ascended the small boat, confidence radiated from his expression. Shave. The anguished cries of the youth seemed poised to rend the very fabric of the oppressive night. Damn it, you actually possessed the ability to shave. Why had you not utilized it before? Instead, relying on iron blocks to desperately fend me off? Yanfeng turned around, standing upon the coast. The grove of coconut trees had long since succumbed to the inferno, flames erupting skyward, with waves of heat sweeping across the land. Over the sea, the night winds occasionally whispered through. The pirate Yanfeng, with his tousled locks, donned a rather unremarkable pirate captain's coat, wielding a long blade adorned with golden embellishments. His gaze was fierce as he growled. Marine, have you contemplated how you shall meet your demise? I shall not perish, Moro retorted with a smile, two flintlock pistols firmly gripped in hand. These pistols, embellished in silver, had been pilfered from the first mate. Jiluo, that moment, Moro had seized the opportunity without a second thought. What's the matter? Do you lack confidence in your own speed and strength? Yanfeng grinned, realizing that with no escape route, he would ensure Moro met a fate devoid of burial. No, I mean to ask, do you wish to feed the fish, or perhaps, how long can you swim? Before Moro could finish, he had already pulled the trigger. The brash Yanfeng was instantly engulfed by a new sensation of dread. He instinctively sensed the boy was about to undertake some madcap action. Yet, he knew deep down that it was impossible. It would be fatal. Behind him lay a sea of flames, with molten lava poised to arrive at any moment. Bang, bang, the two shots rang out, and the small boat's hull was punctured by two gaping holes. Moro was left in a quandary, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow, for this vessel was the very one he had arrived on with KB and Burmeeb. The joy stemmed from having successfully breached the hull, while the sorrow arose from the lamentable quality of the craft. Swish. Moro laughed as he fired two more shots in quick succession before turning abruptly. Shave. His figure appeared atop the cliff. This time, he stood upon the rocky precipice. Shave. The sound echoed once more. Moro's silhouette emerged upon the shore, with flames behind him devouring all in their path, like a demon. You demon! You lunatic! Damn you! Damn you! Yanfeng was utterly consumed by madness. The four holes blasted by the pistols leaked water frantically, and it would not be long before the boat succumbed to the depths. If he remained aboard, death was certain. Yet to leap into the sea was no better. That would be akin to seeking his own demise, and no matter how proficient he was at swimming, traversing from one island to another was an impossible feat. In such dire circumstances, Moro would undoubtedly ensure his demise in the depths of the ocean. I will kill you. Yanfeng's figure vanished, only to reappear instantaneously. After executing the same maneuver twice, he found himself directly opposite Moro. This technique was essentially the Marine 6 style shave. Yet as a pirate, how could he utter the name of the technique? The temperature around them soared ever higher. Yanfeng gripped his sword tightly. His gaze murderous, he yearned to obliterate the one before him, reducing him to ashes. Since he was already destined to perish, he would take Moro down with him. Yanfeng ground his teeth in frustration. Do you harbor such hatred for me? Yet I am merely destroying my own ship. What concern is it of yours? Moreover, this very technique was learned from you. Moro spoke the truth. He had, like Yanfeng before him, obliterated his own vessel, leaving his enemy with no solid ground to stand upon. One could truly say, a lesson learned through hardship. The intense heat would weaken you. What could you possibly achieve with just a shave and iron blocks? Yanfeng took a step forward, his figure swiftly vanishing. Violent instant kill. He swung his blade with such speed it left afterimages in its wake. Tempest Foot. This time, Moro truly unleashed the Tempest Foot from his position. Previously, he had not mastered the shave, and his speed had not reached the standards required for the Tempest Foot. He could only rely on acceleration for a different form of enhancement. That it was only after Yanfeng's ship-blasting maneuver that he finally pushed his speed to the limits of human capability and grasped the shave. Now he could truly execute the Tempest Foot. Bang! The Tempest Foot strike collided with Yanfeng's, forcing the latter to stagger back several paces. The shave's speed, the iron block's defense, and the Tempest Foot's assault. To possess mastery over half of the Marine 6 styles at your age is indeed a mark of boundless potential. Alas, under such a blaze, you shall inevitably be reduced to naught but ashes. Yanfeng's forehead glistened with sweat, yet before he could wipe it away, the intense heat evaporated it instantly. I will not perish, Moro reiterated, echoing his earlier words. That moment, the scars on his back, once singed by the explosion of the small boat's gunpowder, began to heal completely. The scars fell away one by one, and a smile crept upon the boy's lips. He cast his coat into the inferno. The pistols, too hot to hold, were discarded. The two were now left with but a single foothold. Regardless of who emerged victorious, both were fated to be entombed in the sea of flames. Swish! This time, Moro transitioned from defense to offense. Shave! His figure vanished, only to reappear before Yanfeng. Tempest Foot. Bang! The blade met the strike, its temperature having already risen. Fortunately, the Tempest Foot's cut existed at a distance. The two engaged in a deadly dance, teetering between life and death. The smoke was thick with toxic particles, and the temperature continued to rise until no innocent tree remained standing. Moro and Yanfeng had endured over an hour of combat in this oppressive heat. The moisture on their skin evaporated, along with the very essence of their lives. You are doomed. Yanfeng's lips were parched. The blade in his hand had become too hot to grasp, its tip even glowing red. Bang! The long blade clattered to the ground. This arrogant pirate, who had lived a life of hubris with a bounty of 50 million, had schemed throughout his existence. He had never trusted a soul. Even the first mate was merely a pawn, expendable at any moment. Those whom he foolishly considered confidants were nothing more than dust meant to accompany him to the grave. Yanfeng epitomized the quintessential pirate of the seas. They kill, they fear nothing, and everything they do is solely for their own gain. Damn it! Can you not even hold on to your blade? Given such intense heat, it was no wonder ordinary people could not endure it. That I have managed to last this long is already my limit. I suspect it won't be long before I am reduced to a pile of ashes. Yanfeng, unwilling to yield, stood up. His skin flushed red. Were it not for his mastery of techniques akin to the shave, combined with his surpassing of ordinary human limits during sword training, he would have perished countless times over. Across his line of sight, Moro bore similarly pale lips and reddened skin, yet he appeared utterly unfazed by the heat, seemingly adapting to it. How can this be? Yanfeng found it hard to believe. He could hardly withstand the heat. His stamina had long since been depleted after over an hour of combat. Why did Moro still seem unscathed? One step, then another. Moro approached him, his skin having formed a crust. As the moment shattered that layer, he was reborn. Why has your body undergone such transformation? Yanfeng leaned forward, having reached his limit. Disbelief etched in his gaze. It was this very doubt that kept him from succumbing in that moment. I told you, I will not die. Moro swallowed hard. The fruit of life allowed him to adapt to seawater at an exceedingly slow pace, and even to withstand intense heat. He was continuously evolving and growing stronger through battle. I understand now. Yin Feng recalled with disbelief Moro's unhesitating act of demolishing the small boat, luring him ashore. You are a devil fruit user, thus you dared to return to land, and that is why you refrained from battling me at sea. I understand. I comprehend everything. You have triumphed, whether through ruthlessness, cunning, or sheer strength. You surpass me in every regard. Considering your age, you must possess boundless potential. Before long, you shall undoubtedly emerge as a true supernova within the Navy. Ha ha, cough cough. Yin Feng laughed heartily even as he faced death, until a fit of coughing overcame him, causing him to collapse helplessly. Lan Jiao, with a swift motion, Moro severed the enemy's head. Yet, what does it matter if the foe falls? If no further blows are struck, the blood that appeared was swiftly consumed by flames. Moro felt a suffocating sensation. He too was on the brink of being engulfed by the inferno. Would he survive? Could the life fruit withstand such searing heat? The temperature continued to rise, rendering his breaths increasingly labored. The young man approached the precipice, devoid of further thought, and sat upon the rock. Exhausted, he crossed his legs in meditation. The flames continued to scorch his back, inflicting wounds that were intermittently healed by the formidable vitality of the life fruit. The two forces battled within him, sustained solely by the boy's indomitable will. It truly hurt, he lamented helplessly. Gurgle, gurgle, the small snail phone on his wrist was already on the verge of perishing from the heat. Almost forgot about you. It seemed the snail phone was more resilient than he. An ordinary human. With a smile, Moro made one last call with the remnants of his strength. Hello, is this old man Karp? I'm dying. You little brat. In an instant, just as Moro was succumbing to unconsciousness, an elder emerged from the flames behind him. The white-bearded elder disregarded the surrounding fire, swiftly grasping the boy and, after a glance at the ocean, leaped into the void. Want to die? Karp scolded. In these waters, the strong abound. If mere flames could defeat you, you would be no different from that deceased worthless pirate. Even among those with abilities, there are ice manipulators who can freeze vast expanses, and stubborn magma users capable of evaporating seawater into scorching forms. There are also those who can traverse the air, ignoring any distance, gazing down upon the sea. Of course, they are all mere children, far inferior to me. And you little brat. As Karp berated him, the boy in his arms gradually began to recover. The life fruit had acclimated to the previous temperature, continuously supplying unending vitality. Moro's throat felt parched. Old man, you've grown so strong. You must have defeated many monsters. Nonsense. Karp traversed the air, casting a glance at the round moon, seemingly speaking with profound meaning. Boy, the distance you must travel is as far as the strength of your fist. Moro nodded wearily, soon thereafter losing consciousness. Bang! Karp landed on the deck, unceremoniously tossing the unconscious Moro aside. He rolled several times, startling KB, who rushed forward to check on him. No one should tend to this fellow. His fruit ability is unique. He must recover on his own to grow stronger, Karp declared. Only then did KB lift Moro and carry him back to the small cabin. Vice Admiral Karp, has Yin Feng escaped? The lieutenant noticed that his observation Haki no longer sensed Yin Feng. Could he have fled? After all, it had taken them some time to sail from the other side of the island of Summer Flame. He was defeated, Karp replied, striding into the lounge. Defeated? A pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries. Defeated by Moro single-handedly? You must understand, KB and Barumaber had previously acknowledged that Moro had slain the vice-captain of the Yin Feng pirate crew, though it was known that Jilaw was intoxicated at the time. And as a marksman, he was attacked at close range. It was still a significant feat, given his bounty of 25 million berries. If Moro had not completely overwhelmed him in speed and strength, victory would have been impossible. Now, with Karp himself stating that Yin Feng had been defeated, it instilled a sense of pressure. Had this boy rapidly grown strong without their realization? In the corridor, upon hearing Karp's words, KB felt a tremor run through his body. That he and Barumaber exchanged incredulous glances. Moro has defeated Yin Feng. Has he truly become that powerful? The two were left in astonishment. P.S. Incredibly strong. A veritable monster. Even though Moro had joined the Navy earlier than they had trained together. Was it merely due to a devil fruit? This is the advantage that those with devil fruit powers possess over us ordinary folk. Barumaber murmured with a hint of self-doubt. Fool, do you truly believe it's solely the fruit's power? KB angrily shook his companion's shoulder. He has fought relentlessly, even against formidable foes, never retreating but always standing in the way for us. In both learning and training, he has always fought to the last breath. Vice Admiral Karp is just an ordinary person too. If we continue to languish, we will never grow stronger, KB shouted, tears welling in his eyes. That night, he witnessed far too many shocking things: Moro's caution and steadiness during missions, his ruthless strikes, and his fearless resolve against any strong enemy, along with his unwavering persistence in battling to the end amidst the sea of flames. The powerful techniques they employed in their battles, the iron block and swordsmanship, made him truly grasp the potential for ordinary people to grow stronger. I will train. Barumabur also awakened on the deck of the warship. The two youths continued their relentless training, throwing punch after punch. Zooming out further, one could see 3 naval warships, with a pirate ship trailing behind them, filled with survivors. They too had heard tales of a marine named Moro. Sharing legends of how the boy single-handedly defeated the pirate Yen Feng, in the lounge of the warship, Karp was unusually alert, not reclining in slumber as usual. Instead, he sat in a reclining chair, listening to his lieutenants summarize and report to headquarters. Indeed, in this battle, the deckhands KB and Barumabur defeated numerous pirates, and their strength has surged dramatically, even showing signs of comprehending the Navy's 6 styles. However, it is worth noting that the former corporal, now Sergeant Moro, has killed both the bounty of 25 million berries, Jeloa, and their captain, Yen Feng, who has a bounty of 50 million berries. This operation also rescued a significant number of hostages, whom we will deliver to Storm Island. After the lieutenant concluded, the snail phone on the other end fell silent for a moment before responding with curiosity. This Corporal Moro is truly a monster. He has already qualified to become this generation's Navy supernova, considering his partial mastery of the Navy's 6 styles and his devil fruit. Wait, the person on the other end inquired further. Your next destination is Storm Island? Indeed, the lieutenant affirmed. These hostages were originally destined for this winter island. It seems there has been a disturbance. Please exercise caution. But with Vice Admiral Karp leading, there should be no issues. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, Moro felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. While others might have suffered immensely, his body, under the influence of the life fruit, underwent a remarkable transformation. Flames, searing heat, and the formidable strikes of the pirate inferno, all matched in speed, continuously honed him until he unlocked the very essence of his latent potential. It was this awakening that not only healed Moro completely, but also rendered him significantly stronger. Leaning against the cabin wall, he gazed out of the round window. The sea continued to churn with the echoes of yesteryear's tempests in his heart. He tallied the powers he had acquired: the Marine's 6 styles, Shave, Gale Palm, Iron Body. His speed, strength, and endurance had surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. Not to mention his remarkable regenerative abilities. With the life fruit at his disposal, Moro possessed almost boundless vitality, according to the old man. My understanding of the devil fruit was nearly non-existent. It was entirely reliant on the energy feedback from the life fruit itself. After all, Moro possessed a paramecia-type devil fruit. How could it be utterly useless? Merely serving to heal wounds. Could I transcend my limits? Once again, Moro turned his gaze toward his seawater bath. As if struck by a sudden realization, a sly smile crept across his lips. Iron Body. Shouting the words, he plunged his hands into the seawater bath. Moro sought to test whether activating Iron Body would enhance his resistance against the seawater. Unfortunately, it only delayed the inevitable. The effects of Iron Body faded after a mere breath, and the seawater swiftly diminished his fruit's abilities, leaving him weakened. Yet, the life fruit quickly counteracted this, enabling him to resist the weakening effects of the seawater. Iron Body. Moro could feel that upon activation, the faint energy within him would assist in resisting the seawater for a fleeting moment before succumbing to weakness. Fortunately, he was merely soaking his hands in the bath, allowing him to continually use Iron Body. Iron Body. Iron Body. Each time he activated it, he would grow weaker, but the life fruit would instantaneously offer its maximum feedback. I understand now. As long as I continually employ Iron Body, my stamina will be drained significantly, and the energy feedback from the life fruit will also intensify, thereby improving my feeble adaptability to the seawater. Moro was astounded. He recalled what Karp had said. Even for those who wield the powers of devil fruits, many rise above the sea. utilizing their abilities to mitigate its effects. Although Moro's devil fruit appeared unremarkable, it could be exploited in this outrageous manner to enhance his adaptability. If I can consistently exploit this loophole, I can strengthen myself at an unprecedented pace. While Moro had yet to discover a more effective method to utilize the life fruit's abilities, he knew he could accelerate the feedback of this energy. 10 minutes later, the young man was seized by an intense hunger. With a growling stomach, he rushed to the mess hall and devoured 5 servings of curry rice. He had thought this would sustain him for a while. Yet merely 11 minutes later, his stomach grumbled again, forcing him to replenish his energy. Strangely, the state of hunger required food, yet the sensation of hunger itself prompted the life fruit to provide energy feedback. Moro began to frequent the mess hall with increasing regularity, eventually taking it upon himself to prepare additional meals. He simply crafted a few sandwiches and even started placing meat on the grill in advance to expedite his food intake. He gulped down milk straight from the barrel. What on earth is happening to Lieutenant Moro? The cooks in the mess hall exchanged puzzled glances. Unbeknownst to him, during the night of his recovery, the Marine headquarters had promoted him to lieutenant. Above corporal is sergeant, and further up lies ensign. This battle had wiped out the captain and the first mate, who collectively had a bounty of 75 million berries. Thus, he was able to ascend to the rank of lieutenant. This time, Moro was indeed accompanied by a small contingent of Marines, though only 10 in number, 2 of whom were Kabi and Bulameb. By conventional standards, a sergeant would typically command such a number, but as a lieutenant, Karp had deemed him inexperienced and assigned him just 10 men. All of this was unknown to Moro himself. He was solely focused on accelerating his training and making the most of this loophole presented by the life fruit. You are now a mature devil fruit user. You must learn to grow stronger independently. Once again, having exhausted his energy, Moro sat in the mess hall, devouring his meal with fervor. The nearby Marines dared not approach, having just received orders stating that Moro had consumed all his allotted food and salary for the month. Yet, he continued to eat at this rate. He could consume the entire ship's provisions. His digestion speed and appetite were astonishing. Lieutenant Moro, according to Rear Admiral Karp's orders, you have exhausted your food and salary for this month, and you will only receive basic rations from now on. The plump Marine had barely finished speaking when another young Marine voiced his concerns. Lieutenant Moro, you have eaten a total of 17 times from morning until now, and your appetite is only growing at this rate. We won't have enough provisions to last until the next island. Consumed all my share. No salary left? Moro burped, finally realizing that he had been excessively gluttonous. However, the interval between his consumptions had extended from 10 minutes to 30. I have indeed grown stronger. This realization flooded Moro's mind. Wiping his mouth, he paid no heed to his recent promotion and instead inquired, did I not eliminate 2 worthless foes? Is there no bounty? Lieutenant Moro, the bounty is awarded to the pirate hunters, AS Marines. Our duty is to combat pirates, but you are well taken care of. With access to a comprehensive medical system, the Marine, seeing that Moro had calmed down, finally revealed the truth. No bounty for me. Given his appetite, Moro contemplated the opportunity to masquerade as a pirate hunter. If he could secretly eliminate a few pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, he could likely enjoy a good feast for a while. Damn it, I must not cease my training. The energy feedback from the life fruit amplifies my entire physique. The longer my hands remain submerged in the seawater, the more my body's adaptability to it will increase. However, due to his size, Moro likely could not endure full immersion in seawater for long before exhausting his stamina. No food? I'll find a way. How can one survive without eating? Moro promptly retrieved one of Karp's enormous fishing rods. This old man seemed to possess an arsenal of terrifying equipment. With a swift cast into the water, the rod pierced a fish the size of their warship. Bring it to me. Moro leaped up, executing a gale palm. With a swift motion, several large pieces of fish flesh were severed and fell onto the deck. I want grilled fish. Moro's mouth watered at the thought. Moro getting stronger again. KB looked in disbelief at the massive fish flesh, knowing that the rod still held half of the giant fish's body. Aren't you close to mastering shave as well? Yet, compared to Moro, the difference was staggering. Barumab could not help but comment, his dual swords lacking the fluidity of Moro's gale palm, while the two envied him in silence. Karp's fist came crashing down on Moro's head. You fool, we must hasten to the next island. Do you want that thing to slow us down? Ouch! Moro quickly discarded the remaining fish from the rod. These fish would be used to treat everyone tonight. Kapu delivered yet another punch to Moro's head, causing two prominent lumps to rise in tandem. May I have a bit more to eat? Moro still sought an opportunity. You wish to be beaten. If you aspire to grow stronger, you must swiftly master the Marine 6 styles. Your method demands an immense amount of resources. Even an entire ship would be insufficient for your consumption. Fool. With that, Kapu turned on his heel and returned to the cabin. Moro blinked in surprise, and it dawned on him that the old man Kapu had always been aware of his training methods. Was this yet another kind-hearted reminder? As night fell, delectable fish was served to reward everyone. During the meal, Moro learned details about his promotion to lieutenant. This time, the Navy headquarters had decided to elevate Moro directly to the rank of major. Owing to his infiltration mission and the elimination of the infamous Flame Wind, who had frequently hijacked passing vessels. Ironically, it was the previously obstinate Kapu who chose to allow him to hone his skills further. Moro had no objections to this. He truly lacked the ability to assist others in their training, as he was still merely an amateur himself. Throughout dinner, Moro's mind wandered back to that fateful night when he was rescued from the island of scorching summer. Recalling every word and action of Kapu to grow stronger and venture further, he needed to fortify his own fists. After leaving the mess hall, he strolled beneath the moonlight, gazing dreamily at the moon. He was not admiring its beauty, but rather reflecting on the various details and shortcomings of his battles. His training method consumed an exorbitant amount of food in just half a day and required ample preparation to continue. This recent fight had laid bare all his flaws. The inability to escape a predicament at will, akin to the moonwalk, and the lack of techniques for unarmed long-range attacks, such as the finger pistol. When faced with attacks, he could only rely on pure defense and speed, without the agility to evade. Resembling mere paper drawings in that moment, clarity washed over Moro. Kapu was right. He must master the Marine 6 styles. Only then could he truly transcend the limits of the human body and engage in battle without reservation in any environment. The life fruit. What mysterious power did it truly possess? This was the only aspect that eluded Moro. If it merely bestowed vitality and remarkable regenerative abilities, it paled in comparison to zoan-type fruits, which granted various animal traits, as well as enhancements in speed and strength. So far, the life fruit had only provided him with formidable vitality and energy feedback. From Moro's understanding of the pirate world, paramecia abilities were diverse, and those adept at development and utilization could wield them in extraordinary ways. Was it merely vitality and energy feedback? Moro could not believe that a paramecia devil fruit's power could be so mundane. That night, he neither trained nor closed his eyes to rest. Instead, he remained fixated on the bathtub within the small cabin in this confined space. Nearly half the area was occupied by a bathtub filled with seawater, which he used for his training, occasionally manifesting a latent threat to the devil fruit user himself. As dawn broke, Moro's eyes were already bloodshot, with the first rays of sunlight streaming into the cabin. He finally closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the bloodshot veins had healed, and his fatigue had dissipated. The life fruit had subtly strengthened due to Moro's eccentric training methods in terms of recovery speed and energy feedback. He had already surpassed his previous self. Yet, Moro's ambitions extended far beyond this. Otherwise, he would not have spent the night in contemplation. With a deep breath, Moro exhaled a cloud of stale air. A flood of thoughts surged through his mind from the previous night. The sea represented the death of those with abilities, while water was the origin of all things. The life fruit, embodying the essence of life, signified that he held a dominant position over existence itself. I firmly believe that the life fruit governs all aspects of life. It is undoubtedly a supreme fruit. Moro was resolute that the life fruit contained the power to command the very essence of life. He extended a hand, gently placing it upon the surface of the bathtub. Initially, both the bathtub and the seawater remained unresponsive. Gradually, as Moro's touch resonated with the feedback from the life fruit, the seawater began to ripple. Moro's gaze fixated on the water and the bathtub. In that moment, the life fruit was responding to his will, infusing the essence of life into the food before him. Suddenly, the water leaped up. Coalescing into the form of a young boy, the bathtub began to warp, enveloping the water boy, transforming into a garment. The very attire of the Navy, strikingly similar to Moro's own. He had succeeded, yet it was still not quite complete. Moro smiled at the water boy, observing as its appearance became increasingly lifelike until it resembled him perfectly. This was the true success, bestowing life upon an object, imparting his vitality to matter. This was the additional capability of the life fruit as a paramecia devil fruit. Moro believed that if he so desired, he could even grant vitality to others. The yomi fruit and the soru fruit pertained to mastery over the soul, while Moro focused on vitality. Which was the ultimate, the soul or life itself? Moro felt that only by experiencing it could one truly discern. Time for a break. Just as Moro contemplated resting, having further enhanced his development of the life fruit, which brought stronger feedback but also rapidly drained his remaining energy, the door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. Lieutenant Moro, according to Rear Admiral Kapu's orders, you are to oversee our training starting today. Upon opening the door, KB and the others quickly saluted. The seawater gushed forth, and shattered pieces of the bathtub scattered across the floor. Moro waved his hand in exasperation. I look all right to you? My apologies. KB helped Moro to his feet before heading toward the mess hall. As they walked, a rumble erupted from Moro's stomach. The portion of food he received was far from sufficient to satisfy his recent exertions. I'm so hungry. This bread can't possibly suffice. Fry me some dough sticks, at the very least. No need for tofu pudding. After finishing his share, Moro continued to grumble. Dough sticks? Tofu pudding? The chef had never heard of such terms. Allow me. Moro volunteered, feeling the need to supplement his oil intake. With a sizzling sound, the dough sticks rolled around in the oil. He plated them, thinking that a serving of tofu pudding would be the perfect complement. However, for now, he could only prepare a cup of soy milk. This taste from my hometown certainly delivers a sense of satisfaction. Little did Moro know, it was not mere fullness but a profound sense of contentment. Are these dough sticks truly delicious, Lieutenant Moro? The sailors, gazing hungrily, found the flavor somewhat peculiar, though they had enjoyed ramen and tempura. Could this simple fried dough truly be appetizing? Of course, Moro nodded. He stood up and added, tomorrow, let's include some tofu pudding. That would be a perfect match. Tofu pudding? The sailors were utterly baffled. What on earth is that? With a puzzled expression, the chef fried another dough stick, questioning whether this dish was indeed delightful. After replicating Moro's method and tasting it, he was instantly met with an extraordinary flavor. Dough sticks are truly a marvelous creation, crispy and fragrant. Adding sugar makes it sweet, salt makes it savory, and a sprinkle of cilantro enhances the flavor. Moro waved his hand, feeling helpless. After all, he had consumed his share and could only add a bit more oil to the fire. He awaited the conclusion of KB and their companions' training, planning to indulge in a hearty meal later. Moro was aware that the food might not be delectable, but it would sustain him for quite a while. In the corridor, he handed a piece of compressed biscuit to himself. Thank you. Then let's enhance your training, he declared. Savoring the biscuit, Moro felt content. Before long, KB and Balumeb began their training in a mere month. Moro had successfully transformed his identity. Ascending from a mere lackey to the rank of lieutenant, he gazed into the distance, where an island emerged before his eyes. Above the island, dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds raged. At the island's center, a towering tornado could even be glimpsed. Storm Island. An old sailor regarded this peculiar island, standing proudly in the midst of the Grand Line, his eyes filled with a W. And no matter how many times he had witnessed it, the sight remained astonishing. Are you familiar with this place? Moro inquired, spurred by the sailor's revelation of having seen this scene many times before. Indeed, Lieutenant Moro, this is my third encounter with Storm Island. It is essential to understand that while the Grand Line boasts islands with diverse seasons and ecosystems, they all adhere to their own rules. Compared to the chaos of the New World, there exists a semblance of order. Yet, some phenomena transcend human comprehension. This Storm Island experiences a tempest that rages every 3 years, enveloping the skies in turmoil. It is precisely this extraordinary natural phenomenon that attracts countless curious souls. Legend has it that when the storm descends upon the island's heart, a rare treasure emerges within the eye of the storm. Every word uttered by the old sailor ignited a spark of excitement in Moro's eyes. He could feel the joy that lay hidden within him. The old sailor, named Jack, had endured 3 years at sea. Perhaps this was his first sight of the tornado on Storm Island, or maybe it was the second. Yet, the curiosity reflected in his pupils was nothing short of remarkable. Most of the time, It seemed pirates were more intrigued by the unknowns of the world. However, in certain respects, there existed an innocence among the Navy as well. Nevertheless, each individual possesses limited insight, and not everyone can reach the pinnacle of greatness. Jack, would you like to witness the treasure at the storm's center? Moro leaned against the railing. Presently, those held hostage by the fiery winds had ventured far and wide to witness the spectacle of Storm Island's rare occurrence. Or perhaps they sought treasure? Lieutenant Moro, the tales of the treasure within the storms I have circulated for countless years. By now, it is likely that formidable beings of the sea have already claimed it. I merely find nature's grandeur to be astonishing, Jack replied, gazing at Moro with admiration rather than jealousy. Lieutenant Moro, I truly admire you for attaining such strength in a short time and achieving rapid promotion. I suspect that within 3 years, you will become an esteemed vice admiral in the headquarters. That I may never ascend to the rank of a petty officer, but as long as I can protect the safety of the civilians. That is sufficient. Besides, this magnificent natural wonder is a sight to behold. The winds grew increasingly fierce. Jack, with his short golden hair, remained focused on the horizon, a smile gracing his lips. The legendary treasure? Such concepts were beyond the imagination of a common man like him. Moro, gazing resolutely ahead, declared, Jack, I shall become an admiral, a marshal, and even the supreme commander of the world military, and you too shall not remain stagnant. Lieutenant Moro. Jack was uncertain why Moro's gaze bore such unwavering determination. Yet that confidence instilled a sense of instinctual trust within him. KB and Balumeb were also drawn to this atmosphere. 10 individuals stood beside Moro, all gazing at the relentless tornado. They were the weaker members of the warship. Meticulously selected by Karp for Moro's training, and unbeknownst to Moro, his every action was gradually transforming the hesitance within them. Storm Island, the port that in stark contrast to the scientifically inexplicable tornado at the island's center. The people here appeared to be in a state of celebration that a multitude had gathered to witness the storm festival, consuming vast amounts of resources. Those saved by Karp and Moro were astonished by the spectacle. They had anticipated the storm festival to be an ordinary hurricane, never expecting it to manifest as a towering tornado. Strangely, as Karp's warship docked, some individuals stealthily fled the port. Karp cast a sharp glance and immediately ordered to open fire. These scoundrels intend to take advantage of the chaos to prey upon the innocent, do they? After cursing, Karp strode towards a nearby restaurant. Meanwhile, those fleeing witnessed their vessels being destroyed and had no choice but to fight. Damn it! Why is there a vice admiral's warship here? Why hasn't that scoundrel Yen Feng delivered the minerals? Blast it, we have no choice but to fight. It turned out that those seeking to escape at the port were pirates who had long been lurking. They had been waiting for Yen Feng to lead them to fortune, unaware that the mineral-rich fellow had already met his demise. Moro and his small team engaged swiftly in battle. KB struck with fists and kicks, while Balumeb wielded dual blades. Jack and the others combined blades and firearms, adapting their tactics based on the distance to their foes. Come on, the numbers are fewer over here. The one in charge is just a wet-behind-the-ears kid. Ha ha, look at the insignia on his shoulder. He seems to hold a respectable position. What a pity that this pompous brat can indeed serve as our stepping stone. The pirates, suddenly confronted by the arrival of a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, were forced to make a desperate escape. Noticing that Moro's small contingent had the fewest defenders, they naturally chose to break through from that direction. Have we disturbed a hornet's nest? KB leaned against Balumeb's back. It seems the hornet's nest has crashed into us, Balumeb replied with a look of resignation. In an instant, an entire pirate crew converged upon Moro. Leading them was the notorious Poison Wolf, a one-eyed pirate with a bounty of 30 million berries. Known for his ruthless reputation. Kill them all, leave none alive. Poison Wolf raised his dual blades, positioning himself at the rear of his crew, intending to send his subordinates ahead to clear a path. In a flash, Moro executed a swift movement, appearing before him in an instant. With a swift kick, he slashed open Poison Wolf's abdomen, blood gushing forth. It hurts. You are too fast. Poison Wolf's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. And just as he attempted to retaliate, Moro's kick ended his life. Leave none alive. Moro echoed the words Poison Wolf had spoken in life, standing at the center of the encirclement, his gaze devoid of fear. Compared to Yen Feng, this Poison Wolf was utterly weak. These mere minions lacked even the qualification to strengthen him. Before long, Moro stood alone atop a mound of corpses, surveying the pirates who continued to scream, yet dared not advance through this route. He leaped down decisively. Moro, they were never our opponents. Was it not too cruel to kill them all? KB exclaimed, feeling it was excessively ruthless. KB, Balumeb also felt Moro's actions were a bit excessive, but deemed it disrespectful to his superior. Muttering quietly, "Be silent," Moro cast a sidelong glance at KB, speaking plainly. Firstly, they are not my opponents. They are not ours. Secondly, if I do not eliminate them, my subordinates and those innocent civilians will be slaughtered by them. Finally, cease allowing your saintly sentiments to govern your thoughts. Moro, having spoken, strode purposefully towards the pirates who were still wildly shouting, "Follow me. The battle is far from over." The sound of his footsteps echoed. Jack and the others quickly fell in line behind him. Though they were undoubtedly older than Moro, who was still in the midst of his growth and not quite as tall, there was an inexplicable sense of trust emanating from his figure. After a moment's contemplation, it struck them as reliable. The actions of Moro and his companions hastened the conclusion of the conflict. An hour and a half later, the skirmish came to an end. With 5 pirate crews vanquished, Point 1 was obliterated by Moro, who then led his subordinates to severely damage another crew. The most formidable among them had a bounty as high as 38 million. Yet regrettably, they could not withstand Moro's might for long. Outside the restaurant, the lieutenant returned with the others to report. Karp, savoring his fried rice, remarked, "The truly powerful pirates on this island are still lurking in the shadows. So be cautious. Your next task is to protect the civilians as much as possible." The lieutenant quickly saluted, sensing the extraordinary nature of this island. The closer one got to the center of Storm Island, the more potent the aura became. However, even the strongest among them would not match the lieutenant's abilities. Yet should Moro encounter them, it would undoubtedly prove quite troublesome, not to mention there was more than one. "Lieutenant Karp, aside from establishing a base here to protect the civilians, do we need to replenish our supplies?" "Of course we do. Are we to wait for starvation? That little brat Moro spends his entire salary on food." Karp continued to devour his meal, causing Moro to salivate that it had been far too long since he had set foot on an island, to be precise. This was his first time landing on an island since his arrival in this world. Unfortunately, his pockets were empty, and he could not afford to indulge in any delicacies. He could only gaze at Barumabur and Kobe beside him. Kobe, just recently rebuffed, wore a glum expression. Barumabur gestured towards Moro. "Moro, Kobe was rather distracted during the battle. Your words struck him deeply." "Huh? So he's that useless?" Moro's blunt remark left Barumabur momentarily speechless. He seized the dazed Kobe and pressed him to the ground. This scene left Barumabur and Jack utterly astonished, prompting everyone to intervene. Yet Moro spoke directly. "Kobe, do you recall a pirate by the name of Luffy? He is kind-hearted and has given you hope. But do not forget why you chose to become a Marine. Encountering a crew like the Straw Hats in this vast sea is merely a twist of fate, even aboard our ship. There are many who tread carefully in their endeavors, but I must tell you, my former kingdom fell into ruin simply because it lacked the means to pay the celestial tribute, leaving us unprotected and vulnerable to relentless pirate assaults until our strength was utterly depleted. In the end, I was the sole survivor of my family. If you wish to be a coward, seeking mercy, then every pirate you let go will have innocent blood on your hands, and their deaths will weigh upon you. Do you believe you are worthy of that? You wretched fool." With a resounding thud, Moro's fist struck Kobe's face. The latter jolted awake from his dazed, "Am I worthy?" That question reverberated in his mind like a thunderclap. "I'm hungry," Moro declared, releasing Kobe and making his way towards the island's center. With his empty pockets, he refused to believe that there weren't a few clever souls hidden on Storm Island. He had observed the island from a distance and knew that, aside from the port, there were indeed places to hide ships. The previous island, Summer Island, had provided him with significant growth. Some pirates would choose to flee when faced with a Marine vice admiral, while others would audaciously choose to remain concealed. Furthermore, the aura hidden in the wind captivated him. The pirate vessels had already been ordered to be sunk by Karp. What Moro sought now was to satiate his hunger. He intended to explore the island, hoping to uncover those pirate ships lurking in the shadows. Treasure was eternally alluring, and how could the most brazen pirates ever forsake it? "I'm going for a stroll. Contact me via the Den Den Mushi if anything arises." With a wave of his hand, Moro bid farewell to the others. The forthcoming procurement of supplies was of no concern to him. This was also an opportunity. Based on past experiences, it was best to head towards the forested shoreline. Kobe stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze towards Moro was now resolute. That punch had indeed awakened him significantly. Barumabur, have I truly been too indecisive? Kobe, Moro has always been decisive in his actions, but you are different. Barumabur attempted to find justification, but struggled to convince himself. That explains it. No wonder I have never truly mastered the shave. Kobe smiled as Barumabur supported him toward the restaurant, and as they drew closer, the voice of the lieutenant reached their ears, seemingly presenting a bounty notice to Karp. It has been confirmed. There are indeed some individuals who have infiltrated other areas of Storm Island, among them a devil fruit user with a bounty of 105 million berries. This individual has roamed the Grand Line for years, having lost all his comrades in the New World, which has twisted his psyche into something profoundly disturbed. He subsequently returned to the Grand Line, preying on passing ships in a state of despair. His power comes from the paramecia type Doku no Mi, which allows him to immobilize anything or anyone he touches, rendering them vulnerable to slaughter. However, the duration of this ability varies depending on both his strength and that of his foes. An increasing amount of intelligence was revealed, causing Kobe, Barumabur, Jack, and the others standing outside to turn pale. The lieutenant concluded by stating the location where these individuals had landed, the forest on the left side of the island. That was precisely the direction in which Moro was heading. Damn it, Moro is in danger. Kobe's face went ashen. A bounty exceeding 100 million, coupled with the abilities of a devil fruit user, posed a significant disadvantage if one were unaware of their powers in battle. Barumabur glanced at the others, all of whom were internally anxious. Lieutenant Moro must not be far. We must find him before he encounters the enemy. Jack began to sweat profusely. Everyone understood that among pirates, whether the bounty was 50 million or 80 million berries, the disparity in strength was unpredictable, ranging from the weak to the strong. Only bounties exceeding 100 million were rare. This indicated that they possessed unparalleled strength, capable of threatening even the world government. Such beings were nothing short of monsters. Yet even such entities could perish in the New World, never daring to advance further. This underscored the perilous nature of the sea. Under the sunlight, amidst the fresh air of the forest, Moro had not ventured far and had already arrived at the coastline. Indeed, there was a pirate ship. Were there no guards? Just as Moro was about to inquire, he spotted a pirate and swiftly dispatched him. The foe was slightly weaker than the poison wolf, yet even a mere handful of individuals left to guard the ship exhibited remarkable strength. Indeed, there was food. In the storeroom, aside from a trove of gold and silver treasures, there were heaps of provisions. Moro's stomach growled in delight. Overjoyed, he began to feast heartily as he ate. He also explored the ship. The aroma of roasted meat was delightful. The apples were acceptable. The bread was a bit dry, and a sip of juice sufficed as Moro indulged. He entered a spacious cabin where a crude map lay at the center. It appeared to be a simplified version of a treasure map. After taking a bite of lobster, he scrutinized the map closely. It depicted various locations, a docking area in the forest amidst high mountains, on an open expanse of land, and a bizarre tornado that had formed inexplicably. In the center of the tornado, the eye of the storm was represented as a treasure marker. Did these pirates truly believe in the existence of treasure? Moro murmured to himself. On the simplified treasure map, there were 3 prominent characters. Stormshell. What could that possibly mean? Could it truly summon a tempest? After some contemplation, Moro concluded that it was highly unlikely that the island's triennial storms originated from a mere shell. Suddenly, he recalled the shells from the Sky Island. That shouldn't be the case. Even the mightiest shell could not contain a tornado. Yet, upon further reflection, he pondered, what if it were an exceedingly rare shell capable of storing vast amounts of wind? Releasing it every 3 years, such a notion seemed absurd. After all, the Sky Island did not possess a storm shell. As Moro continued to eat, curiosity began to stir within him. He longed to glimpse the reality of this storm shell. After careful consideration, Moro decisively returned to the warehouse. Indulging his taste buds with a hearty feast at last satiated, he believed that if there were no battles, this would suffice for a while. With satisfaction, Moro exited the warehouse. There was no shortage of riches here. It was time to have Karp send a few men over to as he made his way to the deck. He conversed with the transponder snail. Soon, astonishment echoed from the other end. Moro, are you all right? Kobe, without further thought, Morlo continued. Kobe, there's a pirate ship hidden at the coast near the forest, and its contents are likely worth a considerable sum of berries. Hurry and take care of it. I have something else to attend to. Don't act recklessly, Morlo. Listen to me. Those guys are formidable, and their leader possesses a devil fruit ability. You must. Kobe's anxious voice trailed off. Morlo had already reached the deck. He glanced around and spotted Kobe, Balumeb, and others looking up at him. They exchanged silent glances, words failing them. Morlo still held the tattered map in hand. After all, the true treasure map should be in the possession of the captain of this pirate crew. Containing far more details. Have you already been aboard this ship? Did you encounter any attacks? Kobe gazed at Morlo in disbelief. Yes, I dealt with them. Their main force wasn't on the ship, likely off fulfilling some task. Morlo turned to Kobe, pressing further. Did you come here to warn me about the devil fruit user among the enemies? Yes, the first mate mentioned it during a conversation with Admiral Karp. That guy has a bounty exceeding 100 million and possesses a particularly troublesome ability. We were concerned. So Kobe faltered, recalling how Morlo had contacted him directly via transponder snail, while he had panicked and forgotten his composure. Next time I use the transponder snail, I'll keep it on silent mode so the pirates won't discover it. Morlo and Kobe exchanged knowing looks, the map circulating among the group. Before long, they reached a shared conclusion. For Jack, who revered the legends of Storm Island, the revelation was utterly astonishing. So it is. The storm shell can contain storms lasting several days. If an ordinary person were to acquire it, it would undoubtedly be a weapon of catastrophic powered ATC. A storm, such a natural disaster, represents death. Jack mused, if the treasure of Storm Island is merely a special shell, why has no one ever seized it? As he pondered this, Morlo had already informed Karp of the ship's location. You brat, stop reporting above your rank. I'm trying to sleep. Karp's response was filled with exasperation rather than concern that if you were asleep. How could you still hear the transponder snail? Morlo retorted, knowing from experience that Karp would only wake if a warship exploded. You little rascal, the devil fruit user is known as the Stiller. Lola. Countless have fallen victim to his powers over the years. Do not underestimate him. Karp concluded, and the sound of snoring soon filled the transponder snail. Indeed, he had barely managed a sentence before drifting off. Morlo, be cautious. The first mate reminded from the other end. I will. And you all should hurry to send someone to take over. Otherwise, if I win, it would be unfortunate to let any stragglers escape. Morlo hung up the transponder snail, his expression turning somewhat grave. Everyone, we have faced more than one battle previously, and our differing ideologies shaped by will and justice have led to various thoughts. Now is the time to unite and confront our enemies. What I am about to undertake will determine our fates. Thus I require some items from you, including clothing. Huh? The others had initially thought Morlo's seriousness indicated something of great importance, only to be taken aback by his request for their clothing, which seemed utterly absurd. Yet, Morlo, undeterred, fixed his gaze upon a large tree in the forest. Before long, he cleaved it into 11 pieces. They traversed the forest. Encircled by towering mountains, deep within the mountains lay a patch of grassland. Here, trees flourished every 3 years, only to be obliterated by sudden tornadoes. Historically, no one knew the origin of these scientifically defiant storms. Nor had anyone discerned who orchestrated this magical game. Throughout history, countless speculations have been made regarding the origin of storms. Some even ventured to the eye of the storm, only to return empty-handed. The storm shell? Did this item, inscribed upon the tattered map, truly exist in reality? If it did, why had no one found it in all these years, as Morlo and his companions scaled the mountains? They descended along a hidden path. They could not yet approach the center of the grassland, for it was wide open, leaving them vulnerable to pirate discovery. Lieutenant Morlo, why haven't the pirates shown up yet? According to the map, the storm shell should be right at the island's center. If the pirates aren't here, where could they be? Jack questioned, his eyes darting at the swirling tornado that reached into the heavens, lifting wild grass and branches. Yet, no matter how powerful it appeared, it remained fixed in place, roaring so loudly that it nearly deafened him. Morlo focused ahead, his mind racing. Why was this happening? Where was the storm shell? Where were the pirates? Upon closer inspection, he found no signs of life amidst the tempest. Surely, they hadn't been swept into the sky. Just as Morlo considered this, a sudden instinct washed over him. They weren't above. Could they possibly be underground? Follow me. He reopened the map, surrounding the storm. 4 inconspicuous points emerged among the mountains. Connecting them would ultimately converge into a single point, the eye of the storm. What if these 4 points not only indicated the storm's location but also served as entrances? Moro understood. The simplified map merely depicted the surface. The true map leading to the storm shell lay underground, and any of these 4 points could lead them below. Swiftly, following the approximate location, Moro and his group arrived at the nearest point. Here, there was nothing but a massive boulder, with plants sprouting from the crevices. It appeared unlikely to conceal any entrance. Moro, are you saying this is actually the entrance? Kobe observed a hint of a clue. Yes. Moro clasped the boulder with both hands, his muscles tensing as he summoned his extraordinary strength to shift it. Sure enough, an entrance revealed itself before them. Moro. Just then, Balumeb tugged at Moro's sleeve. The group followed his gaze to a hidden corner beside the boulder, where a stone-like mechanism lay concealed. As they stepped inside, they discovered that the boulder was controlled by a system of gears. They chose to ignore it. Moro truly exemplifies the notion that extraordinary strength can yield miraculous results. He feigned ignorance, stepping into the pitch-black cavern. The cave was not particularly narrow. However, it had long since become dark and damp. After walking for a short while, they encountered an underground entrance. Upon reaching this point, Moro and his companions instinctively halted in unison. Subsequently, 11 individuals, of similar stature and attired in their garments, ventured ahead into the subterranean passage, traversing the unknown tunnel while maintaining a prudent distance from one another. Along the way, they encountered numerous traps and mechanisms, all of which were deftly dismantled by Moro before Kabi and Barumabur could even perceive them. Throughout the ordeal, Moro relied on the compass in his grasp to navigate, since this path inevitably led to the eye of the storm. All choices needed to adhere to the specific direction indicated by the compass. It appeared that there was nothing installed here that could disrupt the magnetic field, allowing them to locate this place within the 4 caverns. Moro mused to himself, recalling the final island, Laugh Tale, which required 4 coordinates to delineate corresponding lines to determine its location. Unfortunately, the architect of the labyrinthine eye of the storm did not seem to possess such profound and inscrutable intentions. Nonetheless, there existed a general principle. Just around a corner, torches began to appear affixed to the walls. Though the oxygen had significantly thinned, to avoid casting shadows, Moro and his companions opted to advance along the wall. The 11 wooden figures clad in their attire, however, continued forward in a dazed manner. Before long, the sound of gunfire suddenly pierced the air, and the wooden figures abruptly ceased their movement. Stop. Boss, how dare these Navy personnel intrude here? It's sheer folly, one exclaimed. But how did they find this place? Our pirate ship's position has been compromised. Yet, the Storm Pearl is nearly within our grasp. No Navy presence matters now, for a tempest will repel their warships and unleash towering waves. Boss, those figures are made of wood. What? The cacophony quickly morphed into the clash of swords as they approached the corner. Moro and his companions exchanged glances and took a step back. A scream echoed again. Boss, the passage here is blocked. Are we seeing ghosts? What? The path is indeed obstructed. Oh no, a stone figure has emerged from the wall. Help! This place is surely cursed. The clamor escalated, and chaos ensued as they began to attack the seemingly endless stream of stone figures. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and the once immobile wooden figures resumed their actions. Stop! Stop! The shrill voice of the immobilizer, Lola, rang out repeatedly. He increasingly utilized his fruit's abilities to freeze the wooden and stone figures. On the other side of the wall, Kabi and the others huddled together, ever vigilant. Moro extended his hands, his subtle perception allowing him to sense his vitality emanating from the other side of the cavern. One moment, he could immobilize, and the next, the effect would lift. As he manipulated the situation, he analyzed seriously. He could freeze beings and objects for a minimum of 10 minutes. The wooden figures had been entirely destroyed. While the stone figures persisted due to their continuous emergence, the group nodded in agreement, unwavering in their belief in Moro's words. In truth, the sequence of events was as follows. While in the forest, Moro had cleaved a great tree into 11 pieces. After donning their respective garments, these pieces were tasked with leading the charge. The vitality bestowed by Moro was limited, merely sustaining their basic movements, rendering them clumsy and simple. Earlier, the cave's closure was a result of granting a portion of vitality to the cavern walls. causing them to constrict and form a dead end, a cold dash-to-dash sack. It'd further endowing the cave's stone walls with life force. Clumsy stone figures could be birthed. Alas, the vitality imparted was insufficient, rendering them weak in combat. Their sole purpose was to drain the pirate's stamina. You all seemed so panicked. Is it not merely a devil fruit user? Am I not one as well? Moro chuckled, eliciting helpless laughter from the sailors. They had initially believed that Moro would find himself in peril, entirely unaware of the formidable capabilities of his devil fruit power, which could animate wood and caverns alike. They had never witnessed him wielding his fruit's abilities in such a manner. They had assumed it was rather ordinary, merely enhancing a bit of vitality. Everyone knew his devil fruit was the life fruit, but who could have anticipated it could conjure wooden and stone figures? Utilizing the fruit's powers in such a manner consumed energy at an alarming rate. They needed to act swiftly, for the pirates had begun to retreat towards the other 3 passages. Moro paused momentarily, adding, I suspect they have already acquired the storm pearl. Do not approach Lola under any circumstances. Understood. The sailors nodded in unison. In the next moment, the stone wall before Moro began to flow like water, gradually unfolding. The life force he had bestowed began to return. Everywhere he stepped, shattered stone figures lay strewn about. Likely obliterated by gunfire, as he ventured further, he encountered a ground littered with wood shavings and remnants of wooden figures. The vitality he had previously imparted returned to him in full. Bang! Gunfire erupted. In an instant, someone opened fire. Over 20 pirates surged forth. It seemed Lola was no longer inclined to delay and had opted to flee. However, 3 passages lay before them, and no one could ascertain which direction he had taken. Should they choose incorrectly, it was highly probable that he would not return to his pirate ship, but rather blend into the crowd. Waiting for the opportune moment to strike, Moro's gaze fell upon a stone platform. Towering to the height of in its center was an opening, exhaling a breeze laden with the scent of seafood. Could it be that this stone platform connected to the depths below? Channeling the sea breeze, he glanced up at the ceiling. A substantial void appeared to be the size of an adult's head, resembling a shell. Did such a large shell continuously absorb the sea breeze throughout the seasons, only to release it 3 years later? Moro surveyed the surroundings, but found no answers. There were no clues to indicate why the storm pearl was placed here. Perhaps the true lead remained in Lola's possession, and this rogue was currently on the run. Get lost! In the midst of his thoughts, Moro dispatched several foes, stepping over their corpses. Kabi, Barumabur, take 4 men each. I shall proceed alone from here, from now on. No one is to close their den mushy. Maintain communication. Should you encounter Lola, do not engage. Retreat at once. I will reach you as swiftly as possible. Have them take the lead. With that, Moro seized a den mushy from a pirate. Allowing him to maintain contact with both Kabi and Barumabur simultaneously, he then bestowed life force upon the corpses, which soon rose unsteadily to their feet, moving towards 2 of the tunnels. Lieutenant Moro. Be cautious. Jack, following closely behind Kabi, couldn't help but exclaim. Understood. Stay safe, everyone. Moro replied, dashing toward the fated passage. Perhaps it was destiny guiding his steps. 10 minutes later, the voices of Moro's 2 den mushy echoed in succession. Lieutenant Moro, this is Kabi. I have encountered the vice captain of Lola's pirate crew, the Death Legior, and I am about to engage in battle. Please give the order. Lieutenant Moro, this is Barumabur. Damn it, it hurts. I am facing their fighter, the Cutlass Jack, not Navy Jack, but I request to engage. Commence battle. As Moro issued his command, he finally confronted the individual he had pursued with great difficulty. This man, burdened with the Stormberry, was none other than Lola, a wielder of the Billion-Belly bounty and the power of the Devil Fruit, who harbored the secrets of the Stormberry. Ha 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 ha. Truly a fool, brazenly believing himself invincible due to his Devil Fruit abilities. Just moments ago, upon seeing the stone figure on the wall and the animated wooden doll, I sensed something was amiss. However, such techniques are rather elementary. It is evident that your mastery over your devil fruit remains superficial. As Lola spoke, he began to retreat, seeking an escape route to avoid entanglement with Moro. Spare me your idle chatter. You cannot escape. No sooner had Moro's words left his lips than he executed a shave. Appearing directly before Lola, gale foot, chaos. In an instant, a multitude of slashes erupted. Damn it. Is this your reliance? The Navy's 6 styles combined with the powers of the devil fruit. Such arrogance belittles the strength of the Grand Line. Infuriated, Lola bent slightly, his hands contorting into claw-like shapes as a pair of alloy steel claws sprang forth from his sleeves, covering the backs of his hands. The Navy's 6 styles are merely the most rudimentary techniques. Individuals like you, fresh from obscurity, will spend your entire lives mastering but a fraction of them. True power is something a petty marine like you will never comprehend. Lola chuckled wickedly, and to his surprise, a wispy aura began to materialize around his fingertips, as if he intended to enhance his claws with a technique akin to iron blocks. In the blink of an eye, his claws lunged forth. The speed of his assault was dazzling, prompting Moro to execute a shave in an attempt to evade. Yet, Lola matched his technique with a shave of his own to dodge effortlessly. Boom! The walls he struck displayed a bizarre sight. A gaping hole appeared alongside a series of shattered claw marks. This man was employing the technique of finger gun while simultaneously attacking with his steel claws, shave combined with finger gun. Lola possessed more than just the devil fruit. This was merely a fraction of his current prowess. What is this? Are you beginning to tremble with fear? Ha 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 ha. You, a sheltered child, must feel a chill at merely glimpsing this world's true nature. His self-dialogue morphed into a frenzied roar, starkly contrasting his earlier desire to flee. Throughout this encounter, Moro had fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon him, displaying neither retreat nor feared to Lola. This unwavering stare was excruciatingly blinding. You cannot escape. I shall ensure you remain alive, deprived even of the opportunity to be imprisoned and impelled down. With each attempt to evade, Moro found Lola's attacks accelerating in intensity, transforming the corridor into a chaotic scene of debris and swirling smoke. Damn it, cease that wolf-like gaze upon me. You, a worthless wretch, will soon beg for mercy once I have you ensnared. Die. What value does your foolhardy resolve hold? Lola's speed increased relentlessly. Even Moro struggled to keep pace. Just as he attempted to sidestep, Lola pivoted and launched an assault. First, a barrage of finger guns rained down upon him, followed by the relentless slashing of steel claws across his chest. Blood poured profusely from his body, dripping onto the cavern floor. Ha 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 ha. What is this? Have you slowed down? Little Marine, your shave seems to be no match for my speed. I almost believed you were a figure of significance. Lola cackled maniacally, his white hair cascading over his shoulders and back, his boots adorned with metallic spikes. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the moment he laid eyes on Moro's unwavering gaze, he instinctively recalled some unpleasant memories, plunging him into an impulsive frenzy, even igniting a murderous intent to eliminate his foe without mercy, because that insolent gaze, filled with youthful exuberance, was one he once possessed, having ascended to captaincy at a young age. He fortuitously consumed a devil fruit and, at the pinnacle of his power, mastered the shave and finger gun techniques, his strength and speed surpassing the ordinary. He ventured into the new world, expecting to further his legendary tale, his bounty soaring beyond 1 billion. Who could have anticipated that merely straying into Big Mom's territory, without even glimpsing the 4 emperors, he would be felled by one of her subordinates? Not a single crew member survived. He alone remained, devoid of the 3 sweet commanders. Merely a single subordinate rendered him utterly despondent for the rest of his life. After retreating from the Grand Line, it took him a year to recover. Convinced he had forgotten the past. Yet, the immobilized Lola was no longer filled with ambition that he descended into despair, indulging in rampant slaughter and unspeakable evil. He gathered a new crew, equally enamored with bloodshed, treasure, and unrestrained pleasure. In this minuscule domain, Lola, with a bounty exceeding 1 billion belly, was an undeniable powerhouse. He considered himself the sovereign of the surrounding islands, Flame Summer Island, Storm Island, and Thousand Dragon Island. Lola naively believed that with formidable weaponry, he could vanquish that subordinate. Upon hearing whispers of the legendary Stormberry, he became consumed with the quest to find it. Ultimately, he discovered 2 treasure maps, one external and one internal. The external map was simplified, indicating the entrances to 4 caves, while the internal map provided the safest route to the core, where the Stormberry lay. Lola's desires were fulfilled, and he encountered another individual wielding a devil fruit. To his astonishment, this marine youth was even younger than he had been. He too, foolishly confident in his mastery of a mere technique, appeared to command several marines, as inferred from his communication with the transponder snail. Such contemptible arrogance, especially that eerily familiar gaze, was utterly detestable. Drip, drip, drip. Water droplets coalesced and fell within the cavern. All of Lola's memories and thoughts were fleeting, akin to the rapidity of his finger gun. They necessitated sufficient speed and explosive force. Ha 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 ha. Perish, you ignorant fool. In the throes of battle, he had already utilized his superior speed and explosive power to leave Moro battered and bruised. Moro, defiant, managed to rise to his feet. He could feel the life fruit continuously replenishing his vitality, yet he was already a mass of wounds. The shave granted him speed, the gale foot provided strength, and the iron block fortified his physique. Yet, this adversary before him was swifter, stronger, and more ruthless. Iron block. Immobilize. Lola thrust his finger gun towards Moro, and the steel claws followed suit, leaving 3 glaring gashes across Moro's chest. Moro found himself frozen in place, forced to activate his iron block as a last-ditch effort to preserve his life. Dio, you understand. From the very beginning, I could have immobilized you the moment I struck. It is only now, when you are utterly devoid of strength, that I choose to do so, just to witness the despair in your eyes. Beg for mercy, you damned wretch. I warned you to cease that gaze upon me. Lola had immobilized Moro, and he could easily extinguish his life. Yet, the latter continued to regard him with unwavering determination. Unable to speak, Moro could only fix his gaze upon Lola. Do you truly believe the iron block can withstand my assault? From the outset, you have attempted to do so. Our powers and speeds are not on the same level. You cannot block me. Lola continued his incessant taunts. Before he struck, he was determined to plunge Moro into utter despair. Yet no matter how he berated him, Moro's eyes remained resolute, devoid of fear. Moro could only muster a derisive snort. He could not articulate a single word. Are you mocking me? You, a pathetic creature devoid of any means to retaliate. Dare to mock me? Lola's voice sharpened, filled with disdain. Very well. I shall kill you now, plunging you into despair and robbing you of any chance to beg for mercy. Ha! Moro retorted with another taunt. Lola was consumed by a furious rage. With frenzied hands, he unleashed a relentless barrage of stabs, each thrust raining down upon the immobile figure of Moro like a storm of spears. The wounds and agony were incessantly fed back to him by the power of the paramecia fruit. Even the injuries he sustained initially had healed almost completely, while the fresh wounds had ceased to bleed. In the midst of this relentless assault, Moro was simultaneously mending old wounds and acquiring new ones. Ora, 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 ora. Lola continued his frenzied onslaught, striving to extinguish the last remnants of Moro's breath. Yet, no matter the ferocity of Lola's attacks, Moro always clung to life. The strength of Lola's blows inflicted tremendous damage. Yet the paramecia fruit reciprocated with an equal measure of vitality and energy. It rendered him stronger, allowing for swifter recovery. Can you not die? What if the wounds are fatal? Lola seethed as he delivered a final strike. Filled with contempt, he could not comprehend why a man he had immobilized with the power of the paramecia fruit could endure such punishment for so long, a phenomenon that defied reason. Fixed wind, chaotic spear. Lola extended his hands, each attack amplifying the potency of the paramecia fruit, contorting Moro's form into a grotesque shape, twisting him until he nearly resembled a sphere. Had this been an ordinary person, they would have surely been reduced to shattered bones. Does your iron body still serve you? Do you understand? Even if I were to release the power of the fruit now, you would become a mere husk, riddled with shattering fractures. He jeered. I intend to make you languish in despair and regret for the remainder of your life. This will be far more pleasurable than simply killing you. Lola laughed derisively, casting a condescending glance at Moro. Eventually, he stumbled toward the cave's entrance. However, not long after, he erupted into a fit of rage, turning abruptly to confront Moro. What have you done? Speak. Why did you use your power to fuse the walls together? Lola was on the brink of madness, in the midst of battle. Although he had been unilaterally suppressed, Moro had already imbued the cave with vitality. Merging the two segments of the path, it would not have been an issue for Lola to excavate a way out with his spears. Yet, before he could do so, the battle on Kaibi and Barumabur's side had concluded long ago. Exhausted, Lola could only await his fate. You worthless insect, incapable of dying. Lola lashed out at Moro once more. This twisted being, resembling a sphere, was already battered and bruised. Does it hurt? Moro had long since endured countless extremes of pain, yet this agony, akin to death, etched itself deeply into his being. However, the closer he drew to death, the stronger the feedback from the paramecia fruit became, unleashing an unparalleled vitality that breathed new life into him. With a deep exhale, Moro expelled a cloud of foul air that he felt immense pain. A constant torment, faced with a being whose speed and strength suppressed him, and who could be immobilized upon being struck. He could only rely on sheer willpower to harness the formidable life force and energy bestowed upon him by the paramecia fruit. His breaths grew slower, gradually returning to normal. The damaged organs, the bleeding tissues, the fractured bones, and the battered body began to heal at an accelerating pace. Not far away, Lola was frantically demolishing the walls. Attempting to force a path forward, the spherical Moro observed quietly, waiting for the moment when a single finger would suddenly break free from its immobilization, swiftly regaining vitality, followed by a hand, then both feet. In no time, the man whom Lola had deemed incapable of movement for life began to unfold rapidly, the sound of bones reconnecting echoing in the air. Unfortunately, Lola had lost his mind. He had never faced a being with such formidable life force, driving him to madly utilize his spears to carve a path. Bang! Under the full force of his assault, he himself began to gasp for breath, having expended a significant amount of energy, nearly depleted. Fortunately, he finally breached the exit. The predicament created by Moro's paramecia fruit was undone by this adversary. Lola grinned broadly. Stepping through the gap, he seemed to glimpse the sun, finding hope. Thus, he began to stagger forward, his pace gradually slowing. Yet, just as he was about to continue his escape, another set of footsteps echoed behind him. As the time for immobilization ended, Lola turned wearily to face Moro, who was also emerging from the cave. Compared to Lola's exhaustion, the youth's gaze held a glint of ferocity. Die, Marine! Lola had no time to ponder why the youth before him had not been rendered powerless. He only knew he had to survive. He must flee from this place. Thus, there remained but one final option. Do you wish to experience the power of the storm? Lola grinned, retrieving the storm shell from his back. Ha! Roll away. Roll into hell. I never want to see you again. As the storm shell was unleashed, the white-haired Lola slowly lifted it, activating its power. Boom! The cave was soon filled with the sound of violent winds in the span of a breath. Moro was forcefully hurled back, crashing violently against the wall. Ha! I will distance myself from you. Forever. Lola laughed heartily as he was propelled forward by the immense recoil of the storm shell. He could no longer control his trajectory as he was thrust towards the cave's mouth. This overwhelming force accelerated to its limit in the final moments, and he collided with the exit, the sunlight. The storm shell beside Lola continued to howl, though its body had been indented into the wall. Rendered motionless, the wind relentlessly battered the cave. Lola, already drained of strength, was now crushed by the force of the impact, collapsing at the cave's threshold, barely managing to glimpse a branch before closing his eyes. Inside the cave, Moro endured the pain of damaged organs. As the wind continued to howl ceaselessly, his frail form healed even as he struggled against the hurricane. Moving forward slowly, the storm shell was nearing its final moments. Nearly depleted of its stored tempest, yet at this rate, it could still blow for 2 more days. Moro could not afford to wait, advancing against the wind. Time passed, though he could not tell how long it had been before he finally emerged from the cave. The storm having long since calmed. With the enormous storm shell slung over his back, he approached Lola. I woke up a moment before you, weakling. Lola leaned against a boulder, still standing. Your life is not resilient enough. Moro taunted. I can still deliver one last blow. Lola fixed his gaze on Moro, a resolute determination flickering in his eyes, an awareness he had yet to recognize within himself. Spear of wind. After enduring so many strikes, I have learned, Moro replied, their eyes locking in a fierce confrontation. Yet, the roles they played had completely reversed. Spear of wind, residual storm, spear, a final strike, fueled by a tempestuous wind, annihilating all in its path with unwavering determination. A novice, who has survived thus far through sheer resilience and relentless blows, now prepares for an initial assault. Simultaneously, a blow strikes the throat, causing blood to spurt forth. One falls to the ground, having nowhere left to retreat, while the other stands firm, Enduring the agony until the blood pooling in his mouth abruptly ceases, he emerges from the cave, bearing a lifeless body. Remarkably, in the later recollections of the youth, it is noted that due to his fledgling prowess, most adversaries met their demise through his relentless perseverance. Consequently, those foes departed this world with unyielding eyes, save for one, who closed his eyes in eternal rest. Moro, in time, forgot his name, retaining only the memory of a skilled marksman. The setting sun bathed the scene in crimson hues as the youth, laden with the burden of a storm, strides toward the sea. One hand clutches a treasure map, while the other supports the corpse. His expression devoid of emotion. Moro, once the eye of the storm, Kaibi, Barumaber, and others awaited, each bearing varying degrees of injuries. Their hearts lightened at the sight of Moro's arrival. The group sprawled on the grass, gasping for breath, seeking solace after encountering a relentless barrage of battles. With no opportunity to rest, Moro produced the authentic treasure map, flipping it over to reveal a lengthy passage of text: the White Sea. My irretrievable homeland. I cannot recall when or on which day I descended from the heavens. Perhaps my survival from the fall was the greatest stroke of fortune that on an island, I discovered this extraordinary shell, which could harness vast hurricanes, unleashing a power more terrifying than that of the cannon shell, albeit at the cost of time that I once believed I could usurp the divine with its aid, only to find myself cast down from the White Sea due to an unforeseen incident. Time and again, I sought to wield the storm to return to the skies, to the White Sea, to my homeland. Yet every attempt ended in failure, leaving me battered and aged. That I possess wings, a fact that the world finds hard to believe. Whenever I mention the White Sea, my homeland, I am met with ridicule. For I have wings, yet cannot soar. Indeed, I possess wings, but they cannot carry me across the heavens back to my homeland. That a person unable to return home, that a tale of longing for home. Thus spoke Moro, encapsulating the essence of a lifetime. Kaibi bore scars, weary and worn. The sky called the White Sea. It is indeed astonishing that it is inhabited by those with wings. Jack, grinning foolishly, had lost a tooth in battle. It seemed he would need to visit the headquarters or a nearby naval branch. Rumor had it that Vegapunk had developed a miraculous remedy for regrowing teeth. He wondered if it would prove effective. It was truly unbelievable. That man's blade was astonishingly swift. Barumaber could hardly fathom how he had survived, and he bore the brunt of damage within their small squad. Nothing is impossible. The White Sea exists, and there are those who are born with wings. Even formidable foes can be vanquished, and while youth remains, nothing is beyond reach. Moro seemed to be uttering his final words. As everyone closed their eyes, grateful for their continued existence, they heard the orderly sound of footsteps. In a moment, the footsteps ceased, followed by the sound of a single stride. A voice broke the silence and roused them. You lot have ruined the island's triennial spectacle? A bunch of fools, indeed. Karp's booming voice was unmistakable. Moro opened his eyes. The others sprang to their feet, wearing expressions that suggested Moro was to blame for their predicament. Sell me out? How frustrating. This group of allies. Are they not fierce against enemies? Yet upon seeing Karp, they all cower. Here, Moro handed the storm shell and map to Karp, whose expression shifted slightly. I see. This pirate seeks to rise by obtaining such things. If one merely depends on external objects, how can they become a true powerhouse? Karp returned the storm shell and map to Moro, feigning indifference. Shouldn't this be delivered to headquarters? Moro inquired, astonished. You are better off holding on to it. Without further explanation, Karp strode purposefully away from the mountain. At that moment, the lieutenant clarified to Moro and the others. While you were battling, we managed to capture 3 members of the Lola pirates, who informed us of developments on Qianlong Island before their capture. Qianlong Island? Not even Moro, who usually pays little heed to intelligence, was aware. Even Kaibi and Barumaber, who are well-versed in pirate information, appeared bewildered. Seeing their confusion, the lieutenant continued. Qianlong Island, Flame Summer Island, and Storm Island were all under Lola's control. Based on our gathered intelligence, Flame Summer Island was responsible for crucial minerals. Storm Island served as a transit point, and Qianlong Island was their ultimate stronghold, producing weapons circulating in the underbelly of the Grand Line. From the clues we uncovered aboard the Lola pirate ship, it seems a shipment of weapons was destined for the Alabasta Kingdom, including a devastating explosive they had labored over for years, capable of obliterating many with a single cannon shot. Upon concluding his explanation, the lieutenant added with a hint of frustration at this critical juncture. Qianlong Island has received intelligence and is preparing for action. Their strength lies in being a band of desperate individuals, willing to obliterate the entire island if necessary. Nearly 1,000 pirates have gathered on the island. Although they are nominally under Lola's command, they are merely those he has defeated and coerced into submission. With Lola dead, if we do not swiftly contain the situation, a horde of pirates will emerge, armed with vast amounts of gunpowder, posing a threat to all. Is it that dire? By headcount alone, Lola has vanquished at least 10 pirate crews. He even constructed a supply chain for weapons, from raw materials to production. No wonder he harbored ambitions to acquire the storm shell. Moro never imagined he had inadvertently stumbled into the heart of a conspiracy, unwittingly dispatching the boss in the process. Yet, the true peril at hand was not the boss, but those unrestrained pirates. Thousands of them, and this is merely the first half of the grand line. Moro pondered. Did these pirates revel in their dominance while wallowing in despair after suffering setbacks in the New World? Crocodile schemed for Alabasta, while Moonlight Moria loomed over the terrifying three-masted ship. Let us depart. You can only rest and recuperate on the ship. Our next course of action is to head to Qianlong Island and eradicate those madmen before they can escape. As the lieutenant spoke, his sunglasses glinted with determination, clearly indicating that it was time for him to shine. Moro and the others rose, pressing onward with difficulty. Glancing at Karp's retreating figure, the two characters emblazoned on his cloak were strikingly prominent. In that instant, Moro experienced an epiphany. Everything was unfolding under the watchful eye of this seemingly indifferent old man. Following the battle on Storm Island, even Kaibi had mastered the shave technique, while Barumaber's swordsmanship had undergone a transformation. Moro, Kaibi gently patted him, speaking in a hushed tone. So, the matter of the storm shell was conveyed to the pirates of Qianlong Island by Lola's confidants. You shall soon be known to all. Ah, is that so? Moro replied, momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth in Kaibi's words. If the pirates of Qianlong Island learned of the storm shell from Lola's inner circle, they would swiftly discover who had defeated Lola. After all, the Navy headquarters would seize the opportunity to publicize the defeat of a pirate with a bounty surpassing 100 million. Thus, Storm Island could no longer harbor the storm shell. It would only attract more foes, unless Moro possessed it and ensured that all were aware, thereby shifting the danger onto himself rather than the innocent civilians of Storm Island that I have been set up. Moro walked towards the port, rendered speechless. Along the way, those oblivious to the circumstances continued to express their admiration for him, particularly those who had been rescued on the island of Fiery Summer. It was certain that soon, the name Moro would echo throughout the Grand Line. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was listening to reports from his subordinates. After concluding the briefing, he felt a twinge of unease. However, there was a pressing need for promotion and publicity. Indeed, the subject of discussion was none other than Moro. Logically, he deserved a promotion. Yet to ascend directly to the rank of colonel at the Navy headquarters seemed rather precipitous, especially since this young man had already been promoted several times in quick succession. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku decided, let us proceed with the promotion to the rank of major, and we shall publicize his victory over the formidable Lola. I've heard he has quite the appetite. Let us convert the other rewards into food provisions. Furthermore, with the impending war at Thousand Dragon Island, we must ensure that the nearby Navy branch provides support to prevent any potential escapees. No sooner had Sengoku finished speaking than someone rushed in. Initially taken aback, the newcomer soon stood frozen in place. We must get Moro in the newspapers, burying all the deeds of the Straw Hat Boy in Alabasta, and ensure Smoker's promotion. It was a moment of mixed emotions. The vast sea stretched endlessly. Moro's injuries had long since healed. He remained indifferent to his promotion to major at the Navy headquarters. However, Balumber felt that he should have been elevated directly to the rank of lieutenant colonel. Nevertheless, he and Kobe had also been promoted to sergeants, yet they remained under Moro's command. Karp continued to subject the trio to grueling training sessions, complemented by Moro's additional workouts, making their experiences quite arduous. Under the glaring sun, Moro donned a justice cloak, albeit slightly smaller than those worn by the higher-ranking officers. His battle against Lola had spurred significant personal growth, transforming his very aura. The concept of justice was particularly pronounced within him. It felt delightful. Being promoted to major allowed him to wear his preferred attire. Moro sat contentedly on the deck, clad and comfortable. casual clothing that he also acknowledged the superior quality of the Justice Cloak and the navy boots and pants he merely changed into a looser shirt adorned with various grilled meats and fruits. Reminiscent of a blessing for a beautiful life. At the same age, Moro had risen to the rank of major, while they remained sergeants. Kobe wore a dejected expression, tinged with envy. We've grown stronger as well. Kobe, Balumber jested. Moro had taken out his meager supply of belly to purchase a newspaper, along with a stack of bounty notices. Luffy, how did his bounty exceed 100 million? Kobe and Balumber stood dumbfounded, completely bewildered by the unfolding events. Examining the newspaper further, they saw a split image of Moro and Smoker. Moro's side detailed his triumph over a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million while exposing a dreadful conspiracy. Smoker's segment revealed the nefarious nature of the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, which led to his discovery and subsequent defeat. The former warlord of the sea, the Sand Crocodile, betrayed. An array of questions flooded their minds. Yet Moro remained emotionally unperturbed. He found everything rather mundane, as he had been aware of these events long before, though he hadn't anticipated their simultaneous occurrence. According to the original timeline, they should have already been en route to the Navy headquarters. Little did he know that this series of events had caused a delay. In fact, Karp should have been enjoying light-hearted banter with Sengoku at the Navy headquarters by now. At that moment, Moro realized that his presence and actions against Lola and the others had altered a small fragment of the future. Once we deal with this group of rascals, we must return to the headquarters for a respite. Karp, having appeared on the deck at some point, turned to his aide. Bogart, these little rascals need to continue their training. Let them experience your swordsmanship. With a nod, Bogart prepared to dismantle the practice swords of the three. I know swordsmanship, Balumber began to assert, but Bogart swiftly sliced through, reducing his blade to mere fragments. Understood, I will diligently undergo training. Balumber promptly altered his tone when he had been captured by the axe-wielder Maka. Kobe had attempted to threaten everyone with his gun to prevent them from firing, lest they harm Belumber. At that time, Bogart had effortlessly severed both guns into tiny pieces. Karp, holding Luffy's bounty notice, walked with a sense of satisfaction towards the cabin. At that moment, it was uncertain how many people had laid eyes on the latest newspaper. Smoker, has he returned to the Grand Line? Is it true that he defeated the Sand Crocodile? Is this real? Then why has the Straw Hat Luffy, who was also present in Alabasta, seen his bounty increase? Major Moro, where did this guy come from? I'd love to take him down and boost my own bounty. Many formidable individuals in the Grand Line continued to mock and observe the unfolding drama from the sidelines. 1000 Dragon Island. With Lola's fall, a pirate ship stealthily approached the area. The crew was busy comparing the latest newspapers and bounty notices, discussing the recent developments. Why is the captain landing on this perilous island at this time? No need to question. The captain commands us to land. We shall do so. Before the captain's downfall, this fellow named Moro didn't hold a rank higher than his. Of course, as they spoke, the captain, walking ahead, suddenly turned around. What I intend to do is meet this fellow named Moro. Upon hearing this, the crew erupted into laughter once more. Captain, it seems you're quite displeased with this fellow's rise to fame. Amidst their laughter, Drake stepped forward, surveying the surroundings. In truth, he was assessing the environment of 1000 Dragon Island. Had he not fortuitously passed through this route, he would not have arrived at this island to relay information to his contact. Based on his observations, the island's complexity was moderate. What truly mattered were the dragon-like creatures and the countless prehistoric beasts. The pirates lurking in the nooks and crannies of this island could potentially raze it to the ground at any moment. Find a safe spot and be ready to retreat. I will contact you via Din Din Mushi. With that, Drake transformed into a dinosaur and sprinted ahead. Wherever his gaze fell, he encountered Tyrannosaurus Rex, Triceratops, and flying pterosaurs, alongside smaller, yet exceedingly agile dragons. The terror wolves, terror bears, and Archaeopteryx appeared as miniatures, yet compared to humans, they remained insurmountable monsters. The crew understood why Drake urged them to find a secure location. This was certainly not a place where anyone could act recklessly. At the island's center, before a cave guarded by more than 10 individuals, raucous laughter echoed as usual. Ha! I succeeded. The special serum that can give birth to a true evil dragon. I have finally perfected it. Too bad you won't get to see it. Lola, the power we shall use to conquer the world. You will never witness it. He laughed maniacally. Within the vast laboratory were red-skinned dragon-like creatures imprisoned in massive alloy cages. Some had dragon wings, but lacked claws, while others bore horns yet were tailless. Some breathed fire yet had no wings, continually assaulted by cooling sprays. Only the largest dragon, adorned with horns and 4 claws, with wings, proudly exhaled scorching flames towards the ceiling. Drake set foot on Thousand Dragon Island, only to vanish without a trace shortly thereafter. This colossal island, which bore a prehistoric visage, seemed to exude an enigmatic aura, hinting at extraordinary creatures that would soon astonish the world. 2 days later, as the skills of the Vice Admiral's swordsmanship reached a new zenith, Admiral Karp's warship appeared in the nearby waters. 3 additional warships, dispatched as reinforcements from the local branch, safeguarded the remaining 3 directions. Prepare to split into teams for infiltration. Avoid unnecessary combat. Prioritize safety, Karp commanded, prompting all personnel to form into small units under Moro's command. The group had now expanded to 30 individuals. To his left and right stood Kobe and Burumabur, each leading a contingent of 15. Both had recently attained the rank of sergeant, akin to Jack, who had been promoted to corporal in his last assignment. Despite this, Moro commanded the fewest subordinates compared to other majors in the main unit. According to Karp, he had yet to demonstrate true independent capabilities. Moro harbored no objections. He had merely heard that the unit had converted all other rewards into provisions for him, sufficient to sustain him until this battle concluded and he could return to the naval headquarters at Marineford. Karp then turned his gaze towards the individual he was most concerned about. After all, this group, regardless of age, had only recently begun to make their mark. Should they be surrounded by thousands, exhaustion could become their downfall. The prehistoric creatures on the island had mutated due to various experiments, their combat prowess overwhelming that of ordinary humans. Not to mention, the pirates were adept in artillery and explosives. Karp, are you going to provide me with a feast? Moro quipped, wielding a decent quality long knife on his back. Though it was not a renowned blade, he preferred to fight with his fists, yet he had learned to integrate swordsmanship into his punches. The spear techniques he had grasped during his previous confrontation with Lola, combined with the skills he adopted while training under Vice Admiral Bogart, had significantly enhanced his martial prowess. Particularly, enduring Karp's relentless training had proven to be the most effective path to mastery. Don't act recklessly, you brat. My point is that the others do not possess your stamina, Karp stated with utmost seriousness, conveying a clear message to Moro that the others required protection. Not everyone could survive in extreme conditions. Understood, Moro replied, signaling for the 30 individuals to follow his lead as they leapt into action. This battle was bound to be fraught with uncertainties, now that the Navy had initiated a siege. It was impossible for the pirates to remain unaware of their impending approach. They would undoubtedly be prepared. More importantly, why had these pirates chosen not to abandon Thousand Dragon Island over the past 2 days? What confidence did they possess to confront the onslaught of a rear admiral and multiple warships? Was it due to the island's natural advantages, or the presence of those dinosaurs? Karp scanned Thousand Dragon Island. Should the situation escalate to a point beyond Moro and his peers' capabilities, he would have no choice but to intervene. No one wished to witness their sailors or disciples fall into peril. Karp, should I take action now? Vice Admiral Bogart asked nervously. Wait for the right moment. We must avoid unnecessary casualties, Karp affirmed, hopeful for the growth of the younger generation. Over the years, the old guard had dwindled. Zephyr had long since lost an arm and succumbed to despair. Sengoku remained steadfast, yet the world was ever-changing. If no new generation of the Navy emerged to uphold their legacy after the 3 admirals, the future remained uncertain. In the primordial jungle, Moro led the way, meticulously observing his surroundings. From time to time, prehistoric beasts emerged, creatures that should have perished millions of years ago, such as terror bears and terror wolves, coexisting with even more ancient dinosaurs. Provoking doubt about how the Grand Line sustained such a complex ecosystem, the coexistence of 2 eras prehistoric creatures on a single island prompted the thought, rather than Thousand Dragon Island, it might as well be renamed Beast Island. With a resounding thud, Moro sent a charging terror bear flying with a punch, as a Tyrannosaurus Rex crashed through the trees, staring at him with a bewildered expression. Dinosaurs? Quite adorable, Moro mused, regarding the creature earnestly. Kobe was visibly frightened, and some even gripped their weapons, hesitant to fire. The T-Rex, sensing their fear, let out a roar, poised to strike. Moro leapt forward, storm step, chaos. 10 minutes later, a Tyrannosaurus was followed by 5 Triceratops. each carrying several humans on their backs as they strolled through the forest. Barumabur, perched atop one of the triceratops, gazed at the pitifully wounded dinosaurs and felt a surge of sympathy. Even more astonishingly, Moro had instructed everyone to fashion simple reins and saddles, effectively elevating him to the status of dragon tamer. What a monster, Barumabur lamented. Moro had surpassed the average mastery of the Navy S6 styles and was now heralded as a supernova of the naval headquarters. Kobe, reflecting on the adversaries Moro had defeated, acknowledged the life-and-death struggles they had faced. Although he had yet to encounter a genuinely overwhelming opponent, each encounter had rendered him stronger. Suddenly, as the group remained vigilant, Moro's voice broke through their concerns. These dinosaurs are indeed formidable, and their speed is impressive. I wonder how they taste. As he spoke, he glanced skyward and continued, moving at this pace is slow. If we could capture a few pterosaurs, we might quickly ascertain the island's full scope. Hearing his remarks, the others felt a chill run down their spines. Catching dinosaurs on the ground isn't enough. He wants to catch pterosaurs too, little tyrant. Is there any delicious dinosaur nearby? I'm hungry, the T-Rex grumbled. Can't understand human speech. Can you? Moro shot it a cold glance, causing it to lower its head and hastily flee. The Triceratops exchanged knowing glances with Moro atop the T-Rex and chose to follow suit. Before long, as the Triceratops caught up, Moro had halted before a flock of Titan birds, with the T-Rex drooling in anticipation, causing the Titan birds to tremble in fear. 5 minutes later, wisps of smoke began to rise. The taste is mediocre, little tyrant. You eat this. Lead the way afterward. I wish to venture to a more populous area. Moro handed the T-Rex a roasted Titan bird leg, which appeared larger than a lamb's leg. Albeit a mere snack for the T-Rex. You eat too much. Look how little the Archaeopteryx consumes, Moro remarked, waving at the birds perched on a branch. The T-Rex wallowed in disappointment. Moro seized an Archaeopteryx, instantly initiating the roasting process. The taste was even less palatable. 10 minutes later, the T-Rex, having finally filled its belly, began to tread deeper into the forest. Crossing a small river, it pressed on into the heart of the jungle. Gradually, its steps slowed, and as the T-Rex halted, Moro sensed an unsettling odor. Roars echoed in the distance, and even the pterosaurs dared not linger above. The T-Rex began to retreat, its eyes reflecting a primal wariness. Are we leaving? Little tyrant, fear not. You've carried me this far. I'll ensure you receive a hearty share of the island. Moro gently tapped the claw of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, prompting the creature to flee in haste. The Triceratops, too, dared not advance any further, retreating swiftly. Ahead lay their gathering place, yet I found it peculiar that no trace of pirates could be seen on this island. Intelligence indicated that none had escaped during this period. A hint of suspicion flickered in KB's eyes. What could be the reason? Where were the thousands of pirates on Qianlong Island? Why could not a single one be found? Were they merely lying in wait for a chance? KB, could it be that you are overthinking? Perhaps this group believes themselves clever enough to think we cannot infiltrate here amidst the dinosaurs. Balumeb had a tinge of reckless optimism. The rest of the group felt a mix of hope and dread. Until the situation was clarified, none could ascertain what truly transpired. Were the pirates overly arrogant, or did they have ulterior motives? Generally speaking, no matter how formidable, pirates would not dare act so brazenly. Lacking the special status of the 7 warlords of the sea and devoid of the strength and influence of the 4 emperors, what audacity did they possess to confront the navy directly? Hush! I sense a wave of fury. Moro's sudden exclamation silenced everyone. They ceased their thoughts and turned their earnest gazes toward him. From this moment forth, we must slow our pace and ascend the trees. We will advance from the treetops. Moro leaped down, and the others followed his command, carefully jumping from one great tree to another, proceeding with caution. 20 minutes later, as their eyes converged upon a crevice in a towering mountain, their expressions involuntarily revealed disdain. This mountain, situated at the heart of the island, was hollow, revealing a multitude of caves hewn from within. Filled with all manner of dragon eggs on the expansive ground, enormous dragons with blood-red skin, each possessing distinctive appearances, roamed. Then, a dragon emerged that boasted all the defining features: true dragon horns, for formidable claws, and immense wings capable of shattering rock with a mere flap. Upon its arrival, all the incomplete dragons prostrated themselves, emitting a chorus of dragon roars. They were filled with rage. Moro felt an odd sensation. Even from a distance, he had sensed it. A profound fury echoed in his mind. Only upon witnessing it firsthand did he realize that the incomplete dragons were the source of this wrath. Their despair stemming from an unknown ordeal. The complete dragon roared once more, causing the colossal eggs to begin cracking. From one egg emerged a creature with a human head atop a dragon's body, rolling its eyes and shaking its head uncontrollably. Shortly thereafter, another egg hatched, revealing a dragon with human hands. They exhibited certain human traits at the moment of birth. Soon, a golden-haired elder with mechanical arms appeared. Equipped with a fuel booster and various mechanical appendages, he held numerous chemical agents in his arms. He poured the substances over the dragon-like beings. All their human characteristics vanished. Those that had human hands transformed into dragons with mere claws, while the one with a human head did not sprout a dragon's head but collapsed lifelessly instead. This indicated that his concoction was designed to eradicate human traits. Thus, it became evident that the beings within these dragon eggs had been infused with a serum capable of transforming them into dragons. However, the serum evidently bore great flaws, as most had failed to succeed. Hence, they emanated perpetual fury, as if anticipating their demise. Moro was perplexed by his ability to sense such emotions, but if this were indeed the case, Qianlong Island, once named for its dinosaurs, would now rightfully exist for these colossal dragons. After all, with thousands of pirates present, if each egg originated from a human, that would mean a legion of furious dragons. Who was this individual? What compelled him to engage in such inhumane acts? Moro felt a wave of nausea wash over him, and the others were no less affected. No wonder no pirates had escaped. They had all become subjects of experimentation. Awaken, my children. I have created the serum closest to perfection. It is time for your debut. This is the era that Lola never had the chance to witness. He was meant to join us with the Stormy Bell, but now he has become a lost soul upon the seas. The mechanical arms extended, and the golden-haired mad scientist laughed maniacally. Moro never anticipated encountering such a hardcore scientific lunatic in the first half of the Grand Line, executing such grotesque experiments that it was utterly inhumane. Bring forth the remaining specimens. The group could no longer see beyond a certain point and had to retrieve their telescopes. However, Moro's vision was remarkably keen. Could it be that the powers of the paramecia fruit had not only strengthened him, but also heightened his senses? Within the hollow mountain, another cave revealed itself. From the perspective of the staircase, figures emerged, pushing carts filled with cages. They numbered only a few dozen, likely the guards or helpers of the cave. Yet, within the cages were hundreds of captives. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be pirates. Yet they were clearly distinct from the ones pushing the carts. Moro quickly recognized that these survivors bore the same pirate flag emblem as Lola. Even that golden-haired man shared the same insignia. It seemed that those pirates defeated by Lola had ultimately become sacrifices, while only his true subordinates were utilized for the experiments and to lead the operations that in the pirate world, strength reigns supreme. And the weak are meat for the strong. Although there were many failures, soon you will become proud successes. I possess pterosaurs, Tyrannosaurus rex, Triceratops, and results acquired from Vegapunk's laboratory. The bloodline factors yield flames. Let us see who shall be hailed as the greatest scientist in the world. I am stronger than you, Vegapunk. I was the first to create a non-existent being, a dragon. The man's deranged laughter was almost painful to the ears. Moro understood now. 2 years hence on Punk Hazard, there would also be a dragon. Caesar, Quinn, judged it seemed that Vegapunk was not well regarded by his colleagues, each having distanced themselves from him. This golden-haired madman was among them. What shall we do, Moro? KB swallowed hard. Never before feeling such tension that I will inform the old man. Moro picked up the transponder snail, opting to mute the speaker. You little rascal, have you found their lair? Karp inquired leisurely. Indeed, I have 2 pieces of news for you. One good, one bad. Spit it out. Karp was eager to deliver a punch to Moro's head. The good news is that our true enemies number only a few dozen. The bad news is that those who should have been our adversaries have transformed into even stronger dragons, possibly capable of breathing fire. No sooner had Moro finished speaking than a roar erupted from the mountain. Go forth and let the world witness your majesty. Claim the skies and scorch the earth, ensuring that the name of Saklay is forever remembered. Within the cages, the tormented pirates were drenched in a dark blue chemical solution. They burst forth from their confines, soaring into the sky while emitting dragon roars. Fire breath scorched the ground. Go forth and annihilate the navy. Thousands of vile dragons and hundreds of true malevolent dragons would form an invincible dragon legion. This would be a tempest of 1,000 dragons. All units retreat. We shall open fire. Karp commanded, having resolved to evacuate all naval personnel from Qianlong Island and level it to the ground. That won't work. These creatures can fly, Moro remarked, casting his gaze toward the soaring dragons, which continued to unleash their fiery breath, incinerating the earth. The surrounding forest was already ablaze. Roar! At that moment, an unusual Tyrannosaurus unexpectedly emerged, charging directly into the mountainside. Unlike the blood-red-skinned malevolent dragons, this Tyrannosaurus was clad in human attire. This distinctive feature, along with the axe and longsword slung across its back, instantly reminded Moro of a supernova from a dreadfully notorious era. Of course, this individual was likely still amidst an adventure. Drake. Is that a human or a dinosaur? Kobe gazed at Drake in disbelief. A human, a user of the dragon fruit. Ancient type, Tyrannosaurus form, Drake. Moro's words left Kobe momentarily stunned. Drake, the Rear Admiral who once bore immense expectations but ultimately fell from grace to become a pirate, whose bounty had reportedly skyrocketed. Why was he here? Could there be a connection between him and these creatures? Kobe clenched his teeth. You can inquire about this later when you have the chance. For now, your priority is to swiftly evacuate from Thousand Dragon Island. The warships will soon launch an attack. Those immobile, discarded dragons will perish in the barrage, but the 100 or so flying dragons will undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. With that, Moro cracked his knuckles, his aura surging. You aren't considering confronting that deranged individual alone. Are you? Kobe intended to dissuade Moro that it's futile. The cannon fire will be of no use. Don't forget, these creatures are exceedingly skilled in crafting artillery and weaponry. From the outset, they never intended to evade our bombardment. In fact, after the Thousand Dragon Frenzy, he will personally obliterate all the data and secrets on this island. Moro leaped down from the branch and strode into the mountains. Secure the warship. I must apprehend that individual to prevent him from fleeing and wreaking havoc elsewhere. He added, This is an order, Sergeant Kobe. Everyone understood that Moro was not to be dissuaded. Recalling the previous events on Summer Island and Storm Island, that fiery wind, Lola, had nearly escaped. This seemingly deranged scientist. Sakri surely harbored his own ulterior motives. Hey, I have a storm shell. At worst, I can ride the winds to the skies. Moro chuckled, patting the storm shell on his back. The others, seeing the storm shell, nodded with newfound confidence, choosing to trust him. However, they glanced back at him one last time before departing. Their task now was to thwart the advance of the non-flying malevolent dragons and devise a means to bring down the airborne ones. These colossal dragons not only soared through the skies, but also breathed fire, towering over the average human dwelling. Should they escape Thousand Dragon Island, the consequences would be unimaginable. That it was impossible to gauge how many villages and islands would suffer. As Moro ventured deeper into the mountains, he continuously evaded the onslaught of the malevolent dragons with skillful agility while countering their attacks with his fists. Upon entering the heart of the mountain, he managed to tug at the bindings securing the storm shell. Only he knew that the winds stored within the storm shell had long since been depleted. The meager winds accumulated over the past 2 days were insufficient for his escape from the island. Moro glanced at the former prison area, where dozens of elite pirates bore mechanical augmentations, their backs tethered to machinery capable of exhaling flames through their devices. The Tyrannosaurus was ensnared among them, struggling to break free. Yet, it was continually besieged by Sakri's 10 mechanical arms, while 3 fully formed malevolent dragons rained fire upon it, leaving it overwhelmed. Pirates, why didn't you dare to invade Thousand Dragon Island during Lola's peak? Do you seek my dragon serum? Dream on. This is the culmination of my dominance over the Grand Line. Sakri taunted, belittling the pirates' aspirations. The mechanical arms swiftly ensnared Drake, and the malevolent dragon began to unleash its fiery breath. While the pirates on the ground continued their assault, in such dire straits, he emitted agonized roars. Zoan-type users must possess resilient lives, Moro remarked, having appeared beneath Drake's claws, maintaining an air of calm. The Navy? Have you allied with them? Drake shot a glance at Moro, feigning neutrality. Indeed, even in such circumstances, Drake clung to his cover identity, and few within the Navy were privy to his true nature. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as the mechanical arms began to shatter. Drake seized the moment to break free, roaring as he clamped his jaws around the malevolent dragon's claw, dragging it down from midair and planting a paw on its head. "Sakri, you underestimate the power of the ancient Zoan," Drake boasted, only to find himself ensnared in a fierce battle once more. At that moment, he hoped to catch a glimpse of Moro's support, only to discover that the latter had already marched resolutely towards the cave. Did that individual wish to claim the success of my research? Ha! How Navi? What lies within is merely enough explosive power to level this mountain. I shall ensure this fool joins Lola and the fallen pirates in their graves. Sakri cackled, suddenly struck by a realization that I remember now. That Marine from earlier was Moro, the so-called supernova hero of the Navy. Nanny, Doctor, blow him to bits. Let him accompany Captain Lola in death, the pirates clamored, their minds racing as they recalled their earlier encounter with Drake. Now fully aware it was indeed Moro. "Moro," Drake murmured, his body sustaining numerous injuries, yet he could not resist glancing towards the cave's direction. He had seen the name Moro in a newspaper just 2 days prior. He never anticipated such a monster would emerge among the Navy's latest recruits. What a pity if he were to perish within that cave. It would squander a promising talent. "Drake, Moro, you will all meet your demise in this explosion. While we shall lead the Dragon Legion away from this island, I will seek a new island to establish my base and dominate the Grand Line." Sakri cackled wickedly, swiftly producing a vial of a new serum, distinct from the previous green and dark blue ones. This was a blood-red potion. Simultaneously, all the pirates brandished their own blood-red vials. You will never comprehend that my intention to use humans as test subjects was solely to develop this perfect serum to control the degree of mutation, maintaining human intellect while harnessing the power of legendary creatures. Sakri downed the blood-red serum, rapidly undergoing mutation, sprouting a pair of dragon wings while significantly increasing in size, complete with dragon claws and a tail. Only his head and torso retained a human semblance, resembling a half-beast transformation. "This serum of yours must induce irreversible mutations, meaning you will either fully transform into a malevolent dragon or remain in this grotesque form forever," Drake asserted, reverting to his human form and charging at Sakri with an axe and sword. X hunting ground. With a swift strike, an X-shaped attack landed on the half-dragon, half-human Sakri, merely shattering his mechanical exoskeleton. The perfect dragon scales enveloped his skin, leaving no trace of injury. Sakri chuckled maniacally as he regarded the bewildered Drake. "Surprised? I have enhanced this power countless times, while I indeed require a more potent serum to elevate my strength. Even before that, I am already beyond the reach of you worthless fools. Witness the true form of my Dragon Legion." He spread his arms wide, his dragon claws glistening. The pirates around him completed their transformations, becoming draconic beings. Above, complete dragons circled the skies. "Look, those ground-dwelling failures are more than enough to annihilate your pirate crew and the Navy, and we shall ride the other complete dragons to the next island. This is the power of science, and this is the strength that surpasses Vegapunk. What era is it that one still battles traditional dinosaurs?" Sakri laughed broadly with pride that he believed he had completely surpassed Vegapunk, convinced that he had outshone every former colleague. Quinn, Gaji, Caesar. Each one would be beneath his feet. "You are truly short-sighted. In this world, there are countless formidable beings, their devil fruits and powers far beyond your reach. You are even less than Vegapunk, for you are simply not of the same ilk," Drake declared, transforming directly into his beastly form, hoping to leverage his immense explosive strength to leap down and strike Sakri before he could take flight. He believed this next move would be lethal. "Ha! You wish to launch a sneak attack. You think too highly of yourself." Sakri waved his hand, sending over a dozen ferocious dragons flying towards Drake, blocking his path. Meanwhile, he ascended into the air, retrieving a device with a button. "Die, Moro. Go to hell, Drake." He pressed the button, and in that instant, the vast Qianlong Mountain, occupying 1/5 of Qianlong Island's area and twice the size of Eni's lobby, was engulfed in a sea of flames. The explosion roared. Drake sprinted out of the mountain, his beastly form propelling him to peak speed. However, as he fell to the ground outside the mountain, a rock tumbled beside him, and he could barely evade it. Had he not been fast enough, he would have certainly met his demise deep within the mountainous core. Looking back, the cavern's entrance was already reduced to ruins. flames still licking at the remnants. All of this signified that he had survived, but Moro had likely perished in the blast. Damn it, just one more move could have disposed of that guy. If I hadn't chosen to probe, none of this would have happened. Drake rose with a tinge of regret. Explosions continued to erupt, flames beginning to spread further. He had intended to defeat Sakri after he emerged from the cave, seizing the research results, but now it seemed all for naught. On the earth, the abandoned dragons, filled with fury, charged towards the coast, roaring at the warships. The Navy swiftly opened fire. Sakri detonated the explosives buried within the mountain, and the Navy bombarded the island, soon to reduce it to mere rubble. There no hope. Drake could indeed rush to the heavens, attempting to confront Sakri. He had once been a vice admiral in the Navy, mastering the 6 styles. Yet over the years, he had increasingly relied on his fruit abilities, which had grown significantly stronger, instilling in him a sense of invulnerability, faced with so many dragons obstructing him. Could he truly eliminate Sakri? Drake had no time to ponder. This was Qianlong Island, and moving ahead would lead him to the halfway point of the Grand Line. Water 7 up beyond that lay Moria's territory. Though they would inevitably make their way to the Sabaody archipelago, with a sudden leap, Drake descended, utilizing the moonwalk, resolved to give it another try. The enemy was indeed numerous, but that did not imply he was devoid of opportunities. As long as he could reach Sakri, he still had the confidence to deliver a fatal blow. As for the naval supernova, Major Moro, who perished in the explosion, he could only wish him better luck in the next life. Just as Drake was departing, amidst the ruins, a charred figure crawled out, covered in blood. Damn, I nearly got blown to bits, but thankfully my refined iron block, along with my body that had endured countless explosions, saved me. The youth grumbled, his gleaming white teeth visible. Almost forgot, the most vital part is still you, the paramecia fruit. I feel like I died at least twice just now, all thanks to you. With that, he retrieved 3 vials of serum samples from his arms, colored green, dark blue, and blood red. Indestructible iron block indeed. Although he had lost the experimental data, Sakri must have carried it all with him. Fortunately, a portion of the potion remained. Moro, uncertain of its authenticity, took it anyway. He shook his head, dusting off the ash, and gazed towards the mountain's edge, where a Tyrannosaurus Rex was hiding behind a makeshift cover. With a simple seat and reins crafted from large leaves and vines on its back, little Bao, you're quite something. You even knew to come back for me. Moro placed the 3 vials on its back. The sounds of cannon fire echoed in his ears. In the sky, dragons unleashed their breath, while Drake desperately dodged, striving with all his might to strike at Sakri. Little Bao, go to the shore and deliver the serum to KB. I'll give him a heads up that don't worry, I'll ensure this island is yours to keep half of. The Tyrannosaurus roared and galloped towards the shore. Moro quickly dialed KB using a transponder snail. KB, little Bao is on its way to you. I've secured some serum samples, but I can't confirm their authenticity. Moro, are you still alive? The whole mountain has been flattened, and a pirate ship flying Drake's flag slipped away during the chaos. After the explosion, boulders are everywhere. Moro, Vice Admiral Kapu has ordered you to evacuate immediately. He intends to personally drop bombs to obliterate these dragons, KB urged anxiously. Moro, grinning, touched his storm bell. Lend me a bit of strength. Whether I can learn it depends on you. Moro, hey, Moro, this is Vice Admiral Kapu's order. Whoosh, the last remnants of wind from the past 2 days lifted Moro. Until now, he had always rapidly stepped on solid ground to unleash bursts of speed. Employing the shave technique, this was his first time executing it while stepping on air. Similar to the rapid footwork of shave, it generated slashing strikes akin to gale foot, enabling him to swiftly tread upon the air, creating powerful vacuums. This was one of the 6 styles of the Navy, the moonwalk. In the sky, Drake was fighting his way through the encirclement. Suddenly, Moro appeared, passing by him. How are you still alive? Drake exclaimed in surprise. Don't you know I'm a devil fruit user? Moro tilted his head. You're a Zoan type? No, a paramecia type. Our paramecia types possess greater vitality than your Zoan kinds. That's only reasonable. Right? Moro said, proceeding towards the head of the dragon. However, he did not attack. Instead, he approached the fire-breathing dragon as if taming a Tyrannosaurus, the dragon tamer. That's what he had become. The roar of the dragon echoed. Moro felt a sense of discomfort. These winged fire-breathing beasts were no different from oversized lizards, pretending to be fierce to him. The only creatures deserving the title of dragon were those from his homeland before his transmigration, those that soared through the clouds. Elusive and majestic, silence. Moro delivered a punch to the red-scaled dragon's head, then firmly gripped its two horns, rendering it unable to shake him off despite its struggles. That mad scientist with the blonde hair. You really blew me to bits just now. Thankfully, you detonated the entire mountain. Had it only been that cave, I don't know when I would have crawled out. Moro cursed. Several dragons approached, their claws resembling enlarged chicken feet. Up. As Moro grabbed one of the dragoness horns, it shook its head violently, injuring itself on the claws of other dragons. Roar. This dragon was enraged by Moro's actions and unleashed a breath attack. Unexpectedly, this strike enraged the other dragons as well. More breath attacks surged forth, and the temperature in the air skyrocketed. This scene finally caught Sakuri's attention. Damn it, how is this guy still alive? The boulders that collapsed should have crushed him. Attack! Quickly attack! We must not let them succeed. Sakuri fumed, dispatching several small dragon men to attack. They believed that their claw attacks were superior to firearms and swords, launching close-range assaults on Moro and Drake. Molo gracefully escaped from the flames. Stepping lightly as if dancing on the moon, he glanced back to witness the colossal dragon he had been riding being besieged by other dragons, engulfed in a torrent of fiery breath that reduced it to nothing more than a roasted carcass. Plummeting towards the ground at an alarming speed, soon, his gaze fixated on a second vile dragon, entirely unconcerned by the relentless pursuit of the diminutive dragonfolk. Moonstep, roller finger, moonstep, gale kick. However, as he employed the moonstep technique, one he had only recently mastered, the recoil from his finger thrust sent him spinning in place. As for the gale kick, he became akin to a whirling windmill. Fortunately, his attacks remained potent. Sea soldier, you cannot breach our dragon scales and armor, the dragonfolk proclaimed with pride, convinced of their impenetrable defenses. Ah, but you are unaware of the true meaning of an iron fist. Molo charged forward, delivering a powerful blow directly to the head of a dragonfolk. Impossible. In the next instant, blood splattered. What do you mean by impossible? Molo observed the headless dragonfolk plummet from the sky. Your dragon scales may rival steel, but that does not imply that every inch of your skin possesses similar resilience. That it is precisely because you have retained your human heads and have not fully transformed into dragons that you reveal your vulnerabilities. Having stated this, he deftly stepped through the air again, executing a gale kick that pierced through another dragonfolk's chest. Your bodies and heads, these untransformed areas, are your most glaring weaknesses if you cannot even perceive this fundamental truth. Then, that is truly laughable. Upon hearing these words, Drake suddenly grasped the situation. He turned to Molo and inquired, but I was unable to breach Sakuri's mechanical exterior even after breaking through it. So you assume that others are the same? Molo seized a vile dragon by its horns, steering it into a chaotic frenzy that he discerned that if he forced the dragon to raise its head, it would retch just like a human, and the retching of the dragon resulted in fiery breath. Have you not noticed how that creature towers above the rest? He continued, if I am not mistaken. Those perfected fire dragons served as the blueprint. He concocted an exceptionally refined serum, but only for his own use, while others were restrained from undergoing any significant transformations. In essence, Sakuri presents a facade of humanity while maintaining a human intellect, yet possesses the defense and strength of a fire dragon. The other dragonfolk are merely an outward semblance, appearing remarkably similar, yet fundamentally just human bodies adorned with dragon horns, claws, wings, and tails. Molo concluded his explanation by capturing a dragon's horn, compelling it to bite down on an unsuspecting dragonfolk. Indeed, it was nearly impossible to breach its limbs or tail, but the torso, neck, and head shattered with ease, resulting in instant demise. I see, Drake exhaled in relief. Wielding an axe in one hand and a sword in the other, moving with the moonstep as if he were a ray of light, swiftly appearing behind Molo. Concurrently, the position of the dragonfolk also formed an X-like pattern. As anticipated, the dragonfolk fell upon being struck at their weak point. When the two turned their attention back to the remaining dragonfolk, their expressions shifted drastically. How can they breach our invincible defenses? Damn it! Could it be that Molo's claims hold truth? Dr. Sakuri, are they speaking the truth? The dragonfolk flapped their wings, rising and falling in the sky, all casting worried glances at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Sakuri that he is speaking nonsense. This is merely a temporary flaw. I will continue to develop an even more perfect serum. Everyone, attack quickly. If we can repel them, we shall escape, Sakri commanded frantically. Yet, some among them cast doubtful looks in his direction. Doctor, did you not claim that we were already using the perfect serum? Such doubt was intolerable to Sakri. Though you truly refuse to obey my orders, I have stated that what you have ingested is indeed the epitome of perfection. Sakri declared with disdain, pressing a button on his wristband. The metal backpack on his back swiftly disassembled and reassembled into a suit of alloy armor. You stubborn fools. Do you not understand that the innate power derived from biological instincts forms a natural suppression? From the very beginning, I crafted the serum based on my own parameters. Therefore, only I can achieve the true metamorphosis. If you continue to resist, then I shall take matters into my own hands. As Sakri spoke, he waved his hand, exerting a natural suppression upon the fire dragons. The dragon folk, too, felt a primal pressure weighing upon them. From the outset, the serum had been designed solely for Sakri himself, rendering both the perfected fire dragons and the dragon folk mere test subjects. His authoritative command would inherently possess a suppressive quality. Attack, slay these two. Once the deed is done, I shall await you on the island ahead. Sakri concluded. The surviving fire dragons surged uncontrollably towards Molo and Drake. The dragon folk, despite their fury, were compelled to fight. They loathed Molo, yet equally despised Sakri. This man had treated the weak pirate crew as mere experiments and had reduced them to pawns. Had Lola still been present, she would undoubtedly have assumed command at AS Lola's subordinates. They had always regarded Sakri as a mere subordinate. Yet now, due to Molo's emergence, their hopes had vanished, leaving behind an unquenchable hatred. In the sky, Drake, employing the moonstep, found himself besieged by a multitude of fire dragons, their fiery breath poised to engulf him in an instant. Move. What are you waiting for? In that critical moment, Molo appeared riding a fire dragon, breaking through all constraints and swiftly pulling Drake up with him. Only after crashing into another vile dragon did they manage to escape the encirclement. Thank you. Sea soldier, Drake replied, feigning indifference. Are you truly lacking in common sense? In such a siege, you could have easily torn open a gap to escape, yet you chose to wait for your demise, Molo scolded. And did you not charge directly into the cave, only to find nothing? Drake retorted, My lack of rewards has nothing to do with you. In the ocean, it is best to avoid former colleagues of Vegapunk. If you encounter them, strike with all your might. Molo fixed his gaze ahead, while the fire dragons and dragonfolk relentlessly pursued them. Why? Drake questioned, perplexed. Vegapunk is employed by the world government. His status is unique. And he would never provoke that man's colleagues without cause, because none of them are good news. Moro spoke candidly, asserting that, including this Sakuri, there were indeed very few virtuous individuals. He understood that had it not been for his birth, the current timeline would have remained unchanged. Karp would have set sail for the Marine headquarters in Marineford first, while the likes of KB and Barumabur would continue their training there. After some time, they would depart to navigate and execute missions. During this period, they would receive swordsmanship training under the watchful eye of Vice Admiral Bogart, growing stronger and mastering techniques like the 6 powers of the Navy alongside their swordsmanship. As for the likes of Yen Feng, Lola, and Sakuri, the formidable forces at the Marine headquarters would certainly find a way to deal with them. Take Drake, for instance. Each supernova follows a distinctly different path. Although they may encounter each other at Sabeti Archipelago, not every individual would meet face to face. Some may even deliberately avoid places like Water 7 and Eni's Lobby. Perhaps Sakuri or Lola would be the threads to be unraveled by Drake. After the eruption of the 1,000 dragons, their strength surged, ultimately leading to their defeat on some distant island at the hands of Drake and the Marines, who cooperated from within and without. Thanks to the immense vitality of the ancient Zoan type, Drake could survive the explosion at 1,000 Dragons Island. What was the outcome? Moro's arrival abruptly altered the timeline in which Karp was to return to the Marine headquarters first, hastening the demise of Lola and Sakuri. In the end, even the storm bell fell into his hands, along with the vast stockpile of gunpowder and weapons that a line streaked across the sky, composed of flames. Moro and Drake exchanged no further words, making a beeline towards Sakuri. The fire dragon roared with flames, expressing its discontent. Ahead, Sakuri moved with astonishing speed, propelled by a multitude of flame boosters hidden beneath his alloy armor. Little fire dragon, it seems impossible for you to catch up, Moro remarked, patting Drake on the shoulder to guide him to grasp the dragon's horns and control their direction. Huh? Drake looked at him in confusion. Unsure of the maneuver, Moro embraced the storm bell, turning into the wind that the fire dragon's sword. He began to gather wind power. What is this? Drake could not comprehend Moro's actions that you're not meant to understand. Moro replied earnestly, collecting the wind energy. Before them, Sakuri was already about to fly out of the Thousand Dragons Island's vicinity. He picked up the Den Mushi and spoke directly. Old man Karp. I'm pursuing an ugly creature on the head of a little fire dragon. Don't let him escape. You brat, are you flying in the sky, seeking death? Karp retorted from the deck of the battleship. Grabbing a cannonball, spinning it around, and hurling it. Karp, Drake stared blankly at the battleship from which the cannonball was launched. If Karp was stationed here, then these vile dragons would not be insurmountable. Even the fellow ahead might not be able to escape. Boom! Just as Sakuri was about to flee from above Thousand Dragons Island, a cannonball exploded directly in front of him. Damn it, can these battleships attack like this? Sakuri was startled. He had expected the attack to hit him directly, only to find it had detonated just ahead. Did Vegapunk not say that the Navy doesn't yet have the capability to deal with aerial enemies? That's a goal for the next era. He paused for a moment, muttering to himself in confusion. As he resumed his flight, he heard a whistling sound behind him. Moro, stepping on the moonwalk, accelerated, holding the storm bell, and using the wind to further boost his speed. Seizing the moment of Sakuri's hesitation, he lunged forward. Having stored up some wind, he did not expect to deplete it so quickly, but at last, he had caught Sakuri. Moro gripped Sakuri's armor tightly, lifting his head to meet Sakuri's gaze. Sakuri's expression transformed from confusion to astonishment, finally settling into a face of incredulity. Nanny? Old man Karp, just blow him up? If I had been a moment slower, that guy would have escaped, Moro complained into the Den Mushi, while his other hand clutched Sakuri's armor firmly. Didn't you say you would block his path? Karp replied before continuing. In that case, let the subsequent fire dragons be taken care of as well. Hey, Moro shouted into the Den Mushi, but Karp had already hung up point one by one. Cannonballs rained down, obliterating the fire dragons behind Moro. Moreover, a swordsman clad in a justice cloak, black suit, and sunglasses, Vice Admiral Bogart, leaped down. With a single stroke, he cleaved numerous fire dragons in half. Impressive. It seems I need not worry, Drake remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he noticed the pirate ship of his crew safely outside the range of the Navy's attacks. However, a tinge of concern lingered. Could Moro truly defeat Sakuri? Although with Karp and Bogart, it should be no issue, he instinctively felt unease. Hey, are you worried about me? Don't fret. I'll send this guy tumbling from the sky, Moro declared, gripping Sakuri's dragon horns with both hands, remaining unfazed by the mechanical arms attacking him. Does it hurt? It hurts a lot, but there will come a time to adapt. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you not realize I am the perfect dragon man? Sakuri roared in fury, yet with his horns held fast by Moro, he could only retaliate with his dragon claws and mechanical arms. Iron block. Moro yanked Sakuri's head, maintaining his defensive stance. Boom! Sakuri was forced to exhale dragon flames skyward. The dragon claws and mechanical arms battered against the iron block that was Moro, leaving him unscathed. Why are you clinging to me? Sakuri screamed in frustration. Drake, witnessing this scene, leaped off the dragon's back and headed toward his pirate crew. He felt a chuckle rising. Despite Moro's relentless assault, there was an absurdity to it that was almost pitiable for Sakuri. Would they meet again? Drake mused as he stepped onto the pirate ship. Most likely not. Soon he would reach Sabaody Archipelago. Afterward, he would boldly proceed into the New World, a place often frequented by celestial dragons, where trouble should be minimal, for even the most unruly pirates would hesitate to provoke the celestial dragons. Drake pondered. He gradually distanced himself, eyeing the heavens above. Sakuri was frantically attacking Moro with his mechanical arms. The young man showed no signs of backing down, holding onto the dragon horns with one hand, while relentlessly dismantling the mechanical devices with the other. Raging Gale, Wind Song. Moro almost randomly named his techniques, shouting them out to bolster his own morale with each attack. The thruster was torn in half, plummeting from the sky. Next, he turned his attention to the alloy exterior, which he could only dent with his fists. As it was fixed and interconnected internally, he could only pound it into hollows, then watch as flames erupted from Sakuri's back. Damn it, you dismantled my thruster. Sakuri felt a sense of impending doom without the fuel-boosting thruster. Moro's relentless focus on a single point was almost maddening. First, the next section of the alloy armor began to cave in as he persistently attacked the same spot until the connection shattered. Moro finally burst into laughter. I knew it. As long as I keep attacking a single point, it will eventually give way. With a hard-fought gap now created, Moro's fist accelerated, transforming into a finger gun. Damn it! I will make you die. Bang! Bang! The mechanical arm began to emit lasers, a technology commonly wielded by Quinn and Gaji. However, it was evident that Sakuri was not adept at such methods, using them merely as an auxiliary measure. As he launched an attack, Moro remained motionless, activating the iron block. Indestructible iron block. Sakuri ground his teeth in frustration. Iron block. Iron block. Why is it always iron block? Isn't it the Navy that resorts to such measures only in dire circumstances? Witnessing yet another failure of his assault, despair began to envelop Sakuri. Encountering an opponent like Moro was truly a misfortune in life that he could easily imagine how Lola had met her demise. Most likely, she was slowly tortured to death, waiting until the last moment to use the iron block. By then, I would have expended all my strength, and the iron block would be weakened too. Are you foolish? After speaking, Moro seized a mechanical arm, wrapping it around the dragon's horn and tying it into a tight knot. Gunpoint. Bang. This time, devoid of the interference from the mechanical arm, blood began to pour from Sakuri's neck. In excruciating pain, Sakuri lifted his head. Had it not been for the dragon scales, his injuries would have been far more severe. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Moro began to dismantle the dragon scales. In no time, several mechanical arms were rendered into knots, while the alloy armor around Sakuri's neck shattered, and the dragon scales were stripped away, leaving him vulnerable to Moro's attacks, originally equipped with thrusters. He could have easily outpaced Moro in the air. However, with the thrusters dismantled, Moro seized the initiative. Utilizing the storm shell and moonwalk, he maintained a precarious balance. Seizing an opportunity, he grasped the dragon's horn. Forcing Sakuri to unleash his dragon breath, we are nearing the surface of the sea. You are a devil fruit user, aren't you, Major Moro? In such circumstances, I fear not the sea. How about you? After expelling another breath of dragon fire, Sakuri's altitude decreased once more. Faced with Moro's brazen assault, he refused to concede defeat. He chose instead to plunge headlong into the ocean to eye in the sea. Devil fruit users are riddled with weaknesses, Sakuri exclaimed joyfully. But I can use moonwalk, you know. Moro grasped the dragon horn, positioning himself on Sakuri's back. Like a dragon rider, he calmly stated. Oh, Sakuri replied weakly. Skills abound. Never a burden, if a devil fruit user can employ moonwalk. It truly complicates matters. Nevertheless, your words have sparked some inspiration within me. Moro yanked on the dragon horn, compelling Sakuri to turn toward Thousand Dragon Island. Can you use moonwalk? What do you mean? A profound sense of unease washed over Sakuri. At present, relying on the formidable serum, he had obtained dragon breath, flight, speed, strength, dragon scale defense, and extraordinary healing abilities, augmented further by technological advancements. Allowing him to keep Moro at bay. 1 was an extraordinarily powerful devil fruit user who had transcended human limits and mastered the Navy's 6 styles. The other was a fire dragon man wielding advanced technology and potent serum. If either were to break through, say, by awakening Haki or developing a stronger fruit ability, they would undoubtedly gain the upper hand and suppress the other. In the current situation, it was evident that achieving such a breakthrough was not feasible. Yet, in such dire circumstances, a sharp mind proved invaluable. Moro grinned widely, guiding Sakuri toward Thousand Dragon Island. Oh, you know? Those experimental subjects who have become crippled fire dragons harbor intense hatred for you. What are you trying to say? They are nothing but trash, capable of flight, yet incapable of unleashing breath. Those who can breathe fire cannot maintain their balance. Those with dragon tails to stabilize themselves will never achieve flight. They are all a bunch of worthless creatures, Sakuri lashed out vehemently. Moro smirked as he gazed ahead. He knew precisely what to do. Let us greet them. Doctor, what do you intend to do? Tear off my dragon wings. The power of my wings is far superior. Perhaps it is you who will be torn asunder. Sakuri laughed confidently. I in the face of absolute power. Any scheming is utterly futile. Why must you dismantle both wings when one suffices? Moro leapt up, seizing Sakuri's dragon wings while simultaneously delivering a swift kick downward. The strike erupted in an instant. Gale kick, severed dragon wing. With a whimsical flair for naming his moves, Moro relentlessly attacked with gale kick, Sakuri struggled to maintain the balance of his wings, beginning to tilt toward Thousand Dragon Island. Just a few hundred meters left. Falling from this height would certainly be painful. You are nothing but a madman. Thank you for the compliment. Why has the Navy cultivated such an eccentric fighter as you? Sakuri cursed, blood seeping from his back and neck, the pain indescribable, as the dragon wings neared being torn away, rendering him unable to maintain balance. He had intended to strike with his dragon claws and tail. But Moro withstood them all with his iron block. That I'm fine, I don't feel pain. My iron block is invincible. Moro gritted his teeth, swallowing a mouthful of blood. Nonsense, you are on the verge of spitting blood. How can you possibly feel no pain? Even iron blocks have their limits. Falling from this height, you as a human would surely perish. I can use moonwalk. I can use iron block. I have surpassed human limits. And I will never die? Moro was practically hypnotizing himself. Observing this scene, Sakuri had lost all hope of defeating this man psychologically. However, until the moment his dragon wings were completely torn away, Moro refused to let go. He could not afford to release his grip. All his attacks had drained his stamina. The healing fruit was simultaneously replenishing his energy, which he was swiftly depleting. Sakuri, too, would not allow him to escape. Seeing flight becoming impossible, he clutched Moro tightly with his dragon claws. Indestructible iron block. Iron block my foot. In your current state, you are surely destined to fall to your demise. Ha ha ha. Sakuri even deliberately unleashed dragon breath, spewing fire into the sky, all to hasten his descent. Die, Moro. I hate you. Vegapunk. I will surpass you in my next life. Boom. A dragon and a man crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and toppling nearby trees. Uffed. Moro could no longer endure the excruciating pain, expelling a mouthful of thick black blood. Sakuri also coughed up blood, his dragon claws weakening in an instant. The youth tumbled from the clutches of the malevolent dragon, rolling several times before collapsing to the ground that he gasped for breath. Attempting to regain his composure, it hurt far more than the explosion in the cave, when he had been at full strength. He had taken shelter behind the alloy walls of the laboratory in the cave, activating his iron block, and had lost consciousness. The formidable life force of the healing fruit had allowed him to awaken and fully recover. Now, Moro lay sprawled on the grass. Feeling the life force surging from the healing fruit, he would undoubtedly heal. But he wondered if he would be devoured by those flightless evil dragons and dinosaurs before that could happen. Most importantly, he was entirely immobilized, unable even to activate his transponder snail. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dinosaurs emerged cautiously from the forest, eyeing Sakuri with trepidation. This fellow had broken one of his dragon wings and could no longer fly. Roar. Sakuri roared in fury, having transformed into a monstrous being, bellowing in an attempt to instill primal fear in the dinosaurs and compel them to retreat. Indeed, the dinosaurs hesitated. Yet, in the next moment, a group of deformed fire dragons emerged, each bearing their own imperfections and afflictions. The singularity among them was the seething rage that resided within, an eternal anger from deep within their souls as they were reduced to mere experimental subjects before their mutations. Previously, instinctual fear had kept them at bay, compelled to obey commands. Now, witnessing Sakuri in his most vulnerable state, they were stirred by a desire for vengeance. However, upon hearing his hoarse cries, an instinctual dread took hold once more. Do not struggle, Doctor. You merely waste your strength. Any injury will lead to bloodshed, and once the beasts ascertain your wounds, they will descend upon you with frenzied intent. Look, the blood has already soaked the ground. Moro smiled, evoking a primal terror within Sakuri. Begone, you wretched beasts. Do you not know that I am the king of fire dragons? Get away from me. Sakuri roared, striving to instill fear in the vile dragons and dinosaurs alike. Alas, his blood had long since drenched the earth, reaching the claws of one of the malevolent dragons. Lowering his gaze, he sniffed the bloodstains before raising his head to let out a thunderous roar. With a flurry of movement, all the malevolent dragons charged at Sakuri frantically. Their sizes were surprisingly smaller than Sakuri's, yet they lunged at him, biting at his tattered wings, his tail, and other vulnerable spots on his metallic armor. They may not have possessed great strength, but their numbers were overwhelming. You traitorous scum! With a mighty effort, Sakuri struggled to rise. Stumbling, he clamped his jaws around one dragon, intent on devouring it, yet the other dragons offered him no respite. Attacking him with wild ferocity, Suddenly, a familiar figure burst forth from the forest. Xiao Baobao, you truly are alive. The Tyrannosaurus Rex glanced at Moro, who was barely propped up against a large tree. Be careful. Do not approach that creature's claws and tail, Moro cautioned. Regardless of whether the Tyrannosaurus could comprehend him, the latter merely cast a glance at Moro before striding purposefully towards Sucreed in an instant. The dinosaurs that had merely observed joined the fray. The Tyrannosaurus roared something incomprehensible, and they began to evade the claws and tail, attacking the vulnerable spots. Die. Perish. You failures. Sakuri continued to struggle, while Moro, leaning against the tree, gradually stood upright. The life fruit had healed his bones and meridians, now working on mending his internal organs, flesh, skin, and sensory nerves. Moro coughed and picked up the communication snail, reporting the battle situation with utmost seriousness. Hello. Speak quickly. Karp had just struck down the last flying fire dragon, and his subordinate returned, sword sheath. I am merely observing. This creature is fond of alloys, so there are numerous metallic devices in the ruins of the laboratory. And some remnants should still exist. If you're interested, you can search for them. Fool, do you think Vegapunk is idle? Stop wasting time. These 3 serums are sufficient. Karp's apparent jest concealed his genuine concern for Moro's condition. The earlier scene of 1 dragon and 1 man descending from the sky had been witnessed by all, whether the naval forces that had come to assist or Drake, who was observing from afar. There were countless pangs of anxiety within their hearts. If we cannot defeat him, bind him with iron. First, disable his mobility, then remove his wings and bring him crashing to the ground. The logic of this battle strategy was sound, albeit somewhat perplexing. All right, I shall continue observing for a while. I will confirm his demise before proceeding. Moro resumed, watching as Sakuri's roars grew fainter, eventually devolving into agonized whimpers. Numerous wounds appeared, his flesh torn and mangled. With a thunderous crash, his towering form collapsed to the ground, his limbs already ravaged by the dinosaurs and deformed fire dragons, leaving him to crawl in the dirt. Such a death was utterly humiliating. Moro, are you still there? Grant me a swift end. I beg you. Sakuri began to plead, yearning for a quicker demise. The agony of being torn apart was excruciating. Once a colleague of Vegapunk, he had touched the pinnacle of technological advancement in this world. Albeit not as brilliantly as Vegapunk himself, yet jealousy had led him astray, ultimately forging his own path. However, departing this world in such a manner, even if he were to encounter the future Vegapunk in the afterlife, he would be too ashamed to dispute that. I do not care how you perish. What concerns me is whether you will die. Moro stated bluntly. Bastard, you are truly a vile creature. Sakuri spat venomously. Thank you for the compliment. Moro nodded. He continued to observe intently as Sakuri was devoured piece by piece. Granting an enemy a swift end, Moro pondered aloud. That would require a worthy adversary. You do not merit such respect. For you are no longer human. A worthy opponent. Moro believed that those he aimed to defeat were undoubtedly irredeemable, and how could such a being be deserving of respect? In his final moments, Sakuri summoned his last reserves of strength to roar, only to find Xiao Baobao seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of his scales being shredded, sinking its teeth into his throat. Following that, he fell silent. Though his eyes remained wide open in death, it mattered not. Soon, he was reduced to nothing but bones and a scattering of alloy on the vast ocean. Aboard the naval fleet, a concerned naval colonel turned to Karp and said, Vice Admiral Karp, do you think Mo Major might have? No, that little brat is quite resilient. Karp replied with unwavering certainty. Suddenly, a Tyrannosaurus burst from the forest, entering the sight of all. Moro appeared unfazed, walking with a lightness reminiscent of moonwalking. Xiao Baobao, you must consume more humans in the future, especially those fire dragons. Their genetic mutations can make you stronger. The Tyrannosaurus had nothing to say, merely roaring joyfully. Thus, the dragon and man bid farewell. The youth turned without looking back, embodying the ocean's most unspoken romance. Karp, old man, you must be surprised. I am still alive. Moro grinned at Karp. Fool, do you truly believe yourself strong? Just having grasped moonwalking, you dare to engage in aerial combat. Do you know how many people can only briefly hover after mastering moonwalking? Karp's iron fist struck Moro, causing him a moment of pain, quickly swelling into several lumps. Unexpectedly, in an instant, healing commenced, and the lumps vanished as if they had never existed. On the deck, the naval colonel from the branch extended his hand. Major Moro, greetings. I am Colonel Locke from the branch. You have achieved great merit in this Thousand Dragon Island incident, and I believe you will soon be promoted again. The younger generation of the Navy has a bright future with your presence. Colonel Locke, I was merely fortunate. Moro exchanged a few pleasantries before witnessing Locke anxiously boarding the ship. The tall man, with a long sword strapped to his waist, promptly set sail in pursuit of Drake. Beneath the setting sun, Moro rubbed his temples, pondering whether it was his poor memory that compelled him to engage in excessively perilous endeavors. As a time traveler, his only reliance lay in the abilities of the life fruit and his unwavering determination. In the evening, Moro reclined in a seawater bathtub, endeavoring to unlock the powers of the life fruit. During the earlier battle, he had been so tense that he failed to utilize the abundant properties of the fruit. It was imperative to prepare in advance. His gaze shifted to his small bed, cluttered with fragments of alloy armor from Saker. These fragments had long been infused with the life force he had imparted, coalescing into small metallic spheres. When the need arose, these alloy spheres would undoubtedly manifest their utility under the guise of his ever-changing abilities. At that moment, submerged in the seawater, Moro lacked the energy to contemplate further. He could only remain calmly bound by ropes, preventing himself from rolling over and drowning completely. What troubles me most is still the final technique of the Navy's 6 forms, paper drawing. How can I possibly master it? Moro murmured to himself. The iron block signified complete stillness. Only with sufficient strength could one adopt an offensive posture in a moment of peril. Yet, the true potential of the iron block was realized in its immobility. Conversely, paper drawing was entirely different, indicating a premonition of the enemy's attack and the ability to soften one's body, thereby twisting to evade the assault. If iron block represented rigidity, then paper drawing epitomized flexibility. Though both seemed to rely on physical prowess, they were also preparatory for the awakening of armament Haki and observation Haki. Depleted of energy, he decided to ponder this matter another day. Moro closed his eyes, recalling the agreement that Barumabur and Kabi would visit him the following morning. The thought brought a smile to his lips. Kabi was far too kind-hearted and often hesitant, yet he had shown considerable courage of late. As a Marine, he bore the mantle of justice and could not afford to retreat lightly. Bang! The cabin door was kicked open by Karp, startling Moro, who had just begun to feel drowsy. Old man. What brings you here? Can't you see I'm taking a bath? Only someone as foolish as you would think to train this way, Moro exclaimed. Karp plopped down on the small boat, crossing his legs nonchalantly, while his aide stood at the door, smiling at Moro. This scene made Moro a bit uneasy. Could something unusual be afoot? Paper drawing isn't particularly difficult. Strength and weakness are merely relative concepts. The power of your iron block determines how soft your paper drawing can be. Extreme rigidity gives rise to extreme softness. Karp remarked indifferently. Were you eavesdropping on my musings? I was speaking quite softly, Moro replied, astonished yet reflective. Old man, I was merely talking to myself. Karp shot him a glare, folding his arms. Listen up, kid, I've got good news for you. Actually. Bogart, you can tell him. Understood, Karp Admiral, Bogart replied, his usual seriousness replaced by a cheerful demeanor. Moro, based on the series of events from Summer Island to Thousand Dragon Island, we have discerned a connected chain of incidents. During this time, you exerted tremendous effort and achieved significant accomplishments. Therefore, you have been promoted to the rank of colonel in the Navy headquarters. Jumping straight from lieutenant colonel, I don't find that hard to accept. Moro mused, as he had encountered similar promotions before. However, he felt his abilities were somewhat lacking. He had yet to fully grasp the Navy's 6 forms, with paper drawing being one aspect. Beyond that, he needed to comprehend life return and even merge the 6 forms to develop his unique techniques to be deemed a true powerhouse. Moreover, he possessed no mastery of Haki. Is it really possible to achieve such a promotion to colonel in the Navy headquarters? Moro questioned Karp, who maintained his stern demeanor, unusually serious for once. Old man Karp. You know about my promotion. Aren't you happy? Moro ventured tentatively. Karp's displeasure had nothing to do with that matter. As his aide Bogart quietly explained, we just received intelligence from headquarters. The Straw Hat Kid has appeared in Water 7 and clashed with CP0. And he has now headed to Eni's lobby. That rookie pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million? I'm quite optimistic about him. Moro feigned ignorance. It made sense. As he grew stronger, Luffy and his crew had departed from Alabasta, utilizing the soaring currents outside Magic Valley to ascend to the sky. It was highly probable that by the time Luffy acquired the Storm Bell, He and his companions were already embarking on their adventure in Sky Island. After all, transforming various incidents into intelligence required some time. The Thousand Dragon Island incident and the fall of Enelon Sky Island were intertwined. Therefore, it was only reasonable that the Straw Hat's appearance in Water 7, along with Robin's departure, would lead to an outbreak of conflict. So, Old Man Karp intends to deal with this rookie pirate? Moro teased deliberately that in truth, the Straw Hat Kid was Karp's grandson, so his concern for Luffy's strength was not born of discontent. Bogart struggled to maintain his composure. Let me speak, Karp asserted with a serious expression. That in your view, with CP0 present at Eni's lobby, Luffy stands no chance of victory. However, based on my understanding of him, he is likely to create an even greater mess. Following that, he will undoubtedly enter a period of inflation, and with his current strength, any overconfidence will lead to dire consequences on the Grand Line. I command you to challenge that kid. Karp's earnest declaration elicited a chuckle from Moro. It turned out that a grandfather was concerned about his grandson, wishing for Moro to spar with Luffy to temper the temporary inflation following the battle at Eni's lobby. Unable to contain himself, Moro burst into laughter. He had not anticipated that Karp would acknowledge Luffy's strength or express such concern. The boisterous marine hero harbored a tenderness he wished to keep hidden from the world. Moro laughed heartily, feeling the softness of his body while submerged in the seawater. That softness was a reflection of the affection embodied by the tempestuous Karp, allowing him to grasp the concept of extreme gentleness. This was the counterintuitive essence of iron block, paper drawing. Understood, old man. However, I must make it clear that after this endeavor, you must teach me armament Haki, Moro said, tilting his head towards him. It's your current stage. How could you possibly understand Haki? Karp dismissed the notion nonchalantly. Did I ever mention my past as a fallen prince? A flicker of resolve flashed in Moro's gaze. Initially, when I was in the East Blue, I was indeed a prince. However, my kingdom's soldiers, painstakingly assembled, could not withstand the onslaught of marauding pirates. In the end, I lost everything, leaving me as the sole survivor. This does not mean I lack an understanding of what it means to be a true powerhouse in this world. Karp shot a sidelong glance at Moro, rising to his feet and striding towards the corridor. Understanding power means understanding Haki, you little rascal. Armament Haki is something everyone possesses. It merely depends on whether one can awaken it. The proficiency with which it is mastered, the extent to which it is developed, and how much one possesses. What truly matters is this loving iron fist. If you have any sense, go and comprehend it. Fool! Once again, he found himself on the receiving end of criticism. With an innocent grin, Moro looked towards his aide, Bogart. The latter kindly remarked, Moro, Vice Admiral Karp returned to the East Blue specifically to deal with the pirates that have been assaulting your kingdom. Naturally, he also wished to ascertain whether Luffy would embark safely. Those scoundrels have already met their demise. This revelation from Bogart was a first for Moro, illuminating the truth for him as he watched the two prepare to depart. Moro suddenly came to his senses and shouted, Hey, old man Karp, could you please close the door? I need a bit of privacy. Hey. Despite his protest, he couldn't help but chuckle before drifting off to sleep. Regarding this body, he had only learned of its past after his arrival, inheriting fragments of memories, knowledge, and experiences, along with a share of its anger. Was it truly justifiable to face annihilation for failing to appease the heavens? Or should those pirates with their malevolent visages be allowed to persist in this world? Reflecting on it now, his first act of defiance took place in that small village in the East Blue. Witnessing the untimely deaths of innocents, perhaps the remnants of those memories influenced his actions. If one's fists lacked strength, how could they protect what they wished to safeguard? The pirate menace was merely the beginning. It would never be the end. In the early morning, Moro was rescued by KB and Barumabur, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. Breakfast was served, consisting of fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, soy milk, and large steamed buns. The familiarity of it all felt like a return to home. They were accustomed to bread, yet they found themselves particularly fond of these delicious carbohydrate-rich foods. Congratulations, Moro. You are now a major in the Navy headquarters. KB exclaimed joyfully. I initially thought it would take you at least another decade to achieve the rank of admiral, but it seems it may only be 5 years at most. KB, it looks like you need to step up your game, Barumabur quipped while munching on a large bun. Laughter and chatter filled the air. After breakfast, they commenced their grueling training. In addition to Moro leading their practice, The three of them would also undergo intensive swordsmanship training under Bogart's guidance. Day and night merely signified the relentless pursuit of strength. Moro absorbed the lessons learned from the gentle knight. Mastering the art of paper drawing, that he sought to harness the power of iron blocks from an opposite approach, transitioning from tension to dispersion, until change became possible, feeling his body begin to transform. Indeed, this was the essence of the technique of paper drawing to in the training room. KB gazed enviously at the scene before him. With this, Moro truly grasped the 6 styles of the Navy, while he himself was merely at the beginning. Amazing, KB couldn't help but exclaim. Yet, Moro unexpectedly interjected, I've heard that after mastering the 6 styles, one can further transcend their limits and unlock a power known as life return, enabling humans to perform many miraculous feats. There's even a hint of similarity to my life fruit. That Moro's words instantly captivated everyone's attention. Drawing them together, he elaborated on the various techniques of the 6 styles, sharing his insights. Everyone nodded in delight. Committing every detail to memory, as night fell, the group exited the training room, leaving Moro still deeply engrossed in his practice. That it was well known that due to the nature of his devil fruit, he required no rest and grew stronger the longer he trained, showing no signs of fatigue. Thus, the others opted for a normal sleeping schedule. In the corridor, Jack suddenly wore a sorrowful expression, mirrored by some of the veteran soldiers. KB and Barumabur exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the reason, mistakenly believing it was due to a moment of enlightenment that resulted in tears of joy. Are you also happy? KB inquired with concern. You're not aware, are you, KB? Jack replied. Word is spreading on the ship that Moro's recent promotion has prompted the headquarters to consider sending him out to sea on his own. He has already attained sufficient growth. And if he wishes to evolve further, he must head to headquarters to command his own warship and undertake various missions. What? Moro is leaving. How can this be? KB's expression turned bewildered. Since meeting Moro, he had experienced significant personal growth, emerging from a place of excessive kindness and indecision. For him, the most influential figures were undoubtedly Luffy, Karp, and Moro. Was Moro truly departing? No wonder he had shared so many insights and training techniques with them. It all made sense why Barumabur found Moro peculiar. It was because of this impending departure. But weren't they supposed to head to Water 7 first? KB pressed on, convinced that as long as they did not return to headquarters, Moro could not leave. Indeed, but what comes after Water 7? Jack's words abruptly brought KB back to reality. Yes, their elder brother, Moro, was set to leave. This was the man they trusted implicitly, who always stood at the forefront of danger. Was about to depart. Yet, wasn't he it only after returning to headquarters? KB clenched his fists, determined to grow stronger so that Moro could feel at ease. In the training room, Moro was diligently practicing the 6 styles of the Navy. Striving to integrate them harmoniously, the finger pistol could be employed for both close and distant attacks, focusing power into a single point for a moment of explosive force. The gale kick required the use of both hands and feet, allowing any part of the body to strike. The moonwalk should not solely aim for the skies, it could utilize any blind spot to step onto the air. The iron block represented the foundational defense, embodying the resolve to never retreat in the face of evil. The shave enabled humans to chase down monsters, surpassing beasts and appearing in moments of hope. The paper drawing was the final frontier, signifying the infinite potential inherent in humanity. He paid little heed to external distractions, embodying the essence of a focused practitioner. As for life return, he already possessed the life fruit to compensate for that. It was merely a matter of continually harnessing the energy that flowed back to him, allowing him to further integrate all his powers. Rather than seeking shortcuts, it was better to let things unfold naturally. With a sigh, Moro expelled a breath of exhaustion, drenched in sweat. Outside the window, dawn was breaking. During his training, he increasingly sensed the latent power within the human body. Suddenly, KB burst into the training room, joyfully exclaiming, Moro, we've arrived at Water 7. Moro felt a wave of happiness wash over him. For the first time in a long while, he felt truly satisfied with a meal. In the food street, Moro indulged from start to finish. The bounty from the Eni's lobby incident had finally granted him a substantial reward, and he intended to feast heartily, quickly spending it all. This is fantastic. Barbecued meat is the most delicious food in the world. At that moment, everyone followed Karp to the resting place of Luffy and the others. Upon receiving the news, Moro swiftly slipped away to enjoy a hearty meal, feeling as if he had discovered the joys of life. Just then, the snail phone began to buzz. Piquing Moro's curiosity, he picked it up in astonishment, suspecting it was a summons from Karp. "Old man, are there any formidable pirates nearby? If I can't claim a bounty, I might as well earn some prize money." Moro strolled around the corner with a skewer of meat in hand. The countless battles he had faced, combined with the powers of his life fruit and his own training, had significantly altered his physique. Not to mention, both Kabi and Barumabur now stood a head shorter than him. Without considering appearances, one might mistake him for a hulking brute. "Do you remember our previous agreement? You little rascal, come teach that kid a lesson." Karp's speech was akin to a riddle, difficult for the uninitiated to decipher. Got it. To feed on the flesh of the enemy and ease the burdens of others. Just a moment, I'll grab a cup of orange juice. Still drinking orange juice. Kapu truly desires to thrash Moroa daily. The mere thought of Moroa undertaking solitary missions upon their return to headquarters evokes a tinge of reluctance within him. It appears he must seize the opportunity to deliver a few more blows. Thud, thud. After devouring the roasted meat and gulping down the orange juice, Moro casually wiped his mouth with a piece of paper. As he sauntered down the street, passers-by couldn't help but cast glances in his direction. Despite his towering stature, which set him apart from the norm, his visage undeniably retained a youthful charm. Fortunately, his physique was well-proportioned, preventing any jarring impressions. However, the insignia upon his shoulder clearly indicated that he was a naval colonel. His cloak had also grown longer since their last encounter, emblazoned with the bold characters for justice across its back, making it particularly conspicuous outside the Straw Hat crew's resting quarters. Kabi, having endured a series of skirmishes, found himself defeated by Luffy and Zoro. Perched above, he discussed recent events with a sense of astonishment for his counterpart. At that moment, Jack abruptly appeared before Kabi, stating, "Kabi, Vice Admiral Kapu has summoned Moro. It seems your friend may be in a bit of trouble." "Nanny, Moro is surely headed to the food street." "Isn't he? Given his disposition, he would undoubtedly gorge on delicacies that others cannot replicate before considering a fight. Why would he suddenly desire combat?" Kabi pondered, bewildered, from what he understood of Moroa. If granted a rare respite, he would surely indulge from dawn until dusk. It sounded as if there were some sort of agreement in play. Moroa had never acted against the innocent. Jack voiced his concerns, worrying whether Moro might go hungry. Everyone felt a pang of discomfort witnessing him endure hunger. This was a hard-won opportunity to feast. "Moroa?" Luffy echoed, momentarily taken aback, clearly oblivious to the unfolding circumstances. Zoro shook his head in response, equally uninformed. After all, their timelines had run parallel, with various events erupting simultaneously, only converging at this moment. The worlds of pirates and the Navy bore their own separations. Only the truly significant figures garnered mutual attention. Moroa had once vanquished pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, infiltrated the stronghold of 1,000 pirates, and even felled a fire dragon from the sky, earning the title of Dragon Slayer. Not to mention having obliterated an island during battle. Kabi elucidated, he joined the Navy before either of us, becoming a disciple of Vice Admiral Kapu, and his strength far surpasses ours. Barumabur added, "Nanny," upon hearing this. Luffy and Zoro's interest piqued instantly. They clenched their fists and gripped their swords. How rare it is to find such formidable talent among the younger generation of the Navy. This will surely be a battle worth pouring our all into. At that moment, the soldiers instinctively parted to make way. A figure emerged from the crowd, appearing amiable, with a somewhat refined countenance, his long, unruly black hair tousled, his floral shirt, adorned with illustrations of meat and fruit, represented the last vestige of his defiance as a sailor. "Kapu, I've discovered an excellent barbecue joint. Would you like to go?" Boom. Upon hearing this, Kapu recognized that he had finally found an opportunity. He swung a fist down upon Moroa's head. "Hurry up. I still need to rest for a while." Moroa rubbed his head, the swelling disappearing almost instantaneously. Before him, the Straw Hat Pirates had swiftly assembled. A naval supernova, renowned for single-handedly taking down pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Sanji stated calmly, cradling a box of materials for cooking. A genuine monster. Robin sought to understand. Is he targeting Luffy? Nami seemed to sense a disparity. Only Luffy, Zoro, and Chopper, who had just learned the name, stared at Moroa with bewilderment. Observing intently. "How terrifying!" Chopper exclaimed, hiding behind Nami. "I adore his attire. I love barbecue." Luffy remarked earnestly, "Does he not wield a sword?" Barumabur suggested that since swordsmanship was purportedly superior to his, it should be left to Luffy. Zoro recalled Barumabur mentioning that they had trained in swordsmanship under Vice Admiral Bogart together, with Moroa being stronger than either he or Kabi. Yet, Moroa bore no sword, indicating a deliberate choice not to engage. Combat. It seems unnecessary. Moroa glanced at Sanji. This was his first encounter with a character he had previously admired in manga. Indeed, he had merely admired them. After joining the Navy, he had come to understand the essence of pirates. Even though Luffy's crew had previously wreaked havoc on Eni's lobby, they were still merely adventurers. However, after the uproar in Impel Down, facilitating the escape of countless vile criminals, it signified a true transformation into pirates. Thus, he could only admit to having had admiration. I am here to offer a benevolent warning. Moroa maintained a gentle demeanor. Karp, who has shown me kindness, whether you defeat the warlords of the sea or other pirates, or even those celestial dragons, it matters not to me. Should you insist on allowing the world's scoundrels to resurface, I shall have no choice but to imprison you in a place where the sun never shines. Moroa's words were scarcely comprehensible, yet they rendered Nami and the others pale with dread. The Alabasta incident had been concealed by the world government, yet Moroa's declaration of the celestial dragons as garbage was utterly astonishing for a naval officer. Moreover, his subsequent assertion regarding preventing the return of evildoers left them utterly confounded. What are the celestial dragons? Luffy inquired, perplexed. Garbage, Moroa replied with unwavering certainty, causing the group to blanch once more. Only Kapu, at a distance, remained calm, fully aware of Moroa's past. Having been a royal with nothing, he was inextricably linked to the celestial dragons and pirates. Hatred was only natural. You are quite peculiar, yet devoid of malice. Luffy gazed at Moroa with curiosity. Utterly baffled. That is inconsequential. Moroa rolled up his sleeves. Strike me, straw hat. Then let us see. Luffy replied. Boom. Without hesitation, as Luffy activated his second gear, Moro remained unmoved. Activating his iron block, that he stood there, enduring a barrage of rubbery punches without so much as flinching. As though it were of no consequence, no wonder your punches are so difficult to withstand during frenzied assaults. Both power and speed are commendable, Moroa acknowledged, noting that such a relentless onslaught could easily incapacitate an opponent if they were not careful. Impressive. The onlookers were captivated by the unfolding spectacle, clearly taken aback by Luffy's one-sided offensive while Moroa maintained a defensive stance. What kind of trick is this guy up to? Kapu merely cast a glance and chose not to intervene. Knowing that with Moroa's capabilities, he could not be limited to mere defense. As for any personal plans that were not part of his agenda, he would allow Moroa to fight on his own. With this thought, Kapu strolled towards the coastline, pondering how he might chase down his own grandson in a manner both appropriate and serious. Why do you not retaliate? Luffy wondered aloud, perplexed. Yet, Moroa remained as composed as ever, seemingly indifferent to Luffy's blows. Continue your assault. I am unlike Lucci, who relishes the final breath before activating Iron Block. I prefer to do so at my peak, Moroa stated coolly. Indeed, his signature technique is Iron Block. Particularly during peak performance, no matter how Luffy attacked, it would prove futile. Conversely, the multitude of punches raining down upon him provided a significant amount of feedback from the fruit of smoothness, leaving him feeling remarkably invigorated. This is rather dull. Luffy was utterly dispirited, having relinquished his second gear. Throughout the battle, Moro refrained from retaliating, rendering such a confrontation meaningless. That I still wish to ascertain the extent of your third gear's strength. Resigned, Moro could only execute a shave, appearing before Luffy. The use of gale foot and finger pistol was as if they were of no cost as for whether to evade or endure. It was a mere interplay between paper and iron. When encountering a dead angle, he would step lightly, finding the perfect angle for attack. Such strength. The onlookers finally witnessed Moro's prowess. His speed and power exhibited no flaws. That it even created an illusion of him growing stronger as the battle progressed. Was the Marine's 6 styles akin to Rob Lucci's? Sanji observed the fight with utmost seriousness, unwilling to overlook any detail. Luffy, in his second gear, persistently attacked and dodged, matched equally by Moro. Iron Body. Another punch came forth. And at last, Moro seized Luffy's arm. Activating Iron Body, he became immovable. What are you doing? Luffy was taken aback, questioning the utility of it. Are you not going to activate your third gear? Moro pressed on, wishing fervently for Luffy to utilize his third gear more frequently. The stronger the attack, the greater the feedback from the Nomi third gear. Resignedly, Luffy unleashed a colossal fist. Moro felt as though he was struck by a force multiplied countless times. He steadfastly held his ground with iron body, scarcely moving. His head spun slightly, but he quickly sensed the energy feedback from the Ope no Mi. Indeed, it proved effective. Punch after punch, Luffy, having barely mastered his third gear, relentlessly pummeled Moro. Initially effective, it soon transformed into a look of satisfaction on Moro's face, as if he were not merely enduring blows, but growing stronger in place, the more powerful the attacks. The stronger Moro became upon recovery. Even Luffy began to feel fatigued while Moro appeared unfazed. Exhausted, Luffy pondered why this opponent only grew stronger with each engagement. Standing still, he gasped for breath. Not far away. Moro shook his head. You nearly gave me a concussion several times just now, but fortunately, my head is now even sturdier. As Moro spoke, he executed a shave, vanishing from sight and reappearing before Luffy. Your speed has increased. Luffy gazed at Moro in disbelief. Does he grow stronger during battle, or merely by being struck? Zoro felt a sense of indifference. Perhaps it is both. Sanji regarded Moro as a monster, an ability user of the devil fruit. A marine supernova, the dragon slayer, Moro, Nami exclaimed. Among them, the most attuned to various information and news were Nami, Robin, and Sanji. The three had recognized Moro's identity from the outset. In a wonder, he is a devil fruit user who grows stronger with time. Zoro finally comprehended the peculiarity of Moro's abilities. Continuing the fight, I have discovered a method to send you flying, Luffy proclaimed with a seemingly confident smile. The next moment, both of their stomachs grumbled in unison. Defeat me? Moro rubbed his ravenous belly. The energy feedback from the Ope no Mi accelerated his food consumption. Having barely filled his stomach, he was instantly famished again, INAC teeming with formidable foes. What meaning is there in defeating me when I lack Haki? Rather than waste time, one might as well indulge in a meal. That Moro's words were merely flowery rhetoric. His hunger was one matter. What truly mattered was that Luffy's second and third gears could no longer provide stronger energy feedback. Haki, Luffy's mind was filled with confusion. Once more, I nearly forgot. You are yet to grasp this aspect of knowledge. Perhaps wait for the version update, Moro replied lazily, merely waving his hand as he strolled towards the food street. Hey, the next time we meet, I will surely give you a proper beating, Luffy shouted at Moro's retreating figure. It was the first time in his life that he had been treated as a sharpening stone. Luffy felt as though Moro was entirely using his attacks to grow stronger. Now, having exhausted a considerable amount of energy, Luffy found Moro had only become more formidable, both in speed and strength. Such an adversary is truly troublesome. The next time we cross paths, you will likely lack the opportunity to strike me, Moro retorted. He was aware that their next encounter would likely be at the Marineford War. With this realization, Moro could not suppress his pace, hastening towards the food street, leaving the Straw Hat crew in disarray. Why do I feel as though I have lost something without any theft occurring? Nami pondered, her thoughts muddled. His fruit ability seems to be related to enduring damage. Luffy has unwittingly had his strength siphoned away. Robin remarked with a smile that my strength will not be stolen. Luffy did not grasp the meaning behind her words, yet he understood that Moro indeed grew stronger during battle, even while being struck. I merely wish to know if that fellow can grow stronger under slashing attacks as well. Zoro unsheathed his sword, his gaze turning somewhat sinister. Water 7, AT the port, Karp was grumbling. That scoundrel Moro promised me a battle. Yet he has gone off to loaf around. After all, he is the grandson and disciple of Vice Admiral Karp. It would be detrimental for either of them to be injured. The aide, Bogart, attempted to offer comfort. Do you truly think that is his intention? Karp was infuriated, feeling dizzy. Moro believes that Luffy and the others are not truly villains. He would only engage when they have genuinely met his standards. Indeed, Colonel Moro has always been clear about his grievances and kindness, Bogart remarked appreciatively. Yet he is too resolute in his sense of justice. After saying this, Karp walked towards the cabin, cryptically adding, there are many matters for which I must consider justice. Enduring temporarily, but I will never retreat an inch. What matters? Upon hearing this, Bogart was momentarily taken aback, unable to foresee the nebulous future. Naturally, he could not anticipate that this clear-minded youth would one day defeat the Pirate King, who would be both his foe and ally. Even less could he foresee that before this, Moro would obliterate countless kings. He is a legend yet to begin. Water 7. Karp, having symbolically chased after Moro, returned to his usual tranquility. The warship drifted across the sea, while only the Straw Hat crew remained mulling over Moro's actions. Just the thought of such an energy-siphoning enemy left a bitter taste. If they could not thoroughly thrash him, they would be unable to vent their frustrations. After a period of sailing, they finally encountered no trouble on an ordinary morning. The warship docked at the Marine headquarters. Marineford. This place is nearly at the center of the world, a true symbol of justice. Upon his arrival, Moro had already become an elite within the headquarters. Karp had not spared the rod, finding various reasons to strike him. While Bogard imparted his swordsmanship without reservation, Moro seamlessly integrated these techniques into his finger pistol and gale foot, achieving a profound understanding. Soon, he acquired a warship and was assigned over 100 Marines. Tasked with training for a month before embarking on missions, Moro knew that he would not be able to set sail in a month, as a series of significant events were about to unfold. As expected, on this day, Moro, as per usual, wandered about the headquarters after training and noticed the troubled expression on Bogard's face. "What troubles you, Mr. Bogard?" It is quite rare for Moro to witness Bogard in such a state of tension. A new warlord of the sea has emerged, taking the place once held by Crocodile, a change brought about by the defeat of Firefist Ace, the second commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Mr. Karp has gone to seek out Admiral Sengoku. They appear to be engaged in a conversation that does not bode well, their expressions reflecting a sense of discontent. Upon hearing this, Moro immediately comprehends the situation. During this period, he has been tirelessly refining the Navy's 6 powers through sleepless nights, aspiring not only to achieve mastery, but also to develop the technique of life restoration. He has faintly glimpsed a glimmer of hope, especially with the assistance of the paramecia fruit he possesses, which facilitates his exploration of these methodologies. Moreover, having battled with Luffy has fortified his physical prowess, all in anticipation of the impending Paramount War. The mention of the new warlord of the sea makes it evident that it must be Blackbeard. Teach. Mr. Bogard. I shall check on the old man Karp, lest he fall into despair, Moro states, although inwardly he understands that Karp, burdened by justice, could do little in the face of his own turmoil. He strides purposefully toward the office, where Sengoku's voice of permission resonates. With a mischievous grin, he glances at Karp. You've come looking for a beating again. Haven TU, the one who lets pirates off the hook. Karp rises, ready to retaliate against Moro. Sengoku, observing the exchange, can only shake his head. Letting them off? ISNT that your grandson. I must also remind him that there are greater powers beyond his comprehension. Wouldn't you agree? In mere moments, Moro provides Karp with an excuse to retaliate. Sengoku observes the unfolding scene keenly. Grandson? Karp reflects on his time, raising a foster son, named Corazon, who tragically met his end at the hands of his own brother. Doflamingo. Sengoku understands this pain all too well, having witnessed his contemporaries, such as Zephyr, who lost his family to pirates and remains despondent to this day. In their youth, they were all formidable figures upon the seas. Only familial bonds remain their ultimate vulnerability. Ineffective. Your punches are far too weak. I suggest you channel more Haki. Moro quips, enduring the blows. He then adds, Old man Karp, a war is about to erupt. ISNT it. At once, Karp retracts his fists, and Sengoku's expression shifts. News of the new warlord of the sea, Blackbeard, will soon echo across the oceans, followed swiftly by the revelation of Firefist Ace's capture. Undoubtedly, this stirs the wrath of the world's strongest man. Whitebeard. A confrontation is now inevitable. Moro rubs his head and muses, Old man, am I still indebted to you for a favor? You reckless fool, don't think of courting death. You bear the weight of justice. Karp rises, fully aware of Moro's nature, yet such thoughts cannot be entertained. What do you think you're implying? Moro glances at Sengoku, who shares a semblance of tension. The latter is reluctant to allow the Navy to lose a promising supernova. More importantly, among the Navy's strong contenders of Moro's age, none possess the same potential. It is worth noting that during their era, figures like Karp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane rose under the command of Steelbone. Conversely, Moro's generation appears starkly isolated, while pirates advance relentlessly, evolving into monstrous supernovas each passing year. I wish to visit Sabati Archipelago. It seems rather chaotic there. Moro's statement brings a sense of relief to both men. Bang! Karp exhales, delivering another punch. Next time, don't startle this old man. You ignorant brat. That hurts. Moro exclaims, though the bump on his head has already subsided. He massages his head, takes Sengoku's orders, and merrily strides toward the port. Having spent considerable time at Navy headquarters, he feels as though he might lose his mind. Considering the time, the Straw Hat crew has likely defeated Moria, yet here he is, tirelessly pursuing the potential of the human body. Exploring the value of life restoration and the Navy's 6 powers, a veritable waste of time that if he doesn't venture out soon, he risks stagnation. Men, set sail, destination Sabaody Archipelago. The sailors, bewildered, turned to adjust their course. They had only been under Moro's training for less than a week and were aware that he was the colonel with the fewest subordinates at Navy headquarters. The ship's success relied on each of them fulfilling their roles. However, under Moro's command, they had indeed grown significantly stronger. The sea remains as it ever was. Standing on the deck, Moro feels the sea breeze. Without Karp, Kobe, Barumabur, or even Jack, he leads the sailors alone on their mission. Merely hoping that the next meal will be more satisfying, he opens the mission brief provided by Sengoku, which contains but a single line: assist Vice Admiral Momonosuke in maintaining order at Sabaody Archipelago. Prevent the pirate supernovas from causing trouble. Indeed, as the paramount war looms, there is a tendency to turn a blind eye to these supernovas. This was also the reason for Kazara's eventual involvement. His speed minimizes delays that I thought it would take some time. I didn't realize these pirate supernovas were already gathering at Sabaody Archipelago. Moro munches on a piece of jerky and steps into the command room. The sailors collectively gaze at him. They are well aware of Moro's exploits and dare not underestimate this young colonel from Navy headquarters. Once we dock, you are to adhere to the previous training, 10 men per unit. Maintaining absolute safety, Moro instructs, adding, while outside, your name shall not be compromised. Even an admiral cannot command you, nor can the world nobles. Following my lead, this is your sole command. The sailors, unsure of Moro's insistence, are nonetheless swayed by his commanding presence and salute in unison. Upon exiting the cabin, Moro senses the chaotic tide of the era, surging forth like a relentless wave. With many rushing to face it is time for him to stand on his own. Colonel Moro, we have landed at Sabaody Archipelago. Shall we proceed to rendezvous with Vice Admiral Momonosuke to maintain order? The sailors report promptly, no need. This island is currently in disarray. Order can be upheld anywhere. Moro replies as he descends from the warship. Half of the sailors are tasked with guarding, while the other half remains on standby. They stand in groups of 10 on the deck, awaiting Moro's commands. Wait for my signal via Den Mushi. Since Moro's subordinates are all newcomers, he cannot allow them to take unnecessary risks. This is their first time at sea. They are already quite anxious. When the moment arises, Moro will issue orders through the Den Mushi, directing those responsible for port defense and the pursuit of enemy vessels. Only through experiencing the perils of the sea will these sailors transform and be prepared for combat. In truth, the reason the headquarters provided them with 100 rookie sailors for training was to ensure that Moro would not set sail in the short term, allowing him to gain more experience at headquarters. It was also an opportunity to learn from formidable figures and see the world. The early demise of numerous young warriors has compelled them to exercise caution. Consequently, the directive from the warring states to Moro was to collaborate with Bartolomeo to maintain order. As the latter possesses a formidable presence, further bolstered by the support of pacifists, rendering the situation notably more secure, Moro, in turn, advised his subordinates to remain vigilant, preparing for port ambushes and maritime pursuits. Initially, they would test their mettle from a distance before training to confront their adversaries directly on the archipelago of Sabaody. Moro ventured alone into the most chaotic pirate-infested areas. This locale comprises numerous districts. Some are inhabited by merchants and affluent nobles who, rather than traversing the underwater Fishman Island, prefer to pay tribute to the celestial dragons and await in designated zones. Others are occupied by pirates, who nonetheless adhere to certain unspoken agreements and rules. There exist various underground black markets, as well as naval forces stationed, alongside unique entities like Bartolomeo residing in particular areas. Undoubtedly, the unchanging rule of the Sabaody Archipelago is that all individuals, regardless of their stature, must yield unconditionally to the celestial dragons. Even the most arrogant pirates are not exempt. The celestial dragons are, indeed, the gods of this world. Thus, Moro's solitary appearance as a Navy officer in this pirate-dominated territory inevitably attracted considerable attention. Among the supernovas, aside from Luffy, who is yet to wreak havoc and impel down, and is merely an explorer, the others bear varying degrees of innocent blood on their hands. Beiji, by origin, hails from a godfather-level figure. Kid and Killer are known for their unrestrained brutality in battle. The strange monk, relying on his robust physique, is also characterized by peculiar idiosyncrasies. In summary, encountering one of them and defeating him is surely a sound strategy. Before long, Moro halted, his piercing gaze locking onto something ahead. With remarkable swiftness, he procured 10 skewers of squid. The word justice emblazoned on his back drew the scrutiny of many. A navy presence here. How intriguing, mused Beiji, puffing out smoke rings. While preparing to set up an ambush as a denizen of the castle, it appeared that the recently renowned Navy supernova, the Dragon Slayer Moro, had arrived. Bonnie, previously embroiled in an argument with Beiji, regained a semblance of seriousness. What is he doing here? He, afraid of being besieged by the crowd. The strange monk, flanked by companions, found it difficult to comprehend Moro's audacious actions. Moro, Drake, seated in a corner, immediately recognized Moro's figure. In an instant, Moro turned and collided with Zoro, who was approaching. You, long time no see. While savoring a squid skewer, Moro offered one to Zoro. You look lost, he remarked. Lost? How could that be? I'm merely strolling, Zoro retorted indignantly, feeling falsely accused by Moro. The pirate hunter of the Straw Hat crew, Roronoa Zoro, is acquainted with that individual. Apu found it curious that contemporaneous pirate supernovas and Navy supernovas could be on amicable terms without conflict. As confusion reigned among the onlookers, Moro and Zoro engaged in casual conversation, drawing attention as they walked down the street. I'm here to find pirates, those supernovas who share your notoriety, Moro stated, his peripheral vision catching sight of the strange monk, Urich. This individual's unique fruitability was the very objective of Moro's visit, as someone appeared to be regarded as prey. Hawkins, he murmured ominously to Urich. To everyone's surprise, the next moment, Moro's gaze also fixed upon him. A scarecrow named Hawkins and the strange monk Urich. These two individuals were perfect subjects for Moro to further explore his own potential limits. You're not going far, are you? Urich grinned. The audacity of a Navy supernova daring to challenge the two was undeniably viewed as a slight by the onlookers. This individual was rumored to be a merciless killer, with every pirate that fell into his hands meeting a grim fate. Apu chuckled to himself, taking pleasure in the unfolding drama and keeping his distance. As laughter and banter filled the air. A corpulent figure, resembling a bloated pig, appeared, surrounded by a throng of guards and slaves. He brazenly assaulted passers-by and threatened a girl, inadvertently blocking Zoro's path. Just as he swung his blade, Moro intervened, rescuing the passerby. The moment Bonnie transformed into a little girl and subdued Zoro, everyone believed they had narrowly escaped calamity. In the Sabaody archipelago, provoking the celestial dragons is fraught with peril. Are you out of your mind? That's a celestial dragon, Bonnie exclaimed, furious with Zoro. What about him? Zoro retorted, glancing back only to find Moro had vanished. The girl they had just saved had also disappeared. The nurse had caught the attention of celestial dragon Charlos, who intended to take her away, injuring her boyfriend in the process. Moro had swiftly rescued both just as Zoro was about to strike. With a swish, as the celestial dragon made his appearance, everyone knelt in submission. Even the proud, fearless supernovas bowed before the ground. From atop a tower, the young couple continued to express their gratitude to Moro. Enough words. First, treat him. Don't worry about repercussions. Soon, chaos will descend upon Sabaody. And you must stay put. I will come for you when the time is right. This island will no longer harbor you. Thank you. They repeatedly bowed in appreciation. Moro helped the nurse to her feet, urging her to continue tending to her boyfriend. Standing by the window, he clenched his fists tightly, witnessing the celestial dragons depart. In that moment, an overwhelming silence of rage consumed him that he wished to resist kneeling, but could only choose to leave in such a manner. As for directly eliminating the celestial dragons, his position bound him. Infuriating, Moro tightened his grip, feeling the blood rise to his knuckles. The sensation of swallowing his indignation while enduring it forced a turbulent anger to circulate within him. At that moment of perplexity, as his furious gaze followed the departing celestial dragons, he opened his eyes, a wave of calm washing over him. The restraints within him shattered. The notion of life returning? Absurd. The timing of such a breakthrough was maddening. His fury ignited, and with the realization of life's return, his hair danced wildly. Not long after, Moro discreetly escorted the couple onto a warship, silently returning to the port once more. He had changed into ordinary attire. donning a mask. The youth understood that some tasks required shedding the cloak and adorning a mask. Let us embark, for your justice. This casual outfit felt strikingly unfamiliar to Moro. Aside from his floral shirt, he had rarely worn similar garments. Today, even the floral shirt had been replaced. Wearing the mask, he infiltrated the Sabaody archipelago and swiftly made his way toward the slave auction house. Some matters, after all, cannot be suppressed indefinitely if one lacks youthful audacity. What then constitutes youth? At the slave auction house, the atmosphere shifted dramatically with the arrival of the celestial dragons. Almost simultaneously, Luffy hurled a punch at one of them. The other two celestial dragons yelped like rabid dogs. Moro leaped into action, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the protective barrier. This detestable scum believed the air of the world was too tainted, thus opting to don such peculiar protective gear. Bang! Bang! Moro's fists accelerated with remarkable speed, sending a man from the celestial dragons flying. With one foot firmly planted upon his body, he exerted a forceful stomp. Blood erupted from the astronaut's mouth, nearly claiming his life on the spot. By the time help arrived, it was likely that he had already breathed his last. Everything unfolded with such rapidity. Law from the Heart Pirates and the officers of the Kid Pirates rose in unison. The Straw Hat crew, too, were taken aback, unable to fathom that someone would strike at such a critical moment, especially since attacking alongside Luffy signified a death warrant. Who was this madman? Kid, startled by the sudden intrusion of Moro, wore an expression of utter confusion. The mask he donned seemed a deliberate attempt to conceal his identity. Killer admitted to not recalling having encountered this enigmatic figure before, but in contrast, Sanji and the others were visibly shaken. Zoro, too, experienced a flash of realization that he remembered how, when he escaped with Bonnie under the guise of death, Moro had vanished as well that time. The celestial dragons had been clamoring to locate the pair of star-crossed lovers. It seemed now that all clues converged into one. Just as Luffy foolishly opened his mouth to speak, Nami swiftly clamped her hand over his lips. Luffy, do not utter a word. The scene was simply too shocking. Who could have anticipated that a Marine would join Luffy in confronting the celestial dragons? Others might not recognize Moro, but the Straw Hats had encountered him personally in Water 7. Yet they, too, chose to remain silent at that moment. In that critical instant, as everyone struggled to regain their composure, Rayleigh unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, instantly dominating the atmosphere. Could that man be the legendary figure? Both Kid and Law paused, momentarily taken aback. The appearance of the Dark King, Rayleigh, following Luffy and the mysterious man's assault on the celestial dragons, undoubtedly delivered another shock to them. Today's surprises were simply overwhelming. Celestial dragons, pirates, and a mysterious figure. It was indeed a fascinating tableau. Rayleigh cast a glance at Moro, who merely acknowledged them with a fleeting look before stealthily departing the slave auction house. He brushed past Luffy. He murmured, "This debt is mine. I shall repay it in due time." "Nanny?" Luffy questioned, perplexed, as Moro's figure faded into the distance. Observing this scene, both Kid and Law's expressions subtly shifted. Did he know the captain of the Straw Hats? His strength and speed were commendable, wearing a mask. Could he, like Killer, simply prefer to remain anonymous? The battle was on the verge of igniting. The incident involving the celestial dragons had unleashed a tempest upon Sabaody archipelago. This also indicated that Admiral Kizaru would soon arrive on the scene. A shadow darted through the corners, appearing as if familiar with the terrain, and swiftly vanished into the city. When he reemerged, it was on the very street where the celestial dragons had been assaulting civilians. He stepped out of a tower, removed his mask, and donned a new outfit, draping a cloak of justice over his shoulders. This was a measured approach. Returning directly to the warship at this juncture would inevitably bring complications and expose vulnerabilities. Only by disappearing on this street and reappearing could he minimize the traces left behind. More importantly, Moro intended to partake in the forthcoming battle, severing all connections to the past. With a deep exhale, Moro couldn't help but indulge in self-mockery. How far must this path extend? How long must my fists endure? It is only now that I comprehend, Old Man Karp. Indeed, in this confrontation, Moro appeared to uphold his own sense of justice, yet remained shrouded in shadows. Why? Was it due to his weakness? The overwhelming influence of the celestial dragons? He raised his head, surveying the surrounding supernova pirates, and solidified his resolve. First, he must attain a position of power. An admiral could only serve as a transitional phase. The Fleet Admiral of the Marine Headquarters, or even the world government's commander-in-chief, stood among his objectives. Second, he sought to recruit the technologies of Vegapunk, including the pacifists and seraphim, into his ranks. Third, he aspired to attain a strength so formidable that it would render the power of any individual, including Emu, inconsequential. His ambitions were swelling. Moro had never felt such a profound yearning for absolute power. Unparalleled authority before. The marine supernova, Dragon Slayer Moro, a single phrase jolted him back to awareness. The enigmatic monk, Urge, had appeared behind Moro unbeknownst to him. This place was indeed a haven for the gathering of supernovas. A veritable assembly of formidable beings. Would they finally make their move? Apu stood atop a rooftop, enthusiastically clapping his limbs. The Navy seeking death. Drake, true to his reputation as a master of theatrics, unsheathed his sword. Your probability of victory stands at a mere 7%. Hawkins glanced at his tarot cards, convinced he had divined Moro's fate. Throughout, Moro remained silent. Did he intend to take on 3 opponents? That seemed quite a tall order. Nevertheless, having arrived at Sabeti Archipelago, he was compelled to engage in battle with these converging supernova pirates of the era. The unique abilities of Urge and Hawkins would serve as the perfect subjects for his experimentation. Everyone, do not waste time. Let us strike together. Such an audacious declaration. Urge hefted a massive pillar, approaching with a grin. Simultaneously, Apu's attack followed suit. Moro, well aware of their respective devil fruit powers, instinctively evaded their onslaught. As the battle commenced, the street corner bore witness to the entrance of the pacifists, their lasers flashing like fleeting moments, escalating the conflict to its zenith. Moro fought alongside the pacifists against these supernova pirates with remarkable ease. With a resounding thud, Urge was struck down, collapsing to the ground. Yet, in the next instant, his height surged dramatically, his strength augmented as his muscles swelled, and he hurled a punch toward Moro that carries some weight. Moro coughed blood, bracing himself to absorb the impact. The powers of the revive fruit fervently reciprocated the energy. Each punch Urge delivered was absorbed by Moro, only for Urge to strike back shortly thereafter. As Moro endured blows, he needed to momentarily recuperate. However, with the feedback from the revive fruit and his own adaptation, his next strike would grow even more potent. Hawkins, under assault from the pacifists, felt several small straw dolls emerge from his body. Originally, he should have been the one to suffer the blow. To his astonishment, Moro, after coughing blood, stood up with a smile, seemingly unscathed as he gazed at his opponent. By all accounts, you have effectively absorbed a fatal wound on my behalf. Hawkins expressed his confusion. Why do I sense that this fellow's devil fruit ability is akin to my own? Urge was equally perplexed. What a terrifying creature. A smooth, languid voice interjected, due to Moro's presence. The pacifists had not yet managed to claim victory. With the arrival of Admiral Kazuru from the Marine headquarters, the tide of battle shifted decisively. Damn it. Drake feigned irritation, yet in truth, he had been brought up by Zephyr and had spent considerable time under Kazuru's command. Both were adept performers. Admiral of the Marines, Urge, though visibly displeased, managed a faint smile. Time to seek an opportunity. Apu struck his belly, attempting a slashing attack. In the blink of an eye, everything transpired too swiftly. Moro continued to pummel Hawkins relentlessly. Futile. I can transform into a straw man. Your attacks have no effect on me. As Hawkins chuckled, the little scarecrow emerged from his arm. Moro felt as if he had struck himself. In excruciating pain, yet soon welcomed a more potent surge of energy in return. Are you even capable of dying? What exactly is your ability? It was then that Hawkins realized just how formidable Moro truly was. A veritable nemesis to both Urki and those of his ilk, that he completely disregarded the effects of the devil fruit. This does not concern you. Moro continued his assault, a swift kick slicing through the air before him. Lightspeed kick. Kazuru, with his hands casually tucked in his pockets, coolly regarded Moro. Colonel Moro, it seems rather unfair to have you combat so many monstrous pirate supernovas at once. No wonder Sengoku mentioned you were not meeting up with him. You've been engaged in battle all this time. With that, Kazuru lazily surveyed the battlefield, advancing towards Luffy and his crew. At this moment, Moro's body was already bruised and battered, internally cursing the debts he owed to Karp and Luffy. He found himself in quite the predicament. However, with the conclusion of this battle, it also meant that Moro had severed the thread of the mysterious individual. His skirmishes with Apu, Hawkins, and Urki had left him with numerous wounds, each scar a testament to the struggle. Yet, his physique began to mend, restoring him to his former state. Truly a monster. You must be even stronger now. Erky laughed as he rose from the ground. Clearly injured as well. I never wish to see you again in this lifetime. Hawkins, feeling the aches in his back and waist, was equally pained. Drake swiftly changed direction. These captains were merely stalling for their subordinates. Even Apu was fleeing while attacking. However, following this battle, they would likely think twice before being so brazen in front of an admiral. Their resolve surely weakened. I'm hungry. Moro rubbed his stomach as he approached a barbecue stall. The proprietor had long since been frightened into hiding. He placed the requisite belly on the counter and began devouring the grilled meat. Shadows flitted past him, but Moro remained unfazed, with Kizuru and his legion of elite marines at his side. The situation was well in hand. As the crowd dispersed, the marines began to rush past him. But at last, Moro could no longer suppress the urge to expel a mouthful of black blood. Puffed. The abilities of Hawkins and Erky were grotesquely real. One redirected all attacks aimed at himself onto the target of his power, while the other absorbed and then rebounded the damage received. Engaging in battle with these two monstrosities was no small feat. Thankfully, his unique devil fruit ability allowed him to grow stronger, albeit at a rapid cost to his stamina. After satisfying his hunger, the injuries within his organs healed, enabling him to finally expel the last remnants of internal injury in the form of black blood. Moro rose to his feet, appearing as though nothing had transpired, and picked up the transponder snailed, "I am returning." Split into 10 groups of 10, each responsible for piloting the warship, the engine room, the deck, the cannons, and the bridge. I will be there shortly. Prepare the gear for pursuit. This will be your first naval battle. The Marines swiftly began to execute his orders. Moro brushed past pedestrians, pirates, and soldiers alike as he made his way to the port. Step by step, he traversed from the street to the harbor, ascending the stairs and returning to the deck, where he issued a command: pursue. The ships of the supernovas had already begun to depart. Surely, the Straw Hat crew, Kizu, Rayleigh, and Kuma were also nearing the final stages of their battles. Ahead lay the ship of the supernova, Beiji, who was making a hasty escape. A.S. Moro commanded the cannons to fire. He simultaneously kicked back the incoming artillery. The Marines under his command were still novices. Despite his training, their nerves got the better of them as they rushed to their positions, recalling their training. Does this guy intend to engage in naval combat with us? Beiji thought it quite the spectacle. Little did he realize that devil fruit users were severely limited at sea. The Navy's vessels, enhanced by various technological advancements, possessed formidable combat power. Yet, comparisons were inevitable. Beiji, a man from the castle and once a local godfather, was wealthy beyond measure, harboring an unimaginable arsenal within him. Etc. He could fight indefinitely, never needing to worry about supplies or gunpowder. Even the Navy's warships had their deficiencies. Thus, Beiji believed victory was assured. However, having just endured the clash with the supernovas, Moro was unfazed by such thoughts. Mastering the art of life restoration had endowed him with a hidden power, always at his disposal. The 6 powers of the Navy, the life restoration, and the life fruit were now merging seamlessly under Moro's command. Colonel Moro, their cannon fire is intensifying. Our gunpowder reserves are running low, one Marine exclaimed, drenched in sweat. Their anxiety was palpable. Who in their right mind would engage supernovas in battle during the training period? Especially someone like Beiji, who excelled in naval warfare. Fear not. Moro grasped a cannonball and infused it with life energy. Life restoration allowed the latent vitality within the human body to be concentrated in various parts. While the life fruit could bestow life energy upon all things, granting them the essence of life, the Marines swallowed hard. In their eyes, the cannonball sprouted wings, transforming into a black crow. Soon after, Moro placed his hand atop the ammunition crate. One by one, black crows materialized, flapping their wings as they soared forth, heading straight for Beiji's pirate ship. How astonishing! Is the power of the devil fruits truly so miraculous? They can even find their own path. The Marines were filled with awe, yet Moro, with a serious expression, issued the command, fire. Under his encouragement, the attacks became even more concentrated. The cannons roared, filling the ocean with the scent of gunpowder. Before long, Beiji's furious roar echoed across the sea. Damn it, Moro, I will kill you. The crow cannonballs were formidable. They could navigate and evade attacks on their OWN.I in the end. Only a few struck Beiji's ship, yet it left him utterly displeased. Boss, The Navy ships are closing in. Beiji's subordinate pointed towards another direction where the Navy's warships approached, causing Beiji to feel a chill run down his spine. Damn it, has Kizaru already finished his battle? Move! He waved his hand, and the pirate ship accelerated away. We've won. Colonel Moro, we have triumphed in our first naval battle. The Marines surrounded Moro, cheering exuberantly, resembling a group of children, despite the fact that the youngest among them was still several years his senior. Victory? We merely repelled our foes, Moro replied, feigning indifference. He discreetly pressed his hand against the railing, attempting to imbue the warship with life energy, but his efforts failed. Just a little more. Moro chuckled softly as he retreated to the cabin. What awaited him next would be a battle that would be etched in the annals of the Grand Line. He would give it his all. On board a medium-sized warship, Moro reclined on the deck. Taking a nap. Colonel Moro, we must evacuate the warship as reserve combat personnel for long-range support. A Marine stood beside him, saluting. Understood. The battleship is anchored in a rather secluded corner of the harbor. Several days have elapsed since the incident at Sabaody Archipelago. The Navy has announced that it will execute Fire Fist Ace at Marine Headquarters in Mariehua, which also signifies the imminent appearance of the man known as Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world, led by Moro, a group of newcomers is tasked with providing long-range support. How could he simply forego the opportunity to take action? Strangely enough, since the conclusion of the last battle at Sabaody Archipelago, the Navy headquarters has deemed Moro to have perfectly complemented the order-maintaining mission of Trafalgar Law, participating in engagements that successfully restrained multiple pirate supernovas and aggressively pursued another supernova. Becky, this matter has stirred considerable waves, enhancing the Navy's reputation and bolstering its morale. Even more curious is the fact that someone has leaked information regarding the Water 7 incident, claiming that Moro had once battled with the recent figure of notoriety, the Straw Hat Kid. Consequently, Moro is now perceived as having fought against half of the supernovas, garnering unprecedented attention. Whispers circulate that the Navy's younger generation is concealing immense potential, with a single supernova capable of taking on 6 opponents. Moro has thus been dubbed the strongest supernova of his era. Naturally, the scoundrels of the worst generation are not pleased, and some even harbor a desire to measure their strength against him. In contrast, Moro remains indifferent to such sentiments, but he understands that Sengoku is deliberately inflating his status, intending for Moro to serve as a vanguard before the outbreak of war. His name has undoubtedly reached many ears. Hence, after thoughtful consideration and due to Moro's notable contributions at Sabaody Archipelago, he has been promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters. This signifies yet another leap forward for Moro, propelling him closer to his envisioned goals. Regrettably, during this time, as a Rear Admiral, Moro has repeatedly submitted intelligence analyses to Sengoku, asserting that someone would undoubtedly make a move on Impel Down. However, Sengoku has unfailingly dismissed these claims, insisting that it is a fortress of impregnable defenses, where once the gates close, no one can escape. Aside from the likes of Shiki the Golden Lion, it is a forbidden realm where not even a bird could fly. Furthermore, Moro's belief that Blackbeard would betray them has also been disregarded. In truth, Moro has directly leaked future events, yet even Sengoku, with his cunning, refutes such possibilities. At present, the paramount concern remains the Marineford War. As they prepare to confront the imminent arrival of Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, in the eyes of many, Blackbeard is yet to pose a significant threat. Moro rises from his seat, offering a wry smile. In this era, even as a Rear Admiral, he remains merely a pawn. His title is still that of the foremost supernova of the worst generation, rather than the highest combat power of an admiral in the Navy headquarters. Such a title may be suitable for discussions of prestige, but should he present genuine advice, he would find himself largely ignored. As the last sailor disembarks from the battleship, Moro reclines on the deck. Witnessing seagulls soaring across the sky, he takes a deep breath and gradually stands, casually tossing aside a bounty poster. The gentle breeze lifts it slightly. Upon closer inspection, it reveals a mysterious individual with a staggering bounty of 250 million berries for their first-ever reward. The figure depicted wears a mask, dressed in casual attire, with disheveled hair that seems to float, imbued with the power of life restoration. This is indeed the notorious villain who assassinated a celestial dragon at Sabaody Archipelago. Known as the Man with the Hair of Fury, indeed, this individual is a guise of Moro himself. He leaps from the battleship, and strides toward the edge of the Marineford battlefield to rendezvous with his subordinates. Rear Admiral Moro gazes upward at the sky, a smile gradually illuminating his face. Seated in those three positions, standing atop that execution platform, and ultimately treading upon the empty throne of Mary Joa. I shall traverse them all, the youth murmurs to himself, casting a glance back, encompassing the entire world in an instant, as the world stands on high alert, believing that the Whitebeard pirates would not dare to venture forth alone. A colossal ship surges forth from the sea like a whale. The elder man clad in a headscarf makes his entrance, beaming with a declaration to save his son. The atmosphere ignites with fervor as the strongmen turn their gazes. The sea churns violently, shattering into fragments. The earth trembles, instilling fear in many. Moro surveys his surroundings, noticing that his subordinates have begun to quail at a young sailor, nearly 20 yet smaller in stature than Moro despite being older. Grips his arm anxiously, asking, "Rear Admiral Moro, can we win?" As they speak, they witness the sea transforming into towering waves, surging toward Marineford that if engulfed, it would mean the imminent submergence of Marineford, situated at the heart of the world. Is this truly the power of the strongest man in the world? How terrifying. I feel the ground shaking beneath me. Damn it, my heart is racing faster. The sailors are becoming increasingly agitated. Their apprehension is heightened because they are a unique group, all under Moro's command. The others are elite sailors from various regions, with numerous powerful officers gathered here. However, some are clearly overwhelmed by the magnitude of the scene that it is well known that the Four Seas and the Grand Line, particularly the New World, are worlds apart. Elites from different locales naturally possess disparities in experience and combat prowess. Nevertheless, regardless of origin, many have risen to prominence at various times. Birth is merely a starting point. The future is the culmination of one's talent and efforts. What is there to fear? Everyone, initiate the land defense formation, divide into 3 groups of 30, with the remaining 10 responsible for filling the gaps between groups. You must achieve a comprehensive, all-encompassing defense in this battle. Following Moro's command, his sailors swiftly arrange themselves into 3 concentric defensive formations. From the outermost layer inward, they consist of defensive shields, long swords, and firearms. Rear Admiral Moro, do you intend to join the battle? Of course. Without a moment's hesitation, Moro strides toward the center of the battlefield. This confrontation centers around the execution platform. The Ice Age. Akiji makes his move, instantly freezing the towering waves. The sailors feel a wave of reassurance wash over them. Even the pirate ships become encased in ice upon the surface of the sea, leading them to believe they have found a glimmer of hope for victory. Only Moro understands that a series of chaotic battles are yet to ensue. These ruffians have no intention of backing down, that he strides boldly into the heart of the battlefield. The weight of justice behind him has never felt so oppressive. His clenched fists surge with power. Having endured battles at Water 7 and Sabaody Archipelago, Moro has grown stronger, not merely by comprehending the restoration of life. His strength has undergone a transformation, drawing ever closer to his limits. The Marineford War. Boom, Moro launches a punch, sending a pirate flying, and immediately continues his assault. A wall emerges to obstruct the pirate's path, where his final act creates the last gap, allowing the Moby Dick to enter the fray. Damn it, Moro's gaze intensifies, for he knows what is to come. The battle has been ongoing for some time. With every breath, he can feel his energy dwindling. Whoosh! In an instant, a naval warship and hundreds of pirates descend from the skies. Moro realizes the battle has only just begun. With the likes of former warlords of the sea, Jinbe and Crocodile, as well as Ivankov and others, joining the fray, the war once again shifts toward an unpredictable turn. Is it still like this? Without the slightest hesitation, Moro turned back and strode past Little Oz, making his way alone towards the icy expanse. Here at the execution platform were the 7 warlords of the sea, Navy vice admirals, and even the 3 admirals. Rather than linger here, he preferred to engage in battle upon the ice, where numerous formidable adversaries still remained. Young in age, yet holding significant positions, several towering pirates quickly surrounded Moro. With astonishing speed and heavy punches, he fought his way in the opposite direction. Gale foot, lotus, iron block, chaotic movement, finger gun, great wind song, paper drawing, drawing paper, moonwalk. At some point, Moro found himself encircled by over 100 powerful pirates under Whitebeard. He fought fiercely with his bare fists, fully immersed in the battle. This fellow was a Navy supernova, regarded with high expectations. Was he? If they could slay him, wouldn't that be fortuitous? Ha! The young bull is unafraid of the tiger. More and more pirates emerged as Moro stood upon the icy battlefield. He had evidently underestimated the sheer number of Whitebeard's crew. Beyond the 1,600 men aboard his ship, he commanded an additional 43 pirate crews. How audacious these pirates were! As the Knight of the Sea, Doma, stepped forth from the throng, Moro recognized him immediately, especially the conspicuous monkey perched upon his shoulder. As dual blades struck, Moro retaliated with Galefoot. If he were dealing with ordinary pirates, it would be manageable. His mastery of the Navy's 6 styles and the ability to return life were sufficient. Yet, these captains and crew leaders exuded overwhelming charisma and strength. Cursed be it, I must break through here. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Moro gazed intently ahead. His target was none other than Diamond Jozu. That fellow was still chipping away at the ice, seemingly unaware of whom he aimed to strike. Boom! Just as the pirates reveled in their triumph, Bartolomeo led a throng of pacifists onto the scene. Laser beams swept across the battlefield, dramatically shifting the tide once more. Suddenly, every pirate's gaze froze. It turned out that Whitebeard had been ambushed by his own son. Father! Father! Cursed be this traitor! As the crowd erupted in outrage, Moro leaped into action. Among his objectives in this clash were Diamond Jozu and the Phoenix Marco. At that critical moment, Diamond Jozu, filled with rage, found himself taken aback by Whitebeard's unexpected assault, catching many pirates off guard. Though old and ailing, it was difficult for foes to strike him, as he had let down his guard against his own sons. Which was his Achilles heel. Who are you? Diamond Jozu turned around, his anger palpable as he prepared to retaliate. Akiji, Kazan, also acted swiftly. You are a tad slow, young one. The chill was deadly. Moro, drained of considerable stamina, felt each life-and-death struggle further unearth his potential. The icy aura he sensed provided an unexpected sense of relief. Bang! The ice shattered. Whitebeard delivered a powerful punch, breaking the ice and carving a path for his sons. Moro stood back to back with Akiji, who was engaged in combat with the momentarily distracted Diamond Jozu, seemingly gaining the upper hand on this side. The furious pirates once again surrounded Moro. Damn it! I've just escaped the tiger's den, only to stumble into the wolf's lair. You dare engage in such a battle without having awakened your Haki? That is rather reckless. Akiji's words did not diminish Moro's fighting spirit. What of those Marines? Not everyone possesses Haki. As he spoke, Moro retrieved several alloy beads from his pocket. These were acquired after his battle at Dragon Island, taken from Sakari's alloy armor. After infusing life energy into the alloy fragments, they transformed into spare alloy beads. At this moment, as Moro once again infused life energy into the alloy beads, they elongated into slender alloys, forming a collection of alloy swords. Moro pressed one hand against the ice. The ice rapidly absorbed his life energy, rising to form an ice giant over 5 meters tall. A dozen alloy beads coalesced into a long sword, which fell into his grasp. Upon closer inspection, the features of this ice warrior mirrored Moro's own. Breakthrough! In an instant, Moro vanished, reappearing to deliver a gale-foot kick towards the attacking Knight of the Sea, Doma. The synergy between the dual swords and the monkey proved exceptionally taxing for Moro, especially with pirates surrounding him. Fortunately, he had the ice warrior as his backup. A commendable fruit ability. Perhaps one day you could create an ice giant to engage in battle. As Akiji spoke, he delivered a kick, releasing a chilling aura. Reflecting on the ice giant, he seemed to recall a past event. The giant admiral he had frozen to death, a traitor in the end. That was when his sense of justice first revealed itself. For reasons unknown, Moro evoked a peculiar feeling in him. What is your full name? Akiji inquired amidst the chaos. Moro, what else could it be? Do you expect everyone's name to come with a plethora of prefixes? Moro was already overwhelmed. Unbeknownst to him, another master swordsman had arrived, the 15th squad captain, Fasa, wielding a flaming sword. The dual assault from the two, alongside the numerous pirate attacks, ensnared Moro deeply. Did you think Akiji could save you? Without Haki, little brat, you ought to return to your East Blue. The Knight of the Sea, Doma, brandished dual blades, while the monkey upon his shoulder wore a wicked grin. Fasa expelled a puff of cigar smoke, igniting his long sword with roaring flames once more. Moro realized that against Haki, even iron block seemed insufficient. His attacks appeared to lack potency as well. the only advantage he could rely upon. His speed was undermined by the overwhelming pirate onslaught. At that moment, Akiji momentarily vacated the battlefield, and Diamond Josu's arm was subsequently frozen. However, Josu remained unfazed, directly utilizing his devil fruit ability to create a diamond arm. Valuable, indeed, but alas, Moro had no opportunity to seize it. Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air, surveying the battle near the execution platform, and chose to depart. Moro remained ensnared in the tumult, unable to escape. He increasingly perceived the disparity between the Navy's 6 styles and Haki. No wonder it is said that Haki is not only a technique, but also a testament to the human body reaching its limits. Yet for Haki, this is merely the beginning. Let me handle this. Diamond Josu's voice resonated. The minor brigadier, Moro, lifted his gaze towards this formidable opponent he had never encountered before. Next, he would face 3 opponents. Truly a battle of desperation. 2 captains, 1 captain of a subordinate pirate crew, and over 100 pirates surrounded him tightly. Moro glanced at the grand spectacle and uttered, "What shall we eat after the war concludes?" "Marine brat, do you know my name?" Josu strode towards Moro. The youth was utterly encircled. Diamond Josu, a pirate of the New World, had followed Whitebeard, Newgate, decades ago, encountering numerous legendary pirates, while at that time, I was yet to be born. Moro replied with a smile, clenching his fists and surveying the surrounding pirates. "Cursed be it, I have intruded into a den of thieves. Well then, if I am to die, let it be with clarity." Zing, Diamond Josu, the Knight of the Sea, and Fossa simultaneously hardened their haki, applying it to their fists and blades. This brat is destined for a grave without a burial. The Navy's supernova is indeed a thunderous name. Should he perish, the Navy would surely lament his loss. The sea has always been merciless. Perhaps he believed that his past adventures of playing house were an embodiment of punishing the wicked and promoting virtue. The laughter of children mingled with the sound of bullets whizzing by. Moro swiftly sidestepped. Domar immediately struck from behind with dual blades, but Moro, summoning all his strength, executed a swift maneuver to evade, only to find Fossa charging at him wielding a flaming blade. With no means of escape, Moro prepared to defend himself with a metal block. Just then, Diamond Jaw's punch came crashing towards him. Bang! Moro felt as though a tempest was raging within his stomach. The pain was unbearable. Is this what it means to possess armament Haki? The already formidable Diamond Jaws, combined with his mastery of Haki, undoubtedly delivered a devastating blow to Moro. Damn, this update has come too swiftly. With a resentful murmur, he had no choice but to maintain a vigilant stance. "Are you relaxing, Marine?" This time, Jaws charged directly at him, causing Moro to spit blood. Compared to Hawkins' damage substitution or the causality rebound from the strange monk Urki, the raw force of Jaws' frontal assault was enough to impose a crushing pressure. Especially with the added might of armament Haki, the overwhelming combination of strength and Haki obliterated any advantage Moro might have held. The Knight Domar, along with Fossa and others, swiftly passed by Moro, as the pirates once again unleashed their might. Indeed, they were in a dire predicament, yet let us not forget that the Straw Hat Kid was advancing, and the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, had not yet fallen. Their various captains and leaders were still engaged in battle. This was a coalition of over 10 captains from the Whitebeard pirates and more than 40 pirate crews. Do you still have the strength to stand? Without Haki, you lack even the qualification to rise before me. Jaws approached, towering over Moro. His physique, strength, Haki, and fruit abilities rendered him undeniably superior, especially compared to the Marine Admiral Akiji. Yet, before Moro, he wielded an overwhelming advantage. You are merely a commander. Typically, only the Marine headquarters captains and vice admirals can master Haki. Without such power, how could they possibly grant you the qualification? Jaws did not mock him. He merely stated the truth. Nothing stood in his way. Moro rose to his feet, feeling as though he might fall apart. Jaws' earlier punch and charge left him with the sensation of impending collapse. Trained diligently, young Marine, Jaws had no more time to spare on Moro. His mission was to join this brutal conflict, to carve out a path for his brothers. No. Moro stood tall, his gaze fiercely fixed on Jaws' retreating form. You will die. This is war, not a game of house. Jaws turned around, and the moment he met Moro's intense gaze, he understood. Such a fool was destined for death. He was far too naive, appearing almost foolish. Countless fools had once roamed the seas. They either survived through strength and luck, becoming dominant forces, or sank to the depths, Filled with regrets, I absolutely refuse. I am a Marine. How could I allow a pirate like you to pass? Moro gritted his teeth. The damage from Haki seemed to linger longer than typical attacks, causing blood to still seep from the corner of his mouth. The paramecia fruit also surged forth with a wealth of energy. One punch, a punch with all my might, will ensure you never rise again. The sound of Ja's footsteps echoed in Moro's ears, a persistent buzzing assaulting him. For the first time, he faced an opponent whose disparity was so vast, he almost forgot. Diamond Jaws was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, and in terms of rank, he was comparable to the calamities of the Beast Pirates. Engaging in battle with such an entity required the readiness to face certain death. He could be seen as a figure above Marine commanders, yet below admirals. The realization of this difference felt akin to glimpsing an insurmountable chasm. If one captain possessed such overwhelming strength, what of Whitebeard himself? What of the other emperors of the sea in their prime? Aside from the strongest man, there were the strongest creatures, the Iron Balloon and red-haired Shanks. Even the Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood above with the Marshal of the World Government, Steelbone Kong. How formidable were the Five Elders? Shadows of powerful figures flashed through Moro's mind. He realized he could not afford to wait any longer. In this moment, fighting was his only option. If he did not grow stronger, he would fade into obscurity. Raging gale, chaotic wind slash. Moro unleashed a devastating strike with all his might. Jaws stood firm, a faint diamond sheen enveloping his body. Then he disregarded all attacks and advanced directly toward the heart of the battlefield. Was it futile? Moro swallowed hard, not out of fear, but due to the thirst that accompanied his drained stamina. Then, what about this move? The Marine 6 Style's secret technique, Spear of Life. After mastering Life Return, Moro had further refined this technique through numerous battles. Unlike Rob Lucci, the essence of this attack lay in channeling the entirety of the Life Return's power into his fingertips. At the moment of attack, it would unleash an even more potent force. Bang! This time, as he charged towards Jaws' front, Moro's arm left a blur in its wake. With each strike he landed on Jaws, it felt as if his arms had transformed into weapons, his fingertips becoming the focal point of explosive power. Marine, you are already dead. Jaws aimed to support his comrades. To alleviate Whitebeard's burden, he resolved that this one strike would determine the victor. At this moment, armament Haki enveloped him entirely, and with the resilience of his diamond body, he absorbed the force of Moro's Spear of Life. You have employed both your fruit ability and Haki. I have one. A grin spread across Moro's face. At the very least, it proved that his understanding of the Marine 6 Style secret technique was far superior to his previous full-force gale slash. Yet, I remain unscathed. Jaws' words pulled Moro back to reality. Shining charge, crack. The intense pain that followed was compounded by acceleration, as strength and Haki merged, enhanced by the power of the devil fruit. The impact of Jaws' diamond form crashing into Moro was unlike any pain he had endured. Even in the depths of a cave under Lola's overwhelming pressure at that time, he had curled into a ball. But now, as his torso was broken, the bones in his shoulders shattered simultaneously. Moro's internal organs felt as though they were being crushed. He coughed up blood, mingling with fragments of his own organs. This was typically the fate of a defeated villain. The young man soared from the ground, only to crash back down and then lay still. Eyes rolled back. What is this? Jaws glanced impatiently at the ice warrior still attacking pirates not far away and shattered him with a single punch. Crack. Ice shards scattered across the ground. There was no trace left of Moro. He was likely dead on the execution platform. Karp watched as Luffy continued to run desperately. He had just sent the immortal bird Marco flying with a punch, and now stared glumly out at the sea. Sengoku, however, spoke gravely. Has that brat anticipated everything? This is the worst possible outcome. What outcome? Karp replied impatiently. Between them stood the shackled Fire Fist Ace. Silently observing the scene, he witnessed his comrades falling one by one, their cries of despair and pain echoing in the air. The cycle of killing and being killed was the only constant theme on the battlefield. That boy Moro had once reported to me, suggesting that the most chaotic situation was likely to arise during this period. Specifically, the fall of Impel Down and the pirates breaching its walls. However, he mentioned Blackbeard Teach. It seems he was only half right. As your dear grandson has arrived. When it came to grandsons, Sengoku's tone grew more serious. That boy spoke to me as well, but this matter is no longer my concern. Kapu gazed upon the battle unfolding on the icy surface. His eyes swept across the scene until they landed on the lifeless form of Moro, irrevocably deceased. Your family harbors few virtuous souls. Now, just as you finally acquire a commendable disciple, he lies on the brink of death. I wonder, once the war concludes, whether there will be any hope of salvation. Sengoku merely glanced over with a detached interest the Marine supernova, a young brigadier general. Perhaps next year we'll see none. Who can guarantee what the future holds? Why worry over it? The inevitability of succumbing to such a battle foretold a limited future. To speak of anything else, Zifa cultivates numerous disciples each year, yet not all can rise above the rest. That lad possesses a unique fruit ability. Unless he plunges into the sea or dons sea prism stone, he cannot truly be slain, Kapu remarked nonchalantly. The life fruit merely bestows resilience. It is not as formidable as you suggest. Sengoku retorted dismissively. This boy has already unlocked a fraction of his latent abilities. Kapu grinned, a sense of mischievous triumph evident. Your fine grandson approaches swiftly. Sengoku turned his gaze towards the execution platform, where the straw hat's silhouette drew ever closer. Upon the icy expanse, Moro lay still, his breath and heartbeat extinguished. This time, even his life fruit ceased its energy feedback. When a wielder perishes, the devil fruit departs from its owner, reappearing on another fruit somewhere in the world. Thud! A pirate trampled over his corpse, which lay unmoved, vacant of any life signs that he was gone, devoid of all vitality. Not far off, shattered ice resembled remnants of the frozen layer itself. Yet, amidst the ice shards, a long sword forged of alloy remained, and a marine surged forward in battle, inadvertently stepping on the blade as his foot passed. The sword quivered slightly. The surrounding fragments of ice began to tremble. And suddenly, tiny points of light emerged, flowing into the nearby corpse. The boy's fingertips twitched, initiating a violent reaction that he jolted, collapsing onto the ice, gasping for breath that he was alive. Moro's mind swiftly retraced the events that had just transpired. Life force. He had infused a portion of his vitality into the frozen warriors and the alloy sword using the life fruit. Logically, he should have died, and the power of the devil fruit should have dissipated along with his life. Why did everything defy reason? Could it be that the true potential of the life fruit remained undiscovered? Did he feel as though he had been deceived by old Kapu, as Moro pondered this? An explosive surge of energy erupted within him, as if a shackle had been broken, that a relentless flow of power coursed through him, akin to a spring welling forth. Could it be that death was the true means of unlocking the life fruit's potential? Moro felt his bones, organs, senses, and flesh healing at an unprecedented rate. He was becoming stronger. The sound of his bones cracking echoed as his entire being surged with newfound vigor. That immense life force was his strength. What if he directly infused that vitality into his garments? Would it activate upon his demise? Moro attempted to channel life force into his cloak and attire, simultaneously using life restoration to imbue a portion of his essence into his hair. Suddenly attaining a moment of clarity that I have comprehended. At this moment, Moro truly learned to harness the power of the life fruit. He traversed the battlefield, infusing life force into the weapons and clothing of the Marines. Their skin and armaments now possessed vitality, capable of combat and defense independently. Yet, this mattered little to Moro. What truly held significance in his eyes was the life force itself. Every object imbued with his essence was a means of his resurrection. Power surged within him. Following this revival, Moro sensed that he had unlocked something profound. As he evaded the pirates' assaults, he reached out to seize his enemies. The faint energy flowed into him. An infinite reservoir of life force, able to bestow life upon all things and siphon vitality from others. Moro was astounded. His hands bore no visible changes, yet he could indeed feel a subtle energy capable of draining his foe's strength. Life force was an inherent ability. Bestowing it was an act of will, but the method of siphoning vitality required the act of death. Moro recalled the pain of his earlier demise, left speechless. If given the choice, he would never wish to experience such agony again. Yet, if it meant becoming stronger, then why not? Wasn't that fellow killed by Jozu? Could it be that the wielder employed some ability to escape? Uncertain, attacking this lad was the right course. Bullets rained down, blades clashed. Moro scanned the crowd. Beyond the development of the devil fruit, he had mastered the 6 powers of the Navy, the life restoration technique. and the profound mysteries of the six powers. He had absorbed the energy feedback from countless injuries and even death. Compared to his former self, he was now 5 times stronger at the very least. Thud. With each punch, he felled his adversaries in mere moments. Moro trampled over their corpses, and as he passed, faint points of life force ascended, flowing into him. Don't approach him. Engaging in close combat will result in the loss of your strength. Damn it, my arm feels like it's been rendered useless. Long-range attacks. Fire. The pirates, having endured Moro's relentless onslaught, finally regained their senses. This reborn youth had undergone a transformation. He bore the power of the inferno, shaking the very essence of evil in this world. Your life? I claim it. Moro hurled aside a pirate attempting to strike him from behind, effortlessly siphoning his vitality. With a leap, he soared over little oars. Moro's momentum did not falter. Diamond Jozu had vanished from sight. The pathway to the execution platform lay ahead. If he could not halt his speed, he could only advance towards that man, the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard Newgate. Flames erupted behind him. The gathering of powerful pirate youths ignited a fire of hope. Once upon a time, Moro, too, found this scene heart-stirring. Now, as a marine, bearing the weight of justice, he clenched his fists tightly. Turning his back to Monkey D. Luffy and Portgas D. Ace, boldly approaching the world's mightiest man, Whitebeard. This old man Whitebeard had entered the twilight of his years. Years of battle had left him with a multitude of ailments, often feeling a sense of helplessness, until a composed youth stood before him. A young marine. Are you? Your movements bear some resemblance to the young Kapu. What is your relation to him? Whitebeard inquired, eyeing Moro. The boy raised his gaze to meet the towering figure before him. Unflinching. Kapu's disciple, Brigadier General of the Marine Headquarters, Moro. Aurora, you foolish lad. Facing me alone will lead to your demise. Then so be it. Moro tightened his fists. Lacking Haki, he relied solely on his strength and speed. Even having surpassed the limits of the human body and mastered the profound techniques of the six powers, he remained merely an ordinary person. As a preliminary form of Haki, the six powers had always left him feeling slightly inadequate. It was this very inadequacy that had led him to mistakenly believe he could comprehend in a moment of peril against Jozu, only to meet with failure. Only upon truly feeling the might of Haki did Moro gain a clear understanding. His fully committed punch still lacked Haki. Instead, it was an all-out assault aimed at repelling the colossal foe before him. Bang! Faced with this unyielding punch, even though Whitebeard was already injured, he refrained from using Haki and retaliated with a single blow. Moro was instantly sent flying, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Unlike Kaido or Big Mom, who possessed extraordinary physical prowess from a young age, Whitebeard's formidable strength was intrinsically linked to the power of the Tremor fruit and his own might. Nevertheless, despite delivering a punch devoid of Haki, Moro, confronted with the world's strongest man, found himself unable to withstand it, feeling only a slight difference from the impact he endured when struck by Jozu. It is essential to note that this was merely a standard strike from Whitebeard. Fortunately for Moro, having died once, his body had been fortified. As he rose to his feet and advanced toward Whitebeard once more, a towering figure emerged, bearing an embodiment of absolute justice that contrasted sharply with Moro's intentions. Admiral Akainu Sakazuki uttered a singular phrase before striding toward Whitebeard, visibly wounded. Retreat is not an option for me. Moro spat out blood. A shave maneuver placed him before Whitebeard, the Navy's 6 styles ultimate technique. The Spear of Life unleashed a more potent attack than when he faced Jozu. The speed of his arms, palms, and fingers was astonishing, transforming into spears, while the strikes bore explosive force akin to bullets. That kid still has some tricks up his sleeve. Is he striving to unlock his latent Haki? Whitebeard disregarded the lurking Akainu, channeling Haki into his hand to honor Moro's attack. Whitebeard, use your might. The world-shattering power of the Tremor fruit. I am your opponent, your enemy. Moro's appearance and demeanor were indeed unflattering, yet he dared to proclaim himself an adversary of the world's strongest man, a truly indomitable spirit. Without hesitation, upon hearing Moro's declaration, Whitebeard gripped his sword with one hand, remaining vigilant against Akainu, while his other hand formed a fist, concentrating Haki and Tremor power before launching a tremendous punch toward Moro's chest. This strike clearly surpassed Moro's expectations. He had thought that after his rebirth, he might withstand it, but he was met with an immediate, overwhelming pain, and then, Nothing. He was sent crashing into the distant wall like a mere sandbag. Since the Summit War, he had met with defeat in every battle. Moro had been vanquished by Diamond Jozu and Whitebeard Newgate. The stubborn kid, reminiscent of a fool from an ancient era, would not yield. Whitebeard turned around with a smile, and upon glancing at Akainu, his expression shifted. At this moment, Monkey D. Luffy was sprinting alongside Ace, desperately trying to escape. The entire Whitebeard pirates' crew shielded them, as hope flickered in their eyes. In this instant, the world of pirates seemed like a fairy tale. Amidst the ruins, the body of a youth fell from the wall, contorted and unrecognizable. The tremor fruit and Whitebeard's Haki had instantly claimed Moro's life. One could say the first punch had granted him a fleeting chance for feedback energy, while the second punch unceremoniously sealed his fate. Without Haki, he was nothing. The boy, who had died twice in one day, lay motionless on the icy surface. Some Marines fired their weapons, while others were assaulted by pirates wielding swords. After attacks and defenses unfolded, the life energy residing within dissipated into countless light spots, vanishing into the starry sky and blending into the smoke of the ruins. As always, Moro gritted his teeth, seemingly still reeling from the recent pain that in a brief span. He had experienced the calamities of the Four Emperors' Haki. He had also grasped the varying strengths of devil fruits. The discrepancies in power and capability were glaring that he could not withstand any of their full force strikes. Yet, each rebirth only made him stronger. Had he grown fivefold, emerging from the smoke, Moro meticulously sensed the changes within his body. He was slightly taller, somewhat more disheveled. He attempted to clench his fists. Upon feeling a surge of power in his palms, a smile broke across his face that moment, as he prepared to unleash his full might against Whitebeard. It also signified the ferocity of iron blocks, the slashes of stormy kicks, the piercing strikes of finger guns, the speed of shaves, the weightlessness of moon steps, and the fluidity of paper drawings, all fused together. Like a lock, it secured him in place. Without a key, he concentrated all his faint energy into one. As Whitebeard's punch struck, Moro's lock shattered. The Navy's 6 styles, life return, the ultimate technique, twice dead, the last remnants of potential within him were unearthed. The shackles broke apart. Moro felt the power he had always yearned for. Haki, although still feeble, even incapable of hardening with armament Haki, the very presence of this power within him was sufficient, after all. The Navy's 6 styles approached the limits of human capability and simultaneously prepared for the usage of Haki. At the moment of awakening Haki, Moro instinctively began to grasp its application. Armament Haki was akin to iron blocks. Long-range attacks resembled finger guns, and this Haki armor could produce contact strikes akin to stormy kicks. He awakened armament Haki, and the methods of its application and proficiency were already deeply ingrained in him. Each rebirth would augment his strength fivefold. The awakening of Haki would provide a significant boost, and siphoning vitality would also enhance with each revival. This was the power contained within the life fruit. This was his power. Moro clenched his fists, and the sound of cracking echoed. It was overwhelmingly potent, the threads of armament Haki swirling around him. Beyond the smoke, the battlefield had become a fleeting spectacle. Akainu Sakazuki unleashed a punch, scattering the beads of his rosary across the ground. The fiery youth was engulfed in molten lava. The Straw Hat Kid opened his mouth wide, rolling his eyes back. Bang! Not far off, Karp was forcibly pinned to the ground by Sengoku. Moro witnessed every moment unfold before him. Simultaneously, he noticed the distant battle. The pirates turned back, their expressions filled with despair. The once smiling Whitebeard now bore the weight of utter defeat. Yet in an instant, he resolved himself to face death. Further away, the battle raged on the icy surface. Marines clashed with pirates. We have won. Fire Fist Ace is dead. Ha! Pursue and annihilate these pirates. The Summit War belongs to us. The Marines' confidence surged, sweeping all before them. Moro felt that familiar anger, a sensation he had once experienced on Dragon Island. He tightened his fist, affirming his existence. Even though he had seen this countless times in the manga and anime, there was an instinctive sweetness in his throat, the taste of blood. His mind buzzed. Moro attempted to move his feet, urging himself to walk. Soon, normalcy returned to his ears. He bore witness to tragedy unfolding before his eyes. The battle continued, relentless and unyielding. Yet, he would never be foolish enough to intervene like Kobe that he would fight. He would vanquish the enemy and eliminate the villains. until he passed by the fallen body of Fire Fist Ace. Witnessing the furious Karp and the desolate Luffy, each scene became increasingly uncomfortable for him. He owed a debt to the grandfather and grandson, yet this was justice. Should he merely walk past, ignoring everything before him? Moro's heart was fraught with indecision. Was there truly any miraculous remedy capable of healing the scorched entrails of the burned? It is impossible. The surgery fruit merely allows for the incision of various body parts, disregarding the distance of blood supply. Yet, it is not entirely devoid of power capable of achieving such feats, unless it is a force that can transform decay into marvel, even at the cost of one's life. That force is Moro, his life fruit. Moro extended his hand, and amidst the chaos, a faint light appeared within his grasp, subsequently dripping onto the back of Fire Fist Ace, seemingly calm, yet a subtle green glow emerged at the charred remnants of his vital organs. Dissolving the blood clots, Moro walked past the lifeless body of Fire Fist Ace with an air of indifference. The pirates, oblivious, approached him in the distance. Whitebeard roared in fury, relentlessly attacking. Marineford trembled, with a mere motion of his fist. Moro commenced his assault once more, until a towering figure brushed past him. "You little rascal, what have you done?" Karp was the sole witness to the preceding scene. "You saved my life. I owe you one." Moro's complexion was pale, clearly having directly transferred a portion of his life force that I dislike being indebted. "You little rascal, you are a Navy man." Karp seized Moro with force. This secret was known only to the two of them. Yet their anger was rendered speechless. I know that after the war at Marineford, I will personally hunt down Whitebeard's remnants to the ends of the earth, ensuring that Fire Fist Ace has no further chances to commit evil. A glimmer of resolve shone in Moro's eyes that I still owe the Straw Hat Kid a debt of gratitude. However, since he emerged from Impel Down, he has become a notorious criminal, and I shall bring him to justice. Moro's gaze grew increasingly frigid. "You have changed, fool. What about your sense of justice?" Karp forcefully threw Moro to the ground. Moro slowly rose, his tone remaining nonchalant. With the downfall of the Whitebeard pirates, the territory they once protected would be divided among the infamous pirates. Big Mom requires people to surrender their lifespans and souls. Kaido of the Beast Pirates would likely turn that place into a weapons factory and a hell on earth. As for other infamous pirates, take Loki Port's Wang Ji as an example. Ordinary people are in constant peril. Fire Fist Ace had also attacked pirates numerous times. I have reviewed the intelligence, and he has neither taken innocent lives nor harmed Marines. Therefore, this was my one and only act of saving him, repaying your debt. Moro stood, his lost life force gradually restoring. The life fruit responded with energy, invigorating his steps. Karp gazed at the youth's silhouette, realizing that this was the first time the boy had made a decision regarding his own sense of justice. "So, Moro, what is your sense of justice?" Karp's question caused Moro, amidst the battlefield, to momentarily pause. "In the past, I did not know. Henceforth, I shall embody supreme justice. Supreme justice. Above it, no one can stand." It signifies that from this moment on, Moro will pursue acts of justice according to his own judgment. In matters of justice, he will trust no one and heed no one that has he truly strayed onto the wrong path. Karp feared that Moro was destined to go astray in this lifetime. In a world dominated by celestial dragons, more than one person has lost their way. He witnessed friends change before his very eyes and observed his juniors each approaching a crossroads. Sengoku's justice, which once reigned supreme, could never reach the red line. Zephyr, known as the Admiral of No Kill, ultimately failed to save his family from the pirates he did not slay. Akainu's absolute justice appears cold. Yet he remains powerless against the celestial dragons and the Gorosei. Aokiji was compelled to transition from burning justice to lethargic justice, helpless to alter reality. Kizaru's ambiguous justice, merely getting by, only intervenes when necessary. Even Karp himself bears the weight of justice. Hailed as a hero of the Navy, he has long since become a legend. He chose not to ascend to the rank of admiral to defy the orders of the celestial dragons. Which of their senses of justice is complete? With myriad thoughts swirling, Karp observed Moro's figure, finally feeling a stir of emotion. Reflecting on his life, he had witnessed his lifelong rival Roger step into Impel Down, acting covertly to protect his offspring. That moment mirrored Moro's current situation. He, too, had once pressed forward without hesitation, never feeling despair even on God's Island. Supreme justice? Karp intended to say more, but saw Moro, who had been retreating. suddenly turn and appear beside him. Old man, enemies are approaching. Blackbeard. Not far away, Blackbeard and his crew swiftly besieged Whitebeard. When the One Piece was once again declared by Whitebeard, Sengoku felt humiliated, while Karp clenched his fists. It seemed that this battlefield had only just begun. Moro regarded this fellow with increasing disdain. The heavens quaked. Blackbeard laughed heartily, causing Marineford to tremble once more. Ha! How powerful! This force can destroy the world. He had long since lost himself, plunging people into despair anew. Whitebeard was dead, and Fire Fist Ace had been executed. Why had the battle not yet concluded? The entire Blackbeard pirates' crew appeared, each exuding malevolence. Boom! Karp's fists clenched tightly, while Moro's gaze remained. I see why. Do you remember what I once said? Karp glared sternly at the center of the battlefield. And no matter how far the path stretches, one must endure the weight of their fists. Moro wiped the blood from his face. His Haki was still weak, but he learned to utilize the iron block technique, directly amplifying his feeble strength and defenses. The vast ocean was overturned, shattered into fragments. It seemed to intertwine into a colossal chessboard of the world. Marineford, positioned at the center, was the most crucial piece. Who would seek glory here would be the one to gather fortune. Dark clouds descended, as if the heavens were rolling up their sleeves to make a move. Sengoku, transformed into a colossal Buddha, struck towards Blackbeard. The shockwave resonated through Marineford, radiating golden light. At that moment, Karp made his move. Moro followed suit. For these old-school champions of justice, the battle had never truly ended. It had merely just begun, or perhaps they were taking a brief respite, as the saying goes. Only death will suffice. Ha ha, you old fools, do you still wish to impede my era? Blackbeard bellowed his signature laughter on the battlefield, as Sengoku and Karp, two powerful figures from the old guard of the Navy, firmly restrained them. The entire Blackbeard pirates' crew remained utterly arrogant. Only Moro, a single marine, thrust himself into the fray, his recently awakened and not yet fully mastered Haki, leaving him at a significant disadvantage against these monstrous foes. Previously, Diamond Jozu's full-force strike and Whitebeard's Haki combined with his devil fruit attack had instantly felled him. The enhancements from 2 resurrections and the comprehension of Haki had granted Moro a stronger physique. Moro, watch closely. This is my fist. Karp glanced at Moro. With a single punch aimed at Burgess, the latter, who had been so haughty, found his laughter abruptly silenced as he fell to the ground, unable to maintain his balance. Damn it! How can an old man still possess such strength? Burgess appeared to sustain no serious injury, but his arm was likely rendered useless, destined to rely on a metal arm for the rest of his life. This guy still has fighting spirit left. If you wish to hone your Haki, then go into battle. Let your fists become iron fists, which signifies that all fists are flesh and blood. So that is it. Moro's eyes widened. Is this the true meaning of Karp's iron fist? Before his iron fist, every other fist is but flesh and blood. With such awareness and strength, what is there to fear? As Moro made his way forward, a faint green light scattered upon the ground around him. After dispersing 1/10 of his vitality into the surroundings, he strode purposefully towards the champion, Burgess. This fellow currently had a bounty of merely 20 million berries. After all, Blackbeard had a 0 bounty. They quickly rose to fame and subsequently became members of the 7 warlords of the sea, thoroughly blending their strength into the fabric of notoriety. Champion Burgess, leveraging Blackbeard's strategies and his identity as one of the warlords, still possessed only a 20 million berry bounty to this day. His true power far exceeded this superficial appearance. You old fool. I shall take your head. Burgess rose, striding towards Karp, having just been astounded by Karp's formidable strength. Despite Blackbeard's counsel to avoid confrontation with Karp and keep a respectful distance, he chose instead to act the part of a boastful challenger. Your opponent is me. The young brigadier stepped forward, a faint aura of Conqueror's Haki enveloping his body with the precision of ironed. In a flash, he appeared before Burgess, delivering a powerful punch. Who do you think you are? Kid? Burgess dismissed Moro entirely, failing to recognize him as a significant threat. Just a mere marine supernova, a brigadier at best, he regarded him with utter contempt. Boom! Moro unleashed a decisive punch, his strength amplified to its zenith. The pinnacle of iron block, infused with Conqueror's Haki, combined with the power gained from his 2 rebirths, allowed him to maintain this assault for a brief moment. Your Haki is far too weak. You possess decent strength, But that is all. Beijus stomped his feet, launching a powerful punch towards the sky. The shockwave from his fist sending Moro staggering back. Upon landing, Moro, although retreating several steps, cheerfully wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm not dead. Your strength pales in comparison to Jaws, and I am far stronger than before. Beijus could currently fight with only one arm, and his power and Haki were no match for Diamond Jaws. Each of Moro's rebirths enhanced his abilities by approximately 5-fold. He was yet unaware of the upper limit, but 2 rebirths effectively meant a 25-fold increase in combat against Jaws, strength, speed, and healing, surpassing human limits. Moro had developed the ultimate techniques of the Marine 6 styles, augmenting his capabilities by that 25-fold margin. Coupled with the enhancement of his Haki, this was Moro's foundation, allowing him to contend with champion Beijus. Haki, Iron Fist, and the Life Force Fruit. I have gleaned a more potent strength from death. The Marineford War is merely my beginning. With renewed confidence, Moro charged forward once more, his punching stance mirroring that of Karp. He endeavored to amalgamate every ounce of his minuscule Haki into his fist. The techniques of Iron Block and Gale Foot merged seamlessly to Moro's Iron Fist. Unsinkable ship, cannon style. Boom! Beijus's sole effective punch erupted with tremendous force. His Haki surpassed Moro's. Had he not been injured by Karp, he would have undoubtedly held a significant advantage. Alas, in this world, things rarely unfold as one desires, just as their fists collided once more. Moro's other hand shot out from the side, grasping Beijus's arm. Your vitality belongs to me. Moro beamed, watching as green orbs began to materialize within Beijus's body, merging into the palm of Moro's hand. What are you doing, you rascal? Beijus, known for his ruthless tactics in battle, was now subjected to a direct seizure of his life force. The previous 2 punches had been formidable, but Moro was adapting swiftly. Damn it, what is happening to my arm? Beijus's only surviving arm visibly shrank before his eyes. It quickly seemed to collapse like paper, his skin wrinkling as his muscles deteriorated. Get off? This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Merely a moment of attack, Beijus retaliated in fury, attempting to disrupt Moro's absorption of energy. Iron Block. Boom! As Beijus's punch struck, Moro concentrated all his Haki upon his chest, absorbing the blow while still feeling a twinge of pain. The Life Force Fruit, however, inexorably provided energy feedback. Hurry up! After weathering Beijus's punch, Moro grew even bolder. He seized Beijus's arm, hastening the absorption process. In mere moments, the area he grasped began to collapse as though it had been severed. No, Beijus experienced a terror unlike any he had known, feeling his very strength being siphoned away. More alarmingly, though Moro was weaker in Haki, his strength, endurance, and healing capabilities not only matched his own, but seemed to be progressively surpassing him. This rate of enhancement was utterly astonishing. If you were sufficiently powerful, I might even consider dying once to grow stronger. But clearly, you are not worthy of such a fate. That Moro's complexion had considerably improved. Meanwhile, Beijus was no longer able to strike with his fists, resorting instead to repeatedly crashing into Moro. However, as the exchanges of attacks and defenses continued, Moro adeptly wielded his Haki and the techniques of Iron Block. Blocking as effectively as possible, any unavoidable damage he sustained was to be endured until the Life Force Fruit provided energy feedback. The outcome was clear. Beijus's strength waned while Moro's flourished, confronted with an opponent far exceeding his own capabilities. Moro resolved to fight to the death. That if Beijus remained in this state, he would not be able to kill him. Thus, he would leverage this opportunity to grow even stronger. Are you mad? Am I the pirate? Or are you the pirate? Beijus roared, now devoid of the strength to attack with his legs, resorting instead to a headlong charge. Boom! Moro glanced back and vanished, reappearing behind Beijus. The towering Beijus collapsed instantly. Why didn't you withstand it? Beijus had anticipated that Moro would endure the spear thrust. You exerted your final strength. I might not have been able to withstand it. This is not like you. I have changed. Is that not permissible? Moro regarded Beijus coldly. You little brat, if I had not been injured by Karp, do you think you would have found an opening? Beijus deemed it unjust. Indeed, he had never spoken of fairness in the arena. Yet now he audaciously boasted that that's so. Then, can you fathom why Karp has dispatched me to deal with you? Moro, no longer hesitating, swung a fist towards Beijus's head. Your strength is insufficient to slay me. Beijus laughed heartily while lying on the ground, for this blow lacked the power to end his life. Yet it rendered him incapable of rising again. "Haha, Marine, you cannot kill me," Beijish guffawed, not far off. The Blackbeard pirates, along with Karp and Sengoku, found themselves in a stalemate. Moro cast a glance their way, his mind already made up. His skirmish with Beijish had spanned merely a few dozen exchanges. Taking advantage of the latter's injuries caused by the paramecia fruit, this was also Karp's trial for him, for in this state, Beijish was not significantly stronger than Moro. That it would not be long before red-haired Shanks arrived here. "Before that, I must eliminate you. What nonsense are you spouting? My comrades will soon ensure you meet a fate worse than death," Beijish bellowed, for indeed, the Blackbeard pirates had many formidable members, and should even one come to his aid, he could be saved, then leave this place. Moro grasped Beijish's head with one hand, fervently siphoning his life force. He dragged him towards the battleground of the Blackbeard pirates. "What are you doing, you madman?" Beijish panicked. He had assumed Moro was still the same fool who fought with fists. Not expecting such treachery, "To slay you is of utmost importance to me." Moro continued to extract Beijish's life force with both hands. Green orbs of light coalescing into two streams that surged into his palms, rapidly merging with his being. "Release me, Marine. I will grant you treasure, all my riches. Marine, spare me." Beijish began to plead, weakened beyond measure. Even the arm that Karp had incapacitated now throbbed painfully. He understood all too well what this meant. The pain his nerves could endure had reached its limit. "Die, Marine. I curse you to death. You are a demon, the purest evil upon these seas. The Blackbeard pirates will hunt you to the ends of the earth." After realizing his pleas were futile, Beijish resorted to cursing. The result was the same. His form began to wither, his skin sinking, and his pupils growing vacant. The battle at Marineford was nearing its conclusion. Few would concern themselves with a young rear admiral. The prominent figures here were far too many. And even the rear admirals of the Navy overshadowed him in experience. Crash. The pirates continued to slaughter each other as the Marines pursued. A ship of the four emperors had silently appeared. The leader, wielding a sword with one arm, directly blocked an attack from Admiral Akainu. The war was coming to an end. Moro glanced towards a corner of the battlefield, and Kobe turned to look at him. Even those who had just been fighting had changed slightly. Kobe was no longer excessively merciful. Moro smiled, finally feeling a sense of relief. The Marines glared at red-haired Shanks with anger. They had sacrificed much to defeat the Whitebeard pirates. Why should Shanks be allowed to call for a halt? Until Admiral Sengoku announced as well. "The war is over." All Marines erupted in cheers. The Battle of Marineford has been won. On the battlefield, only Blackbeard Teach continued to shout, "Where is Beijish? Beijish!" He cried out, drawing numerous gazes. There, boom, as the dust settled, the crowd beheld the lifeless form of Beijish. His body was emaciated, one hand severed at the wrist. Blackbeard glared furiously at the young rear admiral. There was no other choice. He had clutched me with that very hand until his dying breath. That it seems I'll have to pry it off. Finger by finger, starting with the severance, leaving you only a corpse. A.S. Moro spoke. Before the watchful eyes of many, he forcibly tore apart the fingers of the hand gripping Beijish's wrist, discarding it aside. "He is dead." Moro beamed at Blackbeard. The latter yearned to slay Moro at once. But Karp stood beside Moro, and the entire red-haired pirates drew their swords, ready to engage in battle with the Blackbeard pirates. Even the formidable Teach, who excelled in patience and restraint, could only grit his teeth at this scene. "Marine, this is now my era. I shall soon dominate the new world. Dare you come? I will hunt down the remnants of Whitebeard. And I shall ensure your demise. That I in your eyes. You have already reached the pinnacle. For me, the battle has only just begun." Moro's tone was chilling, instilling dread. "You are a bold lad. Yet it is a pity that such ambition makes it difficult for a Marine to possess the aura of a king." Blackbeard mocked, leaving with a heart filled with resentment alongside his crew. The aura of a king. The conqueror's Haki. Moro dismissed it with disdain. He would certainly possess such power. "Young Marine, you are steeped in the essence of a bygone era. Be cautious in the future." Shanks left behind but a single remark before turning away. Moro glanced at his retreating figure, saying nothing further. He had witnessed far too many formidable figures during the Battle of Marineford and had encountered countless battles. The former warlords of the sea, Crocodile, Jinbei, Blackbeard, the current Empress, Doflamingo, Moria, Mihawk, Kuma, the highest combatants of the Navy, Akainu, Akiji, Kanu. Even the likes of Buggy the Clown and Monkey D. Luffy, who would become future emperors, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, had once clashed with him. The first punch had severely injured him, and the second, imbued with Haki and the tremor fruit, had led to his demise. Moro walked among the Marines, reclaiming the life force he had meticulously arranged to gather. He then approached his own troops. "How many have been injured?" "Rear Admiral Moro. We have suffered 55 casualties." Their eyes shone with determination. It had only been a few days since their first naval battle. Despite the defensive formations, they had still sustained significant losses, such as the cruelty of the sea. "Those who still draw breath, bring them to me." Moro extended his hand, bestowing life force upon the wounded Marines. Anyone who was not dead could be healed by him, as long as he transferred a portion of his life force. They would continuously recover, even regenerating broken bones, though time was required for those who had sustained fatal injuries or had died. As long as it was within 5 minutes and their bodies had not grown cold, they could be revived. Moro walked past the corpses, ultimately saving 3 individuals to rescue those who had suffered grievous injuries. Even within 5 minutes, required at least 1/10 of his life force. He also allocated a portion of life force to Fire Fist Ace. Though it appeared minimal, it actually encompassed a considerable amount of Moro's life energy. As Ace's injuries were severe, even to revive him would demand at least 1/5 or 1/3 of his life force. "I am out of strength." Only after exhausting the last remnants of his life force did Moro collapse onto the battlefield. He lay there, gazing up at the sky, as the medical Marines passed by, lifting one injured person after another. He had saved over 70 individuals, but he was already weak and powerless. This was still after siphoning Beijish's life force. After all, those few deceased had consumed the most energy their timing for resurrection. Moro felt he had stumbled upon something. The surgery fruit requires its developer to reach their utmost potential. Only with the power of life can one attain immortality. How could the life fruit easily allow one to be reborn? Even requiring 1/10 of life force and a time constraint for death is an extraordinarily miraculous feat. As long as it is an ability of a devil fruit user, there must be certain rules governing it. Moro gazed upon his own hands, and in that moment, he had unraveled the secret. A powerful intuition surged within him, whispering of a bond of life and death. Should he, as a wielder of abilities, truly perish and remain lifeless for 5 minutes without resurrection, then all those he had revived would also meet their demise. This rule disregarded any considerations of lifespan or condition. The duration required to regain his peak state was uncertain. The life force that Moro had expended would eventually replenish. An individual's ascent in strength merely implied an elevation of potential. And fatigue was merely a sign of diminished vigor, not an indication of incapacity to recover. Moro meticulously assessed his powers: Haki, armament, hardening during certain attacks, martial arts, Navy 6 styles, ultimate, life restoration, Iron Fist, paramecia fruit, energy feedback, bestowing life force, draining life force. The pace at which others had reached their zenith, while he was still emerging from the novice village. Days later, upon awakening, Moro indulged in a hearty meal. Feeling himself ascend once more to his peak, he contemplated seizing an opportunity to spit upon the grave of Beijis, expressing gratitude for the vitality that had significantly enhanced his Haki, clenching his fist. He activated his armament Haki with a resounding snap. The act of draining life force proved to be a swift means of acquiring strength. Ultimately, only around 80 of his subordinate Marines remained alive. But the Navy headquarters had replenished his ranks with over 100 more, totaling 200 Marines, the remainder having participated in the Marineford War. They were all eager for after the events of Marineford. Moro had fought alongside 2 captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Diamond Jozu and Fasa, as well as the captain of the pirate crew, Knight Doma, and had even faced the formidable Whitebeard himself during the most audacious moments of the Blackbeard pirates. He had slain Beijis, their champion. This deed had rightfully elevated Moro to the rank of Rear Admiral within the Navy headquarters. Regrettably, he still commanded but a single warship, and his troop numbers were scant. It appeared the Navy headquarters had no intention of assigning him perilous missions. The more one stood out, the greater the danger that loomed. Now, everyone was aware that the Dragon Slayer Moro, a Navy supernova, had become a target. To slay him would mean that ordinary pirates could achieve fame and fortune. The reputation of the Grand Line was self-evident. He had eradicated the Lola pirates and their affiliated forces. Confronting numerous notorious supernovae of the worst generation in the Sabaody archipelago, his brilliance during the Marineford War had seen him clash with several powerful pirates, yet he had emerged unscathed in the eyes of many. Such battles were sufficient for Moro to have perished thrice during the Marineford War. Exiting the mess hall, Moro felt discomfort in his round belly. It was said that during this period, a certain straw hat named Luffy had visited Marineford in the company of Rayleigh the Dark King and Jinbei the Fishman. At that time, Moro had been blissfully asleep, having taken several days to recuperate while receiving nutrient infusions. Rear Admiral Moro, 200 Marines were already assembled at the port and aboard the warship. They were aware of the mission at hand. While dining, Moro had received a new task. Have Kobe and the others departed? He cast a glance at the sea, where the damaged Marineford was undergoing repairs. Marine forces from the headquarters had been dispatched to various locations to quell the restless pirates. That Whitebeard's proclamation of the existence of a great treasure had drawn countless pirates once more. Yet, Moro's mission was entirely different. He was to escort a royal entourage. Set sail, we head for the Sabaody archipelago. Moro was to escort 3 merchant vessels to a place known as Dress Rosa, for which he had been provided with appropriate permanent pointers. Dress Rosa, a place ablaze with fervor, would undoubtedly attract those eager to join the festivities on those merchant ships. This was a tumultuous season at sea, and yet they yearned for indulgence. Moro cursed silently, yet chose to embark. For he understood a crucial principle. When on a mission, the commands of the sovereign may not be disregarded. Sabaody archipelago, a place he had revisited as he alighted at the designated port and traversed through the throngs of people. He overheard the incessant gossip. What a young rear admiral of the Navy. I heard he killed a cadre of the Blackbeard pirates, and now a bounty of 500 million berries has been placed on his head in the underworld. 500 million. The Blackbeard pirates are truly putting their resources to work. Is he truly worth it? With Whitebeard deceased, his remnants still linger, and now the new world is swarming with pirates. You think the Marineford War achieved anything substantial? Enough of your nonsense. It would be ill-advised for others to overhear. In the face of such skepticism, Moro merely stifled a yawn. Unfazed on the very first day of the comprehensive version update, he issued his first command. Utilize all berries to procure supplies and provisions. We may be embarking on an extended journey. Rear Admiral Moro, our passengers are gathered here. The call resonated. The Marines quickly positioned themselves beside Moro, while the surrounding crowd selectively fell silent in that moment. The 200 Marines encircled him, creating an invisible pressure that rendered the atmosphere nearly suffocating. The sense of oppression was palpable. The transformation of a Marine's strength often hinged upon their comprehension of justice. Since awakening to the supreme notion of justice during the Marineford War, Moro had set life and death aside. He sought to grow stronger, to tread carefully, until he possessed the capability to challenge the world itself. And where are your goods? Moro surveyed the scene, spotting dozens of elegantly attired nobles, accompanied by their servants bearing large bundles, casting disdainful glances in his direction. They were members of various kingdoms, journeying to partake in the festivities of Dress Rosa. In times past, even a vice admiral would have safeguarded them for part of the journey. Of course, this required requests from their respective kingdoms, had it not been for Whitebeard's declaration of the existence of a great treasure. Pirates would not have flocked once more. Thus, due to a lack of personnel, a rear admiral had been dispatched to protect them. It was worth noting that 3 kingdoms' nobles stood before him. In response to Moro's inquiry, they merely scoffed. What goods? We carry only vast amounts of gold and berries, intending to squander them in Dress Rosa, a place of vibrant revelry. The nobles either sported twirled mustaches or golden locks. To them, Moro appeared out of place. I see. You mean to say you wish to board my warship, correct? Moro cast a disdainful glance at these gluttonous fools. Not all nobles were benevolent like Vivi or Shirahoshi. Many were far from virtuous. Naturally, in the past, a vice admiral would have escorted them, typically with 3 warships. You have only a single warship. That is quite unsafe, and your rank and strength leave much to be desired. Moro merely smiled at their remarks. He understood that one could not expect pearls from a dog's mouth. However, should he decline this mission, he would find himself unable to leave the headquarters for the foreseeable future. It appeared that staying at a branch like Smoker would afford him greater freedom of movement. Even Moro found himself somewhat tempted at this moment. A plan began to take shape in his mind. Since there was no new marine branch in the new world to accommodate him, he would create one himself. That a unique route had begun to crystallize in his thoughts. Following this path would still lead to Dress Rosa, albeit with a somewhat longer journey. What's the matter, Rear Admiral Moro? Are you doubting your own capabilities? A slightly higher-ranking noble stepped forward, resembling a bloated pig caught between the new king of the Goa kingdom and the celestial dragons. Don't speak nonsense, Moro retorted tersely, stepping closer to confront him. Get on board quickly. My marines have procured ample supplies, and you all must pay for your meals. Given your status as nobles, you shall pay 3 times the usual fare. 3 times? In the past, it was always free. The currency of belly was entrusted by our kingdom to the world government. The young man, suspected to be a prince, had already raised his fist. Reflexively, I might inadvertently strike you down. Moro's gaze surveyed the crowd with disdain, and after sweeping his eyes over everyone, he turned and departed. Once he left, an eerie chill enveloped all present, leaving them with a profound sense of dread. An hour later, as the nobles had just stepped into the ship's cabin, a naval warship set sail. Unlike the pirates who would traverse to Fishman Island, this route, coated in a film at the ocean's depths, allowed the Navy to bypass checkpoints, provided they had a mission. Whether commoners or nobles, all were required to pay a toll. That in this world, ordinary individuals needed permission to set sail, which necessitated the payment of belly to the world government and the Navy. Without it, they would be classified as pirates. The great explorer, once deemed a liar, Nolan, had exerted considerable effort to obtain such permission. As evening fell, the warship glided under the rising moonlight, cutting through the waves. Major Moro, our next destination is Pong Island, began the sailor responsible for the navigation route. But on the nautical chart, numerous pointers were displayed. Moro interrupted him, declaring, "We shall take this route." He determined a direction, leaving the sailors speechless. However, although Pong Island was an uninhabited isle, it was relatively safe. The location Moro had chosen was marked in the records as exceedingly perilous. "Very well, we shall proceed there," Moro stated with enthusiasm. "To your command." The sailors exchanged worried glances directed at Moro. Chasing the supernova Beiji, they had traversed through the war at Marineford. They had undergone transformation, yet as newcomers to the new world, they were perpetually on edge, wishing that every breath aligned with the data and intelligence they possessed. Exiting the ship's cabin, Moro held a bag of roasted sea bream. The route he had chosen could also lead to Dress Rosa, albeit with a slight detour. The first destination was Thunder God Island. Between Thunder God Island and Dress Rosa lay a small island, known as Orange Soda Island, which was under the dominion of the Yonko Big Mom. This island produced an abundance of oranges. Though the name sounded charming, it demanded year-round supply of oranges and orange soda for Big Mom. After Thunder God Island and Orange Soda Island, they would finally arrive at Dress Rosa, which currently belonged to the warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Pong Island had yet to experience the 10-day battle with Akainu and Akiji, and thus had not transformed into Ice Fire Island. Moro's first trial was undoubtedly Thunder God Island. Boom! At midnight, the nobles, who had long succumbed to slumber, were abruptly awakened by a deafening clap of thunder. They had barely managed to enjoy their dinner. Moro had collected triple the meal fee from them, only to provide the same fare as the sailors, citing losses incurred during maritime travel. The outcome was predictable. What was delectable for Moro and the sailors became nearly inedible for them. Even perceived as refuse, Moro paid them no heed. Ultimately, the nobles consumed only their own desserts and wine, leaving them only half-sated. Now, once again jolted from their dreams by the thunder, the gnawing sensation of hunger resurfaced, rendering them too weak to even rise. "What is that?" A prince from a kingdom along the Grand Line gazed in astonishment out the window. In the darkness, ominous clouds loomed. In the distance, an island emerged as if from the depths of hell. Lightning cascaded like rain. This was the land of unending thunder, the cursed Thunder God Island. "Damn it! What kind of madman has brought us to this wretched place?" The prince fumed, stammering in his ire. "We must find him. If he does not swiftly lead us to safety, I shall report him to the Navy and the world government." His sister, the princess of the kingdom, immediately clenched her fists. If only the princesses of fairy tales were deemed worthy of such a title, she would surely be the one who had used an extraordinary discount coupon. On the deck of the warship, Moro reclined in a chair, casually munching on chips. A throng of nobles clamored, demanding retribution. Before long, all the nobles encircled Moro, clamoring in unison. Our planned route was to first head to Pong Island, then sail for a time toward Dress Rosa. You have deviated from the course, and I shall contact your superior immediately. The prince, being the most esteemed among the nobles of various kingdoms, naturally assumed the role of leader, his voice the loudest. My immediate superior should be Old Man Karp. You may reach out to him, Moro replied nonchalantly, not even rising from his chair. Which Karp? The young prince paused, pondering for a moment, then became momentarily speechless. That hero Karp? Indeed, Old Man Karp is my immediate superior. Unless I am promoted to admiral, there is truly no one else who could be called my superior. Moro finished his chips and elegantly wiped his hands. Rising, he strode toward the railing. Prince of the Fat Pig Kingdom, with such unique scenery here, do you not wish to take a look? I am not the Prince of the Fat Pig Kingdom. That is an insult. Do you understand? The prince, infuriated, nearly leaped up. Yet, Karp's phone bug was not the only thing that could not be reached. Even his father, the king, would not suffice. The old soldier, known for his peculiar temperament, was the subject of countless legends. Despite his disbelief, he had absorbed enough tales to be well-informed. Denying your identity implies you agree to the sightseeing request, does it not? Moro's tone remained cultured and amiable. No, I do not wish to set foot on this island. You may go alone. The prince immediately shook his head in refusal, having no desire to court death. Very well. Then wait ashore, Moro asserted with newfound determination, his previous amiability vanishing. All sailors, heed my command. After anchoring, position yourselves according to your strengths at various points along the island, and only by persevering will you grow stronger. To grasped the essence of Iron Block. You must advance from the shoreline to the very edge of the forest, at your command. The sailors promptly adopted a serious demeanor. The nobles felt a tremor coursing through their bodies. The warship dropped anchor, safely mooring itself. The nobles cast a glance, ultimately retreating back to the cabin. They would rather perish than set foot on Thunder God Island. The sailors stood at the shoreline, where the lightning was manageable, a zone they could withstand. Moro had long imparted to them the mysteries of Iron Block, instructing them to train here. However, the beach's edge was their limit. The deeper they ventured into the island, the more terrifying the lightning became. Without the mastery of Iron Block, they could not even approach the forest's periphery. Youngsters, with such fierce thunder, do you require an umbrella? A grandmother approached in a small boat, attempting to sell an umbrella. Moro paid her no mind, striding purposefully toward the forest until his figure vanished from sight. The grandmother glanced back at the warship, then at the sailors, who were only qualified to stand at the shoreline after undergoing rigorous training to strengthen their physiques. She murmured, today's youth seemed disinclined to shield themselves from wind and thunder. The tall, strange monk from days past was the same, and by the time he left, he was the only one who could still stand. With a resounding clap of thunder, Moro ventured alone into the heart of Thunder God Island. Each bolt that struck him was met with a considerable energy feedback. For him, this place was a sanctuary of tempering. Boom! Lightning struck Molo with a ferocious intensity, as though it had lost its sanity. Initially, stepping into the forest felt manageable, allowing him to sense his breath gradually slowing. The life fruit resembled a spring. And as his breath surged, he felt the increasingly potent onslaught of the raging thunder. The life fruit, too, erupted from its wellspring, merging into a stream that swelled into a river. This body was frantically siphoning the potential within. Alas, these bolts of lightning lacked vitality. Molo could seize the life force from any living being and transmute it into energy for himself. Regrettably, lightning could only yield energy feedback. How had these trees managed to survive? Just as Molo was about to advance, he halted abruptly, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. These trees were indeed living entities, were they not? Logically, if they could endure on Thunder God Island, they must possess considerable strength. Since the onset of the war on the top, where the ability to drain life force was developed, this was Molo's first attempt to siphon vitality from a non-human source. However, the reality often defies expectation. With resolute determination, Molo extended his hand and pressed it against the great tree. As he discreetly siphoned the life force from the thunder tree, this seemingly ordinary specimen erupted with a formidable vitality, akin to a frenzy. It bore life imbued with electricity. The thunder tree, relentlessly struck by lightning night after night, had compressed the electric energy into a liquid-like essence, rendering it extraordinarily robust. Remarkable. Molo was elated, his hair standing on end. The thunder tree appeared on the verge of exploding, continuously radiating brilliant white light, just as Molo believed he was about to drain the thunder tree of all its vitality. It transformed into a gaping maw, ravenously absorbing lightning from all around. Is it truly capable of this? Molo gritted his teeth and persisted in his endeavor. The life force could be converted into energy, and the lightning could stimulate it, ensuring a net gain. Molo mused that among those who had ascended to Thunder Island, he might be the first to attempt to siphon the thunder tree's life force. On the beach beyond the forest, the Marines continued to grit their teeth in endurance. The brilliant beam of light illuminated the entire island, as if it were day. Look, the forest is going wild. How terrifying. Will Major Molo be struck dead by lightning? I'm somewhat fearful. This is the power of nature. Indeed, nature's might is formidable. Otherwise, why would the natural type of devil fruit grant superhuman combat prowess upon acquisition? When confronting a natural type ability user, if one lacks mastery of Haki and cannot attack their weaknesses, death is the only outcome. Gazing into the distance, 16 bolts of lightning converged, far more robust than any prior strikes. Aimed at the heart of the island. There, a humanoid figure stood. It was termed humanoid merely due to its outline, as its entire form appeared charred and turned to charcoal. Huh? Splendid. The thunder tree has amassed nearly a millennium of vitality. All mine. Molo laughed heartily as the lightning descended, illuminating the surroundings. Even in the brilliance of day, it could not eclipse his wide grin, revealing a dazzling set of teeth that a true strongman must face all lightning with a smile. In the early hours, the skies beyond the island had long cleared, offering a refreshing atmosphere. Yet, Thunder God Island remained engulfed in tumultuous storms. Outsiders could perceive no distinction. Only the old woman who had sold umbrellas nearby discerned the anomaly. Why has the thunderstorm diminished so greatly? On her small boat, the old woman pondered, catching sight of 200 Marines, all turned to charcoal, each sporting wide grins. Despite this, they had not chosen to flee. Before long, a figure emerged, appearing almost non-human. Upon arrival, he stood with hands on hips, grinning broadly. So bright, too bright. The gleaming smile seemed as if plated in metal. Let me witness the fruits of your training. Iron body. The Marines stood immobile, but Molo could discern the truth. Among them, only 1 in 10 had grasped the iron body technique, yet all had enhanced their physical prowess. Surviving on the shores of Thunder God Island was no small feat. Continue to strive. Your training task is for all to master the iron body. Understood. With a swoosh, Molo boarded the warship, a cascade of jubilant figures following closely. Witnessing this scene, the old woman instinctively chose silence. What an indescribable day. That young man had managed to reduce the lightning of Thunder God Island significantly overnight. The warship set sail, soon departing from the waters. Only then did the old woman raise her umbrella and glance back at Thunder God Island. That single glance nearly caused her to stumble. The once mighty thunder trees had overnight transformed into mere saplings. Was this still human? What had he done? On board the warship, Molo and the Marines slept soundly. Having adjusted their course, leaving navigation to the prince and his servants, it was a simple task. Merely steering the vessel. Don't know how. Then prepare to feed the fish, he grumbled, feeling a dread he had never known before. His servants dared not voice their anger. They were merely hoping to survive until the Moro in the afternoon. As the moon began to rise, Molo finally stirred awake. In this state, he could only bathe in the rain. Yet having grown stronger, he could now scrub himself while seated on a small stool. Over the course of one night, Molo had harvested nearly 90% of the thunder tree's life force on Thunder God Island. After converting it all into energy, Molo felt as though he had undergone a metamorphosis, akin to a rebirth, amplifying his strength manifold. If developing the ability to restore life and mastering the 6 powers represented an advanced awakening of the devil fruit. It could be likened to a past Rob Lucci. Thus, it could be said that Molo, following his initial rebirth, not only reached that level but surpassed it, equating to 1.5 times the former Rob Lucci. He could be dubbed a past Lu, having endured 2 punches from Whitebeard, along with the might of Haki and the Tremor fruit. He awakened Haki and further enhanced it, amounting to 7.5 past Lus. When he encountered Rob Lucci, he would ensure to deliver a sound thrashing, as a token of gratitude for providing him with a preliminary measure of his own strength. Molo murmured to himself. calculating that he now equated to 15 past lose. Well, it has only been a week since the war on the top. That fellow likely hasn't undergone transformation yet, so I will directly equate myself to 15 lose. As he spoke, Molo entered the mess hall. After satisfying his hunger and wiping his mouth, he proceeded to the bridge, where he found the prince and other nobles engrossed in studying a map, which brought him great relief. Excellent. Have you deduced the island we are about to land on? The prince, his nostrils flaring with frustration, replied reluctantly. Major Molo, the island we are set to dock at is called Soda Island. Under the dominion of the four emperors, Big Mom, since we passed through Thunder God Island, we must take this route to reach Dress Rosa swiftly. I did not expect you to have figured out the route so quickly. Molo remarked knowingly. The prince and nobles from 3 kingdoms felt as if they were gnashing their teeth and swallowing them down. They too wished to avoid such a lengthy detour. It was all due to Molo's reckless actions. Major Molo, Soda Island is the territory of the Sea Emperor. We should replenish our supplies and depart post-haste. What did you just say? The territory of the 4 emperors. These pirates have territory? This is utterly absurd. Molo questioned once more the others. This was undoubtedly a foolish inquiry. The New World was inherently a domain ruled by the 4 emperors. Why was this even a discussion? Unacceptable. I will not permit this group of scourges to wield territorial claims. Moro, in a fit of anger, struck the table with force. This action rendered the prince and the nobles as pale as death. They were filled with dread. Should Moro lose his temper and unleash an assault on the territories of the 4 emperors, it would spell dire consequences to AS nobles. And even as a prince of royal lineage, they were aboard a warship, and any outbreak of conflict would essentially equate to a declaration of war against their own kingdom. What the devil is this man planning? It is common knowledge that even kingdoms aligned with the world government must pay the celestial tribute annually. More infuriatingly, even upon fulfilling this tribute and qualifying to attend the World Conference. As long as they resided in regions rife with pirates, they remained subservient to the 4 emperors. The good days of the nobles would soon be severely compromised. They would be confined to their own kingdoms, lest they venture into the New World and fall victim to ambushed AS for the common folk. They lacked the privilege to set sail unless they wished to be branded as pirates. Observing the palpable anxiety among them, Moro reflected, I ought to take action. That he gazed out at the azure sky, drawing nearer to Soda Island. No need for that. You need not do anything. The 4 emperors can be dealt with by the navy. You should hasten to replenish our supplies and proceed to Dress Rosa. The prince and nobles implored in a tone bordering on desperation. I am the navy. Moro's lips curled into a charming smile. At that moment, despair enveloped the prince and the nobles. Would they even survive to revel in Dress Rosa? Meanwhile, Moro had activated the transponder snail, issuing orders to the entire crew of sailors. Sailors, the island we are about to land on is under the control of Big Mom. Where the inhabitants are suffering greatly, we must repel the pirates. This is the outcome that the nobles and the prince have long deliberated upon. Understood, the sailors felt the weight of their impending journey. Illuminated by the brilliance of justice in that moment, the nobles were left with nothing but despair. Had they known, they would never have ventured to Dress Rosa during such turbulent times. Had they known, they would not have mocked this young man in the Sabati archipelago, leading to his humiliation on Thunder God Island. Had they known, they would never have crossed paths with Moro in this mortal realm. On the deck, Moro stood, letting the sea breeze tousle his hair. He wore a serious expression, fixated on the distant horizon. With arms crossed, he allowed his cape to billow in the wind, casting the word justice in the sunlight. From the very beginning, he had aspired to hone his skills on Thunder God Island and establish a naval branch on Soda Island. His legend was on the verge of commencing. Everyone prepare. Our foremost task is to ensure our absolute safety. Moro's words were the sailors' commands. Under his training regimen, they were not only equipped with fundamental knowledge and skills, but also underwent rigorous training in physical fitness, combat, marksmanship, and swordsmanship. Among them were several sailors reassigned from various branches, with only a handful having joined after the Pinnacle War, driven by a surge of passion. Thus, the number of those who could grasp the essence of iron on Thunder God Island was exceedingly limited. Even though this group primarily consisted of novices transferred from the branches, they had accompanied Moro through the sea pursuit in the Sabati archipelago, the defensive battle of the Pinnacle War, and the extreme training on Thunder God Island. The remaining foundational skills were far too lacking and would require extensive time for refinement. The warship docked at the shore, and the islanders at the port gazed in awe at the Navy's arrival. They were spellbound, even frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom that this scene unfolded before their very eyes. In the past, to minimize losses and avoid provoking the Sea Emperor, the Navy would discreetly depart from Soda Island. The New World was the dominion of the four emperors, and the Navy had traditionally maintained balance within the Grand Line. Before Akainu ascended to the rank of admiral, no one had anticipated that the Navy would dare confront the four emperors directly in the New World. Moreover, Akainu Sakazuki had yet to be promoted, and that legendary 10-day battle had not yet transpired. The possibility of the Navy headquarters relocating to the New World was nigh inconceivable. Moro stood at the bow of the ship, his eyes immediately drawn to the pirate flag fluttering on the small island. Big Mom, that monstrous figure entrenched in a corner of the New World, had seized considerable territory following Whitebeard's fall. Fishman Island was not an exception. Soda Island was among them. This island featured a central mountain with a babbling brook, supplying fresh water to the islanders. Beyond that, it was entirely dotted with orange trees. Curiously, these orange trees, known as sea demon oranges, could absorb seawater and naturally filter out salt, converting it into a residue on their leaves. The islanders could simply pluck these residues to obtain natural sea salt, while the remaining sea demon oranges retained a faint soda flavor. Under such circumstances, the oranges were not only delectable, but could also be transformed into exquisite orange soda. With such natural resources and advantages, the islanders could have led a fairly prosperous life. Regrettably, this culinary bounty had caught the attention of Charlotte Lin, the Four Emperor, making it one of her vassal territories. Major Moro, your landing signifies a declaration of war against the Four Emperor Big Mom. The prince and nobles now spoke to Moro in a markedly more amicable tone. And who do you take me for? I am the Dragon Slayer, Moro. Sailors, bring the warship alongside. At that moment, it felt as though the legendary Captain Jack had long since perished, and the heavens had bestowed encouragement upon Moro. The sailors felt a calling as the warship sounded its horn, quietly approaching the coastline. Land, Moro commanded, as all sailors fell into a defensive stance, ready to mobilize the warship at a moment's notice, while others armed with long rifles and carrying alloy swords followed closely behind, leaving a portion to stand atop the deck, vigilant of all movements at the port. Each sailor took their position along the path flanking Moro. The massive warship, brimming with alert sailors, accompanied by a young and robust major from the Navy headquarters, was the very same naval superstar they had witnessed during the live broadcast of the Pinnacle War. The islanders halted their bustling activities, their focus shifting entirely. Why are you staring? Get to work. A shrill voice rang out. A whip cracked through the air. Moro swiftly stepped forward, seized the whip, and flung the assailant aside, prompting the sailors to swiftly subdue him. At that moment, the port had amassed over 500 pirates, some of whom were even inebriated, gazing at Moro with bleary eyes. Oh, it's a Navy major. I thought it was an admiral from headquarters, the pirates boasted. This is Big Mom's territory. The one guarding here belongs to the Violent Bear Pirates, affiliated with Big Mom's crew. If you dare take another step forward, you shall surely meet your demise. The pirate crew, numbering 500, was under the banner of the Four Emperors and was not to be underestimated. 2 pirate ships were also docked at the port, suggesting they had once been notorious, likely having infiltrated the Land of Wonders, only to retreat after a near annihilation. Soda Island, like Fishman Island, was not within the boundaries of the Land of Wonders, thus avoiding the watchful eyes of the sea slugs and the pastry tower. However, nominally, as long as it was Big Mom's territory, it was considered part of the Land of Wonders. Consequently, the islanders were also obliged to sacrifice a portion of their souls annually. Thus, the inhabitants appeared somewhat older than the average person. The Violent Bear Pirates? Upon hearing the words, Moro smiled. He had thoroughly prepared himself prior to their departure. Orange Soda Island lies nestled between Raijin Island and Dress Rosa, separated from the territories of Kaido and Don Quixote da Flamingo, and conveniently distanced from Big Mom's realm. Yet it maintains a significant proximity to Fishman Island, presenting itself as isolated while playing a crucial role. Moro is well acquainted with the bear pirates stationed here, possessing complete intelligence on them. Their captain, before he was halted, had a bounty of 270 million berries, a Zoan-type ancient creature adept in Haki. The bearer of the bear's abilities boasts extraordinary vitality, strength, explosive power, and the potential for rampage. When in a state of uncontrollable rage, his combat prowess escalates dramatically. Overall, he serves as a commendable watchdog that Moro's declaration caused the expressions of all the pirates to darken instantaneously. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying, you foolish wretch?" Behind the pirates, a man towering at 3 meters emerged from the tavern. His physique was a testament to sheer muscle, and his ears bore a resemblance to those of a bear. His gaze was somber, eyes bloodshot, likely a consequence of years of heavy drinking. "You possess neither the numbers nor the strength. Do you truly believe this inexperienced brat can learn to uphold justice?" The bear cast a glance at Moro, and with a firm stomp, the pirates, who had initially held the advantage in numbers, waited for this very moment to strike. Their captain was still sobering up. And with the bear's awakening, the battle was already decided. In the eyes of the pirates, Moro had become a lifeless corpse, a mere casualty for trespassing into Big Mom's territory. Death awaited him. The bear roared, his head and neck swiftly morphing, fur erupting forth as his hands transformed into massive claws. With a thunderous crash, he stomped the ground, shattering his boots and splintering the wooden planks beneath, turning them into bare paws. The bear charged at Moro, claws flailing as he accelerated. Open fire. Moro stood resolutely before the sailors, a solitary bulwark against the impending chaos. After issuing his command, he did not target the pirates, but instead fired directly at Big Mom's pirate flag. Whoosh! Flames engulfed the flag in an instant, igniting it rapidly. The dazed islanders finally realized the gravity of the situation. Moro was declaring war on the Yonko. He was proclaiming to all that this island was under his protection. With the flag ablaze, what did it matter if it was a Yonko? He was challenging the very notion of the Yonko. As long as Moro stood here, one day, the 4 emperors would dwindle to 3. Then 1, until none remained. Do not hesitate. From this moment on, I vow to protect this island with my life. Your task is to fire upon the weaknesses of these pirates, aiming for their backs. The rest shall be handled by us. Moro gazed at the burning flag, exuding an air of grandeur. The islanders clenched their fists, yet remained paralyzed by fear. The pirates outnumbered them by more than 2-fold, and their leading combatants exuded a distinctly different aura. The bear's presence was overwhelmingly intimidating. As mere civilians, they dared not move. Then let me deal with this brute first, and we shall coordinate from there. Moro understood that fear loomed like a divine decree. The islanders would not dare to step beyond their bounds unless he shattered the very essence of their terror. Before him, the bear's paw descended, its force potent enough to shatter boulders, shattering mountains. You dare! In an instant, Moro's Haki coalesced around his fists. Zing! His fists hardened with armament Haki, and without hesitation, he struck towards the bear's claw. After absorbing the life force of Champion Bagus and undergoing the trials of Raijin Island, Moro had mastered the ability to harden his fists with Haki. The quantity of Haki within him had significantly increased. In this state, it was not that he could not harden his entire body. Rather, doing so would compromise the quality of his power. What he aimed for was to harden his body while maintaining formidable strength, a suit of armor that was both offensive and impenetrable. Before this, he chose to focus on his fists. Bang! The bear also employed armament Haki in his counterattack. Yet, for reasons unknown, his strike failed to hold any advantage in power, and his Haki fared no better. This cannot be. The bear paused, contemplating another strike. An ancient Zoan. His strength and explosive power were his defining traits. He had mastered Haki for a considerable time, even capable of hardening both fists. How could this marine major possibly withstand him? Bear claw, shatter mountains. This time, the bear unleashed both claws in a simultaneous attack, the force exceeding that of before. You've shattered mountains, yet you persist in this folly. Moro momentarily halted, vanishing from his spot. Gathering his strength, he reappeared above the bear's head, having executed the shave technique and delivered a decisive blow. The bear had no choice but to transition from offense to defense, raising his fists to counter. Boom! As the punch landed, the bear felt a piercing pain in his fingers. This is absurd. How could an ancient Zoan like me be outmatched in strength? In truth, he remained oblivious to the fact that after Moro's encounter in the Marineford War and absorbing Champion Bagus's life force, his Haki had further intensified, allowing him to maintain the hardening of both fists. The trials of Raijin Island, bolstered by the power of the Thunder God, had elevated his capabilities overnight to the point where the fierce lightning attacks had no effect on him. And even the energy feedback from the paramecia fruit was rendered ineffective. This transformation had significantly enhanced Moro's strength, speed, and overall attributes. The quantity of Haki was sufficient for full-body hardening, yet such an approach would drastically diminish his power and attack. Hence his decision to refrain from it. It could be said that Moro had undergone a metamorphosis following the Marineford War, surpassing the bear in both strength and Haki. He even outpaced the bear in speed, rendering him capable of perfect suppression. What? Have your bones cracked? Moro's fists rained down like a barrage, rapid and increasingly potent, each strike more painful than the last. Damn it. How can your strength merely belong to a Marine headquarters major? The bear felt as if his very bones were fracturing. He desperately raised his arms to shield his head, striving for self-preservation. Based on his experience, Moro's prowess was certainly at the level of an elite Marine vice admiral. It hurts. Damn you. The bear cursed, his form beginning to swell further. Moro recognized the signs. This was a precursor to the bear's rampage. Yet, he felt no fear. If this brute did not rampage, it would be all the more tedious. At that moment, the pirates began to take notice. Had the Marine just subdued their captain? Cursed be these frontline Marines, standing firm yet unable to strike back. They had formed a defensive formation, and anyone who approached would be targeted by the sharpshooters on the warship. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons aboard the warship opened fire. The islanders fled swiftly as the battle erupted, providing the sailors with space to retaliate. The thunderous cannon fire momentarily unsettled the pirates, who had initially held a numerical advantage. Not far away, their captain was being suppressed by Moro, further amplifying their inner dread. You underestimate me. I am about to rampage, and I will not regain my senses until I have brought you down. Prepare to perish. Roar. Amidst the smoke of the cannons, a 5-meter-tall bear beastman burst forth, his eyes blood-red, his body swollen to nearly double its size. The bones that Moro had shattered rapidly healed, and his strength multiplied exponentially. In a state of rampage, he possessed enhanced explosive power and regenerative capabilities, sacrificing his sanity for a power approaching the awakening of his fruit, a testament to the ancient bear's characteristics being pushed to their very limits. Moro gazed calmly at the rampaging bear, fully aware of its true capabilities. The berserk state could indeed be described as the manifestation of the bear's uncontrollable awakened power. Die, die. The creature roared, frantically screaming and crashing through everything in its path. Moro remained motionless, patiently awaiting the beast's arrival. The stone slabs beneath his feet appeared to melt away, flowing like water. This scene was reminiscent of an awakening akin to that of a superhuman fruit. Alas, it was merely one of the 3 formidable abilities of the life fruit, bestowing life. As the bear charged forward, it shattered the ground with a single step, raising clouds of dust. You have no chance, Moro declared, his expression unchanging as he unleashed a powerful punch. In that moment, the bear's enormous paw eclipsed Moro's arm, obscuring all sight of him. Yet, Moro's fist retained its might, channeling all his domineering energy and strength into his blows. He resolutely blocked the bear's paw. Indeed, you have enhanced your strength in this berserk state, but it merely matches my current prowess, Moro stated with a calm demeanor, a smile creeping onto his lips. This was the very confidence that the champion Beijis had displayed in their encounter. Had it not been for Karp injuring him and breaking one of his arms, Moro would have had no chance of victory. In this moment, the rampaging bear, consumed by fury, could only engage him in combat. Now, your vitality shall belong to me. The bear struggled against Moro's overwhelming strength, sinking deeper into the ground. As it turned out, Moro's life force infused the floor, transforming it into a swamp-like state that ensnared the bear's feet and legs. Soon, half of its body was trapped in the mire, rendering it immobile. Moro approached, exerting further dominance. A stream of green light coalesced in his palm, flowing into his hand. The bear's growls morphed into screams, then descended into desperate murmurs. The 2 adversaries, once evenly matched, found Moro gaining the upper hand as the bear's actions became restricted. With every punch Moro delivered, the bear's life force dwindled. After several dozen seconds, the bear's once blood-red eyes settled into a calm gaze, momentarily dull before shifting to one of fear. What kind of power is this? Why am I growing weaker? You are not weakening. Rather, your strength has become mine, Moro replied with a smile, his hand still siphoning the bear's vitality. His fists continued to descend forcefully upon the bear. Did you not claim that once you regained your senses, I would be defeated? The irony of Moro's words resonated deeply. The bear could no longer envision the dawn of a new day. In its current state, it was not merely berserk, it was gaunt, and with Moro's punch, it ceased to breathe altogether. With a swift motion, Moro reclaimed the life force from the ground. The bear emerged like a lotus from the water, now a lifeless husk, devoid of vitality. And you all, before Moro's words could fade, a second victim had already met their fate. Help! Save me! This monster has slain Captain Baoxiong. The cries of the onlookers filled the air with terror. They believed that possessing Haki would render them invulnerable, akin to ancient demons. Moro disregarded all the wails, seizing every pirate he encountered to extract their life force. Frustrated by the slow pace, he grasped 2 pirates simultaneously to expedite the process. The life force surged into his body, rapidly transforming into energy. After siphoning vitality, he found himself no longer reliant on external energy sources that in a way. This was similar to the abilities of Green Bull. Though Moro knew he could never forsake sustenance entirely. Help! The demon has arrived. It's terrifying. I am doomed. The pirates, who moments ago had reveled in their might, dismissing the lives of ordinary people, now faced their reckoning. Unlike adventurers who were labeled pirates without permission to set sail, these marauders thrived on oppression. Each had blood on their hands from countless innocent lives taken. Before long, as Moro swept through them like autumn leaves, the pirates were utterly defeated. Even islanders began to wield makeshift weapons in defiance. The once insurmountable mountain of despair had crumbled. Perhaps the mountain spoken of by the bear was, in fact, itself. The islanders found the courage to retaliate. Kill! Moro turned, his gaze icy. The Navy soldiers engaged in combat until every pirate lay fallen in pools of blood. 30 minutes later, the soldiers responsible for surveying the battlefield reported back. There is not a single survivor. Moro Major, we have indeed eradicated all the pirates, but it seems they had contacted the Big Mom pirates beforehand. This matter has been exposed. If Big Mom is not informed, how could this be under my command? This is a declaration of war, Moro replied. Striding toward the wounded sailors and islanders, he released glimmering green orbs from his palm, which, upon contact with their skin, rapidly healed their wounds. A miracle indeed. Rest up. Feed the pirate corpses to the fish, and let the islanders modify the pirate ships for their own protection. Before Moro could finish, the mayor of Orange Soda Island, worry etched on his face, interjected, Major, are you planning to abandon us? No. I intend to swiftly transport these scoundrels to Dress Rosa. Afterward, I shall return promptly. With Doflamingo's influence here and the current chaos in the New World, Big Mom's ships will not reach this place for the time being. After casting a reassuring glance at the anxious islanders, Moro added, Rest assured, I will return soon. This island shall be under my protection. Upon hearing this, the islanders felt a bittersweet pang of emotion, gazing at Moro with a mix of joy and sorrow. Soon, tears of elation flowed freely. Wonderful. Major Moro, you must return soon. We will stand ready to welcome you. My children will no longer have to toil endlessly, nor will they have to worry about growing up too fast. They exclaimed, grinning foolishly as tears streamed down their faces as Moro departed. The islanders insisted on sending him off with boxes upon boxes of oranges. That I only need one, Moro said, taking a single orange and providing the corresponding belly. The islanders were reluctant to accept, but the warship had already set sail from the harbor. Wait for my return. Major Moro, we will prepare the finest orange soda to welcome you on the small island. The people waved their hands until the ship, which had given them courage, disappeared from view as they sailed toward the waters of Dress Rosa. Moro dialed the headquarters transponder snail. To his surprise, the voice on the other end belonged to Sengoku. Even Fishman Island had not yet fallen under the control of the Big Mom pirates, let alone Sengoku. Although he had resigned, he still had many responsibilities akin to those of an admiral and would not retire until a new Fleet Admiral was appointed. Nanny, you took down Big Mom's island? Let me hear your situation. Sengoku paused for a moment before issuing a resigned exclamation. Isn't your mission to escort a group of nobles to Dress Rosa for the festival? Why are you at Orange Soda Island? This island is indeed isolated and outside the defenses of Whole Cake Island, but recently, there have been rumors that the captain of the Sun Pirates, Jinbe, may be sailing to Whole Cake Island. This implies that Orange Soda Island's position will be crucial to the Big Mom pirates, and you are about to be caught in the maelstrom. Admiral Sengoku, I believe that due to the unique geographical position, We could establish a naval branch here to guard this critical juncture. Moro expressed his suggestion candidly, without any reservations, after defeating the 500-strong Violent Bear pirate crew and seizing the islands under the Big Mom pirates. You intend for headquarters to permit you to establish a branch and defend it yourself. Sengoku discerned Moro's intentions. Indeed, is that permissible, Admiral Sengoku? I have already resigned. I am merely acting in an interim capacity. Sengoku fell silent for a moment and then stated, this matter involves considerable funding, relevant personnel, and the delicate situation in the New World. Most importantly, you have far too many enemies in the New World. Enemies? Isn't it just a new edition of Big Mom? Moro replied nonchalantly. There are also the remnants of Whitebeard and the flourishing Whitebeard pirates. You are indeed surrounded on all sides. It is no wonder Fishman Island has yet to be devoured by that monstrous Big Mom. It appears the Blackbeard pirates and the Whitebeard pirates have not yet engaged in a decisive battle. Moro continued to evade the topic, feigning ignorance. Do not try to pull the wool over my eyes. You are indeed just like Karp, having learned a great deal from him. This matter requires our discussion, and we must reach a conclusion by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. During this time, do not stir up trouble. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. I have resigned. Gurgle. Gurgled. The Moro's transponder snail was disconnected. The warship sliced through the towering waves, disregarding all obstacles in its path. Unbeknownst to Moro, he had become quite the prominent figure in the New World, with countless influential individuals watching him from the shadows. Wano Country, Cake Island. Big Mom was indulging herself as usual, occasionally allowing saliva to drip onto the ground, which was rather repulsive. Mother, our orange soda island has been breached by the Navy. The Violent Bear pirate crew stationed there has been completely wiped out. The informant had a piece of white paper taped to his face, with a mouth drawn on it. Nanny? Who is it? That meddlesome old coot Karp? Despite her age, Linlin did not hold back in her criticism of Karp. No, it's a rear admiral from Marineford. I believe his name is Moro. Moro, who is that? Big Mom's countenance darkened, as she had never heard of this name. She took a bite of cake, lifted one eye, and caught sight of her eldest son, who was languidly sticking out his tongue, lost in thought. Mother, this inexperienced fellow is not formidable. Owen is conveniently nearby in Golden City and can undoubtedly handle him. In Perospero's eyes, the young Navy officer merely sought to provoke the four emperors for fame, much like those supernovas. Owen, Big Mom's fourth child, possesses the powers of a paramecia-type heat fruit, with a bounty of 300 million berries that he wields both armament and observation Haki, and his true strength far exceeds his bounty. Owen, is he not busy baking pastries in Golden City? Big Mom remarked casually, showing no concern to her. It was inconsequential where Owen, the Minister of Caramel, was located. What mattered was eliminating Moro and having pastries ready when she needed them. Mother, the Golden Emperor Taisolo recently presented you with a substantial amount of gold and pastries, inviting Owen to concoct some items. Is that so? Whatever. I just want to eat baked goods and drink orange soda soon. Mother. Big Mom was currently in a state of normal calmness, her conversation still leaning towards food and desserts. Understood, Mother. Perospero exited the castle and retrieved a transponder snail that on a certain island, once the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, it had been forcibly seized by the Blackbeard pirates as they invaded the New World. The Whitebeard pirates had been occupied with a funeral recently and were unable to respond in a short span. Blackbeard's crew had gathered a multitude of outlaws, forming their own fleet and continually expanding into Whitebeard's territory. It would not be long before a life-and-death confrontation erupted between the Blackbeard and Whitebeard pirates. This moment, Blackbeard's captain, Teach, picked up a piece of information. His expression soured considerably as he turned to the other crew members. Moro, that brat dares to come to the New World. Captain, his target is Dress Rosa, the territory of the Don Quixote family. Should we intervene? Don Quixote Doflamingo. This fellow thrives on chaos and commotion. Teach's gaze shifted to the corner. They still needed to expand further. There was only one person who could take action. That would be the colossal warship, San Juan Wolf. Boss, may I devour them? San Juan Wolf grinned foolishly. Hurry back. The remnants of Whitebeard seemed to be getting restless. I need to prepare early. In Teach's eyes, Moro was no significant threat. During the Marineford War, Burgess lost only because he was injured. Otherwise, he would never have been defeated by Moro. All right, the wolf sprang into action. the sea parting before him, while the pirate crew following him resembled mere toy boats. In the New World, on an utterly unremarkable little island, stood a tombstone alongside a grave mound a few days prior. The red-haired pirates had departed after paying their respects. All that remained were the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. In the face of the rampaging Blackbeard pirates during this period, they too resolved to gather their strength for a decisive battle. Needing a moment to recuperate beforehand, in front of the tombstone, a man clad in a black cloak adjusted his hat. The people surrounding him immediately closed in, their eyes silently conveying the message, until they were fully equipped for battle against the Blackbeard pirates. They must not reveal the true identity of the person before them. Have we confirmed that fellow's whereabouts? The cloaked man inquired. Yes, Moro is heading to Dress Rosa, but he has already struck at Orange Soda Island, provoking Big Mom's crew, and Blackbeard will undoubtedly make a move as well. The immortal Marco expressed his concerns that fellow's ability truly so peculiar. No wonder he could withstand my full-force strike and remain unscathed. Diamond Jozu believed his all-out attack during the Marineford War had not killed Moro. Perhaps his ability grants him extraordinary vitality. I have seen him face Father alone. A single punch from Father could injure Akainu. Yet he emerged unscathed. Flower Sword Vista was even more aware of the circumstances during the war. Regardless, your upcoming journey to Dress Rosa will be fraught with peril. Caution is paramount. Aizu stepped forward to admonish the cloaked man. Indeed, I still do not understand why he saved me. But whatever the cost, if it is merely because he is Garp's disciple, we, the Whitebeard pirates, must not owe him any favor. The cloaked man raised his head and smiled broadly. Well, before you take action, we will gather everyone who has healed. Until we meet again, brothers. He waved his hand and turned his gaze towards the tombstone a pirate cloaked in white, devoid of the word justice. He nonetheless dedicated his life to the principles of benevolence and righteousness. Father, once I repay this favor, the flame shall never extinguish. The man in the black cloak boarded the pirate ship, and unconsciously, a flicker of flame danced upon his fingertips. Ever since his resurrection, he had felt an inexplicable connection to Moro, as if drawn by the very threads of life itself. This was the very reason he was assured of his revival. In the waters of Dress Rosa, Rear Admiral Moro stretched lazily as he emerged from the cabin. To his surprise, the nobles had arrived even earlier than he had. The foolish prince, with tears streaming down his face and snot running from his nose, exulted. Dress Rosa, here we come. I shall remain here until my father sends someone to retrieve me. Indeed, I shall never set foot on Moro's ship again. As Dress Rosa came into view, the nobles' attitudes towards Moro shifted dramatically, their expressions changing with astonishing swiftness. The celestial dragon, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the king of the underworld, Joker, the former celestial dragon, heir to the Don Quixote family, king of Dress Rosa, warlord of the sea, and honorary partner of the beast Kaido. Each title was more formidable than the last. Moro muttered to himself, unnoticed by others, the determination glinting in his eyes. On the shore, a fervor unlike any before filled the air. This time, it was intensified by the personal welcome from King Doflamingo himself. As the ruler of the underworld, he was undoubtedly privy to the latest intelligence of the New World. Moro had already provoked the Big Mom pirates, and the Blackbeard pirates were also in pursuit. If left unchecked, trouble would soon descend upon Dress Rosa like a tempest. He could not allow his hard-earned endeavors to be undone. Rear Admiral Moro, how unfortunate that we missed each other during the Marineford War. Now, we must extend our hospitality. Doflamingo spoke, while the Don Quixote family loomed ominously behind him, their intentions clear. Though he feigned welcome, he actually sought to halt Moro's advance. Doflamingo himself has come to greet us? My goodness, I recall seeing you at the World Summit a few years back when I accompanied my father, exclaimed the prince. Dress Rosa's geography is indeed unique. Such an environment must make it easy to withstand the waves and winds. The prince and the nobles chattered, mistakenly believing Doflamingo was welcoming them. Unbeknownst to them, the celestial dragon paid them no heed. His subordinates whisked the nobles away while he stood resolutely opposite Moro. How foolish! It appears this welcome is for Moro. This man is a lunatic. What is there to celebrate? The prince, still protected, grumbled disparagingly about Moro as he departed. You seem rather unwelcome among the nobles. Doflamingo remarked, a sinister smile gracing his lips. What does it matter? Your acceptance is more than sufficient for me, Moro replied, locking eyes with Doflamingo. The statement caused Doflamingo's gaze to sharpen. his fingers twitching slightly. What is happening to my body? A young Marine suddenly realized he was losing control of his limbs. Doflamingo deftly manipulated the situation, ensnaring the Marine with his strings that it was clear that Moro would not wish for his subordinates to meet any unfortunate fate, such as a violent confrontation, so it would be wise for him to keep his mouth shut. The world's nobility signified the celestial dragons. This was ostensibly crucial information, yet it was also Doflamingo's Achilles heel. He was unsure how Moro had acquired such intelligence, but it filled him with profound disdain. Indeed, should a rear admiral perish here, not only would his status as a warlord of the sea be revoked, but even as a king, you would face retribution, Moro declared with unwavering courage, his gaze piercing into Doflamingo. Has anyone ever told you how detestable you are, particularly your eyes? At that moment, Doflamingo quietly ensnared additional Marines with his strings. He had no intention of killing Moro at this critical juncture, but he could not allow Moro's plan to divert disaster to succeed. For now, his best course was to delay, as long as possible. He needed to stall until Moro was compelled to leave, allowing the Big Mom and Blackbeard pirates to converge upon him as a member of the World Conference. There was no reason for Dress Rosa to refuse a rear admiral of the Navy. Moro glanced at the Marines behind him, confident that Doflamingo would not dare strike at this moment. Resolutely, he ascended the steps, seeking death. Are we? Members of the Don Quixote family turned their gazes, fixated on Moro's figure. Rear Admiral Moro, may I request a favor? Doflamingo grinned as they brushed past one another. He had won. Merely stalling for a moment had allowed the first pursuers to arrive. How unfortunate. Moro turned, spotting a pirate ship bearing the Big Mom Pirates flag, identical to that from Soda Island. The leader aboard, with a fierce glare, ordered cannon fire aimed at the naval vessels. He should have known that Doflamingo's intelligence was sharper than his own. Most likely, Owen had set sail from Soda Island to Dress Rosa. Doflamingo had orchestrated this moment perfectly. The Big Mom Pirates are attacking Dress Rosa. Rear Admiral Moro, please protect us, ordinary folk. Ordinary folk? As a warlord of the sea. Doflamingo's smile revealed no trace of sincerity. Witnessing a headstrong rabble-rouser meet his end in the sea would indeed be a delightful spectacle. Demon Knight, even if you can fly, I will ensure you come crashing down. It is only a matter of time. Moro turned, commanding, all hands prepare to fire upon the Big Mom pirate ship. Boom! The Marines swiftly boarded their vessels, and the battle commenced. What a fool, devoid of strategy. Such an overt plan to divert disaster is utterly futile, Doflamingo scoffed. Turning to ascend the steps with his characteristic indifference, he soon vanished from sight. Upon the vast ocean, only one naval vessel clashed with the pirate ship. Rear Admiral Moro, the leader of the opposing crew, is Owen, a prominent officer of the Big Mom Pirates. I am well aware of his abilities. You all must evade the cannon fire while pursuing them. Moro waved his hand dismissively as he stepped out of the cabin. At that moment, the Marines were engulfed by a colossal shadow. He looked up to see the imposing form of the Saint One Wolf approaching from the depths of the sea. With a malevolent grin, he lifted a Blackbeard pirate ship from the water, flipping it over. Hundreds of pirates tumbled out. Ha ha. I want to see you play? Ow. I've been bitten by a fish again. The wolf cursed as he glanced towards the other ship, the pirate vessel directly in front of the naval ship. Owen, equally frustrated, looked up at the Saint One Wolf, realizing that Moro had stirred up a multitude of enemies. Who are you? Are you here to play as well? Or are you something edible? Before Owen could respond, the wolf advanced toward him. Cursed be this monster. Owen, he is one of Blackbeard's subordinates, a subordinate nervously informed him. I am well aware. I simply cannot fathom how such a monstrosity came into existence. Owen felt as though he had consumed something foul. What was supposed to be his pursuit had devolved into a chaotic melee. What is this? Am I now besieged from all sides? As Moro observed the refuse summoned by the Blackbeard pirates plummeting towards the sea, he realized that the pirate ship would inevitably crash onto the warship, resulting in mutual destruction. The Marines, gripped by fear, turned their anxious gazes towards Moro, uncertain of how to navigate this impending battle. At that moment, their hearts were dominated by terror, nothing but terror. The Minister Owen from the Big Mom Pirates was in pursuit, while the colossal warship of the Blackbeard pirates lay in ambush. Moreover, a pirate vessel was about to plummet onto the deck, with hundreds of desperate souls ready to fall. They had no path to salvation but to leap into the sea. Do not panic. Everyone, grab hold of nearby objects, Moro commanded. kneeling on one knee with one hand pressed against the deck. Prior to facing the formidable monk Urki, Hawkins, and the pursuing supernova Becky, he had attempted to infuse vitality into the warship, but had met with failure at this moment. Following numerous transformations, Moro had undergone a remarkable evolution that a torrent of vitality surged into the warship, causing the deck to quiver slightly. "It can be done," Moro exclaimed with joy. He had succeeded. With each movement of the immense warship, the Cerberus unleashed colossal waves. After casually tossing aside the pirate ship that had accompanied him, he turned his gaze towards Owen to TOM. Moro was merely a pawn in a game. "Are you seeking death?" Owen could not suppress his fury. His fists radiated heat as he leaped from the bow of the ship, aiming to scorch a hole through the Saint Juan Wolf with his blistering fists. At that moment, the warship, which had found itself at a disadvantage and was being besieged by the two, suddenly maneuvered like a sea serpent, twisting around and directly escaping the battlefield. What was that? Owen wondered, glancing towards the distant sight. It was then that his fist struck the belly of the Cerberus. So hot. It feels as if I've been bitten by a fish. The colossal warship, Saint Juan Wolf, howled in pain, swatting away the bewildered Owen with ease. What was that? A sea serpent. Saint Juan had encountered many gigantic creatures, including some massive sea serpents, but the serpent before him seemed forged from steel, exhibiting an extraordinary agility that defied the laws of nature. Atop the head of this steel serpent stood Moro's silhouette. The warship's bottom, embedded with sea stone, had now been ensnared within the belly of the steel serpent, rendering it useless and becoming a nuisance in a moment of dire urgency. Moro infused vitality into the warship, causing its structure to contort while simultaneously flipping the bottom layer inward, transforming it into the inner organs of the steel serpent. The life fruit indeed possessed the ability to reverse matter, yet it was powerless against sea stone. In the darkness, the Marines were bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Moro knew that returning to Orange Soda Island was not an option. With Owen in pursuit and the warship sharing the same objective, the best course of action was to lure them far enough away. Presently, Doflamingo in Dress Rosa was in a position of great power and could not be disturbed. Furthermore, without proper preparation, there were numerous innocents and civilians on the island. The only destination he could pursue was a lawless territory, or rather, a gathering place for various reckless individuals. Moro retrieved a nautical chart and donned a new compass on his wrist. Now, one wrist housed a miniature transponder snail, while the other bore the compass, which pointed to the approximate location of the Golden City. Essentially, the Golden City was an immensely massive warship, lacking a permanent compass. It could only record its general location. Golden City, here I come. The steel serpent glided across the surface of the sea until it reached a relatively safe area, at which point Moro released his fruit ability. The steel serpent appeared to transform, rolling from within, first reverting the sea stone section of its insides back into the ship's bottom to support buoyancy. Subsequently, like a flowing stream, steel and wood intertwined, swiftly restoring its original form until it returned to its former glory. The naval warship resurfaced. The bewildered Marines, witnessing the spectacle, gazed at Moro in disbelief, noting a hint of pallor on his face. "Continue sailing. Our destination is the Golden City. Tesoro is an excellent place for battle. No sooner had he spoken than he strode alone into the mess hall, although he could siphon the vitality from others. The exertion of controlling a naval warship had drained a considerable amount of his own vitality, compelling Moro to replenish himself with food. Inside the mess hall, he devoured the morning's provisions with great fervor. The Marines quickly gathered, understanding that Moro required sustenance to regain his strength. Regarding the earlier miraculous event, it was evidently linked to his abilities. Before long, after finishing the remnants of the morning meal, Moro began feasting on roasted meat. All Marines took on their respective duties, handling navigation and food supplies. "Those ruffians won't be much slower than us. Once we dock at the Golden City, we'll disembark swiftly. There may even be celestial dragons." Moro spoke as he ate. The Marines, upon hearing this, expressed both surprise and delight. "Major Moro, are you implying that if celestial dragons are present, they would refrain from attacking, as they could very well incur the wrath of an admiral?" "No, what I mean is that the Golden City is rife with refuse, a place where we can engage in battle without restraint." After stating this, Moro began discussing Tesoro and the various fruit abilities possessed by his subordinates. The Marines listened attentively until he recounted details about Owen and the colossal warship. they could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Realizing that Moro, who had seemed solely focused on battle, was well acquainted with the formidable figures of the sea. Previously, they had merely admired his audacity and strength. Now, they perceived him as a truly reliable powerhouse. As dusk approached, the Golden City, perched atop the supermassive warship, came into view. The Marines, having replenished their supplies, followed Moro's instructions and took turns resting. They disregarded any advice from the guards of the Golden City and directly disembarked. The Golden City, frequented by pirates, Marines, and even CP0 and GM troops, was a favored retreat for celestial dragons. Nobles, the wealthy, and even bounty hunters could be found here. The brilliance of gold was overwhelming. Every visible surface was adorned with gold, showcasing an opulence beyond compared. As Moro and his crew disembarked from the port, they were greeted by an abundance of gourmet food, stunning women, and breathtaking scenery. Occasionally, renowned pirates would pass by, accompanied by beautiful companions. Major Moro, fighting is prohibited in the Golden City. Celestial dragons often appear here, and ordinary individuals dare not engage in battle. Moreover, the Golden Emperor Tesoro is said to possess vast riches in gold and belly, making him a formidable figure, one of the Marines remarked, glancing at the delectable offerings along the streets. Not far away, a star from the New World was performing, a sight rarely seen, yet in the Golden City. Such entertainers were invited daily. The accompanying dancers were undoubtedly paid handsomely, not to mention the possibility of being slaves from the Sabaody archipelago. Following the Celestial Dragon incident, Doflamingo had concluded this nefarious business. "Everyone, follow me," Moro instructed, leading the Marines into a narrow alley. When they emerged, they were clad in the attire of ordinary citizens. "Equip your weapons. Apart from myself, you will form groups of 5, with 5 groups constituting a team. From this moment on, conceal yourselves in the port. Do not let Owen and his crew discover you. Use the transponder snail to contact me if necessary, that I shall return swiftly." Understood. The Marines swiftly organized themselves into groups of 5 as per Moro's orders. Each cluster huddled in a corner. Every area was interwoven into a net of 5 groups, with 8 squads intricately entwined to form a larger web, sprawling across a corner of the port. Moro cast a glance at the pinnacle of Golden City, and in silence, he discreetly departed, descending into the subterranean prison of Golden City. This place housed hundreds, including the great detective. Once rescued, they could be transformed into formidable allies. On the other hand, Owen's arrival would not be met with ease, yet the St. Juan wolves might act unpredictably. Thus, he needed to act swiftly, within the opulent palace at the apex of Golden City. The Golden Emperor Tesoro, upon hearing his subordinates' report, chuckled nonchalantly at a battle? Impossible. The Celestial Dragons are present today. If they dare to act, CP0 and the Marine Admirals will not remain indifferent. Following the narrative he had previously observed, Moro stealthily infiltrated the concealed underground realm of Golden City. This space was filled with those who defied the Golden Emperor's edicts. Defeated, they were cast into this abyss by Tesoro, much like Luffy, who had been imprisoned here after being sealed in gold. For survival, they endured dire straits, largely subsisting on refuse from Golden City. In truth, the interior of Golden City was synonymous with the confines of this super battleship. Riaz, the legendary super gambler, had been cast into this underground space after his defeat, subsequently becoming the leader of these forsaken souls. According to Moro's intelligence, Riaz's true identity was that of a member of the GM military, a clandestine organization, previously hidden away in level 5.5 of Impelled Down. Ivankov had become an experimental subject, losing his consciousness entirely, just as the super gambler Riaz languished at the depths of Golden City. Their network spread across the globe. Moro cared not for their true identities. He was solely focused on rescuing these individuals and leveraging their strength to overthrow Golden City, seizing Owen and the wolves in the process. With a decisive leap, Moro plunged from the vent, an exit from which an ordinary person would never ascend again. The vent was the sole means of escape from the depths of Golden City, also serving as a colossal turbine, integral to the propulsion of this super battleship. This was the moment. Moro descended, executing a moonwalk mid-air, surveying the turbine below with keen eyes. His agility was commendable, yet not sufficient to seize the fleeting opportunity akin to the prowess of observation Haki. A moment's lapse could result in a fatal collision with the turbine. Vitality, merge. Moro executed a shave, skimming along the wall, and in an instant he slipped into the turbine, clinging desperately to its surface at the moment of contact. Forcing his life essence to intertwine with it, this maneuver proved effective. As the turbine struck him, the damage inflicted was reciprocated with a significant infusion of vitality from the paramecia fruit at that moment. The turbine began to slow. He had succeeded. Only by immobilizing the turbine could Moro halt the advance of Golden City, leading this super battleship to its inevitable descent, in the original timeline, 2 years hence. Luffy and his companions would arrive and be aided by Rize. Yet now, it was solely Moro standing against the turbine's rotation. Emerging from the turbine, he glanced upwards at the vent before making his way towards the depths of Golden City. When Moro's figure materialized before the captives, disbelief washed over them. They could hardly fathom that salvation had arrived. "Who are you? Leave this place, Rize. The world needs you." A single sentence from Moro conveyed his intent. The moment was not yet ripe, and moreover, Rize's identity posed complications. He scrutinized Moro's cloak, fully aware of what justice represented in the new world. No one understood it better than he did. "I have disabled the turbine. It won't be long before Golden City grinds to a halt. Given the enormity of this super battleship, you should recognize that a malfunction in one turbine will lead to an overload in the others. And sinking beneath the waves is merely a matter of time." Indeed, Moro's initial act of sabotage against the turbine was intended to compel all those trapped below to unite with him. "You've damaged the turbine? Such a feat is beyond human capability." The onlookers were incredulous. Moro's claim seemed utterly insane. "Words are futile. When the time comes, simply lend your hands. I ask for whether you believe me. You need only observe if the waters begin to rise." With that, Moro turned to leave. The guards in the depths of Golden City posed little threat, easily dispatched. Should they trust this individual? The crowd swallowed hard. One person had disabled the turbine and vanquished all the sentinels. Yet, countless guards remained above, including the Golden Emperor Tozolo himself and his cadre. They could handle mere minions, but could Moro truly defeat Tozolo? They had to concede. If he had indeed compromised the turbine, Golden City would succumb, and they must escape. What in the world is happening in Golden City? They resolved that when Moro acted, they would merely create a diversion. As they deliberated, they seized the opportunity presented by the guard's defeat to flee from the depths of Golden City. At the vent, Moro leapt upward. After his exit from the bowels of Golden City, he slipped into an alley and donned a set of garments he had only worn in Sabati Archipelago, accompanied by a mask devoid of expression, with reinforcements from within Golden City secured. He now sought aid from the outside. Moro's gaze turned towards the highest point of Golden City, where an expansive corridor and leisure area, reserved for the celestial dragons, awaited, although it also catered to esteemed guests. No others were permitted to approach when celestial dragons graced the premises. It was peculiar. The Golden Emperor Tozolo and his beloved had become slaves to the celestial dragons, never to see each other again until her tragic demise. Had it not been for the hero tiger, who scaled the red line barehanded, he would never have escaped. Yet now he had become a lackey of the celestial dragons, ultimately morphing into the very entity he despised the most. Stealthily infiltrating the observation deck, Moro noted that the guards of the celestial dragons remained clad in alloy armor, wielding long weapons. This time, 2 celestial dragons, a male and a female, were smugly surveying Golden City. Regarding those before them, even nobles from various kingdoms, as nothing more than lowly trash as before, it was a pairing of a pig-headed male and a beautiful woman. Moro struck with lightning speed, dispatching the guards before materializing before the 2 celestial dragons. "I am a celestial dragon. You, a mere slave, dare to harm my servant." The pig-headed celestial dragon, still seated atop a fishman's slave, who dared not lift his gaze in fear, attempted to draw his weapon. Meanwhile, the female celestial dragon widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "I remember this fellow. Do you recall that Charlot's saint who perished in Sabati Archipelago? The world government claimed he was slain by this very man." Nanny, the pig-headed celestial dragon, tears streaming from his nose, turned to Moro. His dark hair, now infused with vitality, floated ominously, appearing menacing. The mask and his wild, unkempt hair instilled fear. Was it truly him? Bang! The pig-headed celestial dragon trembled. Inadvertently discharging his weapon, Moro surged forward, positioning himself before them. Bang! In the next instant, the pristine observation glass shattered, and the two celestial dragons plummeted through the breach. There was no need for rescue. Moro had already severed their necks prior to their descent. "Leave this place. I have matters to attend to." He directed his gaze at the fisherman slave, who trembled, utterly incredulous at the events that had transpired. The chain that once bound his neck was removed by Moro. "Having liberated it from the pig-headed celestial dragon, that I do not know where to go. Will I be pursued?" The fishmen are already in tears and despair. When the chaos ensues, find a person in the street with an oversized head, dressed in vibrant colors, and inquire about his name. That if he is called Re-Eyes, follow him. For that individual is a member of the GM army, and he may ensure your survival. Great benefactor, are you one of the celestial dragons? The fishmen kneel on the ground, still unable to believe in their chance of salvation. Moro offered no reply and stepped into the shadows. Soon after, a bell tolled throughout the island. Firstly, a celestial dragon was attacked and perished on the spot. Secondly, the turbine stalled while the others operated at overload. About to face a crisis, Golden City has entered a countdown to in an instant. Countless eyes began to fixate on this place. Golden City has been turned upside down. What in the world is happening? The Golden Emperor Tezulo swept aside the roasted meat and red wine before him. Who dares to assault a celestial dragon? Who is it? Lord Golden Emperor. It seems someone has spotted the enraged one. A fear-stricken man with a large head and horns, who consumed the puncture fruit, which allows him to transcend all obstacles, spoke. Is that the one who killed the celestial dragon in the Sabaody archipelago? The Golden Emperor Tezulo appeared to recall something, sitting there in shock. What of those who escaped from below? It seems they were rescued by that naval rear admiral, Moro, and the turbine issues are also tied to him. Upon hearing this, Tezulo felt he had spoken too confidently. This unknown individual was indeed a nightmare. What made matters even more complicated was the simultaneous emergence of the enraged one and the dragon slayer. Wasn't he that clearly inviting trouble for him? Find the enraged one. I will personally deal with Moro. The Golden Emperor stood, the gold beneath his feet seeming to flow, as he, awakened by the golden fruit, exuded absolute confidence. Meanwhile, among his subordinates, the puncture fruit user, alongside the lucky fruit user Baccarat, donned the golden armor crafted by Tezulo's abilities, thus achieving an armored form with Haki in Golden City, a peculiar gathering of individuals clad in eccentric attire, with white suits beneath, convened. Where is the enraged one? He has vanished, seemingly aware that we are searching for him. He and the dragon slayer Moro have appeared in the same place twice. Is there a clue? This man infiltrated the port, sabotaged the battleship S-turbine, and rescued a group of captives, leaving no evidence of his presence in such a short time frame. Indeed, unless one is intimately familiar with the routes of Golden City, knows the positions of the celestial dragons, and has meticulously planned each step, such an act would be impossible. Unfortunately, Moro is precisely the individual who possesses a godlike perspective, aware of Golden City's layout and the unfolding events. The Navy headquarters is about to issue a demon-slaying order. With the death of a celestial dragon, Golden City must meet its demise. That is the rule. Owen of the Big Mom Pirates and Saint Juan Wolf of the Blackbeard Pirates are also about to land. These matters do not concern us. We must retreat swiftly and focus on Moro, finding a way to place an undercover agent on his battleship. Yes, I shall handle this, upon learning of the celestial dragoness death. This group hastily retreated. Indeed, these inept individuals are the infamous CP-0 the port of Golden City. You burn me. Die. Saint Juan reached out to seize Owen. Throughout their pursuit of Moro, they attacked each other relentlessly. Collaboration was utterly impossible. They were filled with animosity, wishing to slay their opponent. Once I deal with Moro, I will turn my attention to you. Owen clenched his teeth. Big Mom had tasked him with capturing Moro, preferably eliminating him outright. If he were delayed by the wolf, it would be disastrous. Saint Juan, let us not deal with this fellow for now. Our mission is to eliminate Moro and avenge Lord Bagers. The massive battleship Saint Juan was laden with pirates. They were all pirates recruited by Blackbeard after arriving in the New World. Previously, the wolf had smashed their pirate ship onto a naval vessel, resulting in the loss of one ship, forcing them to stay on the shoulder of the wolf. What are you saying? Your voice is too low. Saint Juan turned to the individual on his shoulder. I said, Lord Saint Juan, our top priority is to kill Moro, shouted the long-necked pirate wielding a knife. What is your name, you noisy fool? Upon hearing this, Saint Juan smote his shoulder, killing his subordinate instantly. The other pirates fell silent, quietly observing the port, attempting to locate Moro's figured at the port. The hidden naval soldiers promptly spotted Owen and Saint Juan, immediately contacting Moro through a din mushy. Admiral Moro, chaos has erupted. The alarm bells rang across the island, and now those fellows are pursuing us. It's nothing that a large hand landed on the shoulder of a naval soldier. Admiral Moro, no one anticipated Moro's movements to be so swift. Be cautious in your retreat. I will draw their attention. This island is on the verge of sinking beneath the waves, and you must hasten to the coast to board the battleship. I will buy you time. Moro quickly gathered the naval soldiers. They were somewhat anxious, all aware that Moro was a devil fruit user. What would he do if Golden City sank? Admiral Moro, this is too dangerous. There are great pirates and powerful figures all around. It would also be perilous for you to remain here. We have lured them to the island. Can't we leave together? The naval soldiers looked at Moro with concern. When have I required your worry? Though you may be older than I, you are still naval soldiers I have trained. This is our mission, to return to the sea unscathed that I can use moonwalk, the kind that allows me to fly. Moro teased he had no intention of fleeing unless he could drag the Golden Emperor, who had covertly aided Don Quixote da Flamingo in underground dealings, the enraged Owen, and the massive battleship Saint Juan down into the depths. Admiral Moro, we must protect you. Throughout this journey, the naval soldiers had witnessed Moro's capabilities firsthand, already holding him in high esteem. Listen, I have already contacted the Navy headquarters for support. A general will be coming soon. Can you rest easy now? Moro understood that with the death of a celestial dragon, Golden City would inevitably face the demon-slaying order, and a general would personally come. That a general is returning? That is wonderful. Upon hearing that a general would be involved, the naval soldiers' faces lit up with joy. Quickly, I must attract some fire. Moro grinned. As you command. The naval soldiers happily began their retreat, watching these newcomers leave the island one by one. Heading towards the battleship, Moro's smile gradually faded, and he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He clenched his fists, feeling the Haki of armament within him. A loud shout erupted from the port, capturing the attention of countless eyes. Those fleeing from Golden City paused to gaze at him, imprinting the image of this young figure in their minds. I am Moro, inviting you all to battle. I am Moro, inviting you all to battle. I am Moro, inviting you all to battle. In an alley, the retreating CP0 cast a glance at Moro before turning away. On the coast, the towering Saint Juan beamed with joy, gazing down at this tiny human like a speck of dust. Owen grinned excitedly, and the pirates behind him raised their long knives. Moro, I will kill you. The Golden Emperor Taizolo has made his appearance, followed closely by the formidable warriors under his command. Moro lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings, where passers-by hurried by, their eyes brimming with hostility. The towering golden giant rose from the ground. And in that moment, the Golden City transformed into a veritable furnace, fervently pouring gold at the feet of Emperor Taizolo. The enormous golden figure continued to swell, while his subordinates emerged one after another before Moro. Gazing down, Moro observed the gold flowing like a river, steadily increasing in temperature. Owen approached step by step, causing the ambient temperature to rise rapidly, the sweltering air rendering it difficult for people to breathe. The golden giant and the scalding little creatures. Saint Juan watched all this with a smile, his physique unfathomable. Merely sitting by the shore, he appeared akin to an island. It is hard to imagine which naval powerhouse had once defeated him. Such stature implies a terrifying body density, rendering ordinary cannons utterly ineffective. I will bring you to utter misfortune. In this battle, your defeat is inevitable. The cunning ability user, Bakala, grinned slyly. Luck, you say? Suit yourself, replied Moro dismissively. My armed Haki is sufficient to envelop my entire being, and combined with Lord Taizolo's golden armor, one could say it is invincible. Deus, the muscle-bound brute, appeared beside Moro, slamming his fists together. Is that so? If that is invincibility, then you truly have not seen much of the world. Moro retorted. I command you, do not move. The user of the puncture fruit, a horned creature, suddenly emerged from the flowing river of gold. Seizing Moro's feet, you cannot escape, for you have lost your luck, while I am fortunate enough. Bakala laughed like a blooming flower. In my fists, Deus chimed in, delivering a powerful blow. Bang. Moro glanced at them, his armed Haki hardening to block their assault. These three nuisances were inconsequential in his eyes. He was merely waiting for the opportune moment. Who exactly are you? The legendary gambler, Riaz, called out from a distance to I am but a marine. Moro turned to him and noticed the fishman by his side. We have dealt with the Emperor's subordinates. We must now evacuate the Golden City at this rate. You are likely to perish. Riaz roared, the implication behind his inquiry being that if Moro were willing to join their GM army, they would vow to save him at the cost of their own lives. Of course, that would mean not only Moro, but even he would meet his demise. Uncle, if you help me eliminate those canines, that will suffice. Thank you, but next time, do not gamble with someone like Bakala, who cheats with fruit abilities. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. Despite being entangled with these three, Moro did not relent, his attacks growing in ferocity. What a stubborn fellow, Riaz observed, casting one last glance at Moro before turning away. Little did he notice that those whom Moro had saved bore objects infused with his vitality, one by one. Their figures departed. Moro's combat prowess seemed to flourish further, until Owen, accompanied by his band of pirates, surrounded Moro. Looking up, there stood Saint Juan and Taizolo. The massive warships and golden vessels loomed like deities. Fixated upon Moro, your luck is rather unfortunate. Having arrived in the new world for such a brief time, you have already provoked many whom you are ill-equipped to confront. Owen slammed his fists together, the temperature spiking suddenly, his knuckles turning a deep crimson. Heatwave fist. The heat fruit elevated the temperature of his fists, creating thermal currents in the surrounding air. Owen stepped forward, unleashing a punch that summoned the heat wave. Propelling a powerful fist towards Moro, your speed is insufficient. Moro sidestepped to evade. However, he unexpectedly found his footing slipping, only to be struck by Deus's fist, while the puncture fruit user seized the opportunity to hinder him. Is this the power of the luck fruit? It can actually influence every move Moro makes. Bakala's newfound fortune seemingly ensured that her targets would inevitably face misfortune. Otherwise, how could Moro, with his strength, possibly slip? Moonwalk. Just as Moro lost his footing and absorbed Deus's punch, if he did not evade, he would have to endure Owen's fist as well. Even so, he had to concentrate his armed Haki into his fists to withstand Owen's onslaught. Feeling an unsettling sensation, it turned out that the gold was obstructing his feet, preventing him from utilizing Moonwalk. Your strength is quite unworthy in these waters. Owen, wielding a Naginata, felt the intense heat cause the blade to glow a deep crimson. As flames flowed like lava, he swung horizontally at Moro. Golden divine fire. The moment Moro sensed the impending danger, the golden giant Taizolo finally struck. Within the golden giant lay an exquisitely crafted mechanical structure capable of simulating long-range energy attacks. Utilizing armed Haki as power to unleash formidable assaults, this strike appeared to be a mere blink of an eye, yet the Haki gathered in its eyes created a shockwave, while unleashing a powerful laser. Whoosh! The speed of light was astonishing, striking Moro's back in an instant. While Owen's blade followed suit, the pirates unleashed a barrage of bullets like a rainstorm, taking advantage of Moro's momentary vulnerability in this critical moment. It seemed as though Moro withstood all assaults, yet he was exerting every effort to evade each bullet. If one were to pay close attention, they would notice that just before enduring the onslaught, Moro's eyes transformed a blood-red hue. His observation Haki awakened at that moment, but it came too late. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the night, dead. Owen erupted into gleeful laughter. What had seemed like a prolonged battle was but a minute in reality. By comparison, it was evident that Moro either lacked observation Haki or possessed a very poor version of it. His combat reactions relied solely on his speed and agility, devoid of the assistance of observation Haki, making survival against skilled opponents mere folly. Seeking death, the observation Haki of the Golden Emperor Taizolo also sensed Moro's fading life force. Floating upon the Golden River was Moro's lifeless body. Bakala tilted her head, laughing heartily. His armed Haki is decent, but to think he could act recklessly in the new world with such meager strength is truly foolish. His armed Haki is merely average, Deus remarked, somewhat displeased. Although their encounter was fleeting, his attacks had failed to inflict harm upon Moro, whereas Moro's punches had pained him, indicating that Moro's Haki surpassed his own, had it not been for the multitude of formidable foes and Bakala's luck fruit influence. Along with the puncture fruit user's underhanded tactics, in a one-on-one scenario, there would be few capable of truly contending with him. Dead? I have yet to play. Saint Juan was the last to speak. He had observed the entire ordeal, hoping to intervene, only to find Moro already deceased. He could only extend his hand to retrieve him, take him back to teach. With that, he turned to depart, just as Owen and the others were about to express their discontent. The sound of cannon fire echoed. Boom! Damn it, the Navy has arrived. Owen glared at the sea, witnessing warships encircling the Golden City. That on one of the vessels stood a Marine Headquarters Admiral, Kizaru. Oh dear, has he died? What a pity. Kizaru glanced at Saint Juan. His observation Haki had already detected Moro in the latter's grasp. With a single finger, he concentrated a beam of light, and in the next moment, a laser erupted instantaneously, tracing a golden line. How painful! Saint Juan winced and released his grip. The demon slaughter order begins. The yellow ape issued a faint command, causing the vice admirals to adopt a solemn demeanor. Today marked the demise of the celestial dragons in Golden City. And to avoid incurring blame, they had to be particularly vigilant. At that moment, a warship that had just departed from the island emitted a subtle green glow. Indeed, it was Moro's vessel. Simultaneously, the weapons and attire of Riaz and his companions erupted in a dazzling green light. These were the trump cards Moro had strategically laid out long in advance. In the next instant, the yellow ape hovered in midair, cradling the lifeless body of the young boy, radiating a golden aura. He observed the encroaching green light around him and incredulously murmured, "Could those sporadic green lights witnessed during the Marineford War also be connected to you? Is it perhaps a monstrous fruit ability?" Coughing softly, Moro awakened, his formidable vitality surging back to life. He sensed that the reserves of his armament Haki had quintupled, resulting in a simultaneous increase in strength, speed, and regenerative capabilities. Each resurrection allowed for a five-fold enhancement. He had not miscalculated. Presently, it was roughly equivalent to 80 berries, particularly since he had previously siphoned the life force of the ferocious bear. "Thank you, Mr. Yellow Ape," Moro said, as he executed a moonwalk, casting another glance toward Golden City. With his fists enveloped in hardened armament Haki, a flicker of crimson light glimmered in his eyes. The imminent threats posed by Owen, the Golden Emperor, and the watchful gaze of Saint Juan compelled Moro's observation Haki to awaken. From his initial perception of the enraged and vengeful fire dragon on Dragon Island to the subtle influences of the Marineford War, and ultimately to the acute awareness during the interception of the turbo, Moro transitioned from ignorance to involuntary perception, and then to proactive experimentation, culminating in his awakening at a critical juncture. Did he seek death merely to awaken his observation Haki? The yellow ape found Moro's actions somewhat incomprehensible. Wasn't it preferable to maintain a steady routine? Why exert oneself so desperately? Indeed, in the new world, lacking observation Haki rendered one as blind as an open eye, making it arduous to contend with such formidable beings. That as Moro spoke, he gradually distanced himself. Would it truly sink? What a pity! Glimmering in gold, the colossal warship, Saint Juan, maliciously seized a pirate ship and hurled it towards the yellow ape. Under the barrage of golden light attacks, the pirate crew was immediately reduced to ruins. Ignoring the peril surrounding the massive warship, the Golden Emperor's primary concern was his own survival. Should he fail to escape, his fate was sealed. With the celestial dragons perished, the Navy would undoubtedly sink Golden City to provide an explanation to Mary Geos. Compounded by the malfunctions of the turbo, the situation was dire, and now under assault from naval artillery. The arrival of 5 elite vice admirals and the yellow ape himself signified that even he had to strategize an escape. "Lord Tezzalo, my subordinates were apprehended by Riaz and his crew before they departed," Bakara nervously reported while aboard a grand vessel. "Damn it. Is this all part of Moro's scheme? Set sail. We must leave at once." The Golden Emperor attempted to shrink the Golden Giant, seeking a path to safety amidst the Navy's onslaught. "Move." Owen erupted in exasperation. "Saint Juan, you fool. Why are you using our pirate ship to attack the yellow ape?" His head throbbed painfully, observing the Golden Emperor and Tezzalo maneuvering their colossal vessel to carve out an escape route. Saint Juan recklessly wielded their ship as a weapon against the yellow ape. It appeared both sides were drawing fire, yet they were caught in a dilemma. Board Tezzalo's ship, or we shall perish here. Golden City continued to submerge, with seawater already infiltrating the harbor, without their pirate ship. Owen hurriedly led his crew towards the enormous vessel, which was Tezzalo's last resort for escape, constructed at great expense. Together, they could surely survive. Boom! The cannons relentlessly bombarded Golden City, which was beginning to erupt in explosions. And it would not be long before it sank into the vast ocean. Saint Juan, undeterred by the yellow ape's attacks from behind, launched his fists like a warship, evading effortlessly. Yada no Kagami, the yellow ape, noticing the Golden Emperor and Owen attempting to flee, resolved to ensure that none of them escaped to provide an explanation for the celestial dragons. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Golden City. Spinning rapidly and hurling shards of light at the Golden Emperor's ship, the colossal warship Saint Juan. Block it! Tesla roared, delivering a thunderous punch as the golden light coalesced into a dome, attempting to shield against the onslaught of light rain. Damn it, those vice admirals will seize this opportunity to pursue us. Owen and his allies successfully boarded the vessel, with Owen himself wielding a long blade, infused with armament Haki, striving to counteract the deluge of luminous projectiles. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, Saint Juan wailed, his island-sized form unable to evade the multitude of light attacks. Had they landed? As the yellow ape withdrew his attack, Saint Juan was left battered and bruised. Smoke billowing from his mouth, the yellow ape, however, gazed languidly at the Golden Emperor's ship. At last, Moro descended from the ship's stern, instantly encircled by Owen's crew. Go fend off the vice admirals. This one is left to my subordinates. Isn't this fellow supposed to be dead? Owen lamented, perplexed by the day's unfolding events, feeling as though he had fallen victim to a demon-slaying edict. The Golden Emperor, as one of the kings of the underworld, wielded control over 20% of the world's wealth and gold. He had everything one could desire. Since his rise to power, he had never experienced such a humiliating retreat. Now, in a single night, he had become a target of bounty hunters. Before them, a fleet of naval warships closed in, their cannons relentlessly bombarding their vessel. The 5 vice admirals stationed at the bow, while not as powerful as Owen or the Golden Emperor, held the advantage in numbers. That let's deal with that guy. Bakara volunteered, believing that with the Golden Emperor and Owen united, even the vice admirals would not stand a chance to go. The Golden Emperor rubbed his shoulder, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. At the stern of the ship, corpses had long since become desiccated remains. The last vestiges of green light were siphoned away by Moro, who turned to face the tardy Bakara. D's, and the user of the poke fruit, striding forward without hesitation. You possess some tricks, but should you falter, you may unwittingly commit something unforgivable. However, in my presence, your luck will be abysmal. Bakara smiled at Moro, confident that he could be defeated once, and thus would succumb a second time. That my abilities render evasion impossible. As the user of the poke fruit spoke, he vanished from the deck. Watch as I beat you until you lose your teeth. D's, clad in the golden armor bestowed by Tesla, enveloped himself in armament Haki in an instant. That so? Moro floated in midair, denying the poke fruit user any chance of seizing him. His entire being was silently cloaked in armament Haki, solidifying it with hardened armor. Prior to this revival, he had already achieved full-body armament Haki. Following his successful resurrection, the 5-fold enhancement brought about both qualitative and quantitative transformations in his Haki, even with full-body armament Haki. It surpassed the strength of his previously hardened fist. It is noteworthy that Moro awakened his observation Haki at the brink of death prior to his revival, thus gaining an enhancement. You cannot evade my attack, for I am the lucky fruit user. I will undoubtedly hit you, Bakara declared with a smile, launching her offensive. In an instant, the poke fruit user leaped out from his hidden card, attempting to seize Moro by surprise, only to find him suspended in midair. Since you've arrived, let us take a moment. Moro raised his foot and struck downwards. The immense force of his Haki rendered the poke fruit user senseless with a single blow. Moro's Haki was indeed 5 times stronger. Prepare to meet your end. As Bakara launched her attack, had this been a previous encounter, Moro would undoubtedly have met with abysmal fortune, unable to evade the strike. And she would have, by sheer happenstance, struck him with absolute certainty. To her astonishment, however, Moro sidestepped effortlessly, eluding the assault with ease. That a glimmer of crimson light flickered unexpectedly in his eyes. Damn it, how is it possible for you? Just as Bakara turned to question him, Moro unleashed a finger jab imbued with armed Haki, striking her throat, silencing her instantly, followed by the thunderous collapse of her lifeless body. Infuriated, Des seethed, you dare to slay the 2 most pivotal subordinates of Lord Tesla. He summoned his pride, channeling armed Haki into his fists, intensifying his assault. aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Moro. "Your armed Haki is not as formidable as you presume," Moro countered with a punch. The moment their fists clashed, Des felt as though his fingers might shatter, followed swiftly by a debilitating sensation coursing through his hands. In disbelief, he looked toward Moro, but before he could utter a word, he was struck squarely in the face, collapsing backward. "Your vitality now belongs to me." Moro drew forth, 3 strands of vitality coalescing into green light, resembling chains, which he grasped in his palm, swiftly draining the lives of 3 individuals. This golden chain represented the enhanced ability Moro acquired upon his revival, enabling him to siphon the life force of defeated foes or those weaker than himself, transforming it into chains. The battle had merely begun. Moro advanced toward the bow of the ship, where the golden giant Tezzalo and the tawny minister Owen were embroiled in a fierce struggle against 5 vice admirals from headquarters. They were none other than the formidable Ghost Spider, Doberman, Fire Mountain, Flying Squirrel, and Stalaberry. These 5 were significant participants in the demon-slaying order, frequently making appearances, each with distinctly different personalities. Some supported Akainu, while others were loyal to Kizu. Bakara could not defeat you. Tezzalo was engaged in combat, unable to unleash his true colossal form on the deck, yet this restriction enhanced his agility. "You dare to slay my men." Owen quickly discerned the bloodstains on Moro. Realizing that those pirates and subordinates had been annihilated by him, no need for thanks. Moro stepped closer, his fists hardened with armed Haki, the red glow in his eyes undiminished. He attempted to directly draw forth the life chains to siphon the vitality of Owen and the Golden Emperor. It appeared that their peak strength was not inferior to his. This plan was unfeasible. Unable to siphon from a distance, he resolved to engage in close combat. Moro extended his empty hands, fingers splayed, as the life chains entwined, forming a swirling vortex of green light. Gradually, a layer of green luminescence enveloped his fists, surging like flames. "Gentlemen, I claim your lives. You think you are worthy, seeking death." The Golden Emperor turned with a glance, his golden eye erupting with laser beams, wreaking havoc and reducing the cabin to ruins. He pivoted to confront the 5 vice admirals alone, his massive form absorbing their sword strikes, emboldened by the fact that his true self was concealed within the golden giant. Owen wielded a long sword, its temperature rising, resembling a magma blade, cloaked in armed Haki, slashing horizontally. Previously, Moro had been hindered by the luck fruit, bound by the abilities of the warp fruit, allowing this strike to succeed. This time, however, Moro stepped forward. Boom! The longsword was crushed beneath his foot, reminiscent of Akainu trampling Whitebeard's blade during the Marineford War. Owen, perhaps influenced by Whitebeard's legendary feat of halting pirate ships with a single hand, had once attempted to stop a vessel with both hands at the United Nations, nearly becoming a mere shadow. Alas, that was a matter for the future, and Owen would have no further opportunities. Moro concentrated armed Haki in his feet, pressing down on the longsword, sending waves of scorching heat cascading across the deck, igniting the ship's surface in flames with a single breath. "Oh, you think you are Sakazuki?" Realizing that attacking with his sword was futile, Owen decisively infused his fists with Haki and intense heat for an assault. Heat wave. This technique, originally named Heat Sea of all things, was intended to utilize the heat fruit to instantaneously raise the ocean's temperature, unleashing torrents of heat currents upon his enemies. In that moment, the air coalesced into a fiery torrent, akin to a dragon of flames, converging around Owen's fists, crashing toward Moro's form. Is this the power of searing heat? Swish! Moro was enveloped in armed Haki, deftly evading Owen's heated punches. My Haki surpasses yours. Although he endured the strike, he felt a dull ache, his vitality surging within him, swiftly mending all injuries. Even the mightiest Haki and physique have their limits. As long as my temperature is sufficiently elevated, I can obliterate you. Owen's temperature soared at that moment, his heart beating like a drum. The air around him heated exponentially, until his entire being radiated a blood-red hue, a testament to his temperature reaching its zenith. How many holes will you be pierced with this time? As Owen reached the pinnacle of his abilities, his temperature surged dramatically, his strongest state, yet the cost was that even he could not maintain it for long. Not a single one. Moro remained unfazed, infusing the surrounding metal, steel, and wooden planks with vitality, causing them to surge like waves of the sea. The fruit has awakened. Owen was incredulous. Could it be that Moro had already awakened his devil fruit? What do you think? Moro would not divulge the truth, yet this scene indeed resembled the awakening of a paramecia fruit, influencing the state of surrounding objects. Impossible. This cannot be. If you could awaken a devil fruit at such a young age, it would defy all natural laws. Owen could not accept this. Previously, when he had slain Moro with a single strike, the latter had barely activated his observation haki for a fleeting moment. Such power could not possibly awaken in an instant. It was utterly irrational. Yet, his doubts only multiplied. Why had Moro's observation haki surged so dramatically in an instant, appearing effortlessly adept at evading attacks and perceiving hostility? Typically, one would require at least 5 times the duration to master it. Meanwhile, Moro's armed haki and physique had exponentially increased, rendering Owen's previous heated punches and haki attacks utterly ineffective. Are you playing the fool? Owen could only conceive this possibility. Moro was not weak. He merely feigned ignorance. Otherwise, how could he have died and resurrected? His strength now on an entirely different level. You guessed right. Now take a guess at just how strong I am. Moro smirked slyly, as if there were indeed some truth to his words. As the two conversed, the battle raged on. Each scorching punch from Owen necessitated that Moro utilize armed haki to withstand the blows, concentrating his haki as much as possible at the point of impact. This compelled Moro to rapidly hone his mastery of both haki types and physical combat. Initially, Moro found himself at a slight disadvantage, but as he became proficient in utilizing his observation haki amidst the fight, the balance of power subtly shifted. Each time he was struck by Owen's full-force blows, the resulting burns only augmented the vitality returned from the healing fruit. For him, as long as he did not suffer a lethal blow, it meant he would only grow stronger. Even subsequent attacks of equal caliber would diminish in their effectiveness. I initially believed you possessed a mutated constitution akin to my mother's, allowing you to endure any injury unscathed. Now it seems to be your devil fruit ability granting you this extraordinary regenerative power. Owen sensed the growing challenge. He could no longer hope to defeat Moro in a direct confrontation. The prospect of being vanquished by Moro's increasing strength loomed ever larger, compelling him to contemplate how to deliver a decisive blow. If I cannot finish you in one strike, you will undoubtedly heal indefinitely. Owen, under the delusion that he has discerned a flaw in Moro's defense, ceases to maintain the intense heat enveloping his body and instead concentrates all his effort into raising the temperature of his fists to its zenith. This is my strike that transcends all limits. The heat will be sufficient to melt gold. The melting point of gold is over 1,000 degrees. It seems your attack pales in comparison to Akainu's. Even falling short of the temperature you just exhibited, Moro, with a stroke of insight, catches Owen off guard. This is a metaphor. Owen can no longer tolerate such indignity. With this punch, he will bring the battle to a close. Scorching wind fist, golden volcano. In that moment, Owen's fist appears to have liquefied. Resembling molten magma, it even coalesces at the tip into an attack that bears a striking resemblance to his own head. Somewhat imitating Sakazuki's infamous Hellhound technique, coupled with the faint golden glow that seems to ignite the very air, it certainly conveys that essence. Iron Fist Storm, since Moro has inherited the true legacy of the Iron Fist from Karp. His punch, akin to a tempest, swiftly lands upon Owen's face. The searing molten punch crashes against Moro's visage. Both are striking at each other's faces, with no opportunity for defense. It is a fight to the death. Moro's mind quickly comprehends that Owen is lying. The temperature is undoubtedly far greater than that which is required to melt gold. It appears Owen has not properly grasped the principles of chemistry. However, it has not reached the level of the Hellhound technique. Otherwise, his head would have been obliterated. Are you still alive? Owen laughs heartily, staggering back a few steps, leaning against the railing and remaining motionless. Sweat pours from his forehead as he gasps for breath, striving to steady his breathing. And if your technique were truly Sakazuki's Hellhound, my head would likely have been lost. Moro points to his own head. Now a gruesome mess, scorched simultaneously by Owen's intense heat. For a normal person, this would mean the loss of an eye and significant portions of the brain, rendering them forever unconscious, even if the most skilled doctor were to save them. In Owen's eyes, such absolute agony and irreparable injury would be sufficient to ensure Moro's demise. Bang! Moro collapses to the ground, also gasping for breath. Initially, the pain of surpassing human limits left him oblivious. But with the eruption of the life fruit granting him formidable vitality, he begins to heal, akin to a withered tree blossoming in spring. Only then does he start to feel the intense suffering. So painful. Moro grits his teeth, struggling to endure, gradually drenched in sweat. He attempts to emit a green glow from one hand to accelerate his healing. Indeed, this can hasten the recovery process, but it brings forth even greater pain than before. It hurts. Moro feels as though his teeth might shatter, and only after spitting out a mouthful of black blood does he finally realize his body still exists. Unlike the experience of being resurrected after leaving vitality behind, this state of being alive while enduring constant pain requires suffering beyond imagination. Moro stands once more, the injured area on his head still devoid of hair, appearing utterly bald. However, he can no longer afford to concern himself with such trivialities. How are you still alive? How can your injuries be healing? Those are burns, which signify that the damaged area will face permanent destruction. Recovery is impossible. Owen leans against the railing, drenched in cold sweat. A foe who cannot be killed. How is that even feasible? If even a decisive blow to the torso and brain cannot extinguish Moro, what kind of monster is he? He attempts to rise and evade, only to find himself ensnared by chains forged from the melted railing and deck, unable to escape. You cannot flee. Moro had previously infused the deck with his vitality to prevent Owen from retreating. I have inherited my mother's powers and physique. How can you be certain you can contain me? Owen roars, striving to break free from the shackles. Yet, Moro has already approached him, delivering a punch head-on. Your constitution is indeed formidable. However, if you truly inherited all of Charlotte Leanlean's attributes, then surely there must be a place for you among the stars. Even if you are strong, there are limits. Especially now that I am stronger than you. Life chains. Moro's hands extend once more, manifesting the life chains, and this time, Owen's chest is also ensnared by them. When the two forces collide, their vitality surges forth like a spring. Unlike the initial inability to draw forth the life chains, the current ease of the connection signifies that the healed Moro now stands over the exhausted Owen. What are you doing? Owen initially attempts to raise his temperature to obstruct the process, then tries to utilize his Haki to intervene, but all efforts fail miserably. Had their strengths been more evenly matched, Owen's Haki would have certainly hindered Moro from siphoning his vitality. Now, however, he is entirely at a disadvantage. Wounded and nearly depleted of energy. How could he possibly block Moro's strength? He can only watch helplessly as Moro drains his life force. That I understand now. Your extraordinary healing speed resembles the awakening of a fruit, allowing you to manipulate the powers of the deck and siphon my strength. This is reminiscent of my mother's abilities. If I am not mistaken, your fruit power must closely resemble hers. Owen's complexion grows increasingly grim as he feels himself sinking. He retrieves a den mushy, expending his last breath to speak. Perispero, Moro's abilities are very similar to Mom's. They are alike in every regard. You must be cautious. Owen, what are you saying? The intel states that Gold City is under siege. Did you go there? Perispero, still puzzled, is unaware that Owen has already ceased to breathe on the other end of the line. Do not worry. Your mama pirate crew will meet the same fate as Owen. Moro picks up the den mushy, utters a single phrase, and discards it. Gurgle, gurgle. The den mushy, resembling Owen, mimics its owner's state, appearing utterly devoid of energy. Meanwhile, Owen himself has long since become a lifeless husk, utterly devoid of breath. That I feel even stronger now. The previous measure of power has become obsolete. After this battle, I must devise a new standard for assessment. Moro muses, lifting his gaze to the imposing figure of the Golden Emperor, Tesoro, who remains in a position of dominance, facing the combined might of 5 headquarters vice admirals, all of whom possess mastery over both the two-color Haki and swordsmanship. Their combat prowess is relatively balanced. Yet, against a behemoth like the Golden Emperor, they can only continue their assault to maintain equilibrium. Defeating him as mere mortals seems nearly impossible. Throughout the years of the Navy's existence, only Iron Fist Karp and Black Arm Zephyr have not relied on devil fruits. Karp, having lost his resolve after refraining from killing admirals, suffered the loss of an arm 7 years ago and received a mechanical one with the help of Vegapunk 2 years prior. Only Karp remains as a lasting legacy among the elite vice admirals. The 5 elite vice admirals possess commendable strength, but even they are far from Karp's peak and light years away from Zephyr's prime. Following the world conscription, the selection of new admirals, Fujitora and Green Bull, along with the emergence of candidates such as T-Pig and Escape Rabbit, has forged a bridge between the elite vice admirals and admirals. However, the world conscription has not yet commenced, and everything remains uncertain. Moro gazes up at the colossal form of the Golden Emperor, a thought forming in his mind. He clenches his fists, finally prepared to unleash his full strength after becoming stronger. From this moment forth, let us define the unit of power as Emperor. Why should there not be a measure of strength akin to that of the Golden Emperor? Where Moro treads, all things are imbued with life. Die? Do you dare obstruct my path? Do you not know that I am the Golden Emperor, the master of a fifth of this world's wealth? The Golden Emperor forcefully repels the vice admirals, then turns his gaze toward Moro. Even Owen has fallen? Though I may have expended some energy, defeating you will be more than sufficient. Tesoro unleashes his most potent state of fruit awakening that he is prepared to send both Moro and the 5 elite vice admirals to the depths of the sea. To accompany his subordinates in death, you cannot achieve that. Moro leaps into the air. Their sizes are incomparable, yet when Moro throws his punch, it still possesses the momentum of a freight train. What action is that? The move of Admiral Karp. Is it Iron Fist? The admiral of the headquarters has just been repelled back to his warship, and as he gazes up at this scene, he feels a surge of trepidation. Who could have imagined that Moro, who was repeatedly in peril during the Marineford War, has now ascended to a realm even stronger than theirs? The 5 of them are elite vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, second only to the 3 strongest combatants among you, the admirals. Even such formidable power cannot shake my golden physique. What makes you believe you can be my adversary? The golden giant of Tesalo is currently gathering the most refined Haki from within his being. Dual-colored Haki, awakened fruit, possessing 20% of the world's belly, one of the kingdoms of the World Conference. He has risen from nothing to become a winner in life in terms of strength, wealth, status, authority, and reputation. He possesses it all. The Golden Emperor, Tesalo. In his eyes, Moro is merely a lowly rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, hardly worth consideration. Second only to an admiral? You truly underestimate my Navy. Have you witnessed Sengoku or Karp make a move during the Marineford War? Even Zephyr did not show himself, and while I am indeed just a rear admiral, it does not imply I cannot defeat you. With a swish, Moro channels his armament Haki into both fists. Red light flickering in his eyes, as he strides toward Tesalo. Chains of life emerge, growing wildly between him and Tesalo. However, he fails to match Tesalo's strength, rendering him incapable of seizing vitality. Are you influencing the surroundings? Is it an awakened fruit? Upon witnessing this, Tesalo waves his hand. In that instant, the entire ship begins to melt away. What lies beneath the wood and steel is all gold. This is a golden giant ship. No wonder you could defeat Owen. It seems the awakened fruit is your crutch. Unfortunately, I have been awakened for a longer time and am stronger than you. Tesalo raises both hands, and the golden giant proudly spreads its arms. In the distance, the sinking golden city erupts with thousands of golden fountains, all hurtling toward him. That's so? Whether my fruit is awakened or not is irrelevant. What matters is that defeating you is sufficient. Moro understands that Owen was defeated by speed, healing ability, and the rapid loss of vitality after the reversal of strengths. Tesalo clearly does not have such issues. He hides within the golden giant, fighting in a manner reminiscent of piloting a mech, achieving utmost defense, and will not easily be influenced by Moro. 1 fruit awakened, 1 vitality bestowed. Without the awakening of the fruit, Moro still cannot directly control Tesalo's awakened state. However, he sees the vitality of Oan, Bakura, Deus, and others on the basis of their revival. His own vitality and dual-colored Haki have undergone both quantitative and qualitative transformations, allowing him to be truly fearless against Tesalo. What remains? Moro turns to look, and the ship is left with mere wood and steel he believes that is sufficient. Revive. Moro's vitality slowly merges into these materials, and in an instant, they begin to dance, forming a massive mech around his body. Before him stands an even taller alloy giant. Ha! Do you think such a clumsy imitation can defeat me? Dream on. I shall make you understand that gold and your impurities exist on entirely different levels. Tesalo's golden giant towers 10 times over Moro's mech, enhanced by the golden giant ship and the remnants of the golden city. In a certain sense, his power indeed possesses overwhelming superiority. Has the fruit awakened? This is quite troublesome. The ghost spider exhales smoke rings in displeasure. It seems he is stronger than before. Can Moro handle this? The dormouse feels ashamed. He is already injured. Hopefully, they can hold on until Kazuru concludes the battle. Fire Mountain has little faith in Moro's strength. Moreover, the combined attack of the 5 of them, along with the warship's firepower, has only managed to exhaust a significant amount of Tezulo's stamina. Yet this fellow always hides within the Golden Giant's body. And their multiple attempts to breach his defenses have been thwarted by the golden barriers manipulated by Tezulo after his fruit awakened. Now, with full firepower, he is even stronger than before, in their eyes. To achieve victory, they must endure until Kazuru obliterates the massive warship. Despite this fellow's thick defenses and abundant vitality, it would not be difficult for Kazuru to defeat him. 5 punches. Just 5 punches. Moro commands his mech to deliver a frontal strike. What? Are you also waiting for Kazuru to make a move? Coward. Tezulo mocks with laughter. No. I mean, I will definitely defeat you within 5 punches. But you have already thrown 1 punch, which had no effect. Tezulo laughs heartily. His alloy giant dwarfs Moro's meager metallic fists tenfold. The initial punch was shattered to pieces, and in his eyes, Moro has no chance of victory. Is that so? I still have a second punch. The next moment, Moro's mech strikes again, merging life force into the blow. This time, Tezulo easily blocks it, even beginning to retaliate, attempting to dismantle Moro's mech with bare hands. The second punch is also thwarted. Tezulo seemingly envisions the moment of Moro's despair upon defeat. The third punch. Suddenly, a voice resonates above him, and the Golden Giant's crown is shattered by a single punch from the youth. At this moment, Moro's posture resembles that of Karp during the Marineford War, when he struck the immortal phoenix Marco down, infusing the power of love, which is his own will, after so much time. I finally realized that Karp's justice is the justice of love. This fellow turns out to be excessively romantic. Moro's fist is enveloped in layers of faint red Haki. This resembles the technique of flowing cherry. If one must name it, it would be Karp's iron fist of love, expressing his own justice, feelings, and will, merging them into his fist, achieving the technique of striking from afar and damaging internally. Did you think only fruits could awaken? Haki can too. Moro, as Karp's foremost disciple, has been struck by the iron fist countless times. From the day he became his student, every punch he has thrown has been a lesson in comprehending its essence. After mastering armament Haki, he has never been careless. Through the Marineford War, with Diamond Jozu, Whitebeard Newgate, and Champion Bias, he gradually honed his armament Haki to a hardened state. Orange Soda Island, the Violent Bear, the Golden City, Bakara, Deus, Owen, have all pushed Moro's armament Haki to continuous breakthroughs. Finally, at this moment, he has infused his supreme justice and love into his iron fist. Originating from Karp's lineage, it is not the pink of flowing cherry, but rather the faint red Haki, symbolizing love and supreme justice. Seizing the opportunity from the second punch of his mech, Moro has already evaded Tezulo's observation range. The first punch caught him off guard. The second punch was meant to distract. The third punch strikes from behind his head. So what? This is all gold, my absolute domain. You will undoubtedly perish here. Tezulo turns around, and Moro locks eyes with him. Do I still have 2 punches left? Moro responds with a question that misses the point, as faint red armament Haki continues to flow from his fists, signifying the advanced awakening of his armament Haki. I am the Golden Emperor. I am a god. I want you to die. Tezulo, clad in a pink suit with a thick layer of gold dust on his sunglasses, steps into the cockpit, and with a right fist covered in gold, he strikes toward Moro's face. Golden Bomb. In this fleeting moment, the gold melted instantaneously, and the might of the armament Haki surged forth, propelling the molten gold like cannon fire, unleashing a barrage of high-speed alloy shards. Explosive shockwaves and searing heat waves that followed suit. Moro paid little heed to these superficial displays. He focused solely on relentlessly launching his fists, determined to endure any damage inflicted upon him, be it Haki, heat waves, or shock waves. The moment their fists collided, Tezulo experienced unprecedented agony. His fists were suppressed before Moro, their armament Haki operating on entirely different levels. Having undergone a fierce battle with Erwin, Moro had not only grown stronger through the energy feedback from the Devil Fruit, but had also adapted to greater heat. Thus, the heat waves and shock waves from this golden explosion seemed trivial in his eyes. The damage from the gold shards paled in comparison to the slashes of swordsmanship masters, for Tezulo's armament Haki. While formidable, it appeared lacking in the face of Karp's righteous iron fist. Damn it, your Haki is stronger than mine. Taizolo retracted his fist, realizing that Moro's advantage lay in close combat, given the parity in Haki. He resolved to maintain his distance. Armament Haki was but one aspect. Strength, speed, and endurance were equally vital, and no matter how potent the Haki, without the suppression of strength, one could be pummeled into the ground. Without absolute speed, one could not evade the enemy's assaults. Moro rubbed his fist, having just unleashed his fourth strike. He had one final opportunity remaining. Is that so? How impressive. Unfortunately, my fruit's ability surpasses yours by leaps and bounds. Golden Fountain. With a flourish, the golden giant expanded, transforming into countless golden fountains, showering the area with a cascade of golden dust. A new golden giant silently coalesced before Moro, due to the substantial amount of gold consumed to evade Moro and create new battle gold. The golden giant had reverted to its original size. Ha! Back to square one. Yet this is my realm of gold. How can you hope to triumph? Taizolo once more found himself within the cranium of the golden giant. The colossal golden fist tore through the air. Golden inferno. At this moment, the molten gold unleashed its full potential. The force of the shockwave was incomparable to that of the golden explosion, creating a chasm of difference that enveloped the entire battlefield. Stirring the seas into tumultuous waves, golden light blazed, blinding everything in its wake. Moro. Everything seemed to freeze. He refrained from striking, for his newfound power was insufficient to swiftly vanquish Taizolo. He had to wait. To bide his time for an absolute opportunity, the shockwave's strength erupted upon him, causing his insides to tremble. Indeed, if one possessed sufficient power, one could harm their adversary, and Taizolo's adversary was none other than Moro. Where's your fifth punch? Where is it? Taizolo roared. Come at me, strike me. The force unleashed by his punch embodied the entirety of the golden giant's strength. Tio advanced further. He must dominate the golden realm beneath his feet. However, it appeared that Moro had been left with no chances. Under the overwhelming force of the shockwave and molten gold, Moro was sent flying. Weaklings always tend to exaggerate. Taizolo grinned, confident of his impending victory. Defeated, Wusong gripped his long knife, prepared to continue fighting. Even though Moro had inherited Karp's legacy, his strength and foundation were still lacking. The demon spider was self-aware. Moro's earlier punch that shattered the golden giant's ceiling was indeed formidable. The Golden Emperor was a ruler in the New World, a presence ranked highly beneath the four emperors. Yet Moro was still considerably inferior. The smoke from the cigarette held in the mouth of the fiery mountain continued to waft. As Moro was sent flying, he swiftly found a landing spot, albeit forced, providing him with a brief moment to recover. It hurts. What is this? The voice of Saint Juan reached him, sounding quite weary. Kazara stood upon Saint Juan's back, gazing at Moro. Are you all right? Your earlier momentum was quite impressive. I'm fine. Has Saint Juan been defeated? Moro rose, feeling the aches in his waist, and backed. He too was on the back of Saint Juan, whose massive battleship form had collapsed into the sea, murmuring softly as the members of the Blackbeard pirates, once reliant on him, were swallowed by the ocean. There's still a breath left. That guy Taizolo remains audacious. Kazura looked towards Taizolo, appearing rather indifferent to him. The Golden Emperor Taizolo was not much of a concern, merely a nuisance. He glanced at his watch, noting the time. It signaled the end of his shift. For a moment, Kazara hesitated. You just mentioned a fifth punch? Just a moment, Moro nodded. All right. Kazura stood still atop Saint Juan's back, quietly observing the unfolding scene. The 5 elite vice admirals of the Navy headquarters had once again drawn their swords. Realizing that Kazuru had dealt with Taizolo, the next target was he, and with no desire to continue fighting, he desperately sought an escape. Taizolo would never have anticipated that Kazuru was merely watching the scene unfold. Life chain. Moro seized the opportunity, extending his hands, manifesting the life chain upon Saint Juan's back. Unexpectedly, this fellow's vitality was remarkably robust. Even with only a final breath remaining, he still possessed such vitality. More importantly, the terrifying power contained within him was staggering. Your vitality is now mine. Before Moro's words could settle, Saint Juan let out another wail. He had already sustained significant injuries from Kazuru's assault. If he continued to fight, he would surely perish. However, lying still offered a slim chance for recovery. Little did he expect Moro to exploit this vulnerability, seizing his life in his moment of weakness. My strength is waning. Saint Juan felt sharp pricks along his back. as his entire strength ebbed away, flowing into those very pricks. Moments later, Moro inhaled deeply. He appeared as though nothing had transpired. All his injuries had healed completely, and he had grown slightly taller, with a swift motion. He retracted the life chain in his hands and glanced once more towards Taizolo, who had regained the upper hand, ready to escape from the gaps between the Navy's warships. Moonwalk. Oh dear, how terrifying. Kizuru hovered in midair, casting a glance at the bones gradually sinking to the seabed, then back at Moro. After Moro had siphoned all of Saint Juan's life force, the latter had become a mere skeleton. A hollow frame, and it seemed the Sea Kings would hardly find any flesh to consume. The colossal battleship ultimately sank into the depths of the sea. Taizolo, Moro, employing the moonwalk, set his sights on the Golden Emperor about to escape. You have one punch left. Taizolo gazed at Moro, who appeared smaller than the palm of his golden giant, gathering his strength for a decisive strike. This blow will end everything. What does it matter if your Haki awakens? You shall still fall by my hand. A defeat once invites another. The vanquished shall forever be trodden beneath the feet of the victors. Such is the rule of the world. I am the Golden Emperor, the king of the underground world, the deity of this realm. Taizolo had succumbed to madness. He had lost far too much in this battle. His painstakingly built golden city, his subordinates, his royal identity, and his wealth, all were at stake. Yet, as long as he lived, he could forge a new golden city, recruit new subordinates, and amass even more gold and belly to placate the celestial dragons, thereby reclaiming his royal status and joining the World Conference. Yes, as long as he lived, everything could be regained. Taizolo frantically reassured himself that he must break free. You are a god. Marolo lowered his head and looked down at him disdainfully, saying, What kind of deity are you? His fists flowed with a faint crimson hue of Haki, and chains coalesced in his palms, entwining around the hardened fists imbued with armament Haki. Marolo erupted with an unprecedented aura. What you rely on. Follow, and kneel to are precisely those you once despised the most. They took away your dearest loved one, and even until your beloved's death, you never saw them again. Why? Because in that place, you were a slave, unworthy even to raise your head. After escaping, you chose not to confront these wretches, nor did you forge a path like those of Dragon, Tiger, or the Dark King Rayleigh. Instead, you knelt before them. I dare say, if Stella were still alive, she would surely find your current self utterly repugnant. Golden Emperor, do you still believe you are worthy of the name Taizolo? Do you still harbor dreams of becoming a god? Does becoming the very person you once loathed fill you with delight? Marolo remained high and mighty, continually gathering power into his fists, his feet rhythmically stepping in the moonwalk to build speed for that final strike, ensuring an absolute burst of power. How do you know, Stella? Who are you? Really, Taizolo was also preparing for his ultimate blow. After all, if even the Golden Inferno could not vanquish Marolo, he would have no choice but to resort to that one move. Stella? Mere hearsay. Marolo knew full well that such narrative matters could not be divulged to him. He simply felt disgusted by the Golden Emperor's self-forgetfulness, still wishing to kneel before his foes. That you're talking nonsense. That name belongs only to me. She died in the slave auction, did not tread the Red Earth Road, did not become a slave like me. No. You lie. You cannot possibly know this. The Golden Emperor was vehemently denying everything. He could never accept that Stella had died, nor could he dare to believe in his own memories. That's so? Then do you still fantasize that upon your escape, you can exchange gold and berries for your former identity? What a dream, Golden Emperor. You possess 20% of the world's berries, and your gold is immeasurable. You truly believe they wish for your survival? Marolo saw through Taizolo's delusions at a glance. With the celestial dragons dead in Golden City, how could Taizolo possibly continue to live? You lie. As long as there are berries and gold, one can possess everything. Taizolo's face twisted with rage, his arms outstretched. Within the realm of gold, he gathered all the gold from Golden City and the Golden Gigant, due to the fact that the gold he transformed using his powers would immediately lose its effect upon contact with seawater. The gold beneath this realm was his true gold. In other words, the gold he appeared to control was all a facade. Just as his powers allowed him to manipulate gold, the gold he could produce would fail upon contact with seawater. Falsehoods cannot become truths. Is that so? You are still deceiving yourself. Do you not yet understand that all you have lost is not due to a lack of berries, but because of those you despise? Those gods, you, a mere fledgling, truly believe yourself to be righteous? Do you dare to lecture me? You understand nothing and have never witnessed the brutality of this sea, which allows you to speak so brazenly. The gold around Teselos surged continuously. Thousands of golden pillars coalesced into cannon-like projectiles. This was his full-powered strike, unleashed by amplifying all of his strength in the awakened state of his fruit. Once released, it would simultaneously strike, obliterating the enemy. Even an island could be reduced to rubble under such frenzied assault. Golden divine punishment. Divine punishment at a divine punishment wrought from gold. Moro coldly gazed upon this scene. Teselos was still deceiving himself. His golden divine fire, golden inferno, and golden divine punishment seemed to proclaim that he was the god of gold, wielding divine fire, punishment, and sin, truly self-deceiving. What if there were no gold? Would he still be a god? The celestial dragons remained celestial dragons. Moro beheld the frenzied Teselos. He saw countless wretched figures, the past of a strong man, whether it be from radiance to darkness, from relentless advance to stagnation, or from flourishing to utter desolation. Iron Fist. The simple two words encapsulated all that he possessed. No gold, no power, no ancient weapon. All he had were these two fists that in that moment. He seemed to see the silhouette of Karp, advancing fearlessly in the face of despair. With a swift motion, Moro dodged the golden assault and once again evaded with incredible speed. Teselos' golden divine punishment was too dense. To merely think of evasion would spell certain death for him, with his current observation Haki and speed falling short, unless he faced the challenge head-on. Bang! Moro retaliated with a punch, striking a golden pillar. Yet, as his fist descended, other golden pillars surged toward him as if driven mad. Bang! Moro understood that if he attempted to evade the others, he would only exhaust his stamina, ultimately being struck by one of the attacks, leaving him no chance to retaliate. With armament Haki, yet lacking power was still futile. With observation Haki, but unable to match speed was equally useless. It was precisely this understanding that propelled Moro forward without hesitation. He focused on the point he aimed to strike, allowing the other golden pillars to assault him from behind, the overwhelming force causing his body to tremble. The energy feedback from the paramecia fruit was lagging behind. These golden pillars seemed to manifest as thunder descending from the earth, and the golden giant, in a wonder Teselos referred to it as divine punishment. According to the lore, the awakening of a devil fruit signifies that the user has aligned with the will of the demon's soul within the fruit, allowing them to unleash the true power of the devil fruit, known as awakening. However, this statement originated from Kaido, who consumed a Zoan-type fruit. Moro was unaware if this concept applied to Teselos' paramecia-type fruit. Yet, the fact that his fruit could awaken indicated that he was wholly consumed by the pursuit of wealth and gold, having developed it to its utmost limit. Should he fail to seize even a single opportunity to strike back, he would gradually lose all advantages amidst such frenzied attacks. Bang! 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 Morolo's fists continued to strike, blood spewing from his mouth. The healing speed, the energy feedback from the paramecia fruit, could not keep pace with Teselos' assault. He could only fixate on the relentless barrage of golden pillars before him. Puffed! With a spurt of blood, Moro gritted his teeth and unleashed this final punch, finally appearing before the golden giant. Break! Crack! The head of the golden giant shattered under Morolo's assault against the alloy pillar. Despite his fists being enveloped in armament Haki and entwined with the life chains, they still dripped with blood. After the shattering, the golden emperor Teselos stood alone before Moro, forced to block with his fists. Yet, those bloodied fists continued unabated. One punch sent him flying from the golden giant's skull, crashing down onto the deck of the warship with a thunderous impact. Life chains. Moro landed. His injuries were nearing their limit, blood oozing from various wounds. Why do you insist on obstructing my path? Teselos lay sprawled on the deck, reduced to his last breath. I told you. My final punch will defeat you. Leaning against the railing, Moro grasped the life chains extending from the golden emperor. The moment the chains connected, the vitality contained within surged forth. Humph, fool, the more you stubbornly cling to something, the more despair you will feel in your ultimate loss. After I die, I will watch you despair from above. Teselos mocked with a smile. Oh, is that so? You plan to ascend to the heavens? Then perhaps take a look if Stella is up there. To be honest, while you are detestable, Stella should deserve to be there. Moro tilted his head with a smile. Will Stella be in the heavens? Isn't that where the gods reside? Tesla seemed to be jolted, a sense of sobering realization washing over him. This was something he could not even dare to contemplate in death. Gods, if I were as despicable as you, I would consign them to hell, but I am unfamiliar with the rules over there. Perhaps you should investigate for yourself. Moro jested, his battered body gradually recovering. Ha, a madman. Do you wish to commit divine murder? That would indeed be splendid. Alas, I have never had such fortune. Tesla's gaze dimmed gradually. He continued to stare at the sky until his pupils dilated, as if transported back to that summer when he was 19. Confined within the slave cage, as he looked up, the sunlight struck him, revealing the smiling face of Stella. Murky tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. He died with his eyes wide open. Vitality surged within him like a mighty river. Each time Moro siphoned life force, it was at the enemy's most vulnerable moment. Yet, that life force remained formidable, which defied logic. Moro suspected that the final life force he had claimed contained the essence of its owner. Much like the soul fruit, he had seized the remnants of this person's life, hence the abundance of vitality. The devil fruits truly defy scientific explanation. Moro rose to his feet, his complexion improving, and soon, even his injuries were entirely healed, leaving only the hollow shell of the Golden Emperor Tesla. God, if such a being truly exists, as long as it does not act benevolently, I too would clench my fists. He remarked, casting a glance at the corpse of the Golden Emperor. He traversed the deck, arriving at the cabin that overlooked the distance. The entire Golden City had sunk to the seabed. It was said that a certain fish, with a head resembling a lantern, feasted upon gold. Who knows how long it would take to devour the Golden City? Moro, the youth is indeed formidable, truly terrifying, said the yellow ape, hands in pockets, descending from the sky. The surrounding Marines appeared bewildered. They had not anticipated Moro's strength to reach such heights, having vanquished Big Mom's fourth son Owen and the Golden Emperor Tesla. This remarkable achievement could certainly warrant extensive discussion. More importantly, at this moment, numerous prominent figures from the New World who had escaped the Golden City bore witness to this battle. That it would not be long before Moro's name resonated throughout the New World. Finished for the day? Then I must indulge in a midnight snack. Moro leaned against the window, uttering languidly, eliciting a smile from the yellow ape. One by one, warships departed from the site of the Golden City, among which the most ordinary vessel bore the victorious Moro. After enjoying his late-night meal, the Marines stood by, awaiting his command. The New World was teeming with powerful figures, despite their desperate efforts to grow stronger. They found it challenging to catch up in such a short span of time. Otherwise, Moro would not have remained behind alone. Major Moro, while you were engaged in battle, a fellow named Riai's left you a letter. A Marine with a bushy beard delivered the envelope, which Moro promptly opened to read. He was already aware of the likely content of Riai's message. Moro, should the need arise, my GM forces will certainly lend their assistance. That is entirely unnecessary, Moro replied with a smile. Each had their own path. The Navy dealt with pirates, while the GM forces contended with the world government. Unless it came to the final showdown against the celestial dragons, there was no need for collaboration. They should each follow their own course. Gurgle, gurgle. The transponder snail rang, resembling Moro in appearance, with glossy black hair and a perpetual grin. Moro, this is the Navy headquarters. I am Moro. What mission do you have for me? Moro understood that this battle would undoubtedly attract a considerable amount of animosity towards him. The headquarters had deliberated and approved your proposal to establish a Navy branch on Orange Soda Island. A substantial amount of supplies and 3 warships have already been dispatched. Your achievements in tonight's battle have been fully accounted for. You unveiled the true face of the Golden Emperor while defeating the pirate Owen, previously annihilating the violent bear pirates in one fell swoop. For this, you will be promoted to the rank of Elite Rear Admiral, tasked with ensuring safety from Pound Island, Raijin Island, and Dress Rosa. Recent battles are anticipated to occur on Pound Island, necessitating your presence to maintain order post-construction of the base. The voice on the other end was not that of Sengoku, which puzzled Moro. This evening, during his farewell, the yellow ape's demeanor seemed rather somber. Under such circumstances, only one possibility remained. According to the timeline, it should have been after the conclusion of the Marineford War, when Akainu and Akiji battled for the position of Fleet Admiral for 10 days and nights on Pound Island, ultimately transforming it into Ice Fire Island. Subsequently, The world conscription arose to fill the gaps. Akainu, the newly appointed Fleet Admiral, relocated the headquarters from the Grand Line to the New World, confronting the four emperors directly. Shortly thereafter, just a year before the Straw Hat Crew's reunion, remnants of the Whitebeard pirates clashed with the thriving Blackbeard pirates in a decisive battle, culminating in a devastating defeat. Therefore, if the headquarters was now asking him to maintain order on Pound Island, it indicated that the decisive battle between Akainu and Akiji was imminent. Understood, I will maintain order, Moro replied. For him, establishing the Navy branch base held even greater significance than this. The establishment of a branch meant he could roam freely within the New World. Unless on a mission, no one could restrain him. Major Moro, you are aware that at the conclusion of the Marineford War, the former Fleet Admiral Sengoku issued a bounty for the notorious criminal Barrett. Among others, some of whom are quite troublesome. The progeny of demons, Barrett had appeared in the New World, seemingly preparing for significant actions, while former warlords of the sea, Crocodile and Moria, were also in the process of establishing their new factions. Moro's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting I apprehend Barrett? Do you have his recent location? No, that is not our point. What we mean to convey is that you must exercise caution in your actions. The New World has plunged into unprecedented chaos. I shall, Moro replied, appearing somewhat displeased, and decisively hung up the transponder snail. He had anticipated that the battle at the Golden City would not only validate his strength and facilitate the establishment of the branch base, but also reveal his propensity for attracting trouble to the headquarters. Morning dawned. The warship passed by Dress Rosa, and Moro ascended the deck to gaze upon the island. The next time he came, he would surely capture the night demon Don Quixote Doflamingo as well. He had a keen intuition that, at this very moment, those eyes were undoubtedly fixed upon him. The following noon, as the warship docked at the port of Orange Soda Island, 3 Navy warships were already anchored there. With hundreds of Marines actively constructing a new naval base, Moro disembarked, and immediately someone approached to report to him that at a glance, it was a tall woman with a long sword at her waist. Her stature was formidable, seemingly on par with Moro. It should be noted that following the battle at the Golden City, after siphoning the life force of Owen, St. Juan, and Tezelo, Moro had grown once more. Originally taller than the average person, standing at 2 meters, he had now reached an impressive height of 2 meters and 50 centimeters. However, he still had some distance to cover before reaching the 3-meter height of a Navy admiral. Nevertheless, the woman before him was equally tall and well-proportioned. Her sword, the renowned Kineman, at her waist. I am Peach Rabbit, an elite rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, recently reassigned here after the Marineford War. I had long been maintaining order in the New World prior to this. Peach Rabbit, you have made an appearance so soon? Is the world conscription not in effect yet? Moro appeared bewildered. Moreover, he was neither Sengoku nor Karp. So how could his deputy also hold the rank of elite rear admiral? Do not misunderstand. Pirates frequently appear in this vicinity, and given its proximity to Fishman Island, along with the need to maintain order on Pound Island, I have been temporarily assigned to assist you. Peach Rabbit's implication was that they needed to maintain balance concerning the affairs of Pound Island. Misunderstand what? My character is destined to be devoid of a female lead. How could there be any misunderstanding? Moro waved his hand dismissively, politely greeting her before striding towards the town. Truly as peculiar as the rumors suggest. Regarding Moro's strength, Peach Rabbit refrains from making any comments. The battle at Golden City has already become known at the Navy headquarters and has now stirred up a tremendous uproar in the New World. What piques Peach Rabbit's curiosity are merely the townsfolk. They joyfully venture out early in the morning, their baskets brimming with oranges and soda. As they distribute them to the sailors, they eagerly inquire if Moro has returned. Why does this seemingly perpetually grinning fellow enjoy such popularity among the common people? Peach Rabbit gazes at the street, where townspeople have even begun to weep, as Moro munches on an orange, engaging in cheerful banter with them. Occasionally, he waves his hands, oblivious to what he is saying. Can a Navy base be established here and be maintained? Peach Rabbit is more concerned than ever. She possesses considerable strength, and Moro is no weakling either, yet the nearby punk hazard has long been shrouded in toxic gas due to Caesar's experiments 4 years prior. And only recently has it begun to dissipate, soon to become a battleground. As for Raijin Island, it is simply inhospitable for human existence. Dress Rosa is the domain of Don Quixote Doflamingo, whose public persona is that of a warlord of the sea and a king. It can be said that Orange Soda Island is merely a button in the vicinity. Now, however, it has been seized by Moro. And how could the prominent figures of the New World easily overlook this? What is troubling her? Should she indulge in tea over rice? Moro has even begun to eat heartily. This scene leaves Peach Rabbit feeling quite helpless. It seems she has encountered a rather incompetent colleague. The formidable four emperors and the intricate dynamics of the New World, which she perceives as requiring immense effort, are, for Moro, overshadowed by the simplicity of an orange and a bottle of soda. Eat tea over rice. Peach Rabbit cannot refuse. New World, Whole Cake Island. What? Owen is dead. Who is Moro? Does this little brat truly believe himself to be Karp or Sengoku? I am one of the four emperors. Does he not understand the consequences of provoking me? Big Mom will find it increasingly difficult to savor the finest baked goods. The fury within her is enough to incinerate Whole Cake Island. Cracker, Parasparrow, I command you to raze Orange Soda Island to the ground, leaving not a single trace. At your command, Mama. At your command, Mama. One of the sweet commanders, Cracker, and her eldest son, Parasparrow, how could they possibly refuse Big Mom's orders? Mama, Orange Soda Island has established a new Navy base, and with Peach Rabbit's support, I wish to take action to avenge Owen. That a towering figure emerges from the shadows, none other than the undefeated legend of the Big Mom Pirates. The foreseeing sweet commander, Katakuri, Akainu and Akiji will soon engage in battle at Punk Hazard, which means a significant number of Navy personnel will gather in that vicinity. Your task is to obstruct all Navy involvement in this matter. Mama, 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 I want Moro to vanish without a trace. Big Mom's piercing voice resounds, leaving only Katakuri standing firm. A great battle. The intelligence network of the four emperors spans the New World, and it is surprising that even Akainu and Akiji's impending clash is already common knowledge. However, anyone daring to intervene would essentially be courting their own demise. They could easily find themselves besieged by the two combatants, unable to escape. Dress Rosa, Royal Palace. Don Quixote Doflamingo leans against the window, gazing at the spilled red wine in his glass. He calmly swirls the wine, quietly observing the distance. Young master, the berries and gold we had stored with Tesalo have sunk to the seabed, all thanks to Moro. Moro, he has not only provoked us. Which ruler of the underworld is not connected to Tesalo? Even those pleasure-seeking madmen have suffered considerable losses as a result. How exhilarating! This fool's reckless actions have shattered a crucial button in the New World. Consequently, the number of individuals eager to eliminate him will be countless. Fufufu. Doflamingo places a hand on his forehead and bursts into laughter. Unfortunately, the rulers of the New World cannot find anything to laugh about at this moment. Morgans, the news king, frantically prints newspapers, intent on making Moro's good deeds known to the world. The Queen of Sweet City, Stussy, whose true identity is CP0, is currently troubled about how to deploy personnel to surround Moro. Feld is lamenting over his financial losses, his slicked back hair reflecting his discontent. The shipping king, Omid, picks up a photo of Moro and tosses a handful of gold, signaling his subordinates to hire assassins. The warehouse king, Giberson, is half happy, half worried. While Tesalo has a treasure trove of goods with him, a significant portion of his gold remains with Tesalo. The Grim Reaper, Piekro, as the foremost assassin of the Dark World, has just received a commission from Umit to eliminate Moro. These six, who once co-governed the Dark World alongside the Night Demon Doflamingo and the Golden Emperor Tesalo, now find themselves in a precarious situation due to the absence of the crucial Golden Emperor. Each feeling a pang of loss. Bang! Blackbeard slams the pirate before him to the ground, shaking the entire island. Huh? Has San Juan fallen? This fellow named Moro is truly insufferable. It seems time to give him something to hate. Teach turns to Abelo Pizarro and the Hunter of the Moon, Katarina Devon, A.S. notorious villains once imprisoned in level 6 of Impel Down. Their hands are already stained with countless bloodshed. Upon hearing Teach's words, a murderous intent arises within them. Leave Moro to me, Katarina declares, hands on her hips and laughing. Is that so? Then I shall take care of that fool San Juan. Pizarro growls, his claws poised as if he already has Moro in his grasp. Orange Soda Island. Moro yawns and stretches, feeling that it is yet another splendid day. Ever since he seized the life force of the Golden Emperor, Moro estimates that his strength is now equivalent to that of 2 emperors. His mastery of armament Haki is well established, imbued with the will of supreme justice, and blessed with the love of Garp's iron fists. Possessing the skills of flowing cherry blossom, he has also awakened to advanced armament Haki. His observation Haki has evolved significantly following this battle, drawing upon the vast life force he has acquired in his own combat experiences, allowing him to master and transform his abilities step by step. However, there is something unique about Moro's observation Haki. It not only perceives the number, strength, and attack direction of enemies, but also seems to sense the emotions of others. Frequently, he inadvertently picks up on the joys and sorrows of those around him. Dismissing any doubts, Moro bites into a piece of bread and steps out of the cafeteria. Looking around, the new Navy base has been erected, an elite vice admiral appointed to this post. Moro is now responsible for the safety of this region. At last, he has a small haven to retreat to after the bloodshed. Moro. Peach Rabbit rushes over, appearing before him with a serious expression. The headquarters has issued orders. A great battle is about to erupt at Punk Hazard to prevent outside interference. We will head to the nearby seas to maintain order. Peach Rabbit approaches with her sword drawn. Yet Moro lifts his gaze toward the other side of the sea. He senses a potent aura of hatred and murderous intent. The unique trait of his observation Haki lies in its extensive range. Enemies are approaching. Moro gazes in the direction he perceives. From such a distance, only a sniper-like observation Haki could detect such things. How could you? Peach Rabbit's observation Haki is formidable, but in the absence of any visible ships. How could she possibly sense anything? Yes, they are getting closer. I cannot leave this place. Moro's gaze is resolute, compelling even Peach Rabbit to glance toward the horizon. Finally, 3 colossal pirate ships emerge into view. Still far off, but adorned with a striking pirate flag, the Big Mom Pirates. Gurgle, gurgle, the phone bug rang. The moment Peach Rabbit picked it up, she heard the anxious voice from headquarters. The battle between Admiral Akiji and Admiral Akainu has commenced. Our intelligence confirms that the sweet commanders Charlotte Kakuri and Perispero of the Big Mom Pirates are about to arrive at Orange Soda Island. If we cannot hold the fort, we must evacuate the islanders as much as possible. Unfortunately, we are unable to provide you with support at this time, as the Commander-in-Chief Kakuri has blocked the route from Punk Hazard to Orange Soda Island. On one side are Katakuri and Perispero, while on the other stands an unyielding wall. Is there truly no escape? This situation arises precisely when headquarters must attend to the Admiral's battle. It is evident that the Big Mom Pirates have made thorough preparations. Moro glanced at the 3 pirate ships and grinned. It seems we can no longer maintain order. You take the islanders to the waters near Thunder God Island. I will carve a path through Katakuri. Are you stronger than I? Peach Rabbit shot Moro a glance, her sword drawn with undeniable ferocity. Let us fight. The conflict between Akiji and Akainu is inevitable. Their sense of justice differs from ours, and a clash must occur, especially with Admiral Kizura present. Our task is to break free from Katakuri's grasp before we are ensnared. Peach Rabbit's murderous intent appeared even more potent than Moro's. She was genuinely determined to eliminate all who approached. After all, the world conscription is approaching, and although Peach Rabbit may not match Fujitora, Green Bull, and Chopper, she is still a formidable contender. It is not just Katakuri. Even he would find her blade formidable. Moro, endowed with the strength of 2 emperors, naturally surpasses the elite vice admirals at headquarters, excluding figures like Garp and Sengoku. However, sending him to confront an admiral now would be sheer folly. Peach Rabbit possesses the strength to engage in battle, capable of overpowering those elite vice admirals and becoming a candidate for admiral herself. Yet, the world conscription has not yet begun, and neither Peach Rabbit nor Moro has truly emerged as a guardian of their domain. They must ensure the islanders retreat to the base while the Marines handle fire support. Moro concentrated his Haki, sensing the armed Haki within him. Peach Rabbit felt reassured. It seems this lad did indeed defeat the Golden Emperor. Peach Rabbit mused, considering Moro's extraordinary observation Haki from such a distance and his formidable armed Haki. If his physique and speed could match, he would truly stand alone. Is there anyone else? Suddenly, a statement from Moro left Peach Rabbit in shock. How did he perceive that? Soon, 3 massive pirate ships appeared on the distant horizon, flying the flag of the Blackbeard Pirates. Each side had dispatched 2 formidable officers. Should they falter, it would undoubtedly be a severe blow. The status of Katakuri and Perispero within the Big Mom crew does not need elaboration. Pizarro, 2 years hence, will be the captain of the 4th ship of the Blackbeard Pirates, while the captain of the 1st ship is Burgess. who is somewhat of an imposter. Therefore, Pizarro should correspond to the position of Leto within the red-haired pirates. Katarina, as the captain of the sixth ship, holds a status and strength comparable to Perospero. After all, Snag has yet to be defeated by the strange monk Haki, meaning the Big Mom pirates still possess their suite for commanders. Following them is the first son, Perospero, corresponding to Katarina after excluding Burgess. This battle signifies from the outset that the high-level combatants of two pirate crews are about to engage. Each side boasts 3 pirate ships, each manned by over 1,000 crew members. In contrast, Moro's side consists of 4 Navy warships, with personnel numbers being roughly comparable, though the number of warships is half that of the pirate ships that in terms of high-level combatants. Moro and Peach Rabbit will each face 2 opponents. Am I merely waiting for a rabbit to fall into my lap? Moro resolved to engage, intending to convert these pirates into sustenance. Which side will you confront? As the 4 warships set sail from the harbor, Peach Rabbit turned to Moro. I wonder if Katarina has consumed a devil fruit. If she has, she might possess the mythical Zoan type, the nine-tailed fox, allowing her to transform into various forms. To be cautious. However, the time has not yet come, so she probably hasn't eaten one. Pizarro has a peculiar way of speaking, often ending his sentences with meow, and his body exhibits various feline characteristics with hair reminiscent of a lion. Despite his use of 3 cannons for attacks, he might well be a Zoan-type devil fruit user, possessing abilities akin to a lion, with remarkable vitality and explosive strength. Moro calmly assessed the battlefield situation. While you may be a target of pirate hatred, they likely remain unaware of how well you understand them. Since you are so familiar with them, I shall entrust the Blackbeard pirates to you. Peach Rabbit assumed that was Moro's intention. No, I mean, be cautious when dealing with them. I will confront the Big Mom pirates, for Katakuri is particularly cunning. So you were warning me. Peach Rabbit smiled, having encountered countless strong adversaries in the New World over the years. She knew these 2 were not as unfamiliar to her as they appeared after being imprisoned and impelled down for so long. However, intelligence is of utmost importance in battle, especially regarding the abilities of devil fruit users. Their myriad strange powers can become exceedingly troublesome without prior knowledge. It is not about that. I merely wish to minimize casualties. Too many lives were lost in the Marineford War, were they not? The moment Moro's words fell, he stepped onto the moonwalk. Life chains, reap. The pirate ships of the Big Mom crew appeared to be laughing foolishly, seemingly infused with souls. The last time he encountered Owen, due to Saint Juan's involvement, he sank the pirate ship outright. Moro had not attempted to drain vitality then. This time, seeing the 3 pirate ships, how could he let such an opportunity slip? As he made his move, green life chains materialized on each of the 3 pirate ships. They swayed incessantly yet refused to extend outward. What is he doing? Katakuri inquired, looking rather grotesque. In truth, this was a biscuit soldier, and its true form was not visible to the naked eye. Moro's very presence here was because if Katakuri landed, his biscuit soldiers would soon spread across the island, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Perospero's candy abilities are far too effective against warships and islands. Success! Just as Moro stepped onto the pirate ship, the life chains finally connected. Though these creations born from the soul fruit may not match his strength, due to the capabilities of their user, he cannot extract vitality from a distance. He must do so up close. Conversely, with other pirates, he can draw out life chains even from afar. He will need to see if he can extract vitality from Katakuri's biscuit soldiers. Countless life chains extended from Moro, drawing the vitality of the pirate ships, homies, and the Big Mom pirates into chains. Anyone whose strength is weaker than his, or in a lesser state than Moro, can have their vitality extracted, just as Big Mom can utilize her soul fruit's ability to snatch the souls and lives of the fearful before her. Moro's life fruit is even more brutal. Wait, is a soul considered life? As Moro absorbed vitality from all directions, a sudden realization struck him. Why can the life fruit extract the seemingly soul-based homies? Do these creatures also count as life? Ha 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 ha. Did you kill Owen? Then I shall offer you as a blood sacrifice. Just as Moro pondered the connection between soul and life, the eldest son Perospero emitted his characteristic laughter, quietly appearing beside him. Life cannot exist without a soul. Otherwise, it is merely a shell, and the soul is merely a part of life. I understand now. Chains of life, woven around Moro, voraciously siphon vitality from all directions. This insatiable draw, stemming from the very essence of life, surpassed even the green bull in its swiftness of energy extraction. What nonsensical drivel are you uttering? Are you aware of the dire consequences of provoking the Big Mom pirates? Perospero snarled, his long tongue showing no signs of restraint. This incessant chatter had long been his hallmark. Once he began, he would drone on endlessly. They the candy minister. Perospero commanded a bounty of 700 million berries. Having grown up alongside Karakuri, Daifuku, and Oven, which rendered Moro a personal nemesis, the Big Mom pirates, merely a band of remnants from a bygone era. Even Whitebeard fell at Marineford. Do you truly believe Charlotte Linlin can endure much longer? The times have irrevocably changed. None can halt their progress, least of all you. Beneath Moro's feet lay a thick layer of candy, oozing forth with an unyielding grip that threatened to ensnare him. Oven had warned us before his demise that your abilities bore a striking resemblance to Mother S. Now it appears this power to extract life is indeed similar, albeit nothing more, Perospero arrogantly proclaimed. In the battle for Gold City, with Kizuru in play, Oven stood no chance of victory. But now, you stand before us. As he spoke, countless cookie soldiers emerged from another pirate ship. Clearly, after Moro had harvested the life force of those homies and ordinary pirates with his life chains. Cracker had produced a veritable army of cookie soldiers. Faced with the relentless tide of cookie soldiers, Moro attempted once more to seize vitality, only to find the life chains ineffective. These cookie soldiers required Gearforth to be defeated. And to truly vanquish them, one would need to soften them with water. In this regard, Cracker's strength was indeed monstrous. This fellow had seemingly exhausted all his potential in developing Busashoka Haki and the biscuit fruit. Countless formidable foes had fallen to Cracker on the seas, yet most were oblivious to his true form. Even the bounty posters depicted cookie soldiers. Are you resorting to a strategy of sheer numbers? As Moro found himself on the brink of encirclement by cookie soldiers, each sprouting multiple arms wielding swords, he marveled at their formidable defense and offense, having thwarted countless pirates. What absurdity is this? This is the new world, not a playground for you. If you're afraid, kneel down now. Perospero spread his arms wide, the candy enveloping the entire pirate ship, intent on rendering Moro immobile in the swiftest manner possible. Waves of candy, a torrent of syrupy confections surged forth, reminiscent of a swamp, threatening to ensnare Moro at his feet. That a moment's inattention could spell disaster. Clenching his fists tightly, with dark red beasts of Haki coursing through him, Moro unleashed a punch. The sound of shattering echoed as the candy waves collapsed in an instant. Strength is paramount. Such techniques are futile against me. In a flash, Moro vanished from his position, reappearing before Perospero. Candy Wall. This fiend had preemptively set up a defensive barrier, renowned for its resilience. Without Haki, one would require power akin to Whitebeard's to breach it. Fortunately, Moro not only possessed Busashoka Haki, but wielded an exceptionally potent version. Iron Fist. A crisp crack resounded as Moro struck Perospero, shattering the latter's candy armor. Damn it, how can your strength be so formidable? Perospero stared at Moro in disbelief, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His arrogance had led to his downfall. In a direct confrontation, he held no advantage against Moro. Your speed, strength, and Haki are inferior to mine. Is it not expected that I would dominate you? Moro's assault did not relent. He sought to strike Perospero once more. However, a sword slashed towards him from the side, forcing him to evade. Cookie soldiers had swarmed the pirate ship from all directions. Ha, your Busashoka Haki is indeed impressive. But here, countless cookie soldiers await the moment your Haki is depleted. Perospero sneered, as two cookie soldiers positioned themselves before him, obstructing Moro's advance in the battle for Gold City. As Moro awakened his advanced Busashoka Haki, he had grown significantly stronger, siphoning the life force of many powerful adversaries. This had granted him the capability to utterly suppress Perospero. Had it not been for Cracker's cookie soldiers, Moro likely would have claimed victory long ago. The cookie soldiers were not only numerous but remarkably resilient. Even when shattered, they could instantly regenerate. Luffy had defeated Cracker by softening him with Nami's rain, then consuming him, rendering him unable to reconstitute. Moro understood this as well, recognizing that as a user of abilities, he could not manipulate seawater at will. Presently, based on his Kenbunchika Haki, he discerned that no true Cracker resided among the cookie soldiers. The fury he sensed was solely Perospero's. The cookie soldiers were but merciless combat machines, obedient to Cracker's command, capable of discerning only the direction of attacks. The real Cracker was likely concealed aboard the ship at the rear. Cracker, born with a fear of pain, considered himself formidable, yet adhered to the belief that in this world, opponents existed that could never be vanquished, no matter how hard one tried. Thus, in battle, he shunned direct involvement, preferring to relish the suffering of his foes from the shadows. For Moro, Cracker's reluctance to engage personally was a boon, as it allowed him to truly confront Perospero. With a swift motion, Moro evaded a sword strike, only to be met by a fresh onslaught of cookie soldiers. As he continued to dodge, Perospero had retreated to the highest point of the pirate ship, surveying the scene from above. Candy bow. With a smile, Perospero conjured a longbow of candy, arrows forming at a breathtaking pace that he grinned, his gaze haughty as he looked down upon Moro. Ha ha ha, insolent brat, this shot will seal your fate. Reign of Oblivion, Perospero's trump card. This technique was fearsome in its power. A single arrow could injure even the most formidable chopper, and he harbored confidence that it could slay Marco the Phoenix when caught off guard. The true effectiveness remained a mystery, yet Moro had been anticipating this arrow. With a swift motion, a deluge of candy arrows rained down. Moro evaded the cookie soldier strikes with a single leap, causing the deck to ripple as though it were water, allowing him to dive beneath the surface. Nanny? Both Perospero and the cookie soldiers were taken aback. Moro had vanished. Damn it, this pirate ship is transforming into Moro's form. Perospero's Kinbunchika Haki had caught a glimmer of understanding. He now comprehended why Oven had remarked that Moro's abilities were akin to Big Mom's. Even the ship beneath him had fallen under Moro's control. Alas, he had realized this too late. Moro had boldly and openly appeared before Perospero. Initially, after harvesting the homies and enveloping the pirate ship's soul, he infused his own vitality within. He had long anticipated that Perospero would attempt to unleash the reign of Oblivion while he was preoccupied with the cookie soldiers. And this opportunity had allowed him to reappear before Perospero once more. Candy Minister, the land of Tado. It seems that old hag enjoys playing house. Iron Fist, Storm. Molo unleashed a powerful punch, the wind from his fist swirling around him like a tempest. Perospero once again concentrated his candy armor, yet it seemed he had forgotten that he had already sustained injuries from this very technique. To employ the same strategy against his adversary was a foolish endeavor. Advanced armament Haki surged into his body, inflicting internal injuries, while Molo's heavy fist struck him in rapid succession. Truly, one misstep led to another. As Owen aptly noted, "You are indeed a monster, Cracker. Be wary of Molo." Perospero coughed up blood, unable to suppress his rolling eyes under the relentless barrage of punches. Before consciousness slipped away, he could hardly believe that he, who typically subdued the weak without lifting a finger, would be defeated by a mere rookie Marine. The sole reason was his underestimation. Bang! Molo's final blow landed squarely on Perospero's face, knocking out several of his teeth and rendering him unconscious. Vitality coalesced into chains, swiftly flowing into Molo's being. Grasping the Candy Minister's neck with one hand, he gazed at the cookie soldiers approaching from all directions. The cookie soldiers were crafted from crackers, shattered cookies, and sturdy biscuits, necessitating a certain expenditure of energy. Since he could not utilize them for the time being, the best course of action was to consign them to the depths of the sea. Go! Molo glided across the deck towards another ship. Just as the cookie soldiers were about to leap after him, with his other hand extended, the pirate ship erupted in a brilliant green light, its gaping maw consuming the cookie soldiers in one swift motion. In the next instant, the ship unleashed a torrent of green light, returning to Molo's interior. Simultaneously, the distorted pirate vessel sank into the ocean, accompanied by countless cookie soldiers. "Thank you for your vitality, Perospero." Smack. Molo flicked his wrist, discarding the corpse onto the ground. The ship he occupied resonated with the emotions detected by his specialized observation Haki. This moment, beyond the overwhelming hatred, there was an insatiable thirst for blood. Cracker lay hidden within this vessel, though the cookie soldiers bore the brunt of his wrath. "You dare to slay Brother Perospero, you wretched fool." Whether Cracker was enraged or confused, Molo's actions had yet to awaken his awareness of the necessity to appear personally. Casually, "I can either sink this ship with my powers or demolish it with my fists. If you are unwilling to show yourself, then let us see if you can survive from the depths of the sea." Molo stated coolly. Beneath his feet, the green light had melded with the deck, signifying his absolute control over the pirate ship. After siphoning Perospero's vitality, Molo sensed his strength nearing that of the three emperors. His attributes surged at this moment, granting him a significant advantage against Cracker. The odds were now 6-4. You seek death. Cracker's thunderous roar shattered the cabin door that a small flame flickered atop his purple hair. Wielding a sword taller than himself, over 3 meters, known as the twin-blade salted pretzel, with a bounty of 860 million berries, he was dubbed Thousand-Hand Cracker, self-styled as the Biscuit Knight, a veritable star of the biscuit realm. His mastery of armament Haki and swordsmanship alone was enough to injure the Gearforth Straw Hat Luffy. Had he not feared pain, he would not have succumbed to the conflict between pride and insecurity. Intimidation, Cracker roared, warping everything around him in that instant. This was not Conqueror's Haki, yet it could incapacitate homies, rendering them unable to fight. The ability to develop such a formidable technique without Conqueror's Haki showcased Cracker's might. You are far too arrogant. In these seas, it is not your delusions that can triumph over all adversaries. Cracker approached, his intimidation radiating a black-red aura that made it hard to breathe. Yet, Molo displayed no signs of fear. In his eyes, this technique lacked sufficient momentum. How terrifying. I thought it was Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki. So what if I do not possess it? I am still a true powerhouse of these seas. The emergence of Cracker signified his absolute confidence in erasing Molo from existence. Indeed, it mattered little. The three admirals of the Marine headquarters lacked Conqueror's Haki as well, yet they could still instill fear across the seas that I merely find it laughable that a pirate would lack the ambition and qualifications to become a king. Molo's lips curled into a smirk, managing to withstand the intimidation as if all assaults were mere fleeting moments. You, a Marine, are the one truly incapable of wielding Conqueror's Haki. You will never reach the pinnacle. Cracker advanced step by step, his longsword already enveloped in armament Haki. Swoosh. Molo, unwilling to be outdone, also enveloped his fists in armament Haki. Whirl, salted pretzel. The rapidly spinning renowned blade erupted with swirling sword energy. Even if the enemy dodged, there was a chance of collateral damage. Molo's iron fists. If one fears the blade, why practice the fist? Wasn't it Cap who, relying solely on his fists, shattered 5 mountains to take down Ace's Roger? A fist stood firm against the sword, facing Cracker head-on. Die. Cracker's visage twisted in rage. In his previous battles, a reckless individual like Molo would never have even glimpsed his true form, let alone confront him directly. Yet, at the moment their fist and blade collided, there was no sign of faltering. This is impossible. Cracker's sword failed to block Molo's assault, and he was met with a punch to the face. Blood spilling from his lips. What is impossible? When Cap sought to eliminate the head of Green Pepper, he smashed 5 mountains to smithereens. As you said, there are indeed some blades that cannot be shattered head-on. And approaching them may come at a price. But without that unwavering heart, no matter how strong one once was, progress will stagnate. For me, there is but one thing I wish to ascertain. Cracker, have you ever tasted defeat? How could I possibly lose? Cracker, enraged and humiliated, thrust out another sword strike. Surge, salted pretzel. He had indeed faced defeat in the past. If he had not, why would he believe that effort could never triumph over true strength? Yet he would never accept that he could lose to Molo, a mere Marine, who just recently was a nameless figure in the War of the Best. How dare he flaunt his might before him? He was the Biscuit Star, Cracker, a pirate of the New World, having vanquished countless supernovas and sunk innumerable pirate ships. What right does insignificant Molo have to act so haughty before him? Your sword is swift, yet lacking in precision. I suspect it is because you have tasted defeat, hence your heart is in disarray. Molo effortlessly evaded the strike, his fist landing squarely on Cracker's face. Nonsense. You speak nonsense. The pain forced Cracker to clutch his face desperately. Sent sprawling to the ground, consumed by an infinite rage. It hurts. It hurts so much. Molo advanced step by step, manipulating the various materials of the pirate ship, steel, wood, twisting them into shapes he fancied, ensnaring Cracker within their clutches. He was intent on breaking free. Get lost. Do you truly think such trifles can harm me? Cracker broke through the obstruction, rising once more, his sword once again enveloped in armament Haki. He fixed a fierce gaze upon Molo. You do not comprehend. In these seas, the strong are as numerous as the stars. Even I must dwell in the shadows of others. The emperors of the sea, the admirals, each one looms above you. To pass them, you must conquer countless legends. You only boast of your arrogance. What gives you the right to deny my strength? I will not be defeated. Never. Cracker spat through gritted teeth, gripping his sword tightly. The salted pretzel was poised, its sword energy swirling once more. The overwhelming armament Haki cloaked the blade, rendering it pitch black. This technique was born from my encounter with the monster. I swear, should I face him again, I will surely vanquish him. Heaven quake. Salted pretzel. The sharp edge of the blade has torn through the air, and Moro can hear the resounding sound of shattering power. If my guess is correct, that scar at the corner of your eye, along with your pride in swordsmanship, must have been earned from a defeat at the hands of a monster. Indeed, that fellow's conqueror's Haki can seal off the enemy's perception, rendering even your brother Kakuri's renowned observation Haki, which echoes across the seas, humbled in its presence. The red-haired Shanks left you with a scar from his sword, causing you to spend your life hiding behind the biscuit soldiers. Confined like a prisoner, Mori and Cracker locked eyes, yet the latter desperately avoided the gaze. You lie. How could I possibly lose to a mere brat, just because you are one of the 4 emperors? Does that make you remarkable? Cracker vehemently denied it, as the salted pretzel lunged toward Moro's brow. This man is now 43 years old, while Shanks will only be 39 in 2 years. Shanks has only been one of the 4 emperors for 4 years. At the age of 30-7 in a certain sense, Cracker is indeed facing a child. However, it is precisely this disparity that incites within him a voiceless fury. Does the presence of a living legend instill fear within you? How absurd. Is it merely a legend? A straightforward punch will suffice. Moro grinned widely. He is the type to confront any challenge, whether it be Whitebeard or Blackbeard. Invincibility, few can claim to be forever undefeated. Even the formidable Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, understands that no one remains the strongest indefinitely. Whether it be Cracker or Crocodile, some may wallow in despair after a setback, while others rise anew after facing adversity. What significance does youthful ambition hold? It is an indelible part of oneself. Moro too has faced defeat and witnessed the cruelty of this world. If it were anyone else, they might have met their demise countless times. Even Moro, if he had not developed the devil fruit to this extent, or had not transferred his vitality to other entities, would have perished had he not taken precautions. If an enemy were sufficiently cautious, erasing Moro from existence, the remnants of his vitality would not be enough to alter his fate. Across the seas, in the Grand Line, and the New World, the strong abound, with new supernovas rising each year. More than 30 years ago, the Rocks pirates were at their zenith, and over 20 years ago, the Roger pirates ruled the waves. For the past 2 decades, Whitebeard has reigned as the uncrowned king atop his throne. To this day, how many powerful beings can face failure head-on? You shall not withstand this sword. Cracker's blade concentrated the armament Haki into a single point, enhancing its power through rapid rotation and instantaneous tremors to its utmost limit. Should this strike land, it could pierce a significant hole in the enemy. What is there to fear about legends? Defeat them, and I shall become a legend. Boom! Moro's fist struck Cracker's head. The latter first laughed heartily while looking at Moro's chest, only to then clutch his mangled head and wail in agony. It hurts. It hurts. You madman. You gathered all your armament Haki into your fist and completely forsook your defense. A third of Cracker's head was missing. He was dying, and in his fear of pain, he let out a brilliant cry of despair. Initially, he had rejoiced, for Moro had sacrificed his defense to maximize the damage of that punch, wrapping all his armament Haki around his fist. This allowed Cracker's salted pretzel to successfully pierce through Moro's chest. One could say Cracker's head has been hollowed out, just as Moro's chest has been. Even if I die, you shall too. It hurts. I have avenged Perispero and Owen, Cracker lamented, enduring intense suffering. In his fear of pain, he was destined to perish in such agony. A true tragedy. I will not die. Moro approached step by step, a green life chain now appearing in his palm. With a forceful tug, he extracted Cracker's life chain and drew it into his own grasp. What are you doing, Cracker? On the brink of death. Never anticipated Moro possessed such a skill. Of course, I am healing myself. Moro sat cross-legged on the ground, and in the next moment, Cracker's agonized screams erupted. Cracker's vitality surged into Moro's body. The life force contained within the pirate ship also flowed into him, rendering the fatal injuries trivial as they healed at a visible pace. Moro had contemplated those enemies, even if they reduced him to ashes or obliterated all life around him, would not grant him the chance of survival. Unfortunately, few in the pirate world possessed the skill to deliver the final blow. The Marines Akainu and Blackbeard are seasoned players in this regard, and Moro has just learned this technique himself. "You madman! How could you possess such a devil fruit?" Cracker cursed, his breath nearing its end. His complexion paled. "Oh, it's all right, I am merely a bit mad," while retaining some caution. Moro grinned, rising from the ground as his complexion returned to normal. "Your existence is a calamity upon the sea." Cracker widened his eyes, glaring at Moro even as death approached. "You are all too arrogant. Had they not believed in your strength enough to have Smoker block the Navy reinforcements, and had Katakuri joined forces with you, I might have truly faced danger. That fellow can foresee the future. He could very well erase me from existence." Moro cast a glance at the now lifeless Cracker before shifting his gaze toward the 3 ships of the Blackbeard pirates. "It seems I can indulge a little more today. 3 ships from the Big Mom pirates have arrived, and after Moro sank one, only this one remains." He picked up the famed sword, Salted Pretzel, and glanced at the 2 pirate ships. Vitality surged into the deck, and the pirate ship quickly came to life, opening its eyes and sailing on its own toward Orange Soda Island. The 3 ships of the Blackbeard pirates remained unscathed. Floating in the nearby waters, the leading ship raised the banner of the Crescent Moon Hunter, Katarina, while Pizarro, with a wicked grin, continued to besiege Peach Rabbit, initially believing they could easily overpower Peach Rabbit. The 2 found themselves in a fierce battle, even sustaining injuries as Moro had surmised. Katarina had yet to consume the mythical Zoan nine-tailed fox devil fruit, though Pizarro's close-quarters combat was far stronger than his FAAD, as an artilleryman suggested. Unfortunately, they were up against a fully matured Peach Rabbit. Had time elapsed further, after the world conscription, Peach Rabbit would have surely become a candidate for Admiral, and Blackbeard would have sent Rainy Shiryu among his ranks. Whitebeard once stated that Blackbeard's greatest flaw was his arrogance. He underestimated Moro, never anticipating that one individual could stir up so many enemies. Nor did he foresee that Peach Rabbit's strength had risen to a level just beneath that of an admiral within the Navy. Damn it, how can a mere rear admiral possess such strength? Meow. Pizarro wiped the blood from his lips, numerous sword wounds adorning his body. It appeared that Peach Rabbit's armament Haki was formidable, as even Pizarro's impressive regenerative abilities could not heal in the short term. "Her beauty is truly enviable. If I do not slay her, my heart will not be at peace." Katarina fixated on Peach Rabbit, her rapier overshadowed by Peach Rabbit's Kenpira. "You seem to have forgotten everything else." Peach Rabbit smiled, her lips pursed. The 2 were indeed strong, yet before her, they fell short. With Peach Rabbit's strength, she was among the elite within the Vice Admirals, while their strongest, Pizarro, was merely on par with Jack the Drought. The level of the star constellation Cracker, relying on his own formidable power, he could only persist thus far. However, no matter how resilient Pizarro was, he could not withstand the likes of the ship King Jack. "So much deliciousness. It seems I shall offer my services." The bright and cheerful laughter echoed in the air. Moro sauntered into view, akin to a leisurely stroll through a marketplace. The vibrant green chains adorning his body were undeniably eye-catching, leaving onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, the delicacies Moro spoke of were none other than the vitality of these pirates under the Blackbeard crew. "Your ship possesses a unique style. However, it pales in comparison to that of the Big Mom pirates, lacking the essence of homies, rendering it incapable of seizing vitality." Having uttered these words, Moro stretched languidly. Time had flown since his arrival in the pirate world, and he had finally grown to a point where he could stand confidently before the great pirates. Should he encounter Diamond Jozu again, he would likely handle the situation with the utmost ease. "What are you doing?" Tao Tu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she observed Moro, who was adorned with a myriad of glowing chains. "Just replenishing a bit of stamina, though the quality is rather mediocre. It won't lead to a qualitative change," Moro replied, as anguished cries filled the air aboard the pirate ship. "That it hurts so much. My breathing is faltering. What are these chains? Why do I feel such agony? Help me, Captain Pizarro, save me." Faced with such an eerie demise, the ominous expressions of Pizarro and Catherine deepened. They had not anticipated Moro would dispatch the formidable members of the Big Mom pirates so swiftly. It was important to note that among them were the long-renowned Korizumi and Perispero. "Did you kill them?" A flicker of doubt flashed in Pizarro's eyes. Even at this juncture, he dared not believe. "Perhaps they were the ones who met their demise at my hands." Moro gazed at Pizarro, attempting to draw forth the life chains, which obediently extended from the latter's wounds, glowing green. "What is this?" Pizarro felt a sharp pain, as if the chains were siphoning away his breath and heartbeat. If Korizumi had also fallen to him, the two of them remaining here to confront the duo would spell disaster. Catherine's resolve began to waver. Tao had effortlessly wounded both of them without sustaining a scratch. Coupled with the bizarre techniques of Moro, it was indeed a nightmare if they did not hasten their escape. Remaining would be tantamount to seeking their own demise. Guests are always welcome. Why the haste? Please, have a seat, Moro said, retracting all the life chains as the pirates aboard the three ships succumbed to exhaustion. Having absorbed the vitality of Korizumi and Perispero had significantly strengthened him, yet even the potential of those on the brink of death could only take him so far truly evolve. He needed to subdue Pizarro and Catherine as well. You not know we belong to Blackbeard's crew. At that moment, Pizarro began to doubt his own strength. I heard you were quite eager to see Blackbeard meet his end, so you could take over as captain. Yet, it seems the rumors are false. You hold great respect for Teach, Moro remarked, extending life chains from his hands, weaving them into a colossal arm. Damn it, do you truly believe I would fear you? Pizarro's hands transformed into claws, his entire being morphing like a lion, as he retaliated with a powerful punch to block Moro's assault. Are you going to match fists with me? Crack. The massive hand shattered in response, disintegrating into fragments that surrounded Pizarro, as though he were submerged in a verdant ocean. His observation Haki strained to discern Moro's location. With a swift motion, the green shards erupted like a frenzy of chains, encircling Pizarro. Damn it, these things will sap my strength upon contact. Pizarro inadvertently brushed against a life chain, and his little finger withered instantly. Life chains, prison. Ignoring the encroaching life chains, Moro stepped into the prison, landing punch after punch upon Pizarro's flesh. The strength of a devil fruit lies in the user's development, from basic healing and energy feedback to endowing and siphoning vitality, from the birth of life chains to the evolution of harvesting and imprisonment. Moro felt himself growing increasingly adept at drawing power from the life fruit, as though he and the fruit were breathing in unison. You seem to have sustained quite a few injuries, Moro remarked, his eyes widening in delight. Pizarro felt his breath growing weaker. He could not comprehend why, but the moment he laid eyes on Moro's gaze, he was overwhelmed with a sense of guilt. As if he were being judged. No. Wails erupted from the prison, akin to a slaughterhouse's lament. Pizarro's once mighty form rapidly devolved into that of a desiccated corpse. Damn it. Why did Teach send us to deal with these two monsters? Catherine found her throat pinned by Tao's blade, leaving no opportunity for escape. Her heart raced in her throat. Suddenly, the prison vanished. Pizarro's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, yet Moro had disappeared. Are you looking for me? In an instant, Moro materialized before her, his renowned blade, the salted pretzel, piercing her abdomen with a swift thrust. A jolt of intense pain surged through her. Armament Haki enveloped the blade, and in the next moment, life chains emerged alongside, causing a torrential splash of life and blood. Moro reveled in this sanguine desire, erupting into a fit of manic laughter. The vitality of Pizarro and Catherine now belonged to him. This scene left even Tao in a state of stupor, struggling to discern who was the pirate and who was the villain. With a thud, Catherine's din mushy fell to the ground, a voice resonating from within. Blackbeard's that ha ha ha. Even Pizarro has fallen. The growth of the young is indeed terrifying. Once I settle my affairs, I will ensure you accompany him to the grave. Laughable. What are you? Blackbeard? Send one, and I'll slay him. If your entire crew comes, I'll dispatch them all to feed the fish. You. Blackbeard's words trailed off as Moro, ever true to his nature, abruptly ended the call, after tidying up the aftermath. Moro reaped the spoils from 5 pirate ships. Infusing them with vitality, he docked them along the coastline at a present. He had no time to rest. Having breached the encirclement, he needed to fulfill his original mission, ensuring the safety of the waters near Punk Hazard. The battle between Akainu and Akiji was likely already underway, and it was uncertain whether any would attempt to take advantage of the chaos. Not that anyone dared to court death. Rather, after the battle concluded, even the victor would be utterly exhausted, and those seeking to capitalize on the opportunity would surely emerge. Tao, regarding the next mission. But you've exhausted too much stamina in the recent battle. Tao gazed into the distance. Although they had captured 5 pirate ships, they possessed only 4 Navy warships. No, I've regained my stamina. What I mean is, if we happen to encounter Kakuri, and some monstrous entity seeks to obliterate me. You must take a part of my remains with you, even if it's just a head, a heart, or an arm. Moro's words left Tao-Tu bewildered. Was he asking her to bring back his remains for burial? Kokiri was indeed formidable, yet Tao-Tu could contend with him. Her awakened fruit, an exceptional observation Haki, matched her swordsmanship and armament Haki well. That was not Moro's intent. The strength of a candidate admiral could not be underestimated compared to Katakuri. Yet, she felt an overwhelming sense of unease. The pirates obstructing their path seemed more than just Kokiri. I suppose so. If possible, I would be grateful. Moro jested lightly as the warship sailed further from Orange Soda Island. He cast a glance back at the 5 pirate ships infused with his vitality as a gamble began to unfold in his heart. On the deck, Moro and Tao-Tu stood side by side. Their gaze fell upon the increasingly close vicinity of Katakuri's blockade, as Tao-Tu tightened her grip on her blade, suddenly inquiring, "Moro, I am quite curious. Why did you laugh so maniacally after killing Catherine?" She constantly felt that Moro was in a rather poor state at that time, exhibiting a somewhat frenzied and uncontrollable demeanor. Was it laughter? Perhaps it was instinct. After utilizing the powers of the devil fruit, I found myself incessantly yearning for more battles, which, in the eyes of the Marines, should not be a bad thing, right? Moro gradually realized that the stronger he became, the more insatiable his greed for combat and vitality grew, to the point where he desired to seize life force at every moment. I heard that there are several guards in Impel Down who are awakened users of animal-type devil fruits, permanently in their beastman forms, with their heads also resembling beasts, utterly obsessed with battle and devoid of self-awareness. Tao-Tu's words were undoubtedly a veiled reference to Moro. Power often ensnares individuals, leading them to obsession. Many thanks for the hint. Moro was sincerely grateful to this colleague. Their encounter was merely a fleeting one, yet a reminder such as this was indeed a profound kindness. Moro, Tao-Tu, we have arrived. Based on our observations, they have encircled us with 30 pirate ships in the vicinity of Thunder God Island. 30 pirate ships. At a glance, the sea was already surrounded by massive pirate vessels, forming an unusual chain. Moro's sense of unease intensified at that moment. Approaching Thunder God Island, our battleships were vastly outnumbered. Victory in naval combat seemed impossible. With a single command, the battleships swiftly changed direction. The pirate ships, however, remained motionless. They truly were audacious. The other side of Thunder God Island was punk hazard, yet this was merely typical behavior for the notoriously arrogant Big Mom pirates. Tao-Tu displayed no sign of trepidation. She didn't even mind standing against Katakuri alone, allowing Moro to reap all the pirates' lives. When we got closer to the island, the Big Mom pirate ships would undoubtedly dock at the first opportunity, at which point the Marines could swiftly retreat. Having said this, Moro turned to the Marines behind him. "Open your umbrellas." "Yes, sir." With a swift motion, all the Marines unfurled their umbrellas in unison. Only with these specially designed umbrellas could they withstand the lightning, allowing them to escape into the core of Thunder God Island under conditions of inadequate strength. Tao-Tu looked at Moro with a puzzled expression. "Shouldn't we utilize the speed advantage of our warships to land on Thunder God Island first and strike at the pirate ships, then engage in a defensive action after landing?" Was he truly planning to have the Marines escape directly to the island's center? Moro gazed at the dense cluster of pirate ships, a vast mass of darkness. I sensed numerous waves of intense anger. Among them were 2 emotions even stronger than that of Kuriaka. Anger? Is that the reason your observation Haki can perceive the movements of the pirate ships from such a distance? Tao-Tu asked incredulously. Moro did not turn back, but merely nodded slightly. Though he was unaware of the changes that had transpired, it was clear that the forces opposing us were not just Kuriaka from the outset. They were merely an appetizer. If we could break through the encirclement, a more formidable challenge awaited us. According to my judgment, the strongest among them had indeed arrived. Our intelligence was flawed, and even the intercepted information from the Big Mom pirates had been anticipated by them. What Moro could surmise was that, in this operation, the rulers of the Dark World were also involved. Only in this way could such a magnificent ambush be orchestrated. The battleships docked at the shore. Moro immediately issued orders. "Everyone, quickly infiltrate the core of Thunder God Island and prepare for long-range attacks." The Marines, armed with black umbrellas, made their way towards the island's core. Moro and Tao-Tu disembarked from the battleship. Standing amidst the forest as they awaited the arrival of their enemies, eye in the sky, Lightning continuously struck, transforming into a torrential rain of thunder. Moro knew that this could not possibly deter the frenzied Big Mom pirates. But every bit of resistance mattered. With 300 men aboard each pirate ship, nearly 10,000 men were amassed across 30 ships. Among them, half were from the Big Mom pirates, while the rest included those wielding scythes. Some donned in suits, and others in coats that appeared that they were the subordinates of the rulers of the Dark World, the Dark Gold King Field, the Sea Trade King Umit, and the Grand Undertaker Piekro. Their numerous subordinates and hired assassins were also present. From the very beginning, this had been a revenge war instigated by the emperors of the Dark World under the banner of Big Mom. Unseen were the likes of the Queen of Pleasure Street Stussy, the News King Morgans, and the Warehouse King Cabosin. Each had their own objectives. Stussy, tasked by CP0, sought to eliminate Moro, the madman of the Navy. Once and for all, Morgans relished the prospect of a larger story to garner a wealth of belly. Cabosin, who preferred to profit without exertion, stuck to his usual style. The other three Dark Emperors stood behind two towering figures, prepared to witness the hunt for Moro firsthand. Crash! The thunder roared, and a blinding flash of lightning tore through the oppressive dark clouds above, illuminating the pitch-black sky. At the forefront stood Kakuri, the chief of the stars, and Smoothie, the juice minister. Behind them were 5,000 homies and pirates from the Big Mom pirates, along with 5,000 hired assassins and subordinates from the Dark Emperors. The daughters of Big Mom alone numbered over 10, all of whom were esteemed ministers of various nations that I truly am held in high regard. Moro smirked, and as the chains of life flew from him, his smile gradually twisted into something deranged. Then I suppose I owe you a debt of gratitude. That a chill flickered in Tautu's eyes. The approach of this vast horde of desperate individuals caused the ground to tremble beneath them. In the distance, an umbrella-selling old woman contemplated for a moment before decisively leaving the area. To sell umbrellas at this moment would be tantamount to seeking death. Smoothie appeared rather young, likely in her 30s. Moro idly conversed, as if nothing in this vast ocean could evoke feelings of panic or annoyance within him. Who are you calling old? Tautu replied with displeasure. I in the world of pirates. As long as one did not succumb to despair, age was merely a number. Even the elderly Big Mom had been a stunning beauty in her youth. Haki, the former queen of Amazon Lily, appeared youthful despite being of a similar age to Rayleigh, a mixed blood of the Long-Arm tribe. Smoothie not only carried an air of aloofness, but also ranked among the most beautiful of Big Mom's daughters. I was merely speaking casually. Age doesn't prove anything, and you know very well that I am on the cusp of 17. Moro waved his hand dismissively. He was the same age as Kobe, who would be 18 in 2 years. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the pirate world, he was indeed nearing his 17th birthday. Get lost. I will not take your remains with me. Tautu shot a cold glance at Moro, thinking to herself, are you proud of being so strong at such a young age? Just wait until you weaken. Then you'll have cause to weep. They are coming. Moro gazed upwards at the approaching Kakuri, and Smoothie. One stood at 5 meters, the other over 4. These two appeared to be true monsters. Yet even among monsters, Whitebeard's towering 6 meters and 66 centimeters surpassed them all. Katakuri is yours. Tautu noticed the sword in Smoothie's hand. She unleashed a strike, her armament Haki enveloping the longsword. With a single swing, she carved a massive gash through the forest. Tautu? Smoothie recognized the figure and immediately retaliated with a swift strike in her eyes, excluding Big Mom. The only formidable female figures of this era were Tautu of the Navy and the Empress of the Pirates. They were the only two opponents worthy of her attention. As for the Hunter of the Crescent Moon, he was simply too ugly to merit consideration. The pirate ranks surged forth, some hindered by the lightning. While many madly charged across the beach, their reliance on slaughter and reverence for strength driving them to fall one by one beneath the thunder's onslaught, yet still yearning for greater power. Bullets and cannonballs erupted from the forest. The Marines were valiantly holding back the Big Mom pirates at a nearly 10-to-1 disadvantage. Moro sent several scythe-wielding assassins flying with a single punch. Before him loomed a colossal figure. Bang! The newcomer planted his trident into the ground, casting a frosty gaze towards Moro. Is that sword upon your back a pretzel from Cracker? Katakuri remarked in a haunting tone. It's quite a fine blade. I could use it for slicing vegetables. Moro understood that witnessing this scene, coupled with the fact that Moro could cut through the encirclement of Cracker and Perispero, would serve as proof. Kakuri had lost his elder brother and kin, Cracker, I shall never permit anyone to harm my family. Can you foresee your own demise? Hiss. A surge of murderous intent erupted from Katakuri's eyes. He was indeed resolute in safeguarding his siblings. Legend had it that he never fell upon his back, undefeated and capable of glimpsing the future. Yet, the relentless expansion of the Big Mom pirates began to wear down his heart. As many of his brothers and sisters had not grown up alongside him, lacking deep emotional bonds, he, endowed with the qualities of a king and the conqueror as Haki, would be deemed a traitor should he abandon the Big Mom pirates. From the outset, under the loose reign of the Big Mom pirates, it was Katakuri who shielded his loved ones from countless arrows, both overt and covert. Cracker had been raised under his watch. And though Perispero was loquacious, he was still his elder brother to at this moment. An unspoken fury and the grief of a sovereign ignited a blaze within him. The blood-red conqueror Haki surged forth. Entwined with blue lightning, erupting like a tempest, Moro lifted his head, bracing against this overwhelming force. Among the three types of Haki, only the conqueror's Haki was innate. Moro had always believed he possessed this power. Yet to this day, it remained dormant. Whoosh! The conqueror's Haki surged forth, rendering every pirate and marine in its path unconscious. Katakuri found himself unable to control this surge. His family was lost, and all that he had desperately protected was now shattered by Moro's hands. He was consumed by silent rage, devoid of absolute calm, and his foresight was growing dull that in his quest for a decisive battle, to obliterate the enemy before him, he poured all his wrath into the conqueror's Haki, indiscriminately incapacitating all foes. In a fit of rage, Katakuri sought to transform all his fury into an assault of conqueror's Haki. Moro stood firm, bolstered by his will, reflecting on the likes of Luffy, Whitebeard, Sengoku facing Blackbeard, and the final appearance of Shanks during the Marineford War. They were all formidable wielders of conqueror's Haki, each possessing a unique aura that could command respect in critical moments. Some were fresh out of obscurity, others heroes in their twilight, some reigning supreme in justice, and others exuding an overwhelming charisma. He had also witnessed the pure malevolence of Don Quixote da Flamingo during the Dress Rosa arc, a malice that lurked beneath his sunglasses at all times. Cracker, lacking conqueror's Haki, nevertheless emanated a psychological intimidation that left ordinary people and homies unable to maintain their consciousness. This power resided deep within. Fueled by ambition and talent. It was a declaration of self-determination against fate. The moment Moro resolved to dedicate his life to his supreme justice, he committed to rising above all. At this moment, he faced an elite adversary, Katakuri, positioned just beneath the ranks of the four emperors. The strength of a vice admiral is often difficult to define, yet their potential is determined by their possession of conqueror's Haki. The Dark King, Rayleigh, had long since become a legend. Katakuri's royal qualities were a result of his suppression within the Big Mom pirates, a necessity in a world devoid of maternal protection. Moro aimed to elevate his justice above the chaos of pirates, the Navy, the GM Army, and the world government, intending to supplant Akainu, Steelbone, the Gorosei, and even Emu's supreme justice. Only through ambition, talent, and an unyielding spirit against any individual or faction could he enact his justice. Katakuri, if you wish to protect your kin, then come at me. However, in my eyes, whether it be Cracker or Perispero, their hands are stained with unforgivable sins. Moro raised his head, and in that fleeting moment, a distinct reddish aura erupted from him, a hue forged from the depths of black and stained with blood. Boom! The shackles binding Moro shattered at that instant. His royal qualities and conqueror's Haki surged forth like a tidal wave. The rolling conqueror's Haki formed a semicircular dome around him, shielding him from harm. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the entire world on Elbaf Island. The rulers of the Dark World turned their attention, exchanging glances filled with palpable fear upon witnessing Moro awaken his conqueror's Haki. His arrival signified that he had defeated Cracker, and if such power was coupled with royal qualities, it would mean his demise here. Otherwise, as a member of the Navy, Moro would only exacerbate the troubles in the New World. At the forest's edge, Peach Rabbit exclaimed, "I never imagined he harbored such strength. It's a rarity within the Navy. Did he truly believe he could compare to Brother Katakuri with that power? What a delusion!" Smoothie cast a disdainful glance at Moro. Whoosh! At that moment, countless pirates and marines succumbed to unconsciousness under the impact of the conqueror's Haki. Only the two at the center remained unfazed. This clash of power persisted for a while before it finally subsided. You've unexpectedly awakened Conqueror's Haki, but this fledgling power is still lacking in potency. Katakuri twirled his trident, unceremoniously thrusting it towards Moro. Dumpling thrust, Moro instinctively sought to evade, but Katakuri swiftly retracted his trident, appearing at his side in the blink of an eye. Corner rice cake. Katakuri's hands transformed into elongated rice cake whips, enveloped in his formidable armament Haki. In close combat, the power behind this punch was beyond reason. How calm. Though struck in the chest, Moro felt little pain. His armament Haki and physique had evolved beyond measure, and even a punch could not inflict significant discomfort. What puzzled him was Katakuri's composure. While unleashing his Conqueror's Haki, Katakuri had released all his fury, yet now he had reverted to an extreme calmness, making it difficult for Moro to discern the nuances of his emotions and sentiments. What perplexes you? As Katakuri spoke, his hands morphed into rice cake whips, ensnaring Moro before flinging him away. Bird rice cake blade barrage. In this state of absolute tranquility, Katakuri's speed reached its zenith. He first ensnared Moro and tossed him into the air. Subsequently, his fingers transformed into small, glutinous rice balls, swiftly covered with armament Haki, firing off like bullets, striking the airborne Moro. Did he truly think he could not fight in the air? Fortunately, Moro had moonwalk. Otherwise, he would have been continuously struck by Katakuri. Peerless rice cake blade barrage. Katakuri said no more, his arms covered in armament Haki, transforming into a gatling made of glutinous rice. The rain of bullets descended upon Moro, who was enveloped in armament Haki and charged forward using moonwalk. That possible. Moro's punch, with its armament Haki refined to perfection, was undoubtedly stronger than when he faced Cracker. Iron Fist Storm. From an elevated position, Moro unleashed a tempest, drawing the lightning that assaulted him into the storm, blending his armament Haki with the wind of his punch as they surged towards Katakuri. Fire rice cake. His fist rapidly expanded, igniting in an instant. The name of Katakuri's punch was simple, yet its might was astounding. Bang! The enlarged glutinous rice fist, shrouded in armament Haki and ablaze with fierce flames, disregarded all that came at Moro. Boom! As the wind encounters the flames, both elements resolutely elevate the battle on Raijin Island to an entirely new pinnacle. I have foreseen your future, yet you will gradually catch up to me. Perhaps it is time to take this seriously. Katakuri, realizing this maneuver is ineffective, transforms his arm into over a dozen sticky rice strands, enveloped in a layer of Haki, surging forth like a tempest to assault Moro. In the face of absolute strength, what significance does a fleeting glimpse of the future hold? Regardless of the multitude of your techniques, my Haki can withstand as robustly as my body, and your sporadic strikes pale in comparison to the rapidity of my recovery. You were born capable of calmly confronting my onslaught, leveraging your speed to strike me first. As long as my defenses are formidable and my power is substantial, I can remain immovable as a mount. Moro possesses strength, Haki, and regenerative capabilities that surpass Katakuri. However, Katakuri's observation Haki and speed impart a sense of oppression. Utilizing his speed advantage, he occasionally inflicts injuries on Moro that cannot be promptly shielded by Haki. Yet Moro swiftly recuperates, leaving no trace of harm. Each possesses their own advantages. Moro's physique has long since become monstrous, and his vitality, transformed into energy, amplifies his overall prowess. Thus, apart from specialists like Katakuri, he has ascended to the elite ranks beneath the 4 emperors and admirals. The vice-captains of various pirate crews have consistently possessed their own strengths and weaknesses. Swish! Faced with a barrage of sticky rice fists, Moro relentlessly matched the speed, retaliating with punches that, when too swift to evade, landed upon him without inflicting any pain. It seems you are quite conceited. Katakuri observes Moro with a calm gaze, after halting his assault. His arm swells once more, enveloped in Haki, forming a flail-like shape, spinning at an incredible speed, amplifying both power and velocity to their utmost. Slash, cut, rice cake, life chains, iron fist. The sound of metal resonated as vitality coalesced into chains, swiftly ensnaring Moro's arm, morphing into a colossal fist. Boom! In that instant, their attacks collided, one a slicing rice cake, the other a life-infused iron fist. Both assaults bore semblance to giant-like strikes, one a fusion of devil fruit and Haki, the other enhancing attack speed through the advantages of Haki and strength. Swish! Kakuri's flail-like rice cake struck first against Moro's life fist. The latter, after a brief moment of resistance, recovered and continued to retaliate with unyielding confidence. Boom, boom. The clash of Haki generated shockwaves that rippled across the beach, stirring up clouds of dust. Indeed, Moro's power has truly qualified him to contend with a vice-captain of the Four Emperors. Yet he is acutely aware that Katakuri's move is his strongest strike before entering the awakened state of his devil fruit. Each vice-captain possesses their trump card, with mastery over all three types of Haki. Katakuri's observation Haki reverberates throughout the seas with formidable strength. Should his power be combined with the awakened abilities of his special paramecia-type devil fruit, the Machi fruit, its potency would multiply exponentially. Boom! Both retreated a step, their fists retracting simultaneously. I have glimpsed your future. Kakuri's gaze burned fiercely as he regarded Moro. You lack an awakened fruit. And what of it? Moro shrugged helplessly. The likes of Gold Emperor and Kakuri are all monsters of awakened fruits. It remains uncertain whether Cracker has awakened. He fell victim to underestimating the threat and fear of pain. In contrast, the prepared Moro is entirely unafraid of pain, capable of exerting full dominance. Alas, Katakuri would never underestimate his opponent. Up to this point, while Moro has sustained no injuries, Katakuri remains unscathed as well. With sufficient speed and strong observation Haki, even if unable to defeat his adversary head-on, he can evade as much as possible. That is sufficient, Katakuri stated calmly. The ground began to flow, rapidly bestowing elasticity and resilience. Flowing Machi, the earth rolled, transforming the domain long mastered by Moro on Raijin Island into Kakuri's territory. The sand transitioned into a component of the sticky rice mass, seeking to envelop Moro within. Finger gun, residual blade. Moro's finger gun, cloaked in Haki, aimed to slice through the Machi mass like a keen blade. Your Haki and strength are formidable, and your speed is not lacking. I even have an instinct that the moment I reveal a hint of anger or hatred, you would seize upon that power. Yet I remain utterly calm, just as the seemingly ordinary Machi conceals an exceedingly subtle power. Your strength is so robust. How could you possibly escape my yielding to your rigidity? Katakuri has always been both father and mother, while Big Mom merely births and never nurtures. His words reflect a certain resilience deep within him. Even if one day the Empress falls, he will strive to grow and protect his loved ones with all his might. This is what he, as a king, yearns to safeguard. Yielding to rigidity, for a pirate to utter such words. I find it rather surprising. Moro ceased his assault on the Machi mass, allowing it to engulf him. Chains attempted to break free from the Machi, but Katakuri had anticipated this. The beach, the forest, everything on this island was under his control. Swirling to ensnare Moro, as if a giant constrictor was suffocating its prey, the force pressing down on Moro was akin to that of a mountain, imbued with the subtle power of Machi. Mirror Machi, swish. As a life chain attempted to escape the Machi, a layer of the sticky mass swiftly enveloped it. That I cannot allow you to escape. Otherwise, many shall suffer dire consequences. Katakuri seemingly foresaw the future. Should Moro manage to extricate that life chain, countless lives would be seized. That I never anticipated your devil fruit possessed such traits. All along, Moro's consumption of a devil fruit has been shrouded in mystery. Apart from Karp and his Lieutenant Bogart, few on the seas are privy to the truth. Katakuri recalled the intelligence relayed by Odin through a den mushi before his demise, and coupled with the future he glimpsed. He realized that if Moro were not trapped by the mirror Machi, he would use the life chains to claim the lives of countless pirates. This led him to connect the dots, forming a preliminary assessment of Moro's devil fruit abilities. The ability to seize others' lives indeed bears resemblance to Big Mom. However, for Odin to liken it to her soul fruit suggests that your fruit possesses additional conferred abilities. As Katakuri spoke, the towering mirror Machi exhibited a subtle transformation. It is known that among the various capabilities of Big Mom's soul fruit is the ability to extract others' souls and bestow souls upon objects. The capacity to confer souls implies the potential to achieve effects akin to the awakened state of a paramecia-type fruit. For a user, mastering such power without awakening is tantamount to possessing a hidden card. This is the advantage of powerful devil fruits. What a formidable opponent you are. Your survival thus far is undoubtedly a grave oversight on the part of your past adversaries, who likely have little opportunity for regret. Katakuri cast a cold gaze at the mound of mochi. He understood that if his conjecture held true, this move could not possibly restrain Moro, and could even be turned against him. How wondrous the awakening of a fruit is. Akin to imparting vitality, all these entities possess the characteristics of mochi, much like that fellow Tazolo. Mochi, gold. Oh, and that line fruit concealed within Dress Rosa. Such marvelous power. If one is sufficiently strong, they could even assimilate an island, transforming it into their own domain. The voice of Moro quietly emanated from the glutinous rice mountain as he stood atop the summit, the chains of life entwined around him, spinning at an astonishing velocity. Could he escape from the clutches of the glutinous rice by attacking with a spiral drill, all while maintaining the chains of this tangible fruit in a state of rapid rotation? Your development of the devil fruit is indeed unique, Katakuri calmly remarked about Moro. You can conquer with gentleness, yet I cannot shatter your mountain with a drill. Once again, chains of life extended from Moro's back. Not a chance. Katakuri foresaw the future, aware that Moro intended to seize vitality at this moment. Rain of glutinous rice. The sandy beach transformed as thunder trees became part of the glutinous rice, soaring from the ground and morphing into rice strands that assaulted Moro below. This attempt aimed to shatter all his life chains and confine Moro in this place. Such a brutal maneuver. If you were to use it against my marines, it would be a sight too grim to behold. Moro calmly assessed this tactic. Katakuri's strength was formidable, characterized by a remarkable balance across various aspects. Alongside an extreme proficiency in specific skills, the weakness of the armed color Haki pales in comparison to that of the observation Haki. In the case of Cracker, his expertise lies in armed color Haki. Yet it still falls slightly short of Katakuri's Mai.as for the Conqueror's Haki. It can indeed inflict damage upon matter, but it has yet to reach the level of being entwined by Conqueror's Haki. Were it not for Moro's prior awakening of advanced armed color Haki and his relentless pursuit of strength, he too would have suffered today. Chains of life, iron armor. With a clang, the chains instantly intertwined above his head, forming a semicircular iron armor that shielded Moro within. Previously, he had merely woven the chains of mission into a giant fist, lacking in imagination. It was only after encountering Cracker, Perispero, and Katakuri that he truly grasped the diverse applications of the devil fruit. The rapidly spinning drill formed by the chains of life became an extraordinarily strong defensive iron armor, making Moro acutely aware of the meaning of that phrase. The strength of the devil fruit lies in the capabilities of its wielder. Once more, Katakuri, wielding his trident, struck down upon the iron armor. Yet, Moro had long been prepared. I understand your intent. With a swish, both combatants unleashed their conqueror's Haki simultaneously. Moro recognized that he was reacting under the influence of the atmosphere, compelled to unleash his power by the eruption of Katakuri's conqueror's Haki. At this moment, his own conqueror's Haki served to shield him. Crack. The thunder tree bore marks of fracture in that instant. Moro, feeling cornered, understood that Katakuri was striving to overpower him with sheer momentum, initiating a true battle. What future have you discerned? I care not. Since you wish to fight again, I must defeat you. I will no longer simply avoid my weaknesses. To grow stronger, I must transform my flaws into advantages. This time, I shall not allow you to seize the initiative. These words, originally meant to be spoken by Moro, now escaped Katakuri's lips. You. Moro clenched his fists tightly, having pushed Katakuri to the point of awakening his devil fruit. While he himself bore no injuries in this scenario, Katakuri sought to deliver a psychological blow to Moro. Leveraging the advantages of Conqueror's Haki and Observation Haki in a short span of time, creating an apparent sense of insurmountable pressure. Are you afraid? Katakuri's surroundings began to manifest a series of floating donuts, ultimately coalescing into 9. Peerless donut. Monstrous rice cake. 9-headed rice cake. Katakuri's booming voice seemed intent on shattering Moro's resolve in what was otherwise an evenly matched confrontation. First, the floating glutinous rice donuts emerged, followed swiftly by arms of rice cake, magnified and enveloped in armed color Haki, subsequently culminating in the emergence of gigantic arms hovering above the 9 donuts, clapping rice cake. With a resounding clap, 2 rice cake arms converged towards Moro, who stood resolute, making no attempt to evade. Had he fallen into a trap? Katakuri believed Moro had lost his rationality as the remaining arms swiftly closed in on him. With fists pounding outward, The pale red-armed color Haki enveloped his fists, and upon striking the giant rice hands, he shattered them from within. This exemplified the principle of overcoming strength with gentleness. Employing advanced armed color Haki alongside techniques to disrupt from within. This is the essence of supreme power and love that I have long known. I am merely informing you that you are mired in a quagmire. As Katakuri's words echoed, a massive cluster of glutinous rice spikes began to hover in the sky. Sweet chestnut rice cake. With a clang, the spikes atop the rice cake cluster, hardened by armed color Haki, and propelled at incredible speeds. Approached from every conceivable angle, leaving Moro with no avenue of escape. Simultaneously, the two arms that had been internally destroyed coalesced anew, bringing the total to 9 that they hovered in the air from various directions, all converging to attack Moro below. This spectacle was particularly grand, as Moro found it increasingly difficult to discern the incoming assaults. Katakuri's observation Haki, precise to the extreme, captured Moro's every movement, his speed rendering him utterly cornered. The awakening of the devil fruit allowed Katakuri to control the environment flawlessly. Moro appeared akin to a bird confined within a cage, foolishly attempting to break free through a small gap. Oblivious to the fact that every visible opening had been meticulously prepared by Katakuri as a trap. How could a bird possibly escape the cage of fate? Katakuri coldly remarked. Damn it, it hurts. This guy's attacks are relentless, compensating for his lack of raw power with sheer speed. Every inch of Moro's skin was under siege, even though the peach rabbit in the forest had gained the upper hand. She too struggled to swiftly overcome the fully committed smoker that in such circumstances, if Moro were to falter, allowing Katakuri a free hand, the consequences would be dire, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Moro's complexion paled considerably. No wonder Luffy favored giantized punches for his assaults. When both power and speed are sufficient, such attacks are indeed excruciating. During the battle at Eni's lobby, he had swiftly adapted to Luffy's power through the advantage of his fruit. Yet now, before the fully matured Katakuri, adapting in such a short time required him to endure this torrential onslaught. Each punch would make Moro stronger, but the prerequisite was that he must withstand all the attacks without reaching his limit. For the life fruit, absolute strength can obliterate, and absolute speed can deny the opportunity for adaptation. Speed is power. Power is everything. As Moro continued to be battered, he found himself in a dilemma, uncertain whether to feel elated. Even Luffy in his Snake Man form would appear beleaguered under such relentless strikes. Yet here he was, persevering, his fists accelerating in an attempt to match Katakuri's blows and block more incoming attacks. He could not allow this fellow to maintain his advantage in speed. Either his strength must increase, or his speed must evolve. He could no longer afford to be passively battered. Moro coughed up blood once more. Finding himself beset on all sides, learn, master, refine, and then surpass, chains surged forth from within him. As Moro had not yet been foolish enough to attempt to seize vitality, Katakuri's range of attack was extensive. If his chains of life could directly pierce through, Moro would no longer need to worry about the battle. He could absorb the vitality of all pirates while withstanding damage, rather than that impractical notion. It would be more prudent to mirror Katakuri's every move. Chains of life, Hydra. With a clang, the first colossal arm entwined by the life chains emerged, swiftly followed by a second and a third. Initially, Moro found himself somewhat overwhelmed, but as the number of life arms increased, he began to envelop them with his armament Haki. The 9 arms, though slower than Katakuri, persisted with formidable strength in the application of his Haki. It was only at this moment that Moro managed to stabilize himself, having survived Katakuri's relentless onslaught. You may be able to mimic 9, 10, or even 20, but you will inevitably reach your limits. Without the awakening of your fruit, you will always have constraints, just as your speed and observation Haki have been consistently suppressed by me. Katakuri, witnessing this scene, felt no concern. He still had trump cards yet to be revealed, abilities that Moro, without the awakening of his fruit, could never replicate. That I do not require additional arms, for I have never endured your blows in vain. Moro wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In this vast ocean, some can see 1,000 miles at a glance, while others can perceive multitudes in an instant. Some foresee the future, others penetrate the hearts of men, some listen to the cosmos. And some compensate for sight with their observation. My observation Haki is distinctly different from yours, from the very beginning until now. I possess a unique characteristic that has been growing stronger from the onset of battle until this moment. Katakuri, what you perceive as the future is merely a hypothesis of time and space. I have always understood that the voice each life harbors within is not merely a thought, but an emotion. As long as you possess life, even a stubborn madman has their own feelings. This is the fundamental difference between the living and the inanimate. Moro gazed at Katakuri. At this moment, Katakuri ceased to be a definitive figure in his eyes, and instead transformed into a glutinous rice ball. Possessing elasticity and resilience, yet unable to progress further for the sake of maintaining his vast family, you remain sufficiently composed, yet you must also constantly be taut like a string. Katakuri, I perceive your color as purple. A dark shade of purple, indicative of your repressed calmness. Such a version of you is no longer formidable to the extent of being insurmountable, Moro stated calmly. Can you sense emotions? Do you truly believe such nonsense would be credible? Even if it were real, what use would it serve? As Katakuri spoke, an increasing number of suspended donuts began to appear above Raijin Island, far exceeding previous quantities, poised to deliver a devastating blow to all upon the island. Throughout this battle, no matter how I sensed your emotions, they remained exceedingly calm, a stark contrast to the intense fury you exhibited prior to the fight. Later, during the turning point of the battle, before your fruit awakened, when you sought to instill a sense of psychological pressure upon me by unleashing your conqueror's Haki once more, I keenly detected your rage. Thus, your fury and unease have never vanished. Just as you meticulously protect your loved ones standing behind you, your anger and anxiety must remain concealed beneath your absolute calmness. This imbues your emotions with a dark purple undertone. With each blow I received from your fists, I could sense your struggle to suppress your anger beneath that composed exterior. Though faint, I have persistently endeavored to gather each speck of dust, striving to detect it at the earliest opportunity. Finally, after enduring countless blows, as I unleashed my life chain Hydra, I witnessed your emotional color for the first time. Moro exclaimed joyfully. Katakuri, I have captured you. Nonsense. Katakuri could no longer contain his fury. He had not wished for this. Yet he foresaw a future where Moro had indeed evaded his attacks. This confirmed Moro's honesty. But Katakuri refused to accept such a future, rendering him unable to suppress his anger in that fleeting moment. What use is sensing so-called emotions? Your speed will not increase, nor will your strength grow. Your defeat is already fated. Katakuri resolved to unleash his most powerful strike, that I in that instant. Both spoke in unison. The words Moro intended to voice were preemptively articulated by Katakuri after foreseeing them. The sea will inevitably dry up one day. How could a person ever remain undefeated? Both were resolute in their unwavering belief that they would never fall. The glutinous mass intoned. A seemingly endless array of unparalleled donuts materialized around Moro. Subsequently, a multitude of Haki-hardened glutinous rice hands coalesced, their fists accelerating towards Moro's position, compelling him to block this overwhelming rapid assault with no blind spots. This moment, Moro found himself with no means of evasion, yet he understood he need not shy away in life. No matter how much one can endure or evade, one will inevitably encounter things that must be faced head-on. That if evasion is futile, then one must advance boldly. The death song of life. With a swish, Moro's body seemed to transform into an abyss. Countless chains swiftly shooting forth. This time he did not use his observation Haki to guide the life chains. Instead, he closed his eyes, even as he enveloped the chains with his armament Haki. An array of chains erupted forth, like a burst spring, seemingly releasing waters that had been dormant for millennia. Seek, with the essence of life, to sense that which is angry, that which is calm, that fervent emotion. No matter how powerful a person may be, they cannot obscure their feelings, for even a madman possesses their own fervor and madness. Moro bellowed, fingers splayed wide before suddenly clenching into a fist. The life chains surged forth at high speed, disregarding all obstacles, allowing Katakuri's myriad glutinous hands to strike against him. While the chains continued to fly forth with reckless abandon, that he raised his gaze to the sky. His entire being enveloped in armament Haki, turning pitch black. In that moment, without the need for sight, the life chains would seek out Katakuri, for he emitted emotional color, that dark purple tone, which Moro had long since locked onto. You, my friend, are truly a madman. With a swish, as Katakuri spoke, A life chain darted forth like a green serpent from the range of his attacks, heading directly for him. Damn it! Is this fellow attempting to sense enmity even from within my strikes? Katakuri sent a trident flying to deflect the life chain, yet more chains surged forth. Not only that, but Moro was also perceiving the malice within each attack, just as he had claimed, that kind of obsession. As long as one is alive, even if one has awakened a fruit, any material endowed with a life form possesses this ability to harbor obsession. Relying on instinct, Moro dodged the attacks, and beyond that, he unleashed an unending torrent of life chains. Gradually, he began to navigate effortlessly through the barrage of strikes, almost like a musical note dodging through a symphony of assaults, after withstanding the initial onslaught. Moro's observation Haki indeed captured the essence of obsession, emotion, and sentiment. The life chains, needing no guidance, surged directly towards Katakuri. As Moro had stated, this was a death song of life. With a swish, dozens more life chains flew forth, resembling green serpents as they locked onto Katakuri, determined to capture him no matter how he attempted to evade, refusing to relent. He tracking my emotions and imbuing his chains with such characteristics? Katakuri comprehended the dire nature of the situation. Moro was a rare combat genius, and moreover, he had even grasped advanced observation Haki through battle. This was distinct from the foresight of the future. It pertained to life, all its obsessions, emotions, feelings, and madness. As for the inanimate, Moro had already demonstrated with this technique. The death song of life holds no value for inanimate objects. With a clang, the first life chain made contact with Katakuri, followed swiftly by the second, the third, and an increasing number, striking with the force of a whip, inflicting immense pain. Damn it! Katakuri, with formidable strength, forcefully severed the chains of life with his bare hands. These constraints were insufficient to siphon his vitality. The two were currently evenly matched, not yet at the point of exhaustion. Katakuri displayed no trace of fear, for he understood that to show fear would lead to being bound by Big Mom's contract. In the case of an ordinary individual, it would necessitate a demonstration of overwhelming power. Fear, or strength, encapsulates the essence of soul extraction. Thus, the life fruit must possess similar characteristics. He was neither in a state of despair nor fear. So how could his life force be diminished? With a swift motion, hundreds of life chains coiled like green serpents, poised to strike. Moro, bloodied from his frenzied assaults, emerged from the chaos that he was injured, a consequence of awakening his advanced observation Haki. Repeatedly making mistakes in pursuit of mastery. What more do we lack? Moro wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, as if he had emerged from a hellish purgatory. His observation Haki steadied. His armament Haki was victorious, and he rejected the notion of defeat in Conqueror's Haki. The awakening of his fruit was inconsequential. Moro clearly believed he had already claimed victory. It is rather surprising that someone like you could become a marine, with such unabashed ambition and a fervor for power that should befit a pirate, ruling the seas. Katakuri grasped his trident and rotated it once. After the prolonged battle, both had expended significant stamina, and it seemed the next exchanges would be visceral. Regardless of the faction, it mattered not to him. He understood that safeguarding his loved ones as a pirate was but a fantasy. Did you think you were Whitebeard? Until his last breath, he sought to protect his sons, yet they continued to struggle for survival. Katakuri, individuals like you cannot become marines, nor should you be pirates. The Moro's words were crystal clear. Katakuri was more suited to be a member of the GM army. I was born a pirate. My mother is one of the 4 emperors. What nonsense are you spouting? Katakuri strode towards Moro. Not far away, Moro's scars fell away, his wounds completely healed, as though they had never existed. You appear to have recovered, but I suspect you have expended considerable energy, Katakuri remarked with a smile. Nonsense. Energy must be consumed. Do you think a devil fruit user can flout the laws of energy conservation? Moro rubbed his fists, his stomach growling in protest. I sense your aura shifting from dark purple to pure purple. And what of it? You killed Brother Perispero and Owen. I will not let you escape unscathed. Katakuri's Conqueror's Haki surged forth, compelling the latent power within Moro to be unleashed. Boom! For the third time, their Conqueror's Haki clashed, one a deep violet, the other a dark crimson, enveloping the beach and extending into the forest. The remaining pirates and marines, once brimming with resolve, could no longer withstand the intensity, with most succumbing to unconsciousness. From awakening to forced usage, Moro was rapidly mastering his conqueror's Haki after 3 clashes of their Haki. How many could still stand? What in the world are these 2 monsters plotting? The 3 rulers of the dark world felt an unsettling shift. Yet, within the forest, Peach Rabbit smiled with delight. He has grown stronger. And what of it? Against Brother Kakuri, defeat is inevitable, Smuggy asserted unwaveringly. My weapon is called Earth Dragon. What about yours? Katakuri thrust his trident into the ground, causing countless sticky rice spikes to erupt, enveloped in his formidable armament Haki. Moro glanced at the sharp onslaught, seemingly strolling through the chaos, gradually revealing his form to the onlookers, and scathed. Without employing moonwalk, he effortlessly sensed and evaded the dangers around him. Your conqueror's Haki is slightly stronger than mine. But I shan't concede. After all, I too will grow stronger in due time. Moro waved dismissively, his hands emptied. I am inquiring about your weapon, not your conqueror's Haki. Katakuri's trident, Earth Dragon, was entwined with his potent armament Haki. Have I not already stated this? Moro spread his arms wide, yet they remained emptied in that moment. Katakuri finally broke into a grin. Truly a monster, it has become exceedingly rare to find a fighter who relies solely on their fists in these seas. Is that so? I happen to know another. Moro's fists were enveloped in armament Haki, a faint reddish hue swirling around his hardened knuckles, resembling a torch in the dark night, radiating boundless hope. Your armament Haki is as unique as your observation Haki. What color does it appear to you? Katakuri swung his trident with the speed of lightning. Observation Haki? Can't you perceive it? Moro locked eyes with Katakuri, his gaze igniting like a bonfire. Bang! The clash of fist against trident no longer revealed a stark disparity. Moro's speed was catching up. The difference was merely that of weapon versus fist. I am curious, though. Over 30 years ago, during that great war, where were you? Based on your age, you must have been in your teens then. What are you talking about? Katakuri's expression shifted. No-one understood the weight of those words better than he. The war over 30 years ago was clearly the one erased from history by the world government, God Island. Now in his 40s, he would have been a mere youth during that time. Big Mom was still a member of the Rocks Pirates back then, and they had long since adopted a policy of survival without nurturing. That battle had significantly impacted his youth, a memory he could not shake off. You need not lie. It will only alter your aura, for you cannot deceive your own heart. As Moro spoke, he launched a punch toward Katakuri's chest, only for Katakuri to preemptively transform his torso into sticky rice, causing the attack to miss. The unique abilities of the Machi fruit, a special paramecia-type devil fruit, lay in its capacity to preemptively transform its user into sticky rice upon predicting an opponent's attack direction with observation Haki, thereby evading strikes, akin to a Logia-type ability. Whoosh! The trident pierced the air, aimed at Moro's side. His waist also transformed, compressing as if made of paper. Paper drawing, safe haven, Moro thought. I can do that too. Had he not awakened advanced observation Haki? Attempting to evade Katakuri's assault with paper drawing would have been akin to courting death, risking a grievous wound. Some past events are beyond the comprehension of a newcomer like you. Perhaps one day the world will come to know them. But this world does not require the existence of those who could threaten the celestial dragons. Katakuri wished not to speak in riddles, yet he perceived that Moro, as a Marine, despite rapidly ascending to the elite ranks of the Marine headquarters and establishing a base in the New World, was privy to secrets that were likely top-tier confidential matters within the Navy. To reveal such knowledge would only endanger him. What a pity. I find myself somewhat hungry. Moro quickened his pace. Both possessed advanced observation Haki. One foresaw the future, countering Moro's myriad skills and techniques, while the other sensed emotions, deftly evading attacks, and seizing opportunities to retaliate. In terms of Conqueror's Haki, Moro remained at a disadvantage. Without the momentum and combat prowess he had accumulated over time, he would have been unable to achieve such forced clashes of armament Haki. After all, Katakuri's armament Haki had the capacity to inflict damage upon matter and conjure violet-black lightning. Even his armament Haki was formidable. Yet Moro had consistently focused on mastering it, thus gaining a greater edge. Now, their close-quarters combat had reached its limits. Neither could break the stalemate, resulting in a relentless deadlock. The victor would be determined solely by endurance and stamina. Bang! The trident of the Earth Dragon thrust forth, colliding with a punch from Moro, who seized the opportunity to retreat several steps. This time, he did not charge forward again. Katakuri intended to intervene, but it was too late. At this distance, he was powerless. Moreover, the life force that Moro had appropriated did not belong to the members of the Big Mom Pirates. Continuing to fight would only result in your demise by attrition or a forced retreat. Alas, there were no donuts here. Katakuri observed as Moro's life chains ensnared over a dozen subordinates of the Dark Kings, swiftly draining their life force and transforming them into lifeless husks. Haven't you 3 left yet? Moro turned to face the Black Gold King, with the Undertaker and his companions. As his formidable life chains surged forth, Katakuri acted decisively. He could not allow Moro to seize another opportunity, for if this war of attrition continued, the ultimate victor would certainly be Moro. Having exhausted all his means, he could not defeat Moro. His only recourse was to wait for the battles of the others to conclude, thereby depleting Moro's stamina completely. With a sharp exhalation, the life chains were struck down by the trident, and the exhilaration on Moro's face dissipated. "There's no need to obstruct my meal," Moro remarked, casting a glance at Katakuri. This prolonged skirmish had lost its significance. If he were to feign death, he feared that Pudding, having just gained the upper hand against Smoker, would be swiftly neutralized by Katakuri's intervention. Perhaps Katakuri would even foresee his resurrection through his future sight. Annihilating him on the spot, it was evident that this battle had reached its climax. The key to breaking the stalemate lay solely with Pudding. With a swift motion, Moro glanced back at the Dark Kings and turned to flee. Along the way, he absorbed the life force of the pirates and assassins that obstructed his path. Bang! At last, he encountered Smoker, delivering a powerful punch. The fist met the blade with no sign of faltering, even surpassing it in strength. The force of the strike caused Smoker's sword to tremble. "Damn it! How could you escape from my brother Katakuri?" Smoker glared at Moro, his once charming purple lips now devoid of allure. They were evenly matched. It was not that he was unable to escape. Moro stood back to back with Pudding, advising, "Be cautious. Katakuri is about to unleash his full power. He will not grant me any chance to recover." Huh? Pudding was baffled. If this man could withstand Katakuri, why engage in battle within the forest? Was he not creating chaos? She had already been gaining the upper hand against Smoker. There's no time. Moro gritted his teeth and continued. "I sensed 2 distinct powerful emotions approaching. One golden and languid, likely Kizaru, and the other chaotic, most likely Big Mom, that we must end this swiftly." "Are you referring to Big Mom?" Pudding could hardly believe it. This was the reason Moro had forsaken his advantage. "Big Mom is on her way." "Yes, Katakuri's attacks will be ferocious. You must flee quickly." Having said that, Moro cast one last glance at the pirates and marines scattered throughout the forest. Swish! Katakuri's figure materialized within the forest, soon followed by the 3 Dark World Kings that to them. It appeared that Moro was in a state of decline, and his previous actions were indisputably an attempt to escape. "Flee!" Moro commanded all the standing marines. Most had succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the clash of Conqueror's Haki. Now only a few remained, who had little hope of survival. Unexpectedly, Moro unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki, sweeping away the surrounding foes. This act offered the Marines a glimmer of hope for escape. They fled frantically from the forest, just as Katakuri, Smoker, the Undertaker, the Dark Gold King, and the Sea Transport King encircled Moro and Pudding. "Run quickly. I am about to go berserk, and I will create some opportunities for you," Moro said, looking at Pudding, who appeared perplexed. Her confronting these opponents seemed daunting, but with her strength, she could certainly fight her way out. "Do you remember our agreement before the battle?" Moro's words jolted her into realization. "Does he have a hidden card? Trust me." "Pudding, don't die." Pudding glanced at Moro, no longer hesitating. After all, Moro was a disciple of Karp. How could he lack a trump card? Since they had already made a pact, she would see it through to the end. Smoker raised his sword to block, only to find Pudding's blade superior, forcefully breaking through. Simultaneously, Katakuri unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. The trees were snapped by this overwhelming force, and outside the forest, Pudding reunited with the Marines. She intended to say something, but was taken aback by the frenzy of pirates and assassins charging into the forest. At that moment, Pudding finally understood Moro's intentions. The more one-on-one battles ensued, the more Moro could rely on endurance and stamina to prevail, until the enemies were exhausted. However, should reinforcements arrive, such as the 4 emperors, Moro would need to recover his strength quickly, necessitating the distraction of sufficient foes to shatter the stalemate. At that instant, Pudding comprehended that every standing individual within the forest had been targeted by Moro, poised to become unwitting sacrifices for his indiscriminate consumption of life force. This was also the reason Moro urged her to escape. He would likely lose all reason under such circumstances, at the heart of the forest. Moro calmly addressed Katakuri. When I first arrived in the New World, my inaugural adversary was a beast known as the Violent Bear. That creature, an ancient Zoan, possessed the regenerative capabilities of a devil fruit user without having awakened its fruit. Do you know why? Rage. Katakuri understood all too well what was about to unfold at that moment. He regretted that his foresight could not extend too far into the future. Moro had deliberately extricated himself from battle, retreated into the forest, released his conqueror's Haki, and allowed Pudding to shield the Marines. All for this singular moment. Alas, it was too late that I am still too weak. Otherwise, more Marines would have escaped, Moro remarked coldly. Lamenting the excessive loss of life among the Marines, despite his conqueror's Haki and Pudding's cover, few remained. Out of nearly 1,000, less than 100 had fled. If this battle were to end in defeat, those who had lost consciousness would certainly perish, succumbing to their wounds and the ensuing lightning strikes. What do you wish to say? Katakuri beckoned, signaling the pirates to vacate the forest. It's futile. You have grown arrogant. Initially, the odds were 10 to 1. Now there should still be over 4,000 of you standing, which equates to 40 to 1 under such an advantage. Your subordinates have long succumbed to madness, believing they have achieved absolute victory. Moro could not suppress a smile. Just like these three fools still daring to stand before me. Do they truly believe that being called Dark Kings makes them actual kings? If that were the case, what would the 4 emperors even be? Flee, Katakuri commanded. But the pirates and assassins hesitated, disbelief etched on their faces. They could not fathom why he would issue such an order. After all, the Marines were nearly extinct, and Moro was at the end of his rope. If they continued to fight, they could wipe them all out. Why retreat, Katakuri? Smoker too was baffled by the decision to flee under such advantageous circumstances. He is merely posturing, Katakuri. We shall make this defeated general understand that one must remain modest. The Dark Gold King laughed heartily, simultaneously pulling the trigger in that instant. A swift life chain pierced through his abdomen, moving with such speed that even Katakuri could not intervene. For in that moment, Moro's life chains unleashed their full force. His blood surged, and he pushed his devil fruit power and Haki to their utmost limits. Since you are not curious, allow me to reveal the answer. The method that allows the Violent Bear to reach its peak is known as rampage. The fiery hue of observation Haki in Moro's eyes dissipated, and henceforth, this characteristic would be conferred upon the chains of life, indiscriminately siphoning vitality. Any existence harboring animosity towards him would be mercilessly stripped of their life by the chains of life. The dirge of life. Moro lifted his gaze, every inch of his skin erupting with the chains of life. In the wake of extinguished hope, his pupils turned as dark as the void, devoid of any light. This signified that Moro had relinquished his sanity, unleashing the full force of life energy. This madman, Katakuri, was compelled to intervene with all his might. The rice dumpling melody. This scene unfolded once more, as the chains of life surged wildly, evading the strikes of the rice dumpling while relentlessly pursuing its prey. Unlike the desolate beach, this place was teeming with pirates and assassins. Moro had lured everyone here, intending to seize vitality without restraint upon losing his reason. Damn it, I shall extract all your power with the squeeze fruit. Smooji was ablaze with fury, unable to fathom how Moro dared to act so brazenly before her. A celestial star that if sheer rage could vanquish foes. What need would there be for speed and observation Haki? Bang! Katakuri forcefully deflected the oncoming chain. Smooji looked up in shock, only to witness countless fists emerging from every corner. These life chains, cloaked in armament Haki, morphing into azure serpents, honing in on her as they sensed her heightened wrath and fighting spirit. Moving with even greater swiftness, what this fellow aimed to do was to restore his strength without igniting anger. For such emotions would only hasten his recovery. Katakuri issued a warning. Having already facilitated the escape of the Dark Kings to thwart Moro, he had no choice but to unleash his full power. In this scenario, it was an indiscriminate sweep within the combat zone. Smooji had to simultaneously fend off Katakuri's rice dumpling attacks while dodging Moro's chains of life. The others fared no better. Moro's rampage was compelling Kakuri to unleash his full might that I must protect my brethren, which inherently means safeguarding him. This fellow knows it all too well, Katakuri lamented, acknowledging that he could only strive to restrain Moro's life-draining assaults and save a portion of the people. As for the Dark Gold King, the Grim Reaper, and the Sea Transport King, they were undoubtedly on a path to self-destruction, their remaining 2,000 assassins and subordinates destined to become fodder for Moro's rampage. Whoosh! A chain ruthlessly pierced the chest of the Dark Gold King, who stared in disbelief at his own wound. Almost immediately, the Grim Reaper was struck by Kakuri's attack while attempting to evade, and Moro seized the opportunity to drain his life force, while the Sea Transport King had already been reduced to a desiccated corpse. Katakuri, brother, he is exploiting you, Smuji seethed with rage, perceiving Moro as more detestable than any villain. These merciless Dark Kings had all become mere sacrifices for him. There was no way out. This fiend even understood that only through enduring trauma and violence could one regain their sanity in a state of fury. And I, in my endeavor to protect others, would inevitably have to attack him. Once his rampage concluded, he would revert to peak condition, while I would be left utterly drained. Katakuri considered Moro not merely a rival, but a formidable adversary. Powerful and cunning. If that's the case, then let us not engage him directly. Sacrificing a few is not an issue. We shall join forces to eliminate Moro. Smuji wished fervently to dismember Moro. He could already match my rice dumpling melody without going berserk. Now, amidst all this wanton destruction and life draining, I must still protect you and everyone else. Where lies my chance of victory? Upon hearing this, Smuji's eyes brimmed with disbelief. You think I am inferior to him? Smuji could not accept that Katakuri viewed her as less formidable than Moro. No. Damn it. Do not let your anger flare. Katakuri was compelled to restrain his arm attacks near Smuji, preventing the chains of life from rampaging unchecked. The slightest hint of excessive emotion could amplify the ferocity of attacks. Moro was nothing short of a monster. How infuriating! This fiend is entirely manipulating us. Both Smuji and Katakuri found themselves ensnared, unable to retreat or advance. There remained but one solution. A breakthrough must arise amidst the combat. In Kakuri's eyes, a glimpse of the future seemed to materialize. What? Smuji turned to Katakuri. Mama is coming, but that also means the Marine Admirals will soon arrive. Just as Katakuri's words fell, Smuji's transponder snail began to ring quietly. Gurgle, gurgle. Mama, Smuji, hold Moro. I want to tear him to shreds. The voice of Big Mom echoed as pirate ships surged across the sea, approaching Thunder God Island in a grand flotilla. Damn it. How could this fiend possess such overwhelming power? The Dark Gold King could hardly believe he was to be vanquished by Moro. Not only him, but the 3 Dark Kings who had come here had all fallen to Moro's rampaging state. The surviving 2,000 assassins met their demise, while the Big Mom pirates had only 700 left to survive after Katakuri unleashed his full power. Beyond that, despair was all that awaited them. So many lives, sacrificed to fuel the rampage of a single individual. Moro had offered up thousands, siphoning their life force while ensuring he would not succumb to weakness post-rampage. Meanwhile, leveraging Kakuri's attacks, he accelerated the tempo of his rampage, thereby preserving his swifter recovery to lucidity. The calculating Moro had effectively neutralized as many adversaries as possible before Big Mom's arrival at Thunder God Island. Exhausting both Katakuri's and Smuji's stamina, that he would awaken to peak condition after absorbing the life force of thousands, while Peach Rabbit would also seize the chance to regain her strength. Battles rely not solely on brute force, but also on the will to confront death in desperate circumstances. Ha ha ha, what a feast indeed. Moro's laughter resounded as the chains of life retracted, transforming into hundreds of azure serpents that coiled around his back. Katakuri and Smuji were nearly depleted of their strength. Gazing at this madman, it seems I have won my wager. Moro addressed the two, simultaneously sensing the murderous intent emanating from Big Mom. He was but a moment too late. Had he been swifter in absorbing all the life force and regaining his clarity, he could have subdued Kakuri and Smuji. Now, even in their weakened state, Moro found himself unable to drain them. They were emperors, and a mere opportunity to evade was sufficient for their descent. But you have still lost. Before Mama, you possess no chance of victory. Katakuri was not lying. He regarded Moro with earnestness. Facing an opponent of such caliber, both in strength and intellect, was a rarity, and he truly wished for a fair contest. Yet the outcome was all too evident. Moro was rapidly regaining his combat prowess, taking full advantage of his fruit's abilities. However, even if he stood at his zenith, what could he do against the impending arrival of Big Mom? Indeed, in this grand gamble of life, I have never feared defeat, nor the prospect of loss. Even so, I remain steadfast in my belief that today's battle cannot end in failure. What significance holds the title of an emperor if one has never tasted defeat? Moro realized that he had indeed caught up with Katakuri, even surpassing him in stamina. Yet, when faced with a formidable foe of the Yonko caliber, he remained uncertain. After all, in the battle at Marineford, he had exchanged blows with Whitebeard and emerged defeated. In retrospect, the power of that punch was undeniably immense, whether it be the tremors of the tremor fruit, sheer force, or the mastery of Haki. It all eclipsed Katakuri's capabilities. Comparatively, how much stronger was Big Mom? The fervor for battle in Morolo's heart, coupled with his desire to protect his subordinates, compelled him to stay if he were to flee. He would stand no chance against a fully prepared Big Mom and would rather engage in a fair fight to buy enough time. According to Morolo's observation through Kinbunchika Haki, the lazy aura of Kazuru was also present over the sea. If he could just hold on until then, he, along with Momonosuke and Kazuru, would possess a certain advantage before Big Mom. Boom! The earth trembled. Countless pirates emerged from various directions on Raijin Island, not counting the originally injured ministers. Among the newly arrived dozen or so ministers were formidable figures such as Daifuku and the fourth star snag. The forefront was, of course, Big Mom, who loomed in the sky, adorned with the blazing Prometheus above her head. Standing upon the stormy Zeus, and wielding the sword Napoleon. You wretch, you've gone this far. You've forced me to divert from my delightful watch at Whole Cake Island, and now you will find no place to rest in death. Mama, 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 the steel balloon, the born destroyer, with a bounty of 4.388 billion berries, the evil god in the eyes of the giants, known as Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, standing at a towering height of 8.8 meters. She roamed freely, endowed with her monstrous innate powers. Thunder, with a command from Big Mom, Zeus unleashed a colossal bolt of lightning, engulfing Moro. Having already undergone transformation on Raijin Island, Moro disregarded this attack. He immersed himself in the experience, even relishing the energy feedback from the life fruit. Boom! Another lightning strike, which Moro merely treated as a tickle. Heavenly Great Freedom Deity, situated on Raijin Island, Big Mom seemed particularly fond of lightning attacks. This time, she indiscriminately released a torrent of purple lightning that sought out its targets. Yet Moro still faced the damage head-on. He had not anticipated that the strength he gained from enduring the assaults on Raijin Island, coupled with the lightning resistance from the life fruit, would evolve to such a degree that it was akin to an unintentional success. Comfortable, this damage was insignificant compared to my energy feedback and self-healing speed. Moro grinned. Having just experienced a berserker state, he lifted his head and clenched his fists. Katakuri and Smoothie, witnessing this scene, evaded the indiscriminate lightning strikes. Internally stirred by a tide of despair, could he adapt to the discomfort of his berserk state so quickly? Smoothie felt an inexplicable dread. The more frenzied he became, the stronger he grew. The vitality of 3,000 lives served as his nourishment, and this was his reliance. Katakuri was unaware of what Moro had endured. Yet the fearless demeanor he exhibited, daring to confront anything, instilled an overwhelming sense of invincibility that on the ocean, the strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who disregard their lives. As the saying goes, one must be prepared to sacrifice everything to bring down a Yonko. Fireball from the heavens. Big Mom launched another ranged attack after the lightning proved ineffective. She was now seething with rage, causing Prometheus to rapidly expand and unleash a massive fireball. Boom! The gigantic fireball surged forth, and even the lightning tree, known for withstanding lightning strikes, was scorched by the intense heat, igniting leaves in its wake. Moro stood amidst the chaos, gazing up at the colossal fireball. He recalled his first battle on the Grand Line, also set upon the sea, during which he had yet to master even the 6 powers of the Navy. Reflecting on past events, particularly Karp's words, Moro muttered to himself, in this vast sea, powerful beings abound. Some obliterate everything with molten magma of searing heat, while others freeze all with ice. Some move lazily like light, and others transform into dragons that dominate the skies, while some, akin to deities, manipulate all. You only need to forge ahead, and no matter the distance this path may require, one must sustain their fists for as long as necessary. Let this flame blaze even fiercer, Moro roared as he allowed the fireball to engulf him, remaining unafraid and instead drawing upon the comprehensive defense of his Haki, along with the life fruit's swift adaptation to the heat. The inferno spread, consuming the entire island in mere moments. Moro stood resolute, observing his opponent approach. Oh, you truly believe yourself to be some kind of monster? I am a Yonko. Lightning and fire may not claim your life. But what of my sword? Linlin appeared amidst the sea of flames, her towering form resembling a small giant at 8.8 meters. Lightning and fire. As far as I know, there are those above you in the heavens who wield electricity far better. And Kaido's flames are no less formidable than yours, perhaps even more so when fully unleashed. My Navy's Admiral Sakazuki, with a single magma dog, would you dare to withstand it? As for your sword, let us not even mention the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. Can you truly compare to Shanks, who has dueled him? You, old hag, are nothing but a mediocre being. What are you prattling on about? Moro scoffed, causing Charlotte Linlin to feel a wave of discomfort. Life or death, soul curse. Any hint of fear will result in the loss of your soul. The towering Big Mom believed Moro was merely bluffing. Yet no matter how she shouted, Moro remained unfazed. Fear? Merely a Yonko. I am destined to become the king of the Navy. What do I fear from the Emperor of the Sea? Moro planted his feet firmly on the ground. Leaning forward, his fists enveloped in Haki, hardened while a faint red aura flickered like flames around them. His eyes ignited with a fiery brilliance. He laughed heartily, for neither the lightning nor the flames inflicted harm upon him. Rather, they inexplicably flushed his cheeks. This thrill, the adventure on the high seas, was a daily exhilaration. Nanny, Emperor's sword, Shatterblade, Napoleon the Hat sword instantly expanded, enveloped in searing flames, with Big Mom's formidable Haki surging forth. Amplifying its might to the extreme, this strike possessed tremendous power, standing as one of her most potent sword techniques, a testament to the formidable heart of Big Mom. Yet, in Morolo's eyes, no matter how powerful she was, she remained a being reliant on external forces. She believed that by acquiring the strength of all races, particularly that of the giants, she could surely triumph over red-haired Shanks and Kaido of the beasts. As well as Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. In reality, numerous powerful beings across the sea share Big Mom's mindset. There is Gecko Moria, who, due to the death of his comrades, only trusts in the undead, believing that death means no further loss. Then there is Crocodile, the former warlord of the sea, whose spirit withered after defeat, solely believing in ancient weapons. However, Big Mom stands as the most extraordinarily powerful among them, rendering her thoughts more restrained. Throughout, she lacked Kaido's invincible spirit, Whitebeard's willingness to face death, or Shank's free will. Iron Fist Storm, Dance of Life. Moro advanced, throwing a punch that collided with Napoleon, while countless dark chains extended from his arm, attacking in every direction toward the blade. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and even Napoleon felt the strain. This sword strike provided a sense of recoil. Regrettably, it did not siphon the vitality from Katakuri or Smoothie. Otherwise, this punch would have been exponentially stronger. Under the force of this punch, Moro sensed the might of the Yonko, the quality of advanced Haki, yet possessing an overwhelming quantity of will. Even Morolo's prideful strength paled in comparison to Big Mom's. Is this what it means to be a Yonko? With scarcely any weaknesses to speak of, the formidable figure among the four emperors, Big Mom, wields an overwhelming conqueror's Haki in the world of pirates. Unless one possesses unparalleled destructive power and damage, truly reaching the pinnacle of personal strength necessitates the mastery of conqueror's Haki. You young rascal possess some strength, but the next strike shall be the price for Owen's life. Big Mom cast a disdainful glance at Moro. Elbaf's spear. Royal might. A colossal and formidable sword aura erupted, the potency of this strike verging on the terrifying, with shockwaves exhibiting an unparalleled speed and range. Should one fail to evade, the outcome would be nothing short of being cleaved in two. Whoosh. Moro concentrated all his Haki into his hands, forming a fist as layers of chains entwined, culminating in two fists comparable to giants. Iron Fist of Life, Skyline, boom. The eruption of armament Haki imbued Moro's strike with tremendous shockwaves. The collision of fist and sword unleashed a tremor that reverberated across the entire island. the shockwaves tearing through the landscape. Creating gaping chasms, the sea around surged with tumultuous waves. Katakuri, this fellow has grown even stronger, Smuji exclaimed in disbelief, sensing Moro was in a more powerful state than before. Indeed, yet he still falls short when compared to Mother. Katakuri acknowledged Smuji's assessment, but understood that Moro's deficiencies in devil fruit abilities and Conqueror's Haki could not be rectified in such a brief period. Even if he compensated, the passage of time and combat experience would mean Moro's speed and strength had yet to reach their zenith. He possessed a unique fruit ability that could indeed allow him to catch up to the four emperors who had long dominated the New World, but that required time. The most daunting aspect is that every year new pirate supernovas emerge. Yet how many can stand tall before the might of the four emperors without bending the knee? Bang! The shockwave Moro unleashed was ultimately countered by Big Mom's assault, forcing him to confront her directly with his fists. The flames atop Napoleon's blade remained, indicating that the previous shockwave had obliterated the life chains entwined around his fists, while Napoleon stood unscathed. This exemplifies the chasm in strength. Little brat, your fists evoke an all too familiar disdain within me. Do you understand? Big Mom remarked with evident loathing. Yes, that's so. I think it's rather tolerable. Having withstood multiple assaults of lightning and flames, as well as 2 sword strikes, Moro found himself drained of considerable stamina. While for the four emperors, this was merely an ordinary skirmish. This explains why, in Luffy's battle against Kaido, should he fall, even a battered Kaido could still sweep through the battlefield. No weaknesses, an all-encompassing might. And what of this strike? Big Mom discerned Moro's waning spirit, smiling as she raised Napoleon once more. Radiant sword, lightning, flames, and the combination of sword and Haki coalesced, channeling all power into the blade, boasting immense might. Truly a decrepit old hag, Moro's fervent battle spirit ignited, condensing all his Haki and strength into this final punch. Iron Fist of Life, Crimson Bloodstorm. Once again, Moro entwined his fists with life chains, unleashing his armament Haki upon them. In this moment, everything was painted a blood-red hue. A combination technique of Haki, martial prowess, and life chains. Boom! Moro unleashed a fist. The crimson Haki shockwave and the formidable power of the life chains erupted forth, aimed at the flames, lightning, and sword aura before him. Die, arrogant brat. To provoke one of the four emperors is undoubtedly the gravest mistake of your life. Is that so? Then I shall offer my iron fist to this world. Moro sensed an unusual emotion emanating from Big Mom, perhaps a result of her having consumed too many souls, leading to a warped and frenzied mindset. The crimson bloodstorm collided with golden flames and violet lightning, surging into the heavens, causing even the clouds above to recoil in fear. Ordinary lightning dared not encroach upon the arena where their attacks clashed. You little brat, seeking death, your Haki is far from sufficient for the task at hand. At your age, you ought to be resting in peace. As their attacks collided, both parties unleashed their conqueror's Haki simultaneously. That I end this moment. Moro once more actively released his conqueror's Haki, yet his innate prowess lacked the destructive capability to match even Katakuri's level. It only induced dizziness in ordinary individuals, falling short of Big Mom's terrifying conqueror's Haki. Fortunately, he managed to endure this pressure, releasing his energy frantically. The contrast was akin to a sovereign of the seas gazing down upon all. The rising youth harbored defiance, unabashedly unleashing his aura. Your conqueror's Haki falls woefully short, just as your devil fruit ability does. Charlotte Linlin recognized the glaring deficiencies in Moro, and this punch was his utmost effort. His final strike. Old hag, you are being unreasonable. My fruit ability has been developed to a level far surpassing your conqueror's Haki. Radiant Cannon. Upon hearing this, Big Mom reinforced her counterattack, and Moro found himself swiftly at a disadvantage under the dual pressure of her formidable conqueror's Haki and armament Haki. They also created a significant distance between them. Moro leaped into the air, attempting to drive his strike home. Linlin, from her elevated position, initiated a ranged assault. Haki, flames, and lightning converged, causing the energy ring on the blade to unleash an immensely dense energy beam. Boom! This strike exerted pressure even upon Moro, who was airborne. Enveloped in the energy beam, he endured tremendous destructive force and damage. Spit! Moro coughed up black blood, suffering continuous damage in midair, despite having developed his devil fruit to a high level and awakened advanced armament and observation Haki. Moro still bore a fatal shortcoming before the four emperors. Nevertheless, he extended a hand, attempting to grasp Big Mom's Napoleon sword. Cough. Moro coughed dryly, his head drooping backward, mouth agape, his eyes rolling back as consciousness began to fade. Boom, boom, the assault persisted, and it was clear that Big Mom intended to eradicate him entirely. Whoosh. On the ground, Peach Rabbit dispatched all foes attempting to obstruct her path, escaping the encirclement of Snag and Daifuku. Arriving at the heart of the forest, grasping her sword, Peach Rabbit sensed the immense pressure emanating from Big Mom. With a swing, she sought to rescue Moro. Not a chance. Katakuri timely intervened, blocking her path with his trident. Surrounded by Katakuri, Smooji, and Snag, Peach Rabbit found herself in peril. The sea, compared to the colossal four Emperor pirate crew, the Navy warship seemed like a solitary boat, with the surviving soldiers gazing up at the unfolding scene. Vice Admiral Moro, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, we've encountered nearly the entirety of Big Mom's pirate crew. How can we possibly win? Let's retreat. We'll go down together. The soldiers roared as they opened fire, and a flash of light appeared out of nowhere. Pausing at the bow of the ship for a moment before vanishing without a care, when the light reappeared, it was already hovering above Thunder God Island. What do you intend to do? Big Mom, are you bullying my young Navy soldiers with your status? His languid voice emerged, and the next moment he was suspended in midair, spinning at high speed. 8 Shakayata no Kagami, a dazzling orb of light. Both powerful and swift, shot forth, targeting the pirates upon the island. Even the pirate ships were caught in the crossfire. Across the horizon, the tardy Navy warships began to surface on the sea. How terrifying. These pirates dare to witness such chaos. We've encountered numerous troubles along the way. As Kizaru unleashed his attack, Big Mom sought to counter it, condensing light into the sword held in his hand. Heavenly Cloud Sword. How dare you disrupt my plans? Alas, Big Mom, why do you harbor such animosity? Is it not the duty of the Navy to thwart the pirates' destruction with each swing of his sword? Kizaru only had time for a fleeting glance at Moro. He could discern that even the formidable Charlotte Lin had suffered a slight depletion of strength after enduring the onslaught from Kizaru and the resistance from Katakuri. Moro still managed to hold his own against Big Mom, achieving such remarkable results. Compared to the battle in Gold City, this was a qualitative leap, aside from the crew of pirates personally led by Big Mom. The remaining forces on the island were nearly exhausted and dwindling. He even felt that if not for the intervention of the four emperors, Moro would possess an absolute advantage in this confrontation. Such a promising talent should not perish at the hands of Big Mom. Moreover, it is still working hours. Kizaru is bound to fulfill his responsibilities diligently. Moro. Amidst the chaos, Peach Rabbit seized the opportunity to rescue Moro, who was surrounded by enemies. Had it not been for Katakuri and Smoothie, who were both fatigued from prior battles, she might have been unable to save him at all. Allowing Moro to escape could lead to even graver consequences. Smoothie, despite his exhaustion, stood resolutely behind Snag, calling out with a sense of calm, he must not be permitted to depart. Similarly drained, Katakuri remained steadfastly in front of Snag, unyielding in the face of peril. Are you all afraid of Moro? How absurd. Even in a state of unconsciousness, you are still gripped by terror. Is this truly the four Emperors' pirate crew? Peach Rabbit, cradling Moro, taunted them while her heart raced in the midst of battle. At that moment, a figure emerged, rather unremarkable in appearance. Wielding a long sword, he vanquished all pirates in his path, ultimately sending Snag into a state of concern with a single blow that sent Big Mom flying. Shafton, I heard you were reassigned to the Navy headquarters after the War of the Best. I must say, I was quite startled to encounter you so soon. Snag could not possibly be unaware. Peach Rabbit and Shafton were both formidable forces, yet they resided within the Navy's branches, akin to Virgo, albeit significantly more powerful. However, following the War of the Best, for reasons unknown, the Navy headquarters recalled numerous strong individuals from various branches, including Shafton and Peach Rabbit. Nevertheless, the Navy still conceals many powerful figures, including Fujitora and Green Bull. Until the world recruitment arrives, they remain elusive monsters. Peach Rabbit, this battle is perilously dangerous. Allow me to profess my feelings for you once more. Shafton, undeterred, continued to press forward, knowing that without Katakuri and Smoothie to intervene, and with Big Mom restrained by Kizaru, The remaining forces could not possibly impede him, and Peach Rabbit. Die. You. Peach Rabbit outright rejected his confession. Just as a fleet of warships began to dock at the shore, the elite vice admirals of the Navy headquarters followed suit, disembarking that we no longer possess much of an advantage. Katakuri understood that if this battle concluded, even if Big Mom emerged victorious, the Four Emperors' crew would become a mere shadow of its former self. More terrifyingly, Punk Hazard lay nearby. Akainu and Akiji were still engaged in battle, should the standoff persist. And they ceased their conflict. Even Big Mom would be rendered incapacitated. Mother, should we retreat? Katakuri called out to the Emperor of the Sea battling in the skies. Nanny, Big Mom hadn't intended such a course of action. To her, even if Kizaru delayed time, the arrival of Akainu and Akiji would pose no threat. Merely a group of youngsters, she underestimated the admirals of the Navy, viewing it as a matter of seniority rather than strength. Yet, amidst the ocean, several small vessels appeared on the horizon. The figures aboard looked strikingly familiar. Sengoku, Crane, Karp. According to his intel, wasn't he Karp supposed to have returned to the East Blue after the War of the Best? Witnessing this scene, Big Mom unleashed a powerful strike, declaring loudly, "Return to Whole Cake Island. I shall not play with these little brats any longer." The countless homies, ministers of Tato Land, and her subordinate pirates surged toward the pirate ships. Damn it, Katakuri had not anticipated that instead of attracting other admirals, he would draw forth relics from the bygone era. Kizaru restrained Big Mom, while Moro was shielded by Peach Rabbit and Shafton. They could only retreat in bitterness. Has Linlin fled so swiftly? On Thunder God Island, as the Big Mom pirates departed, Karp and Sengoku approached Moro's side. "That is he dead?" Karp inquired, delivering a powerful punch to Moro's chest. Karp? Both Sengoku and Crane were taken aback. Moro was devoid of breath, and yet he struck him. Even if he were your disciple, such cruelty is unwarranted. To their astonishment, Moro coughed up a mouthful of black blood. First, a surge of green light erupted from the warship they arrived on, flowing into Moro's body, followed shortly by another wave of green light from Orange Soda Island. This lad has an abundance of life-preserving techniques. Do not be deceived by his righteous facade. Karp picked his nose, glancing at Moro. "Old man, I have achieved significant merit this time. Could you elevate me to Admiral?" Moro's lips gradually regained a hint of color. "I am not the Fleet Admiral. The new Fleet Admiral is currently vying for position. Would you care to witness?" "Certainly. I thought you had returned to the East Blue." "In truth, I too wish to retire soon." Moro, cradled in Peach Rabbit's embrace, appeared pitiable. "Having dealt with some trash, I merely came to take a look," Karp remarked, swiftly seizing Moro and tossing him onto the deck of the Navy warship, cast upon the deck. Moro found himself in a dire predicament, powerless to call for assistance that he could only lie there, awaiting the healing of his injuries. The injured sailors were carried aboard the warship for treatment. Moro reclined on the deck, watching as his comrades were transported away. Countless lives lost, yet each one known to him. On the vast ocean, the warships sailed toward Punk Hazard, along the way passing numerous sunken pirate vessels. Clearly, there were no shortage of onlookers. Once Moro regained the ability to stand, he leaned against the railing, gazing into the boundless sea. "Should I perish alongside you?" Moro was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. He had grown strong enough that even Big Mom could only render him unconscious. To seek a death akin to Whitebeard's in the War of the Best was no simple feat yet. What of the sailors under his command? Contemplating this, Moro made his way toward the ship's cabin. Inside sat numerous prominent figures: Sengoku, Karp, Kizaru, Peach Rabbit, Shafton, Enigmo, and Fire Fist. Moro felt a sense of bewilderment. He was unsure when he had become one of them. Merely struggling to adapt, he seated himself at one of the chairs. As the others gathered around the long table, engaging in sporadic conversation, with such a formidable assembly, one could hardly say Big Mom could contend, aside from the calamity known as Jack the Drought. Anyone else would surely take a detour. After a moment of silence, Moro spoke. "That I have slain several individuals. Can I receive a bounty in return?" Sengoku regarded him, saying, "You are a member of the Navy. How could you claim a bounty?" "That is the purview of pirate hunters. That I wish to secure compensation for the fallen warriors." After Moro finished speaking, an oppressive silence enveloped the conference room. After a prolonged pause, Sengoku finally nodded. On Punk Hazard, molten magma flowed relentlessly, incinerating everything in its path without exception. ice encased the land, freezing every corner beneath a blanket of swirling snow that a fleet of naval warships lay anchored offshore. Awaiting the culmination of the conflict, following the conclusion of the war atop the Red Line, the Navy's forces had been depleted, dispatched to hunt down the nefarious criminals who had escaped from the 6th level of the battle. Once all apprehensible foes had been subdued, a few madmen remained elusive. Notably, the crew led by Blackbeard was among them. Astonishingly, this group also included the monstrous offspring of the devil, Barrett. Currently, the Navy headquarters was embroiled in a fierce dispute over who would claim the title of the new admiral. Sengoku backed Akiji, while the Gorosei threw their weight behind Akainu, leading to a fierce showdown on Punk Hazard. Unbeknownst to them, this decisive clash of the Navy's elite had already raged for several days. The sea breeze carried an unsettling warmth to Moro's justice cloak thickened as he strolled upon the deck. Having recovered fully from the recent battle, he was now fit for duty. Kizuru, Sengoku, and Karp had all departed the vicinity of Punk Hazard, each attending to their respective responsibilities. Ultimately, Moro, along with Peach Rabbit, Chahog, and 5 other elite rear admirals, alongside 10 major admirals, were tasked with maintaining a stronghold at this location. In the interim, the naval branch on Orange Soda Island was finally established. The headquarters not only appointed Peach Rabbit to assist Moro in ensuring the area's security, but also selected Vice Admiral Virgo from the branch to serve as Moro's aide. This decision was undoubtedly viewed as a strategic move. Pairing the formidable Peach Rabbit with Moro, and assigning the seasoned Virgo as his assistant. In previous times, aside from Sengoku and Karp, it would have been inconceivable for a Vice Admiral to take on the role of aide. However, Moro had proven his mettle in this assault, having slain 2 captains from the Blackbeard pirates and the formidable Big Mom pirates Admiral Kakuri, even holding his own against the likes of them at Raijin Island. Furthermore, he had eradicated 3 Dark Emperors of the New World, earning acclaim as the Dragon Slayer. More significantly, he had survived the onslaught of 1,000 pirates under the command of the Sea Emperor. With only a few hundred remaining by the end, this feat solidified the Navy's presence on Orange Soda Island, leading to Peach Rabbit's appointment as the base commander and Virgo's assignment as aide. In a short span, Moro had become a formidable force in the New World, overshadowing even the notorious pirate supernovas of the worst generation. News outlets like Morgan's prominently touted headlines proclaiming the impending ice and fire conflict. While insinuating that the next Navy admiral had already emerged, it was rumored that a staggering bounty of 1.5 billion berries had been placed on Moro's head in the underworld. Yet, he remained unfazed. As long as he could establish a foothold in the New World and carve a significant rift in the 4 Emperors' dominance, Moro, after days of relentless combat, who do you perceive as the victor in this struggle? Virgo had joined Moro 2 days prior, appearing innocuous with a spoon affixed to his face. In reality, as a mole planted by Don Quixote da Flamingo within the Navy, he had been meticulously plotting his next moves. Moro, however, had little time to dwell on this matter, viewing it merely as a source of amusement. Admiral Sakazuki's lethality was formidable. If a battle to the death were to ensue, it was likely that Kazan might show restraint towards his comrades. While Sakazuki's unwavering justice would leave no room for hesitation, Moro candidly stated that it was pure cheating on Sakazuki's part. Peach Rabbit and Chahog exchanged glances, aware that despite Akiji being a disciple of Zephyr like themselves, he had idolized Karp in his youth and owed him a great deal. Moro was well known as Karp's disciple. One would expect him to side with Aokiji. To their surprise, he believed Akiji would emerge victorious. After the battle, injuries are inevitable. Will your devil fruit powers be able to heal you? Peach Rabbit inquired, her question entirely reasonable, considering the life and death stakes of such a relentless conflict. Yes, but the injured may not necessarily recover. Moro replied nonchalantly. Over these past few days, he had honed his mastery over his conqueror's Haki, and with the advanced awakening of both his armament Haki and observation Haki, there remained room for further growth. He could not simply rest idly. The mythical Zoan fruit had developed its powers through numerous life and death confrontations with formidable pirates, growing increasingly potent. The grand battle, as foretold in legends, persisted for a full 10 days and nights. Moro marveled at the 2 combatants. Could they truly function without sustenance? If it were him, he would take a break and find something to eat. Even if not hungry, it was no wonder they were dubbed the monstrous admirals of the Navy. Hellhound. Ice Age. Boom. The clash of ice and magma erupted, Generating a cloud of steam that as Moro and the others, since the battle had concluded, they hastily made their way toward the island. The icy terrain and molten inferno were akin to two disparate realms. The clash between Aokiji and Akainu had irrevocably altered the climate of Punk Hazard, transforming it into an island of ice and fire. The boundary where steam billowed forth. Aokiji lay sprawled on the ground, one leg annihilated by magma. Akainu stood amidst the molten flow, coldly observing the scene. Subsequently, Moro clenched a sphere of verdant light, intending to infuse Aokiji with life energy to mend his injuries. Aokiji lifted his gaze to the misty sky, gently shaking his head, unwilling to accept Moro's healing as expected. Given Aokiji's character, he would categorically refuse such assistance. The battle had come to a close. Sakazuki glanced at the gravely wounded Aokiji, disregarding his own injuries, and turned away. The two were remarkably stoic. Had their years of collaboration fostered no semblance of camaraderie, their divergent notions of justice led them down paths destined for stark contrast. Moro cast a meaningful glance at Aokiji and the retreating figure of Akainu. Their conflict was far from a mere lethal engagement. It also foretold the future reclamation of the New World. The battle has concluded. Return to headquarters, Moro commanded, prompting the elite rear admirals to swiftly approach. With the brutal confrontation at an end, the two historically discordant admirals began to orchestrate their respective strategies. 3 days later, upon returning to Orange Soda Island, Moro received word from headquarters. Akainu had officially ascended to the rank of the new Marine Admiral. On the same day, a revelation sent shockwaves through the New World. Aokiji, the embodiment of the Navy's might, had resigned and departed from the organization. Thus, a new chapter in history was set into motion. In the early morning, at a quaint tavern, Moro savored a pineapple bacon sandwich while perusing the newspaper, as was his custom. Peach Rabbit was already enjoying tea over rice at dawn. Virgo entered the establishment, a burger in hand, along with a mission recently dispatched from headquarters. Once the commander of the G5 base, he was held in high esteem within the Navy in the New World and now diligently served as Moro's aide. For Doflamingo, Virgo's proximity to Moro now yielded greater benefits, including access to intelligence and the potential for profit from CP0. Admiral Moro, headquarters has issued a command for you to set sail and preemptively address any unnecessary disturbances during the relocation. Relocation from headquarters? Moro had anticipated this. With Akainu newly appointed, he was determined to move the headquarters from Marineford in the Grand Line to the former G1 base in the New World. To his surprise, Akainu wanted him to mitigate any complications along the way. Understood, I will gather my belongings and depart shortly. Moro rose to his feet, exchanging a brief glance with Peach Rabbit before turning to exit the small tavern. He ventured into the forest of Orange Soda Island, where he calmly halted at the shoreline. There he encountered a large penguin and a languid man leaning against a wall. This individual was none other than the former Admiral Aokiji, who had left the Navy. I knew you would come, Aokiji remarked, his sunglasses glinting in the light as Moro tossed him a bottle of liquor. Where do you plan to go next? Moro inquired. Sitting cross-legged at the water's edge, gazing at the shimmering sea, their interactions had been few, yet their dedication to justice was strikingly similar. Following my own inclinations, I am merely here to offer a trivial assistance before my departure. He mused. Aokiji took a sip of brandy and continued, before I leave, I have already selected 2 individuals to fill the vacancies within the 7 warlords of the sea. Their identities will likely be revealed to the public soon. I have come to entrust you with a task. You just said you would assist me, yet now it feels like you are burdening me. Moro shrugged with resignation. Aokiji did not counter, but instead addressed his junior, whom he had little in common with. Are you aware of the concept of not killing an admiral? Blackarm Zephyr, the architect of the Navy's golden generation, has nearly all of the current powerful Navy figures as his disciples. The candidates for the new warlords you mentioned are most likely Whitebeard II and the Clown Buggy. The latter is inconsequential, but should the former be made public, it would unleash a desperate Zephyr, turning him into a wild horse. Moro was disinclined to squander time. You know, Aokiji was taken aback by Moro's depth of knowledge regarding the events of the old era. Logically speaking, given Moro's age, he should have been oblivious to such history. However, his previous training under Karp explained everything. Yes, he is also my mentor. If the worst were to occur, Zephyr might very well take the risk of abandoning the Navy. Just as I did, I hope you will intervene then. Akiji fixed his gaze on Moro, finding it hard to fathom that a former admiral would delegate a task to a current elite rear admiral. The task was to prevent a former admiral from betraying the Navy. Was that reasonable? I have no other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Akiji declared, rising as if nothing were amiss. Prepared to depart alongside the large penguin that had been competing for the icy pathway across the sea. Unexpectedly, he paused at the shore, turning his back without a glance. Your subordinates have connections to CP0 and the warlords of the sea. Currently, there is no evidence, so action cannot be taken, but it is prudent to remain cautious. Understood. I'm aware of Virgo and Doflamingo, Moro acknowledged. Brother Akiji, once I become the new Fleet Admiral, I shall greet you again. Moro waved goodbye, causing Akiji to momentarily falter. He had not anticipated that this junior would be privy to such secrets, many of which were typically reserved for those of admiral ranked at AS for Virgo and CP0. Their actions had been traceable but lacked concrete evidence. Everyone maintained a semblance of tacit understanding. After all, the warlords were also a card in the Navy's hand, and the facade could not be shattered. You may tolerate a grain of sand in your eye, but I am not so magnanimous. Moro bid farewell to Akiji. What did it matter if there was no evidence? As long as he possessed strength, he could take action against anyone. Even if he could not defeat them, he would still engage in combat, seizing any opportunity to eliminate Virgo and uproot Doflamingo's influence, since Doflamingo and CP0 sought to embed a thorn in his side. He would gladly oblige them in this conflict. Half a year later, Moro was in charge of ensuring the safety of areas including Punk Hazard, Raijin Island, Orange Soda Island, and Dress Rosa. He effortlessly dealt with numerous pirate crews that dared to venture too close. With himself, Peach Rabbit, and Virgo guarding the area, the new Navy branch had firmly established itself. The fortified base, coupled with the transformed Marines, stood resolutely to protect the island. The lives of the islanders had significantly improved, and they often brought Moro oranges as tokens of gratitude. Throughout these 6 months, Moro devoted himself solely to training, having pushed the development of his paramecia fruit to its limits while immersing himself in the mastery of Haki. However, upon concluding his seclusion, Moro increasingly found life to be mundane that he yearned to capture evidence against Virgo and dismantle Doflamingo's Don Quixote family entirely. Yet, Virgo was tirelessly seeking traces of Moro's movements. Left with no choice, Moro could only immerse himself in rigorous training, ensuring that he also honed his swordsmanship and marksmanship for the sake of instructing the Marines. However, his prowess in these areas paled in comparison to his unmatched fist. Though he was by no means lacking, this monotonous existence continued to amplify his restlessness. During this time, a series of astonishing news reports flooded in. First, Whitebeard II and Buggy the Clown were announced as the new warlords of the sea. Shortly thereafter, an even more shocking revelation emerged. In order to compensate for the absence of 2 admiral-level combatants, the Navy would initiate a global recruitment drive to select 2 new admirals from across the world. Regardless of their past age or experience, provided they possessed formidable strength. Soon, celebrations erupted on Orange Soda Island, as both Moro and Peach Rabbit each secured a nomination. Their performances during the battle at Raijin Island, one standing firm against Kakuri and the other flawlessly subduing Smoothie, justified their recognition. Only Moro understood that, 6 months prior, Peach Rabbit's strength had been comparable to his own. Both had been capable of defeating formidable pirates beneath the 4 emperors without interference. However, to engage in direct combat with the emperors like an admiral was still beyond their reach. Such was the strength of a candidate admiral. They could triumph over vice admirals at full strength, yet they still fell short of true admiral caliber. Over the past 6 months, Moro had no clear sense of how much stronger he had become. Merely infusing his will into the devil fruit and conqueror's Haki repeatedly, only a true master could unearth the potential Moro currently harbored. The following day, the warship set sail from the coastline. Moro and Peach Rabbit departed, leaving Virgo behind to safeguard the base and train the Marines. This fellow had garnered a positive reputation among the Marines and Islanders, effectively playing the role of an undercover agent. Thus, as long as there was no breach of trust, Moro felt no concern for the base's safety. Upon the open sea, Moro reclined in a lounge chair, savoring grilled rice crackers while sipping on chilled cola. Relishing the moment. Finally, he could truly set sail. It felt wonderful. What were the previous 2 tasks? Escorting an admiral back to headquarters and providing security for the establishment of the new headquarters. What a headache. Moro remarked, just as Peach Rabbit tossed a fresh newspaper onto his face. Zephyr has departed. Peach Rabbit expressed her discontent, likely viewing Zephyr as a figure of considerable respect. Although Moro had anticipated this, he nonetheless picked up the newspaper, feigning ignorance. The headline boldly proclaimed, "The path of justice ends. Former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr departs." As expected, Morgan had once again seized the opportunity for sensationalism. Moro gathered the newspaper, rising to down the remainder of his iced cola, and no matter how the world may change, this new admiral was destined to emerge triumphant. Thud, thud, thud. Marines hurriedly rushed from the deck to the cabin. Informing Moro, Rear Admiral Moro, a giant walking elephant has appeared ahead. Should we take a detour? No need to rush. We'll decide once we land, Moro replied, stepping out of the cabin to gaze upon the elephant ahead. It was indeed remarkable that he had encountered such a creature traversing the ocean. How many years had such a being lived? Peach Rabbit marveled at the wonders of nature. Moro had already commanded the Marines to dock and prepare to ascend the back of the elephant. This was the domain of the Fur Tribe, a fuzzy kingdom inhabited by those skilled in static attacks and the Moon Lion, possessing formidable combat abilities. Moro was not merely curious, with the global recruitment still pending. He intended to explore thoroughly while he had the chance, especially before Momonosuke's arrival. Is this the legendary Fur Tribe? The Marines with a hint of experience gazed around in astonishment. They rarely ventured upon the open sea. Having previously heard of a pirate hailing from the Fur Tribe who, after having his vitality stripped away by Big Mom in the Land of Wonders, vanished without a trace, it must be Pedro that Taudu referred to. According to the original timeline, he was meant to perish in the Land of Wonders a year and a half later. After the Straw Hat crew set sail, the streets were filled with the joyous faces of the Fur Tribe. A delightful array of animals that appeared exceptionally charming. Are you humans from overseas? Our fluffy kingdom does not welcome you. It was broad daylight, the time of Duke Inuarashi, the king of Dade. He appeared brandishing a long sword. Clad in armor, with the Inuarashi musketeers poised behind him, Moro harbored confidence in his ability to handle the Fur Tribe, even to subdue them entirely. Yet, even a child from the Fur Tribe possessed basic combat skills. They had kept their mystical veil hidden from humanity for millennia. Except for Roger and his crew, they rarely opened their hearts to humans, often harboring hostility. The outcome of a battle between his Marines and the Fur Tribe remained uncertain. Duke Inuarashi, however, appeared courteous. He simply wished to prevent unfamiliar humans from stepping on his Zou Island, rather than seeking conflict. Nevertheless, over the years, there had always been those attempting to exploit the Fur Tribe, as one Fur Tribe member, regardless of circumstances, commanded a minimum starting price of 700,000 berries at the slave auction. Due to their exceptional combat prowess, many powerful individuals aspired to claim them. Under such circumstances, how could Duke Inuarashi allow Moro and his companions to invade? Duke Inuarashi, I hope to gain your assistance in the near future to take down Kaido of the Beasts. We absolutely. Huh? Kaido of the Beasts. Inuarashi, who had once served as an intern with the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates, quickly discerned Moro's true identity as a Marine, noting the emblem of elite Vice Admiral on the shoulders of both him and Taudu. How could someone of such strength and status come to the Fluffy Kingdom to invite them to join in the hunt for Kaido? There was still a bit over a year until the prophecy would come to fruition. You must have seen the newspapers. You should be aware of the current turmoil at sea. I am here to invite you to join me in the quest against Kaido of the Beasts. The proclamation echoed, leaving not only Inuarashi but also Taudu speechless. Moro had said nothing throughout the journey, merely subtly altering the course of the warships several times. Was this the true purpose behind it all? This individual, before even participating in the world conscription, was already contemplating toppling one of the four emperors. For years, since Whitebeard's demise in the Marineford War, no one had dared to utter such words. Are you jesting? Vice Admiral Moro, I have heard of your exploits at sea, as we too can read the newspapers. However, Kaido of the Beasts is one of the four emperors. Inuarashi had to tread carefully. Yet he did not directly refuse. The Fur Tribe was aware that Shanks was one of the four emperors, and they knew of various significant events, as they differed from the common folk of Wano in that they had access to newspapers. Naturally, they were informed of Moro's feats. If it were merely youthful fervor seeking to unseat the four emperors, that would pose no issue. However, if he aimed to single-handedly toy with the Fur Tribe, then one would have to consider expulsion by force. The four emperors? I am also a general. Soon, I shall be promoted to a new general in the headquarters, and at that time, I will uproot each of Kaido's pawns until I reach Wano to confront him." The words confront Kaido resonated anew in Inuyasha's ears, and his gaze towards Moro transformed from skepticism to curiosity. "Vice Admiral Moro, please allow us to host a banquet in your honor." "That will not be necessary. We must continue our journey. I am merely here to extend an invitation." Moro accepted a fruit offered by the fur tribe, taking a bite as he gazed upon the beautiful and peaceful fluffy kingdom before turning to leave. Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom were both targets he intended to pursue, aside from Shanks, who was the only one not steeped in infamy. As for Blackbeard, his pirate crew was growing ever stronger, and his influence was expanding rapidly. However, 3 of his captains had already perished at Moro's hands. The final confrontation with the black and white pirates was still some time away. Before that, Moro needed to strengthen his wings until he could soar across the skies with his own might. The Fur Tribe was merely the first ally. Many more forces would soon follow. "That I await the day you become a marine general." Inuyasha was taking a gamble. The prophecy of the Red Scabbards had yet to manifest in 20 years. But he would not let this opportunity slip away. "I too shall await you in Wano." Moro waved his hand and leapt into the sea. 2 days later, as warships docked at the Marine G1 branch beneath the Red Earth. The new Marine headquarters, figures began to appear. They were contending for the position of Marine General. Moro, Taudu, Chopper, Fujitora, and Green Bull were among those who would soon reveal the true horror of the Marine's foundation to the new world. Esteemed guests, you have come from all corners of the world. Aside from a select few directly chosen by the headquarters, most of you have endured fierce battles across the seas, the Grand Line, and the new world to be here. Please rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, we shall venture to a vast, uninhabited island to determine the new marine generals. Only 2 positions remain. The announcement came from Brand-New, the king of presentations. As his words fell, the gazes of many turned towards him. Immediately thereafter, Akainu and Kizuru emerged from the high platform, standing before the crowd. Moro quickly spotted the notably low-key Fujitora and the proudly arrogant Kizuru. At dinner, Moro consumed 18 plates of grilled meat, 7 servings of pasta, 10 plates of seafood fried rice, and 9 massive lobsters. Devouring everything in a whirlwind of astonishment, he understood that after a period of tranquil training on Orange Soda Island, he needed battle to prove just how far his strength had truly progressed. The following day, after washing the dishes in the cafeteria, Moro made his way to the port but on the marine warship. Hundreds of formidable individuals gathered, having been recruited from across the world. Akainu stood at the bow, heading towards the uninhabited island. This event had already attracted countless eyes from the new world. After all, Akiji's defection had left the headquarters missing a top-tier combatant, providing fodder for many pirates to mock in the shadows. If 2 new marine generals could indeed be selected this time, it would be a true reflection of public expectation and would silence all ill-intentioned whispers amidst the storm. On the deck, a multitude of ambitious marine warriors exchanged glances. Each individual here could potentially become their adversary. Among them were also powerful figures from various branches, elite vice admirals, and formidable individuals from across the world who had endured rigorous selection. Aside from Moro, who was directly recommended by Sengoku and Karp, most were already renowned figures. At the stern, the atmosphere was notably quieter, with only Moro and Kizuru present. It seems you've nearly disappeared from the seas. Moro, after half a year. Kizuru leisurely sipped his morning tea, appearing quite relaxed. Fortunately, my rate of growth has been rapid, and I require time to hone my skills. It has been over half a year since the Marineford War, and countless monsters have emerged in the sea. Monsters? Aren't you one yourself? The yellow monkey cast a glance at Moro, who was leisurely sipping coconut juice, completely devoid of any tension associated with the impending battle. The 2 of them sat on deck chairs, calmly gazing into the distance. For half a year, Moro had been silently honing his skills, pushing his abilities to their utmost limits. He had also remained in seclusion on Orange Soda Island, to the point where many had nearly forgotten his past achievements. Almost single-handedly, he had instigated a war against the entire pirate crew of the 4 Emperor, Big Mom. And now, the most notorious Blackbeard had seen 3 of his captains fall at Moro's hands. It could be said that he had already entangled himself with half of the New World's power. Little monster, how confident are you? Yellow Monkey inquired as casually, as if engaging in small talk. What is the maximum confidence level? Moro retorted. Of course, it's 100%. Yellow Monkey realized that Moro was far more adept at playing riddles than he was. Then I must be 100% as well. Moro finished his coconut juice, yawning wearily that it wasn't long before he drifted off to sleep. This scene left Yellow Monkey momentarily taken aback. He never expected Moro to be able to sleep so soundly at such a time. With such remarkable sleep quality, unbeknownst to him, the chair Moro reclined upon seemed to blink its eyes before quickly closing them again, appearing lively and charming, as if imbued with a spirit of its own. Hundreds of nautical miles away from the Red Continent, on a vast desolate island, a volcano continuously spewed forth molten lava. Despite the presence of numerous primitive trees still standing tall, no creature dared to inhabit the vicinity. It was said that these trees were peculiar, capable of sprouting overnight, only to be incinerated again with the next volcanic eruption. Dubbed rock trees, these strange flora bore no fruit, only luminous leaves that resembled flames when observed closely. A warship anchored nearby, and immediately a hot-tempered fellow leapt ashore, only to find that his shoes had caught fire upon landing. The ground here was geothermally heated, with an excruciatingly high temperature, so hot, the heat was such that it required the use of Haki to withstand it. Upon reaching the shore, Akainu commanded everyone to disembark. This contingent of over 100 individuals consisted of elite vice admirals of the Navy, a number far exceeding the usual few dozen stationed at headquarters. Were it not for the global conscription, the Navy headquarters would never have realized the depth of their own reserves. It was no wonder they harbored intentions of selecting new admirals. Originally, there were only a handful of elite vice admirals from headquarters and base commanders from various branches, resulting in just 3 admirals. Now, with the recruitment of so many powerful individuals, it was statistically probable that 1 or 2 would emerge victorious. Moreover, headquarters was well aware of the strength of the candidates being selected. Fujitora, Green Bull, Moro, Peach Rabbit, and Shaho were identified as the 5 individuals with the highest potential. However, only 2 slots were available, and their true strength could only be assessed through this battle. Initially, we shall await you at the volcano's mouth. I believe you all understand what that entails, Akainu stated, turning his back and striding toward the volcano. Yellow Monkey followed closely beside him. This battle would be broadcast live to the various Navy branches, headquarters, and Mariawa via the imaging snail, so all must remain vigilant. With that, as Akainu and Yellow Monkey departed, figures began to infiltrate the forest from various directions, racing toward the volcano's mouth. Everyone knew that there were only 2 spots available. The first to reach the volcano would undoubtedly become the new admiral. Suddenly, someone brushed against a rock tree, which instantly ignited, transforming into a burst of flames before vanishing without a trace. But it turned out that these rocks could be extinguished with just a slight force, leading to increasing gaps in the forest, with fire pillars erupting skyward intermittently. "Where is that guy?" Peach Rabbit inquired as she navigated through the rock tree forest, having already thwarted several attackers. "Long time no see." "Beautiful Peach Rabbit. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chaho." This rare moment presents the perfect opportunity for my confession. Chaho emerged from the forest. Nonchalantly, it seemed to him that the battle was merely a secondary concern. His true intention was to confess to Peach Rabbit. "Absolutely not. I will never agree to that. There are some tricky characters around. Don't let your guard down," Peach Rabbit retorted. "Peach Rabbit, are you concerned about me?" Chaho laughed joyfully. "Not at all." Peach Rabbit shot him a glance before resuming her journey. This fellow appeared to be persistently devoted to his confessions, yet in reality, whenever he found a moment of respite, he would revel in drinking at taverns, often surrounded by beautiful women. There was no way Peach Rabbit would consent to his advances, though. It seems that Fujitora has already initiated combat. That's not typical of him, Chaho remarked, casting his gaze toward the distant skirmish, where a meteorite plummeted from the sky. Further away, vines intertwined, ensnaring over a dozen formidable opponents attempting to claim their lives. Had this not been an internal Navy competition, many would have surely lost their lives by now. "Where is Moro?" Peach Rabbit glanced at the hasty Chaho as he departed. Unfortunately, this individual, renowned among the common folk, always arrived quickly and departed just as swiftly. In contrast, the peculiar Moro seemed to mysteriously vanish just when he was supposed to make an appearance. Today marked the selection of a new admiral for the Navy, yet the battle had not genuinely commenced. It was merely the initial screening. Had Moro truly disappeared, at this very moment, at the rear of the warship, The sailors contemplated waking Moro, but everything around him, be it the sunshade, deck chair, small table, or the empty coconut shell, blinked its eyes. Observing them intently, as if vigilantly watching over Moro, this peculiar trait of the fruit had certainly not existed 6 months prior. Moro had not actively utilized the powers of the life fruit. Nor had he infused life into the surrounding objects. Merely through his resting aura, a breath of life emanated, enveloping everything around him. Moro, the battle has begun, a respectful Navy colonel announced. Moro yawned, rubbing his eyes before rising. With a single breath, all living entities in the vicinity fell into silence. The sailors secretly marveled at the spectacle. Has the battle commenced? Yellow Monkey Uncle is quite considerate. He let me sleep without disturbance. Moro yawned again, thanking the sailors before donning his cloak and leaping off the ship to glance around revealed chaos everywhere. Initially, those with merely a slight edge in Haki would be eliminated soon. Only a few familiar faces remained, narrowing down to roughly a dozen individuals, all elite vice admirals, and the likes of Peach Rabbit and Fujitora. They had now entered the second round of battle selection. Once this round concluded, they would progress to the third, where only a handful would remain, with victors having defeated several elite vice admirals single-handedly. At that point, the semifinals would commence. The victor would be crowned admiral, while the defeated would serve as a reserve admiral. Even the latter would prove their capability to suppress multiple elite vice admirals. Moro remained unfazed by the battles unfolding before him. He had not fought in quite some time and was eager to stretch his muscles. If he were to engage, it ought to be a grand affair. The title of admiral held little significance for him. What mattered most was the opportunity to spar with Chaho, Fujitora, and Green Bull. Assessing the fruits of his arduous training over the past half-year for Peach Rabbit, he would deal with her in passing. After all, they were old acquaintances, and it would be unseemly to go too far. Boom! The sword energy sliced past him, forcing the ghost spider to halt in resignation. The three of them besieged the T-Pig, yet all found themselves suppressed. Prior to this, the elite vice admirals had vanquished one enemy after another on the battlefield. Ultimately, only a fifth remained, approximately 20 individuals that in such circumstances, even the combined forces of Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Staloberry could not defeat the T-Pig, and instead found themselves overpowered. The battles across other fronts were no less dire. Fujitora smiled, while Green Bull, the Wild Herd, T-Pig, and Peach Rabbit all possessed overwhelming strength over the elite vice admirals that we have lost. It seems only these 4 monsters will reach the summit. Doberman sheathed his sword. Staloberry, wielding dual blades, chuckled. Marolo has yet to make an appearance. The Dragon Slayer Marolo had been unusually subdued lately, ever since that major incident during the battle at Icefire Island. He had completely fallen into silence, nearly vanishing from the New World for half a year. Meanwhile, the Dark World had repeatedly raised the bounty on him. Speaking of Marolo lifted Ghost Spider's spirits considerably. Marolo had obliterated a star of the Big Mom Pirates, 2 of her ministers, 3 captains from the Blackbeard Pirates, and 3 Emperor-level figures from the Dark World, not to mention sinking the Golden City created by the Golden Emperor Tezelo to the ocean's depths. With each battle in the New World, pirates harbored an intense hatred for him, often taking detours to avoid confronting him. The Navy, however, held him in high esteem, placing great hopes on this young man. Gentlemen, the battle is not yet concluded. I believe I have arrived just in time. Marolo casually greeted Ghost Spider and the others. Upon his arrival, their gazes converged. Marolo had grown significantly over the past 6 months. Previously standing just over 2 meters, he now towered above 3 meters, a height befitting a powerful admiral of the Navy headquarters. Those few were no mere monsters. Aside from Peach Rabbit, none would show any mercy. I certainly shall not. Marolo glanced at the volcano. The Red Dog and Yellow Monkey atop the peak had been waiting for quite some time. Strong individuals from the 4 Seas branches, the Grand Line, and various branches within the New World were all keenly observing the events unfolding as for the 5 elders in Mariawa. Marolo felt it best not to draw their attention. Someone was approaching. It turned out to be the legendary killer, the supernova. Behind Green Bull blossomed a rapidly spinning flower, floating through the air towards the mountain's summit. Why can't I see through his mindset? Fujitora stood atop a rock, floating in midair. Has Marolo arrived? This young man is about to steal Peach Rabbit's heart. The T-Pig appeared calm, yet moved with remarkable speed. This fellow truly was lazy. waiting until we had dealt with our opponents before making his entrance. Peach Rabbit understood Morolo's mindset well. He preferred to avoid unnecessary actions done on Orange Soda Island. He engaged in only 3 activities daily: training himself, training the sailors, and indulging in copious feasting. Occasionally, he would express interest in Vegapunk's experimental research, claiming he was eager to know when gaming consoles would be mass-produced, as he wished to open a tavern, a comic store, and a gaming company. In truth, Peach Rabbit understood barely 1 in 10 of his remarks that, what splendid weather, the sun shines brightly. Morolo did not fly nor hurry. He simply strolled leisurely towards the mountain's peak. At this moment, the defeated naval warriors at the foot and halfway up the mountain gazed intently at the summit. They knew they were about to witness the most thrilling battle, though they were uncertain who would ultimately emerge victorious. Soon, the first 4 individuals arrived early at the volcano's crater, yet they continued to watch Morolo ascend the mountain. Let this fellow move a bit faster. This is a selection for the admiral position, not a spring outing. The red dog was so infuriated he felt dizzy. I'll assist him. Green Bull, upon hearing Sakazuki's words, became instantly excited. Vines emerged, swiftly transforming into a giant serpent that aimed to swallow Morolo whole. What is this? A welcoming ceremony. Morolo casually waved his hand, and the surrounding rocks morphed into a colossal bear, which caught the vine serpent in its paws and tore it to shreds. Damn it. I must seize this fellow's nutrients. Green Bull was enraged. He had intended to showcase his abilities before the red dog, having long heard of Morolo's decisiveness in battle, seen as a paragon of absolute justice. A figure worthy of recognition in the eyes of both the old-school Sengoku and Karp, as well as the new-school Akainu and Kizaru. However, his own adherence to absolute justice could not allow for Morolo's existence, as it threatened his standing in Akainu's eyes. In truth, Morolo had always upheld his own sense of justice. His supreme justice dictated a ruthless stance against the most wicked, which led outsiders to mistakenly perceive him as an embodiment of absolute justice. Green Bull stepped forward, sprouting green seedlings beneath his feet, with plants rapidly growing. As Morolo approached the summit, wherever he tread, stone bears, volcanic ash wolves, and tyrannosaurs were birthed. Kid, do you know what it means to be of the nature type? That is me. I possess the forest fruit. Any plant or root buried deep underground can be revived through my powers that I in my presence. What right do you have to covet the position of admiral? Jealousy surged within Green Bull, whose admiration for his idol Akainu made him view Morolo as a potential threat with intense envy. Is the nature type truly invincible? Akiji has disappeared. Morolo raised his head, and behind him had already coalesced 100 beasts through his life force. Forbidden Forest. Green Bull, without further ado, transformed into a towering tree while countless plants sprouted around him. He clenched his fists, rivaling a giant, and in the blink of an eye, his flora spread across the volcano's crater and down the mountainside. I am the forest man. In this world, if the seas, sky, and earth are evenly matched, then my forest symbolizes nature. My strength and life are boundless. Before long, you too shall become my nourishment. Green Bull's laughter seemed quite endearing to Morolo. With a mere flick of his finger, the beasts of life sprang into action, charging into the forest and beginning to tear apart trees. Morolo stepped into the forest, exuding an air of complete confidence. The future admiral, from this day forth, he shall claim the position of admiral for himself. Heavenly dragons, don't say you find yourself in peril and need the admiral's help. Be wary that the pirates may not be able to kill you, but Morolo will send you to your demise. This fellow is far too arrogant. The T-Pig smiled wryly. He had always been easygoing. While discussing Morolo might cause him some displeasure, it stemmed from Peach Rabbit. Yet, should danger arise, he would undoubtedly give his all. Unexpectedly, Morolo chose Green Bull, who had taken an instant dislike to him. In this situation, he could only express his helplessness. It seems we 3 will need to compete with one another. Fujitora chuckled as he gripped his sword. After so many years of acquaintance, how shall we fight? The T-Pig was intimately familiar with every move Fujitora made, and vice versa. Before any action was taken, it was evident that the situation was far from simple. Peach Rabbit had not been idle in the past 6 months either. Her strength had increased significantly. Yet, sensing Morolo's aura, she realized he was still concealing his true power. Strangely enough, she had not witnessed Morolo unleash his full strength in the past 6 months. How much strength he had hidden remained a mystery. Morolo, Fujitora seemed to sense something. In the next moment, The T-Pig decisively drew his sword. "You have indeed counted me among them." In a twist of fate, the Peach Rabbit was not caught off guard. He was well aware that Moro was tirelessly honing his skills and would inevitably seek an opportunity to test his prowess. 6 months prior, during the battle on Thunder God Island, Moro had managed to match Katakuri's strength, which ultimately bestowed upon him a significant advantage in endurance. However, at that time, the Peach Rabbit had already subdued Smuggy. Given such circumstances, how could Moro fail to perceive that the Peach Rabbit's true strength was merely the tip of the iceberg? In that moment, a fierce battle intent erupted from him, enveloping all present. This was precisely why Fujitora, Chibuta, and the Peach Rabbit swiftly drew their swords. Even Green Bull was taken aback. He had initially thought he was engaged in a one-on-one duel with Moro, only to realize that this individual's battle intent was sweeping across the entire arena, challenging all four of them. Even more astonishing was the sheer destructive power of Moro's life beasts, which he had effortlessly summoned to dismantle an area. These creatures were nearly immortal. Just a moment ago, Green Bull had obliterated them into fragments, but in the next instant, they reformed into new life beasts. He had previously boasted of possessing a vitality akin to that of nature itself. Yet, Moro's life beasts exhibited a resilience comparable to that of the undead, rising repeatedly only to be shattered by Green Bull. "Everyone, let us join forces. I am eager to ascertain my current strength," Moro declared, casting a deliberate glance at the Peach Rabbit. "Unleash your full power, or I may mistakenly believe myself to be formidable." "Understood," replied the Peach Rabbit as he drew his sword, coating the blade with armament Haki, his gaze fixed intently on Moro. All this time, had she not yearned for a duel with Moro to truly gauge his capabilities? In an instant, a flurry of blades danced in the air. The Peach Rabbit's sword sliced forth, disregarding the obstructing forest, her steps quickening. "How formidable, to be so young and yet so audacious. You must possess considerable strength," Chibuta remarked with a smile as he unsheathed his own weapon. In his view, facing Moro in battle would not be unwelcome. This youth had carved out a niche for himself in the new world, then chosen to retreat in order to cultivate and refine his strength to its utmost potential. This alone attested to his unwavering spirit, unlike those who achieve success in a flash. Moreover, after years of acquaintance with Fujitora, should they engage in combat, it would not be particularly taxing. It would simply be a clash of relentless fighting from him against Fujitora's overwhelming pressure and meteor strikes, ultimately culminating in a battle of blades for supremacy. Should he choose to face Moro instead, the fight would be far simpler. After all, with no prior familiarity, they could simply engage in combat. "Moro, I have long heard of your name." Positioned atop a suspended rock, Fujitora immediately drew his sword. With a thunderous roar, a colossal meteor descended from the clouds, streaking across the sky, engulfed in flames and radiating intense heat. Taking advantage of the meteor's shockwave and searing temperature, Fujitora unleashed his pressure enhancement. In such a scenario, Moro would need to withstand the immense pressure while also cleaving through the meteor, significantly increasing the strain he would face. "Damn it, fire, Fujitora, what are you doing?" Green Bull mused, thinking that this was nothing short of provoking trouble. In such a situation, launching a meteor would undoubtedly incinerate the surrounding forest. "I beg your pardon. I simply could not refrain from intervening." Fujitora apologized. Even as the flames began to engulf everything, as Moro felt the immense pressure, he slowly raised his head. He did not strike. Instead, he stood his ground, a layer of armament Haki swirling around him, resembling a faint red glow. With a resounding crash, the meteor struck, but it was not Moro's head that shattered. It was the meteor itself, fragmenting into countless pieces. Moro remained unscathed, standing resolutely in the crater. With the ground beneath his feet undisturbed as the crater formed, it also caused a breach in the volcano, unleashing a torrent of molten lava. Coupled with the earlier shockwave, the breach widened even further. The lava surged forth, racing towards the base of the mountain. "I won't let you have your way, you arrogant brat," Green Bull bellowed as he swiftly appeared on the nearby ground. The wild rancher had claimed the deserted island as his domain, nurturing towering trees that transformed the island, save for the volcano, into his territory. "It seems it is time for a display of fireworks. Although I cannot see them, I can certainly contribute to the festivities," he added as Fujitora drew his sword, directing 3 meteors not at Moro, but straight toward the volcano. This time, their speed was even greater and the shockwave more potent. It's because of this pestering that you can unleash your full strength. Chibuta remarked with a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the chaos. Yet, in an instant, his composure shattered. Peach Rabbit, do not engage with that brat any longer. We must evacuate. The volcano is about to erupt. With a thunderous roar, the three meteors plunged into the volcano, triggering an explosive reaction that combined with Fujitora-S pressure. The immense force rendered the already volatile volcano unable to withstand the strain. Resulting in an immediate eruption, Kizaru hovered in the sky, his expression cold as he observed the unfolding chaos. Akainu stood unfazed amidst the molten lava, calmly spectating the tumult. With determination, the Peach Rabbit charged forward. Fully aware of the danger yet undeterred, slicing toward Moro in a swift motion, Moro countered with a punch, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed as if neither could gain the upper hand. However, beneath Moro's feet, a rocky pedestal began to form. Even as molten lava surged below, morphing into molten tigers racing towards the forest. You have indeed grown significantly stronger, the Peach Rabbit noted, recognizing the advanced armament Haki enveloping Moro's sword. Possessing such a level of Haki, coupled with proficiency in combat experience, it was no wonder he had become a candidate for Admiral. Fortunately, his speed and agility remained as formidable as ever. Moro realized that the Peach Rabbit embodied both swiftness and strength. With astounding speed and leaping ability, My fists possess considerable power, he proclaimed, his aura surging forth as four silhouettes converged upon him from different directions. To be besieged by these four formidable navy forces on this desolate island was a testament to Moro's formidable strength. If you dare harm the Peach Rabbit, I will not let this go, Chibuta declared, launching a strike from the side. Moro's fists met the blades of both the Peach Rabbit and Chibuta. In his eyes, a fiery red glow illuminated, keenly discerning the distinct hues of his opponents. If the Peach Rabbit's emotions radiated a pure pink, reflecting her righteous indignation, then Chibuta's were a gentle earth tone, symbolizing the respect he commanded among the common folk. Yet, regardless of their desperate efforts, the Peach Rabbit's speed and agility, along with Chibuta's strength and defense, proved futile against Moro's superior advanced armament Haki and observation Haki. If Haki represented quality, indicating a qualitative transformation in personal strength, then observation Haki must correspond with the appropriate speed. Otherwise, even foreseeing the future would not suffice to evade or counter the enemy's strikes. Similarly, armament Haki must possess formidable power to exert overwhelming dominance. Moreover, the ability to endure in battle and maintain Haki under full force was of utmost importance. Ironically, Moro had spent the past 6 months continuously excavating his potential, honing his 3 types of Haki: speed, strength, martial arts, and the powers of his devil fruit to their utmost limits. He had developed an unwavering confidence. How swift! The Peach Rabbit was astonished, having been in close proximity to Moro. She had not realized how much he had secretly improved. When speed and emotional perception aligned, it signified that Moro was capable of evading all incoming attacks and countering with greater speed than his opponents. Incredible, is this sheer might? Chibuta, too, was taken aback. Realizing that Moro's prowess exceeded his own, he could simultaneously suppress both the Peach Rabbit and Chibuta with his speed and strength, seamlessly finding opportunities to counterattack while defending against their blades. Truly, he was deserving of being a future candidate for Admiral. His strength undoubtedly surpassed that of elite rear admirals, though he still had a ways to go before reaching the rank of Admiral. It is abundantly clear that Moro holds the upper hand. The Peach Rabbit springs into action, unleashing an astonishing burst of speed, only to be struck down from the sky by a single punch from Moro. Immediately thereafter, the T-Pig appears before him, delivering a swift strike with his sword. Moro effortlessly blocks with his arms, as if merely scratching an itch. My defensive capabilities are as formidable as my other attributes. You cannot possibly gain the advantage. His fists move as swiftly as meteors, each blow infused with immense power, rendering the T-Pig unable to withstand the onslaught. The enhancements in speed, strength, defense, and both armament and observation Haki comprehensively suppress the candidate Admiral. Moreover, he faces 2 opponents alone. Despite their combined efforts, they cannot breach Moro's defenses. His monstrous physique, a result of the life fruit and his own rigorous training, has granted him this monstrous prowess. the Dragon Slayer is exceptionally formidable. Tagusa has been observing for quite some time, and finally seizes the opportunity during a brief respite for the Peach Rabbit and the Tea Pig. He strikes with his sword, invoking the Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger. Moro steps with the grace of a moonwalk, vanishing from the sky, only to reappear unscathed before the overwhelming force, disregarding both wind pressure and the slash. Once again, a faint blood-red hue of armament Haki envelopes him. You are cloaked in a violet emotion, Tagusa smiles. I can perceive all your feelings. A person cannot deceive their own heart. Thus I have seen through all your techniques, a hell's journey, with a sudden surge. Tagusa unleashes a tremendous pressure, attempting to subdue Moro. How reminiscent of oppressive force. I too possess a similar technique. Moro chuckles at Tagusa, emanating an extraordinarily violent conqueror's Haki. In an instant, the trees at the foot of the mountains, conjured by the Green Bull, are shattered by the impact of Moro's conqueror's Haki. His Haki has escalated to a level capable of inflicting tangible physical harm that he stands before Tagusa, unscathed, impervious to the immense pressure. Meanwhile, the Green Bull gazes at Moro in shock. The legendary young general, possessing Conqueror's Haki, is indeed real. The Green Bull is astounded. The likelihood of a Marine possessing Conqueror's Haki is exceedingly low, from Moro's earlier display of power. It is evident that he has never submitted to anyone. Even before the so-called monster, Tagusa, the Green Bull remains undaunted, feeling little pressure. Such a fierce Conqueror's Haki, akin to a surging sea of blood, instills an instinctual sense of suffocation. Tagusa, despite his fearful demeanor, remains unscathed as he strikes again. The clash of fists and blades ensues, swiftly devolving into a flurry of flashing steel. Tagusa's observation Haki is formidable, allowing him to perceive the fluctuations of others' auras, akin to Moro's own ability. However, Moro's perception extends beyond mere emotions, obsessions, and feelings. He possesses a keen instinct for danger, much like Katakuri's foresight of the future, or Jesus Burgess's ability to detect even the subtlest of movements, and similarly to Kobe's ability to hear the whispers of the heart. Moro's observation Haki is uniquely attuned. Through this heightened sense and his unparalleled speed, Moro finds himself thriving in battle, evading Tagusa's sword with ease, despite repeated attempts to exert pressure, hurling meteorites, and uprooting the earth. Both combatants ascend into the sky, with Moro appearing utterly unfazed. Remarkable. Even so, the Peach Rabbit and the Tea Pig recognize the true gap in their strength compared to Tagusa's. Their joint efforts against Moro merely serve to limit his opportunities to engage with others. Have you yet to unveil your full strength? I am positively drenched in sweat. Tagusa chuckles foolishly that he is aware that Moro is a power user, yet thus far, he has relied solely on physical prowess and Haki, never once employing his fruit abilities. Under such circumstances, he remains evenly matched against Tagusa's probing, and should he unleash his full potential, it is likely Tagusa would also find himself at a disadvantage. I shall take a moment to rest, Tagusa declares, departing from the suspended rocks in the air. The island lies in ruins, battered by meteor strikes, riddled with craters, while volcanic eruptions have incinerated the forests, releasing noxious gases and harmful substances throughout the land. Let nature's life sweep the earth. The Green Bull emerges, his robust flora seemingly overcoming the extreme heat, once again enveloping the island. On one side of the island, a towering tree transforms into a humanoid figure, fists clenched. Moro, come forth. Oh, Moro, suspended in midair, gazes at the massive treant that is the Green Bull. This is my domain of verdant growth, unless you can obliterate the entire island. Digging deep into the earth, even a single leaf or blade of grass will grant me the chance for infinite rebirth, the Green Bull proclaims with pride, believing himself to be practically immortal. The former admirals of the Navy, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, were all users of Logia-type fruits, yet their abilities pale in comparison to his own. Akiji transforms into solid form, necessitating the use of observation Haki to perceive and then phase his body, concealing portions of himself to evade attacks. This is akin to the peculiarities of the special paramecia-type mochi fruit. Kizaru, as light, possesses duality, allowing him to obscure himself within beams of light, even if his body is severed. As long as the hidden core remains intact, he is unharmed. While effective, light is limited to its source. Akainu's magma flows, appearing potent, yet even if caught by observation Haki and struck by armament Haki, It is undeniable that a mere drop of magma could very well be his true form. This is why Akainu often allows portions of his body to transform into magma during battle. The Green Bull, however, surpasses them all. While trees can be incinerated, pierced by lasers, or frozen by ice, his true form does not need to conceal itself within any tree, flower, or blade of grass, any location on this island. As long as there is vegetation, he has manifested. Even a seed buried deep in the earth serves as a conduit for his rebirth. This is why the Green Bull's footsteps are often accompanied by seemingly spontaneous plant growth. Thus, what appears to be solid, like Akiji, is in fact a plant with numerous weaknesses. In reality, he is an extraordinarily formidable Logia user. The forest fruit bestows upon the Green Bull an extraordinary vitality, amplifying his inherent strength. In essence, this island, in a certain sense, truly belongs to the Green Bull. Any island, or even warship, that his feet touch allows him to utilize his omnipresent fruit abilities, ensuring his chance for survival. However, his opponent is none other than Moro, whose vitality is grotesquely heightened. Regarding the concealment of life force, Moro is equally adept. Your domain? Moro laughs, finding the Green Bull's apparent naivety both foolish and endearing. Indeed, your fate is sealed. The Green Bull clenches his fists, and suddenly, the surroundings are filled with towering trance, all identical to him, forming a circle around Moro in mere moments. Oh, you think you can overwhelm me with sheer force? Moro surveys his surroundings as the Green Bull conjures giants taller than the average giant race, intent on delivering a brutal beating. Forest giant. With a swift motion, the giant's fists are remarkably agile. Moro remains rooted, dodging each incoming punch, countering those he deems worthy of a response. Your strength pales in comparison. To create the illusion of conceding, he summons the life chains for the first time, wrapping them around his massive fist, and delivers a crushing blow. The Trent's fist shatters in an instant, only to reassemble immediately afterward. That Moro's fruit ability. Tung, who gazed at the scene before him, utterly astonished. It was indeed unexpected. Moro turned to the Green Bull, his eyes gleaming with delight. It has been ages since I have feasted heartily, and your vitality seems remarkably potent. It shall be just what I need. Is that so? I, too, wish to turn you into nourishment for the forest. The Green Bull scoffed, dismissing him with disdain. His powers allowed him to siphon the life force from others, transforming it into sustenance, which explained his long-standing lack of need for food. Any form of life, be it flora or fauna, could serve as his nourishment. Very well, let us see who is swifter. This time, Moro conjured not only chains behind him, but also a recessed space beneath his feet, as life chains surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing everything in their wake. The Green Bull, in response, transformed the flora of the forest into thorns and vines, directing them toward Moro's position in an attempt to ensnare him entirely. Look again, this is my domain, the Green Bull bellowed with unrestrained laughter, viewing Moro as nothing more than a foolish jest. Is that so? Moro lifted his gaze toward him, squinting with a smile. You, the Green Bull stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Moro's entire form swiftly disassembled, morphing into strands of chains that swept across the visible expanse. Fruit awakening. Life domain. Seize. Indeed, under the full force of Moro's abilities, he had progressed to a more advanced form of possession. This did not imply that he would take over another's body, with his soul residing within theirs, but rather that he could extract life force at an astonishing speed, leaving behind naught but a desiccated husk. With Moro taking its place, the sight resembled that of a deceased being overtaken by Moro. Fruit awakening. At the sound of this declaration, Tao too was filled with unbridled excitement. Half a year prior, Moro had encountered powerful beings awakened by their fruits on multiple occasions, each time pushing his abilities to their limits in battle. Throughout his journey, he had undergone numerous transformations, giving life, seizing life, gathering life chains, and assembling those chains, even contemplating a berserk state to unleash his fruit powers to their utmost. In that moment, all his training and experiences coalesced, allowing him to effortlessly proclaim the awakening of the fruit. Alongside the advanced awakenings of armament Haki and observation Haki, his speed and strength had reached their zenith, perfectly complementing the Haki he wielded. Indeed, he possessed the prowess to navigate any formidable foe with ease. The deserted island was no longer the realm of the Green Bull, but had transformed into Moro's territory, With a swift motion, Moro vanished, and the first massive treant withered on the spot. The life chains converged like flowing water, reshaping into Moro's form. Go. The green bull roared, as the trees and thorns surged toward that location. Yet, Moro once again materialized, replacing another colossal treant. Time and again, he appeared before the onlookers, moving with the swiftness of electricity, siphoning life force and causing trees to wither, until the life chains and trees on the island reached a stalemate, each claiming half of the territory. Moro finally revealed himself within his domain. As he surveyed the scene, he stood amidst a sea of life chains, coldly regarding the lofty green bull. You possess some strength, but to think you could defeat me with such trivial tricks is sheer folly. The green bull taunted, believing it was insignificant to cover an island with his fruit abilities and evade attacks through speed and observation. Haki. He could do that too. However, Moro's capabilities were far more intricate than he perceived. I have stated, when my fruit awakens, this becomes my domain. Moro locked eyes with the green bull, just as a rumble echoed from the volcano. It was then that everyone noticed, at some point, the flow of magma had ceased from the volcano. Boom! A giant emerged abruptly from the volcano, its appearance an exact replica of Moro's. With its towering form and searing magma, it exuded an overwhelming presence. Akainu's expression mirrored one who had just consumed something distasteful. He was the first to notice the change in the magma, yet he found himself at a loss for words regarding Moro's display. You, Green Bull, are indeed unfortunate to encounter him. The forest fruit is indeed overpowered. But Moro can not only drain life, but also bestow it. A natural type fruit can typically transform into only one substance. But what of Moro? He is a veritable factory of natural type monstrosities. With a flourish, the magma giant grasped the edge of the volcano, and another colossal hand emerged. The green bull looked resentfully at the mountain's peak, watching as the magma giant climbed forth, seemingly the bane of his abilities. Although his powers allowed him to resurrect within any plant, who could fathom how much magma Moro could control? Alas, I must display a modest performance. Moro gestured invitingly. The magma giant retrieved a fiery longsword from the volcano's mouth. Striding purposefully down the mountain. Oh, you think this is child's play? Such a thing could never affect me. The green bull spat, feeling ridiculed by Moro. I, too, shall take action. Unfazed, Moro's life chains had already coalesced into waves before him, devouring every plant along their path. Plant life that encountered the life chains could not serve as nourishment, for the chains themselves bore no life force. Instead, the life chains could continuously draw vitality from the plants. In Moro's eyes, the green bull was nothing more than an excellent battery. The magma giant swung its sword, forcing the green bull to use his Haki to block, seizing the moment for Moro to once again appear in various locations. Siphoning life force. Damn it. I have always used others as nourishment. Who would have thought I would be the one utilized? The green bull's fury was palpable as he found himself cornered, realizing that battling Moro with his previous advantages was no longer an option. With a furious slash, the green bull unsheathed his sword, enveloped in armament Haki, and struck at the magma giant, cleaving it in two. Only Haki matters. Yet, to his astonishment, the severed magma giant, unable to coalesce due to the armament Haki, transformed into two smaller magma creatures, continuing their assault. Are you jesting? The green bull fumed, feeling utterly mocked by Moro. This tactic could not be used to attack plants, nor could it serve as nourishment. It could only be countered with Haki. However, upon shattering the magma creatures, they merely multiplied into more, smaller beasts. Did you think the awakening of the fruit merely made it appear more impressive? In his palm, Moro cradled an ultra-miniature magma creature, gleefully frolicking. This little creature posed no threat to the green bull, but did sap some of his stamina. Die. The green bull slashed toward Moro's chest, only to hear the sound of metal clashing. Moro had not employed armament Haki to defend. Chains? The green bull spun around to see Moro's chest transform into chains, the portion he had exerted all his strength to sever merely breaking apart as chains reformed. Skin covering once more, and Moro restored to his original state. Can the awakening of a paramecia fruit possess characteristics of a Logia type? The green bull found this utterly unreasonable. It's not exaggerated. Provided you use observation Haki to locate my true form, akin to finding the essence of a natural type, right? It's not difficult. Moro shrugged, eliciting further displeasure from the green bull. The two stood in a standoff. resembling a farce in the eyes of onlookers. Only the Green Bull understood the depths of despair this long-standing battle had wrought. If this technique cannot eliminate you, then I shall resort to a group assault. Once you are dealt with, we will then compete for the position of Marine Admiral. The Green Bull's imposing form rapidly morphed into that of a tree, the forest of the forest, as vast as the sea and sky. Trees grow like vines, their pace increasingly swift, soon reaching a point where they cast shadows that obscure the sun. In stark contrast, Moro occupies half of the island, appearing remarkably frail. Yet, his gaze remains as calm as ever. The Vine Tiger, perched upon a floating rock, perceives this scene and feels a tightening in his heart. He yearns for another fierce battle with Moro, for to be defeated by the Green Bull would be utterly unworthy. Such a grand spectacle is truly intimidating, as Moro speaks. The very island trembles. Undergoing some extraordinary transformation, it took me quite some time to comprehend why one could seize life from Big Mom's homies. One afternoon on Orange Soda Island, sipping on orange soda, I felt the essence of summer. Immersed in such a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere, I finally understood that life, beyond mere flesh, requires a potion known as the soul. What are you saying, you damned fool? The Green Bull, looming above, wields a move capable of establishing overwhelming dominance over the entire island, under the absolute assault of his area of effect attack, as long as his power and speed are sufficient. It can inflict wounds on anyone, for every individual's defenses are finite, bestow life upon all things, grant souls to the living. This is the awakening of my fruit. Moro, unusually serious, unleashed an extraordinarily exaggerated aura at that moment. His three-colored Haki surged forth with full force, while the power of the life fruit was propelled to its utmost limit. Endless life, domain of souls. In that fleeting instant, the Green Bull experienced an illusion. As if he could hear the sound of water, the next moment, aside from the half of the island controlled by Moro, the entire volcano, including the magma, transformed into chains of life. What is this? The Green Bull looked around, desperately augmenting his own power. Colossal fists, encased in armament Haki, rained down upon him. Essentially, half of the island's trees and chains had morphed into colossal fists colliding fiercely. This scene was indeed terrifying. What a monster! In the waters beyond the island, the elite vice admirals watched this spectacle, drenched in cold sweat. The four emperors could obliterate a kingdom with their sheer strength. Although these monsters before them had not reached such a horrific level, they were undeniably formidable. It seems it's time for me to take action. The Vine Tiger drew his sword, realizing that if he did not carve out his own territory on the battlefield, he would forever lose the position of admiral. Boom! Boom! This time, meteors rained down from the heavens, attempting to forcibly occupy a third of the island. In such dire circumstances, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig fought their way through, capable of suppressing the Vice Admiral with their full strength. How could they possibly be defeated before the future Admiral had even made his true move? In this battle, only the victor could claim all. Moro laughed heartily, surveying his surroundings. He was about to unleash his full power. Blades flashed and fists flew, as all worries seemed to fade into monotony. Moro relished the battle. It was only in such an environment that he could forget everything. Where the clash of enemies and strength made every moment a desperate struggle, the winner takes all. My young friend Moro's perspective is indeed intriguing, and I find it quite enjoyable. The Vine Tiger's sword slashed forth, and Moro blocked with his fists before counterattacking. In that instant, the entire island was enveloped by his chains of life, even the Green Bull's domain falling entirely under his control, creating a suffocating pressure. Boom! Another punch was thrown, and within the green ocean of life, the battle among the five became indistinguishable. Peach Rabbit and T-Pig gradually appeared beleaguered before Moro, the Vine Tiger, and the Green Bull. Their strength simply could not compare, until at last, the two, unwilling yet present on either side of the island, stood. The battle on the deserted island had lasted an entire day and night. Peach Rabbit stood behind Moro, feeling utterly drained of the strength to wield her sword. T-Pig was in a similar predicament. Even with the Vine Tiger's cover, he could not conceal the truth of his exhausted stamina. In stark contrast, Moro, the Vine Tiger, and the Green Bull had divided the island among themselves, each tearing open a wound in its fabric. The Green Bull sought to convert the Vine Tiger into nourishment, while Moro siphoned the life force from the plants. In the end, it was the Green Bull who suffered losses, growing increasingly weak. The Vine Tiger, while evading attacks, utilized his aerial advantage to rain down meteors, incinerating the plants, and through gravity and swordsmanship, gained considerable leverage. Moro, relying on a vast abundance of plants, maintained his vitality, remaining in peak condition. Damn it, you two are either using my plants as sustenance or relentlessly bombarding me from above. Is this not sheer bullying? The Green Bull was both furious and helpless, for his fruit abilities held no advantage against the Vine Tiger and Moro. This compelled him to reveal himself, drawing his long sword, his gaze burning fiercely at the one before him. Moro, I hate you. Why? With the forest fruit, must there exist such a freak as you? The Green Bull felt that Moro's fruit abilities were entirely aimed at him. You seem to have misinterpreted. I merely happened to suppress you, not target you. Moro was unfazed by swordsmanship. Boom! A punch collided with a sword, the shockwave of their Haki igniting tumultuous waves, causing the observing Navy ships to sway. Witnessing this, Akainu on the deck discerned the Green Bull's limits. He had to fight desperately. Against these two monsters, he had no choice but to go all out. Is that so? Yet it will be of no use. The powers of the Wild Shepherd are too effectively countered by Moro and the Vine Tiger. Kizaru understood that, in terms of fruit abilities, the Green Bull was utterly outclassed by the two. Even Haki could not prevail. Under these circumstances, his defeat was inevitable. At the edge of the deserted island, the Green Bull realized just how formidable Moro's Haki and physical techniques were, as his hands ached from the impact. Unable to breach Moro's defenses, suffering significant injuries instead, he feared that a moment's inattention would lead to Moro seizing his life force. Furthermore, if he were even slightly distracted, his observation Haki would be easily outmatched by Moro's far more terrifying perception. In combat with Moro, the Green Bull found himself clashing with chains, while Moro's strikes landed directly upon his form. How could he possibly contend with that? Am I truly a Logia user? Or are you? Forest world, grudge and hate tides. Swish. The Green Bull transformed into a colossal tree, followed by vines, thorns, and massive trunks appearing at an astonishing speed throughout the island. These plants seemed to breathe, leaping forth in an attempt to drain Moro of all his power. Oh, Moro grinned, knowing the Green Bull was about to go all out. In the center of the island, where the volcano once stood, a massive whirlpool of plants now emerged, willing to plunge into the fiery abyss just to pursue Moro and seize his life force. Under such circumstances, it truly evoked a sense of tidal illusion. Go. The Vine Tiger, seeing the situation, also drew his sword, as meteors rained down like a deluge upon the entire island, shockwaves and flames instantly engulfing the land. It hurts, the Green Bull howled, astonished that after the duo joined forces, he found himself plunged into such a disastrous defeat. You should give that move a new name, for its execution signifies the intent to consume an entire small kingdom's populace. Moro deftly dodged the incoming vines, appearing directly before the Green Bull. I've found your true form. Why? How can your observation Haki be so potent? If one were to speculate on the reason, it would likely be that your hatred for me runs too deep. Moro unleashed a punch, and the Green Bull's corporeal form transformed into a tree man, its bark seemingly unscathed and armed Haki providing resistance. Yet internally, it suffered direct and severe damage. An old man once said that a fist born of love cannot be defended against. Moro's fists rained down upon the Green Bull's true form relentlessly, finding your essence, attacking your corporeal form, power, speed, and Haki. This is the true trump card of a strong individual. Your Haki is formidable, but you are still overly reliant on your devil fruit. Relatively speaking, Morolo's fists were so swift that they appeared to create a blur of shadows. In an instant, a barrage of punches rained down upon the Green Bull's face. His expression transformed from disdain to disbelief, and ultimately to the agonizing rolling of his eyes, as he succumbed to unconsciousness. How infuriating! Why have I been vanquished by the two of you in unison? Just before losing consciousness, the Green Bull still believed it was the combined efforts of Fujitora and Moro that had defeated him. In reality, he had been the target of Morolo's paramecia powers all along, never once able to leverage the advantages of his own powers. After a day and night of battle, even the most resilient vitality must eventually wane. Those who naively assume their powers are invincible are but fools adrift upon this vast SEAS. Moro stepped out of the combat zone. He cast a glance skyward at Fujitora and smiled. The once intact island had been battered by colossal stones, leaving behind terrifying craters. The ravaged island could no longer harbor even the faintest trace of life. You have obliterated those plants to prevent me from recovering my strength, haven't you? If I were to engage you at full force, I might not stand a chance. Fujitora spoke candidly. Bang! The green bull collapsed to the ground in response to Morolo's actions, after a relentless day and night of conflict. It was Fujitora who had dismantled his prized powers. Moro had valiantly defended his position of dominance with his fists, leaving only the green bull in a state of unconsciousness. Do you wish to determine a victor in this clash? A smile formed on Morolo's face. This hardly seemed to align with your character. An opportunity to engage in a thorough battle with you is indeed a rare chance. Moro understood that the battle had concluded, and the two of them were now candidates for the new Marine Admirals. Yet, Fujitora could not forsake this opportunity for combat. This was the unwavering resolve of a gambler's heart, as the saying goes. The victor takes all. They answered in unison. I have long been curious about the origin of your numerous meteorites. Do you perhaps carry a multitude of colossal stones with you wherever you go? Or is the range of your powers truly that extensive? Morolo's inquiry caught Fujitora off guard, eliciting a smile. Your question is quite astute. However, as an old man, it is best not to pry into such secrets. Everyone has their own mysteries, do they not? Whether Fujitora indeed had a myriad of stones suspended above his head to serve as meteorites would remain to be discovered only after the battle concluded. Moro ensnared the green bull with chains, casting him from the battlefield, and then took command of the island, preparing for a fierce showdown. To his surprise, Fujitora's forehead was also etched with tension. The once intact island shattered into countless fragments. Rising into the air, whoosh, Fujitora unsheathed his sword, and half of the island transformed into floating boulders, hurtling towards Moro. Another tactic. Moro had anticipated this. If Fujitora were to do so, then where would the green bull find refuge? It seemed a feasible plan. Fujitora's devil fruit powers were extraordinarily versatile, capable of being utilized at any moment. Prepare yourself. Fujitora's sword swung toward Moro, resembling a ferocious purple tiger. Moro met the attack with his fists, shattering the boulders as he advanced toward the sword's energy. Boom! Once more, their attacks collided, sending shockwaves that churned the sea and submerged the fallen stones. The magma lost its cover and began to flow freely into the river. These two monsters had dismantled half an island with their bare hands. Peach Rabbit watched the scene, her teeth aching at the thought, this even human? It seemed that nothing would remain of this island. Chibuta had witnessed Fujitora fighting at full strength. With his unparalleled devil fruit powers, Fujitora did not rely on the earth as heavily as the green bull. Thus, he could fight without restraint, often appearing constrained only when protecting the ordinary. Faced with the all-encompassing monstrous Moro, he could unleash his full might without hesitation. The boulders hung suspended in the air, obscuring the sky. Utilizing the last remnants of the half-destroyed island, Moro summoned countless life chains, striking each boulder into oblivion. Advanced observation Haki, advanced armament Haki, awakened powers, speed and strength, a monstrous physique, and formidable defense. After half a year of awakening his powers, Morolo's relentless training had transformed him into a creature of unparalleled prowess. A true monster without any blind spots. At this level of strength, Moro was left with only the advanced awakening of Conqueror's Haki, which manifested as a wrapping of his willpower around his being. Besides that, the only thing left to enhance was his fists. This signified that Morolo's strength had already ascended to the ranks of Marine Admirals. However, like his fists, different monsters had different paths of advancement. Akainu raised the temperature to its utmost extreme, rendering his lethality terrifyingly immense. Akiji's coldness and area control could freeze the visible sea in an instant. Kizaru's speed and development were such that, without Shank's ability to counteract others' observation Haki, one could hardly hope to evade his attacks. In a full frontal struggle, Fujitora could soar high above, becoming a deity capable of annihilating an island. The green bull's vitality exerted a powerful suppression, and his ability to siphon life from others for sustenance could easily subdue numerous strong figures beyond the Yonko and admirals in a short span. Moro understood that to become a Marine Admiral, he must forge himself into an absolute monster. Fortunately, he had succeeded, becoming a rare entity in this world. Boom! The Conqueror's Haki erupted, surging toward Fujitora in the sky. The latter stood upon a floating rock, a sword embedded therein, gripping the weapon with both hands. Had it not been for his short hair, he would likely have been swept off his feet by the force of Morolo's conqueror's Haki. Do you wish to pursue the ultimate mastery of both Haki and fruit powers? In the New World, Marine admirals possess formidable Haki. However, in comparison, it is your offensive fruit abilities that truly reach the pinnacle. When it comes to Haki, Shanks is unrivaled, with only Mihawk able to stand alongside him. The path you should tread is that of Kaido and Big Mom, striving to elevate both your fruit powers and Haki to their zenith. As Fujitora spoke, the remaining half of the island began to fracture, breaking into countless boulders. Very well. I shall no longer indulge in frivolities. Morolo had initially intended to transform the remaining half of the island into life chains in his awakened state. Yet upon seeing Fujitora's intent to destroy it and launch it as projectiles, he decided to refrain from further interference, decisively stepping forward with a moonwalk toward Fujitora's core. In that moment, the last fragment of the island ascended, transforming into a shattered floating island, continuously hurling itself at Morolo. Dragon coiling, tiger pouncing, Fujitora struck upward with his sword, elevating his fruit powers to their utmost potential. Bang! Bang! The boulders collided at incredible speeds, the gravitational force making the velocities unimaginable. Morolo found himself engulfed by boulders wrapped in armament Haki, until the boulders collided in the sky, forming a colossal sphere. Due to the armament Haki, it appeared pitch black. What is this? A cataclysm? Morolo's voice echoed. Fujitora was equally startled, quickly regaining his composure with a cold snort. The spherical mass of boulders shattered, and one could only imagine the distortion that Morolo would endure within. Fragmented stones plummeted, creating towering waves in the sea. Only a solitary youth hung suspended, his form enveloped in a light crimson aura of swirling armament Haki. What is this? Are you testing me, a new admiral? With such trivialities, Morolo rubbed his neck, aside from a slight soreness. He felt no adverse effects. Instead, he was overflowing with an immense vitality coursing through him. The awakening of the life fruit manifested in three principal aspects without affecting the surroundings. First, akin to Akiji and Katakuri. With the aid of observation Haki, he could preemptively transform his body into a life chain, rendering attacks ineffective. Second, the inexhaustible vitality he possessed closely resembled the awakening of ancient Zoan-type abilities, characterized by an extraordinary rate of healing and stamina. Third, akin to Doflamingo's string fruit, though Tenyasha utilized threads to stitch together his wounded form to expedite healing. Morolo employed many chains to meticulously grasp every detail. Through the impeccable utilization of these three facets, he achieved an almost seamless ability to evade, recover, and heal. Morolo's strength had thus experienced an unprecedented enhancement. Otherwise, prior to the awakening of his fruit, facing Fujitora's formidable attack would have been quite precarious. Given his daily transformations, next, you wield your sword. I will use my fists. Who shall fall first? Morolo pondered, curious to discover who could endure until the end without the advantage of their respective fruits. At that moment, the beleaguered Green Bull lay unconscious, having faced overwhelming odds. Akainu regarded this scene with but a single remark: a fierce contest. Indeed, Fujitora understood that without the island, even a momentary attack would prove ineffective. Compelling him to resort to the most fundamental combat methods, the two engaged, exchanging sword and fist, each striving to outpace the other. Your fists exude a simplicity that resonates with the essence of the universe. Yet they lack a profound elevation, likely due to your insufficient experience. Fujitora discerned that while Morolo's fists were powerful, they had yet to reach their zenith, not strong enough. Morolo recognized his shortcomings in Conqueror's Haki and martial arts. Surprised that Fujitora had keenly identified them during their battle. Why not describe Green Bull in such a manner? Aramaki, like other admirals, possessed formidable Haki, but relied heavily on his devil fruit abilities. This distinction set him apart from you, who excessively enhanced both attributes and numbers, leading to your immense personal strength that in such circumstances, your extraordinary fists could effectively suppress through sheer technique. However, to become one of the Yonko or an admiral, each individual must endure life and death struggles. If they lack attributes as formidable as yours, a moment's lapse in technique could cost them their lives. Fujitora's explanation was astute, yet Morolo had no intention of becoming a compliant disciple. Had my base stats already surpassed theirs? No. At most, they were on par. When one's technique is sufficiently powerful, Continuous battles and survival will inevitably elevate various attributes until they reach a monstrous level. And you? If you wish to advance further, you must refine your technique to its utmost limit. Fujitora's words held merit. Though his swordsmanship had yet to reach a transcendent state, he remained slightly stronger than Moro. Is there an ultimate form for technique, martial arts, swordsmanship, and marksmanship? Moro mused, contemplating whether achieving such a state would be akin to the advanced awakening of Haki or the devil fruit if that were the case. Then Karp's fists, Mihawk's swordsmanship, and Jezibu's marksmanship must reside within that realm, and no wonder they do not announce their techniques. Have you gained insight? Fujitora noticed Moro's fists growing increasingly refined, to the point where he began to catch up in technique. Not yet fully enlightened, Moro accelerated his punches, each strike generating shockwaves capable of tearing open a gap in the sea, only to be swiftly engulfed by the water. Whether sword or fist, achieving unity signifies the true pinnacle of mastery. Yet you still have much ground to cover. If a sword can achieve harmony with its wielder, that would be commendable. But how can my fists achieve such unity? They are inherently a part of me. Moro found himself at a loss for words. Was Fujitora deliberately teasing him? He resolved to contact Karp for clarification at a later date. The two battled amidst the skies, with no stable footing in sight, continuing their clash for an entire day and night. Are you utilizing my blade to hone your fists? Your technique is becoming increasingly exquisite. Fujitora sheathed his long sword and inhaled deeply. Thank you. Moro hovered in midair, performing moonwalks at this point. Even Fujitora could merely tread upon a small fragment of rubble, maintaining a delicate balance in the AI. It appears I have ultimately conceded. Yet one question lingers. Are you a mythical Zoan? How, under such robust vitality, can you also possess such unique chain abilities? Fujitora appeared unscathed, yet perceived himself as the loser, paramecia, as Karp referred to it. Otherwise, I would not have failed to notice any peculiarities in my fruit awakening. Moro too had speculated whether the life fruit was a mythical Zoan, but now he preferred to categorize it as a paramecia. Indeed, the classifications of paramecia, Zoan, and mythical Zoan are wondrous in their correspondence. Throughout the ages, many fruits bore various names, yet the true challenge lies in harmonizing with their essence to reach awakening. Fujitora gasped for breath, finally achieving a state of calm. Over the course of 2 days and nights of combat, he had first driven Shibuya and Peach Rabbit from the battlefield. Then, alongside Moro, he subdued Green Bull, nullifying the advantages of his devil fruit, leading to his defeat. Now, he comprehended that even he could not withstand Moro's resilience. This fellow's vitality was akin to the boundless sea. Inexhaustible, he was utterly fatigued, while Moro remained in peak condition. Were their battle to continue, Moro could last another 2 days, yet to what end? It would merely delay the inevitable defeat. In a contest of equal strength, only Kaido of the Beasts could match Moro's stamina. Yet, he had developed Conqueror's Haki to the level of entanglement, and Moro charging in alone would be a perilous gamble. Consequently, after thoroughly testing Moro's full power, Fujitora decisively chose to withdraw. Moro could not break through his defenses, yet he soared ever higher, continuously pursuing. Now, they were evenly matched. Conversely, Fujitora's foundational attributes, stamina, and vitality paled in comparison, forcing him to concede that I have lost. With a single statement, Fujitora concluded the battle. On the deck of the warship, Green Bull glared at Moro in anger. He had just regained consciousness and felt indignant at being outmaneuvered by Moro. Unexpectedly, Moro had further honed even his sole weakness, martial arts, during the clash, now nearly on par with Fujitora. The devil fruit of Green Bull was suppressed by Moro, and under such circumstances, even a one-on-one duel without interference from Fujitora and others would still result in his defeat. The thought alone infuriated him. Despite his strength being no less than Fujitora's, Moro's suppression of his fruit abilities had cost him the chance to become a new admiral of the Navy. Once I defeat the Beast's pirates, I shall challenge you again. Moro found Fujitora to be a commendable individual, while Green Bull was lacking, possessing poor character and a twisted sense of justice. He had grown fond of Peach Rabbit, who was quite amiable, while Shibuya was easygoing, albeit somewhat infatuated with beautiful women. The battle concluded. Akainu, witnessing the scene, also declared the end of the conflict. A multitude of gazes converged upon Moro and Fujitora. They emerged as the ultimate victors, regardless of who held the upper hand. Their performances were sufficient to elevate them to new positions as admirals. In that moment, eyes from naval bases across the world, including Mariawa, turned their focus towards them. East Blue. Following the battle at Raijin Island, Karp returned to the small town. He also tuned into the live broadcast, witnessing the fight firsthand, and couldn't help but lean against the wall with a silly grin. If you dare to rescue those celestial dragon scoundrels, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Though he spoke otherwise, he couldn't help but smile with delight. Mary Joya. The 5 elders fell silent for a moment, each striking a classic pose before finally speaking. The moniker Dragon Slayer seems rather presumptuous, does it not? Should we not persuade Moro to reconsider, as it may be somewhat disrespectful to the celestial dragons? No need. Came the response. It merely serves to prove that he is about to become a dog for the celestial dragons. Would that not make him the next Sakazuki? The ideals of justice held by Green Bull are commendable. Yet, regrettably, he is restrained by Moro's abilities. The deliberations of the 5 elders amounted to mere nods. For them, Moro, nurtured by Karp and acknowledged by Sengoku, becoming an admiral was of little consequence that a mere youth devoid of guile could hardly stir the tides. A week later, news swept across the New World, the Grand Line, and the 4 Seas. The Navy, through a world conscription, had selected 2 formidable individuals as new admirals, Dragon Slayer Moro, Fujitora, and additionally, 3 candidates for admiral, Green Bull, Peach Rabbit, and T-Pig. This announcement reverberated across the seas like a tempest on Orange Soda Island. What appeared to be an ordinary locale was, in fact, guarded by a Navy admiral, a candidate admiral, and a former commander of the G5 base. It had become a crucial stronghold in the New World, gradually nurturing a new generation of naval supernovas. Following the world conscription, Moro seemed to have bid farewell to his former combative self. He devoted his energy to the cultivation of martial arts, occasionally gazing out at the sea. He awaited the day he would attain the rank of admiral. Albeit due to his youth, he could only secure the entrance to the New World, repelling countless reckless pirates. Aside from this, he seemed to have vanished from sight. In contrast, Fujitora was triumphantly making his way through the New World, enjoying great popularity, and even Green Bull was eager to prove himself more worthy than Moro. Moro observed all of this with indifference. He was determined to refine his martial skills to perfection, enhancing his Haki and devil fruit powers. Only in this manner could he possess the true strength to flatten the New World on the day he departed from Orange Soda Island. Months later, in a tavern by the shore, the establishment was filled with naval elites, including admirals and commanders. The grilled meat is delightful, but the tempura is even more exquisite. Moro, with a mouthful of grilled meat, beamed at Smoker before him. You've been mooching off me for a week now. That Dasky of yours. Can't she spend less time obsessing over famous swords and practice her Haki more? Moro gestured towards Smoker. The Smoke Man, however, was lost in his own world,